I crossed over and became a villager in the game Minecraft, and I also obtained a divine level mod system that allows me to add mods at will. I was originally the all-around champion of Minecraft, but on the day of the awards ceremony, I was struck by lightning and crossed over to become a villager in Minecraft. Looking at the pixelated trees in front of me, and the floating treetops that could deceive Newton, I instantly realized that I had crossed into my world. I couldn't help but sigh, wishing I could add a shader mod. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in my ear, asking if I wanted to unlock the real shader mod. Overjoyed, I knew the system had arrived and without hesitation, I chose yes. However, the system prompted me that unlocking required 500 achievement points, which I didn't have. I complained, not knowing how many achievement points I had. Just as I finished speaking, a panel appeared in front of me, showing my personal information, name, Lu Chen, occupation, foolish villager. After reading it, I fell silent. I, a grand Minecraft champion, had actually turned into a foolish villager, and I even had 3 debuffs: 1. Difficulty in speech, 2. Permanent 50% reduction in health points, 3. Increased hunger consumption. I was at a loss. Becoming a foolish villager was bad enough, but now I was a low health villager with only 10 health points. 2 hits from a monster and I would die. Normally, I should start with 3 blocks of wood, but as the sky darkened, Lu Chen had nothing in his hands and it was too late to chop trees. He had no choice but to start digging the soil beneath his feet, trying to create a shelter for the night using the dig 3, pile 1 method. After digging a few times, several figures emerged from the nearby forest. Lu Chen, over here. A girl leading the group shouted excitedly upon seeing Lu Chen. The men behind her had unpleasant expressions. The leader, a young man named Fong Ao, had the most sullen expression. Fong Mo, what did you do? Didn't you say you had already tricked that fool out of the safe zone? Why is he here? I clearly took him out this morning and even pointed him in the right direction. I don't know why that fool didn't listen to me, Fong Mo said somewhat regretfully. Fong Ao sneered, you probably didn't dare to get close to the fence and just left that fool far behind. Fong Mo retorted, how is that possible? Since you don't like him, next time I will make sure to take care of him myself. Fong Bo was Fong Mo's twin brother, and Fong Ao was their cousin, and the two brothers did not get along. You only have brute strength. I have ways to deal with him. Fong Ao stared at Lu Chen and said menacingly, don't mess up next time. The girl among them ran fast and did not hear their loud plotting. Lu Chen, why did you run off without a word? You scared me. The girl ran over and hugged Lu Chen, reproaching him slightly. Lu Chen stiffened as he looked at the girl in his arms. After organizing his memories, he finally remembered the girl's identity. The girl's name was Lin Xiaomeng, Lu Chen's friend from the same village and his only friend. Other people of the same age didn't want to talk to Lu Chen because he was a fool. Only Lin Xiaomeng had endless patience for him and took special care of him. Damn, cousin, look at what Lin Xiaomeng is doing. Why is she hugging that fool? Fong Mo saw the scene and quickly pulled Fong Ao aside. Fong Ao took a closer look and almost exploded with anger. Damn it! He cursed and rushed forward. Stupid fool, let go of her. Don't touch Xiaomeng. Fong Ao's fist swung towards Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, hugged Lin Xiaomeng, and dodged to the side. In terms of movement, Lu Chen was not inferior to anyone. Fong Ao tried to stop his momentum, but it was too late. He fell headfirst into the deep pit Lu Chen had dug, landing in a mess. Lu Chen calmly dropped a piece of sand into the deep pit, pressing it onto Fong Ao's head without anyone noticing his move, only to hear Fong Ao's screams. Ah, help! I can't breathe properly. Fong Ao struggled desperately but couldn't shake off the sand on his head. Seeing this, Fong Mo, who was with them, quickly dug out the soil beside him to rescue Fong Ao. By then, Fong Ao had already lost a large amount of blood. Suffocation is no joke. How did Fong Ao fall into the pit? It was only at this moment that Lin Xiaomeng noticed Fong Ao's plight. Fong Ao, who had just caught his breath, immediately stood up and grabbed Lu Chen's collar. You dare betray me? They were just playing a little trick on others in the multiplayer server, but unexpectedly found themselves at a loss. Lu Chen put on an innocent look and stammered, Fong Ao, what are you doing? Let him go. Lin Xiaomeng pushed Fong Ao away angrily. Xiaomeng, this fool just tried to kill me. Didn't you see? Fong Ao pointed at Lu Chen angrily. Lin Xiaomeng, somewhat annoyed, looked at the man and said, Fong Ao, how can you speak like that? Lu Chen is not stupid, he just has a head injury. Who would have thought that Lin Xiaomeng's focus was not on Fong Ao's condition but on correcting Fong Ao's address to Lu Chen? Xiaomeng, this guy is not a good person. It was him who tripped me and made me fall into the pit, adding insult to injury. Seeing Lin Xiaomeng angry, Fong Ao hurriedly explained. Fong Ao, I warn you, do not slander Lu Chen. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Lin Xiaoming had already switched to a wooden sword, ready to act at any moment. Xiaoming, I'm not lying to you. Lu Chen is definitely pretending to be foolish to gain your sympathy. Fong Ao was almost in tears as Lin Xiaoming didn't believe him. Fong Ao, we grew up together. Do you think I don't know what kind of person Lu Chen is? He gets upset even if he steps on a flower or grass. How could he harm you? You said it yourself. Lu Chen is a fool. How can a fool have bad intentions? Are you so petty that you have to argue with a fool? Lin Xiaoming's words left Fong Ao speechless for a while. He had liked Lin Xiaoming for quite some time, and if he really fell out with her over a fool this time, it would be too much of a loss. In order to pursue Lin Xiaoming, he endured it. Although he was seething with anger, he had to let it go. Lin Xiaoming ignored Fong Ao and turned to Lu Chen, asking, Lu Chen, shall we return to the camp? Lin Xiaoming, who was fierce just now, suddenly became gentle. Smiling softly, she looked like she was coaxing a child. This made Fong Ao extremely frustrated. They were all human beings, yet the difference in treatment was too great. Lu Chen obediently nodded and followed her. As Lin Xiaoming walked away, Fong Ao couldn't hold back anymore and cursed loudly. Damn it! What's wrong with this Lin Xiaoming, always hanging out with such a fool? Fong Ao stomped his foot in anger. Cousin, what's so good about that Lin Xiaoming? Why are you so fixated on her? Fong Mo asked in confusion. Fong Bo, rarely on the same side as him, added, exactly, besides, she's so fierce, she must be a tough cookie. Fong Ao suddenly put on a lovesick look. You guys don't understand a thing. Hearing Fong Ao's response, Fong Mo and Fong Bo exchanged glances, speechless. They both muttered quietly at the same time, simp for life. Lu Chen followed behind Lin Xiaoming, listening to her constant chatter along the way. Lu Chen, stay away from Fong Ao and his group in the future, they are not good people. Remember never to leave the safe zone, there are monsters everywhere outside, it's very dangerous. I can't always be by your side, you have to learn to distinguish right from wrong on your own. Lu Chen listened to Lin Xiaoming's chatter all the way, finally understanding what those people meant by mom powder. Indeed, just as caring and considerate as a mother, but also equally nagging. We're almost at the camp ahead. Lin Xiaoming pointed not far away. Lu Chen looked ahead, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The so-called camp was just a low matchbox-like structure, built with mud. This is too shabby, couldn't they at least use some round stones? A young man stood in front of the matchbox, constantly looking around. Teacher, I found Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoming waved to the senior. The young man, named Zhuang Mu, showed a smile upon seeing Lin Xiaoming. It's good that you're back, you took so long, I thought something happened to you outside. Zhuang Mu was the elder leading Lu Chen's group, considered knowledgeable in the village, having memorized many synthesis tables. They usually referred to him as teacher. Zhuang Mu's gaze fell on Lu Chen, looking somewhat complicated. This time they went far away to collect supplies in the wilderness. The expected journey was 2 days, so they had to spend the night outside today and could only return to the village tomorrow. Going out overnight was already very dangerous, and Lu Chen was running around everywhere. They spent the whole afternoon looking for Lu Chen, seriously affecting the progress of collecting supplies. He sighed helplessly. Lu Chen not only couldn't help but also caused trouble. However, Lu Chen was, after all, a fool, so he didn't say much. Gurgle, Lu Chen's stomach, embarrassingly, made a sound. Lu Chen scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. It wasn't intentional, this body's hunger value was depleting too quickly, almost running out after a while on the road. Lu Chen, you've been lost for so long, you must be starving, hurry up and eat something. Lin Xiaoming took out bread from her backpack and handed it to Lu Chen. Teacher, this is for you. Zhuang Mu waved his hand, indicating that he had already eaten. Seeing the bread, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He took the bread and started devouring it, looking extremely unsightly. Lin Xiaoming, however, was smiling happily. She rubbed Lu Chen's head and said softly, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Zhuang Mu shook his head involuntarily at the sight. Xiaoming, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Lin Xiaoming nodded, placed the backpack next to Lu Chen, and instructed, after you finish eating, if you're still hungry, you can have mine too. With that, she followed Zhuang Mu as they left. Lu Chen set Lin Xiaoming's bread aside, took out the bread belonging to Fong Mo's 3 brothers from his backpack, and began eating heartily. How could he eat his sister's things? It's better to eat the portions of those 3 unpleasant guys. Zhuang Mu led Lin Xiaoming to the edge of the woods, where they chatted, out of earshot of Lu Chen. Teacher, what's wrong? Lin Xiaoming felt that her teacher was acting unusually today. Xiaoming, how old are you this year? I'm turning 18 soon. You're already this age. Zhuang Mu appeared somewhat regretful on the surface, casually reminding her, other promising young people in the village usually leave around this age. Lin Xiaoming was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat melancholic. Seeing Lin Xiaoming's silence, Zhuang Mu spoke more directly, Lu Chen is not something unnecessary. Lin Xiaoming murmured softly, then turned and walked back towards the camp. She didn't want to argue with Zhuang Mu, it wasn't necessary. Lu Chen was important to her. Very important. Someone she would even risk her life to protect. Regardless of what others said, as long as Lin Xiaoming existed, she would never allow anyone to bully Lu Chen. Zhuang Mu watched Lin Xiaoming's retreating figure inside. He hoped that this fool Lu Chen wouldn't delay Lin Xiaoming's bright future. Otherwise, when necessary, he could intervene. Zhuang Mu looked knowledgeable, rational, and erudite. In fact, he was quite selfish. He considered himself the only teacher in Snow Mountain Village and believed that all the children in the village were his students. He wouldn't let anyone obstruct his students from shining. Zhuang Mu's gaze became profound. On the other side, Lin Xiaoming had just arrived at the camp's entrance and saw Fong Ao and the others surrounding Lu Chen. Fong Ao, what are you trying to do? Lin Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. Fong Ao was about to make a move when he heard Lin Xiaoming's voice. His actions froze instantly, his expression changing repeatedly. Fong Ao, if you have any grievances about today, just vent them on me. Bullying a fool, you really have the nerve. Lin Xiaoming angrily said with hands on hips. Xiaoming, how dare I cause trouble for you? It's that brat Lu Chen who doesn't know his manners. He ate up all the food meant for the three of us, and I was about to confront him. Fong Ao said. Lin Xiaoming, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Chen in surprise. How could one person eat the food meant for three people? What a huge appetite. Lu Chen, how could you? If she hadn't seen the backpack empty herself, she would have thought Fong Ao and the others were lying and trying to blame Lu Chen. She sighed helplessly. Lu Chen, don't do this next time. If you're hungry, I'll get you something, she said gently to Lu Chen. Fong Ao, already filled with anger, seeing Lin Xiaoming siding with Lu Chen, became even more furious. He was about to explode when Zhuang Mu's hand rested on his shoulder. Don't be angry, Lu Chen surely didn't do it on purpose. There's still some food left here, hurry up and eat, then rest. Zhuang Mu saw that night was falling and didn't want any more trouble. Fong Ao and the others were also hungry, their mouths stuffed with food. While chewing, they still glared resentfully at Lu Chen. Not afraid of fools pretending to be smart, but afraid of smart people pretending to be fools. Lu Chen put on a foolish look and chuckled. As the sky darkened, they all huddled inside the matchbox mud hut. In the wild night, monsters roamed. Therefore, they had to seal the entrance to prevent monsters from invading. As the night grew deeper and the monsters began to stir, the atmosphere became increasingly terrifying. Outside, the sounds of zombies and clattering skeletons could be heard. Fong Ao and his cousins huddled in a corner, their faces pale, trembling. Except for Zhuang Mu, the other five were spending the night outside the village for the first time. Fong Ao and his cousins were known for their bullying ways in the village, but their courage was dwindling. They clung tightly together, their teeth chattering. Zhuang Mu, being the elder, remained calm, but even he frowned when he heard the monsters banging against the walls. Lin Xiaoming appeared strong on the surface, but being a girl, she was naturally a bit scared. However, she didn't want to show any weakness in front of Lu Chen, so she kept pretending to be calm. When she saw Lu Chen looking calm, she couldn't help but feel curious. She shifted closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid? Lin Xiaoming asked softly. Lu Chen shook his head. Lin Xiaoming thought for a moment and then understood. I envy you, not knowing anything, so you have nothing to fear. Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. Apparently, Lin Xiaoming thought she was fearless because she didn't know anything. Afraid? What a joke. For Lu Chen, in Minecraft, there was no distinction between day and night. Farming during the day, fighting monsters at night, isn't that common sense? He was almost tempted to go out and have a good fight, gaining experience. There was a lit torch in the room, which burned for a while before extinguishing. As the fire went out, the room plunged into darkness. Oh my! Fong Ao and his cousins were so scared that tears were about to flow. Lin Xiaoming also stiffened. She was most afraid of the dark. Teacher, can you light another torch? Fong Ao asked tremblingly. There isn't much coal left. Let's save it. Endure a little longer, dawn is approaching. Seeing Zhuang Mu's response, Lin Xiaoming didn't say much, although she also wanted to light a torch for illumination. Lin Xiaoming crouched on the ground, hugging her knees tightly, her body curled up in fear. Due to fear, her body kept trembling. Lu Chen noticed this and placed his hand on her shoulder, signaling her to lean towards him. When Lin Xiaoming was touched by Lu Chen, she felt as if struck by lightning, her body instantly covered in goosebumps. She stood frozen in place, unsure whether to lean towards Lu Chen or not. Suddenly, a sound of zombies screaming erupted. The sound was extremely close, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Unable to suppress her inner fear any longer, she pounced into Lu Chen's arms. This time, it was Lu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. He just wanted to comfort Lin Xiaoming. How did she end up in his arms? Lu Chen's right hand fell on Lin Xiaoming's back, gently soothing her. Nestled in Lu Chen's arms, the tension and fear in Lin Xiaoming's heart vanished instantly. The warmth and breath of Lu Chen's body felt like the best sleeping pill, and drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up early the next morning, everyone else was still asleep. She then realized that she had actually slept in Lu Chen's arms all night. Lin Xiaoming quickly sat back in her original position, pretending as if nothing had happened. The Fong brothers, tormented by the monster's screams all night, had pale faces. They had hardly slept at all that night. After daybreak, the group left the shelter. We wasted a lot of time yesterday. Today we need to speed up and collect as many supplies as possible to bring back. When the sun sets, we will gather here, don't wander too far. After Zhuangmu finished instructing, he left with Fong Mafan and Fong Mobo. Now, only Lu Chen, Lin Xiaoming, and Fong Ao were left. Lu Chen, let's go. Now. Lin Xiaoming pulled Lu Chen and headed in another direction. Fong Ao quickly stopped the two. What are you up to? Lin Xiaoming asked vigilantly. Fong Ao nervously asked, Xiaoming, can I join too? He had always been following Lin Xiaoming around. Do as you wish, just don't cause trouble for me. After saying that, Lin Xiaoming and Lu Chen walked away quickly. Fong Ao followed behind them, glaring at Lu Chen with hatred in his eyes. Lin Xiaoming led Lu Chen, hitting any weeds they encountered along the way. When they approached the border, she repeatedly warned Lu Chen, do you see the fence over there? Never cross it. Lu Chen looked puzzled. There are monsters beyond the fence. Even during the day, there are shadows under the trees and caves where monsters lurk. If you encounter zombies, it's fine, but if you come across skeleton monsters, they can shoot past the fence at you. Lu Chen scratched his head. Monsters? Isn't that something that can be easily dealt with in a few moves? Can it be that the square people in this world can't even kill zombies? Lin Xiaoming continued leading them forward. Her hand speed was fast, but for some reason, she was unlucky. After knocking down weeds with rustling sounds for a while, only a few seeds popped out. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't bear it and helped her. When it came to hand speed, there was no one faster than Lu Chen, who had been single for over 20 years. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's progress surpassed Lin Xiaoming's. The situation reversed, and now it was Lu Chen leading the way, pulling Lin Xiaoming along. Fong Ao was dumbfounded. Was this still the same foolish Lu Chen? The previous Lu Chen had a vacant look, slow movements, and seemed mentally disabled. But now he was so agile that Fong Ao couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. Hey! Lu Chen, wait for me. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Chen had collected a complete set of seeds. But he stood still next to the fence while Lin Xiaoming finally caught up, panting, and said, Lu Chen, slow down, you can't leave my sight. Although the little girl's sense of responsibility was commendable, Lu Chen felt like he was being scolded by his mother. After that, he simply ignored her. Lu Chen knocked down the fence in front of him barehanded. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Fong Ao looked at Lu Chen in astonishment, shouting loudly. He even seemed a bit gleeful. Lu Chen, how dare you destroy the fence? Wait till I go back and tell the village chief to punish you severely. As they tried to approach, Lu Chen restored the fence to its original state, keeping them separated on the other side. Lu Chen, come back quickly. Lin Xiaoming became anxious as she watched Lu Chen walk away. Once beyond this fence, it was no longer a safe zone. Monsters only spawned at night within the safe zone, while during the day outside the safe zone, monsters roamed, making it very dangerous. With no obstacles in their way, Lu Chen proceeded forward smoothly. Not far ahead, there was an open-air mine pit. Outside the pit lay exposed iron ore, exactly what Lu Chen was looking for. To get rich, one must first chop down trees. This was an unchanging truth. Skillfully, Lu Chen struck the nearby tree trunk and obtained 3 pieces of wood. Then, he opened his inventory and crafted a workbench. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Open inventory, earning achievement points, 10. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Obtain wood, earning achievement points, 10. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Is this a workbench? Earning achievement points, 10. Lu Chen's actions were so fast that even the system almost couldn't keep up with his progress, causing a slight delay before 3 achievements popped up in succession. To mine, one needed a pickaxe. A wooden pickaxe wouldn't do, a stone pickaxe was required. Subsequently, Lu Chen crafted a stone pickaxe at the workbench. He then struck a few stones next to the iron ore and placed cobblestones in the crafting table. In the next moment, he had a stone pickaxe in hand. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, Mining Time. Earning achievement points, 10. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, Level Up, earning achievement points, 10. With achievements popping up one after another, including the previous ones, Lu Chen now had 50 achievement points. Fong Ao and Lin Xiaoming were a bit far from his location and couldn't see clearly what Lu Chen was doing. They could only see Lu Chen working at a rapid pace. What is Lu Chen doing exactly? Lin Xiaoming wondered. She nervously sweated as she gripped the fence, hoping Lu Chen would return soon. Is he holding a stone pickaxe? Fong Ao rubbed his eyes to confirm if he was seeing things. Lu Chen was the one who couldn't memorize the crafting recipes and got punished by the teacher. Now, claiming he could skillfully build a workbench and quickly craft a stone pickaxe to mine iron ore, who would believe that? What is that shiny thing? Lin Xiaoming squinted as if she saw something, but the distance made it hard to see clearly. 1, 2, 3. 3 iron ores, at least enough for the iron buckets he needed for farming. Lu Chen placed everything in. Wait, where is my backpack? Lu Chen realized he only had a 9-slot inventory, with a locked symbol above the backpack. Darn it, the backpack was still locked. With only 9 slots in his inventory, his carrying capacity was limited. After knocking down the workbench and carrying it with him, Lu Chen intended to leave. Lu Chen, we need to. Lin Xiaoming's voice abruptly stopped. She saw a blue-green figure behind Lu Chen, her face changing suddenly. Ah! Fong Ao saw what was behind Lu Chen and shouted in alarm, zombies! Lu Chen! Run! Lin Xiaoming urged Lu Chen loudly. Oh my goodness! Fong Ao's face turned even more grim as he saw clearly. There was not just one zombie behind Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled. Lu Chen. She also saw it. There were actually 3 zombies. Lin Xiaoming had once accidentally killed a zombie in the wilderness, which was why she became the village's recognized strongwoman. 3 zombies. Even for her, it was beyond her abilities. That fool. Let him go to his death. I am leaving. Fong Ao saw the situation was turning bad and started running back, stumbling all the way to escape. Fong Ao, you! Lin Xiaoming reached out to try to stop Fong Ao, but he had already disappeared in the distance. It seemed she had to rely on herself. Lin Xiaoming dismantled the fence in front of her and broke out. But as she got closer, the scene in front of her left her dumbfounded. Lu Chen was relentlessly attacking the zombies in front of him. His steps were light, skillfully dodging every zombie attack. You might think Lu Chen was showing off by killing monsters barehanded. Not at all. Lu Chen just forgot to bring a weapon. Although he had a pickaxe in his hand, it had low damage, slow attack speed, and was less effective than close combat. Fortunately, Lu Chen's positioning was so slick that the zombies couldn't even touch him. But when the block world turned into the real world, the pain was very real. Lu Chen's attacks were weak, taking a long time to defeat the 3 zombies. Lu Chen's fists were a bit swollen from the fight, but he finally managed to deal with the 3 zombies. Lu Chen moved his palm under his nose and sniffed, feeling the stench of the zombies on his hands. He grimaced and shook his hand, planning to find a place to wash up later. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Monster Hunter, earning achievement points, 30. The pleasant sound of experience dropping echoed in his ears. Behind him was the dumbfounded girl. Lu Chen, are you okay? Lin Xiaoming still didn't understand what had just happened, but seeing Lu Chen unharmed, she felt relieved. Lu Chen, what were you doing just now? Lu Chen absent-mindedly picked up the rotting flesh on the ground, getting close to the experience orbs on the ground to absorb the experience. Ah, it's actually a magic crystal. Lin Xiaoming excitedly picked up the experience orb and showed it to Lu Chen. Ha! How did the experience orb turn into a magic crystal in their mouths? It seemed Lin Xiaoming and the others couldn't absorb the experience, but they could pick up the experience orbs as physical objects. With so many magic crystals, we can exchange them for a lot of gold coins. Gold coins were the universal currency in this world. Since experience wasn't necessary for him without an enchanting table, exchanging it for gold coins was a good idea. He handed all the experience orbs to Lin Xiaoming. Lu Chen, when did you become so powerful? Seeing Lu Chen's display of power, Lin Xiaoming was more surprised than finding the magic crystal. You're amazing, go back and tell your mom, she'll be so happy. Lu Chen, Lin Xiaoming. Zhuang Mu rushed over with the other 3 in a panic. Teacher, how did you come over? Lin Xiaoming curiously asked. Fong Ao said you were attacked by zombies, so we came to check on you. Are you okay? Where are the monsters? We're fine, the monsters have been taken care of. Taken care of? Zhuangmu looked at the magic crystals in Lin Xiaomeng's hand and was overjoyed. Lin Xiaomeng, you are truly outstanding among this group of children. Lin Xiaomeng, you're really amazing. You're only 17 and you've defeated 3 zombies. I admire you so much. Fong Ao, who had appeared out of nowhere, shamelessly said. I didn't kill those monsters, it was Lu Chen. Lin Xiaomeng hurriedly explained. Fong Ao sneered, Lu Chen? Xiaomeng, don't joke around. Him? Although Lu Chen was strong, he was definitely not a match for these 3 zombies. Zhuangmu agreed. He also believed that Lu Chen didn't kill these monsters, and Lin Xiaomeng was deliberately trying to give credit to Lu Chen. Xiaomeng, let's talk about this later, it's too dangerous here, come inside quickly. Faced with everyone's doubts, Lin Xiaomeng was extremely anxious. Why won't they believe in themselves? Clearly, all of this was done by the big boy considered a fool. His moves were skillful and flawless, benefiting her greatly with his way of fighting zombies. Even without powerful weapons, one could kill zombies unscathed. She looked to Lu Chen for help, hoping to hear his confirmation. But Lu Chen placed a finger on his lips, silently gesturing for her to keep quiet. Shoo! Lin Xiaomeng froze. Was Lu Chen telling her not to speak out? The group returned to the camp and sorted through the collected supplies. Lu Chen poured out a whole set of seeds from his pocket, exceeding the planned quota directly. Seeing this, Zhuangmu's gaze towards Lu Chen became somewhat peculiar. Since we have collected enough supplies, let's head back early. On the way back to the village, Lin Xiaomeng kept glancing at Lu Chen. His previous brave performance impressed her. Was it just a coincidence? Or was Lu Chen pretending to be foolish all along? She couldn't figure it out. Lu Chen noticed Lin Xiaomeng's gaze, said nothing, just smiled at her. The smile seemed innocent, devoid of any cunning. After hours of trekking, they finally reached their destination, their home, Snow Mountain Village in the 7th district. The entire block continent was divided into 7 regions, with the inner regions being safer and richer in resources. The 7th district where they lived was the outermost inhabited area of the block continent, mostly desolate except for the villagers of Snow Mountain Village surviving there. Lu Chen carefully observed the village, finding it even more austere than the villages in the game. At least the game villages had small houses. Their dwellings lacked any aesthetic appeal, all made of matchboxes. The most absurd thing was the large area of farmland in the village. They actually had rows of wheat growing, with water being drawn from a nearby pond. Seeing this, Lu Chen was puzzled, his perfectionism almost kicking in. These professional Minecraft players all had a bit of perfectionism. His full character setting restrained him from altering things. Lu Chen's home was at the village entrance, visible at a glance. So he quietly left the group and slipped into the matchbox. Inside, his mother was making bread. Son, you're back. She wiped her hands on her apron, welcoming Lu Chen with a smile. How was today? It was okay, Lu Chen replied vaguely. He glanced at the bread on the table, lacking any side dishes, not even minced meat. He took out the rotten flesh dropped from zombies earlier from his inventory and placed it on the table. Though meager, it could pass as a meat dish. Rotten flesh. His mother, Taolan, looked surprised. Sometimes, villagers would search for rotten flesh dropped by burned zombies at dawn. However, it was dangerous outside the fence for them, turning even rotten flesh into a rare commodity. Son, did you pick this up? Lu Chen nodded vaguely. Great. Taolan praised him with relief. She remembered how her son used to go out with the village team to collect supplies and often came back to scolding, because Lu Chen either got lost or caused trouble. She only hoped he wouldn't cause trouble and get scolded, but this time he not only didn't cause trouble but also brought back 3 pieces of rotten flesh, which was a miracle. How could she not be happy? Lu Chen picked up the bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Just now, after killing the zombies and mining 3 iron ores, his hunger was almost bottoming out, and his head could keenly feel the hunger. He even swallowed 3 tasteless loaves of bread. Being passive about eating means having issues with your thoughts. The existence of Lu Chen's exclusive debuffed bread eater made it impossible for 3 loaves of bread to satisfy his hunger. Later, Lu Chen made some loaves of bread himself. Congratulations on completing the achievement baking bread, earning achievement points, 10. Son, take your time to eat, Taolan said with a smile. She carefully ate the rotten meat herself. After all, it was not easy for her son to bring back the rotten meat, so she cherished it greatly. Lu Chen tasted a bit of the rotten meat. Sour. Congratulations on completing the achievement strong stomach, earning achievement points, 20. He gave up eating the last piece. Since his mother liked it, he decided to leave it for her. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave the table to rest, someone knocked on their door. Lu Chen, are you there? The voice came from outside the door. Tao Lan recognized the voice and quickly got up to open the door. Xiaomeng, why are you looking for Lu Chen so late? Lin Xiaomeng stood obediently outside the door and said, Auntie, I have something to discuss with Lu Chen. Tao Lan urged with a suggestive expression, Lu Chen, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and welcome your little guest. As a member of the village, Tao Lan naturally knew that Lin Xiaomeng was a popular figure. If Lin Xiaomeng was interested in Lu Chen, she would indeed be climbing up the social ladder. Seeing his mother's teasing expression, Lu Chen felt embarrassed and dragged Lin Xiaomeng into the yard. Lin Xiaomeng nervously pulled back her hand that Lu Chen had grabbed, her face blushing as she said, I'm not here for anything else, just to give you some gold coins. Gold coins? Lin Xiaomeng thought that Lu Chen didn't even know what magic crystals were, so how could he know where to exchange them for gold coins? So she kindly exchanged the magic crystals for gold coins and handed them to Lu Chen. One magic crystal is one gold coin, they're all here. Lin Xiaomeng placed the heavy pouch in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen also weighed it. Indeed, it was quite a sum. He thought that Lin Xiaomeng had helped him run errands, so he took out a few coins to give to her. Lin Xiaomeng frowned and quickly pushed them back. Although she had never seen so many gold coins before, how could she accept money that originally belonged to Lu Chen? I don't want it. Why not? Lu Chen's straightforward appearance made Lin Xiaomeng think he was a naive fool. It seemed like he had just happened to kill 3 zombies before. Pouting, Lin Xiaomeng asked, why are you giving it to me? Lu Chen replied directly, because you helped me. Hearing this, Lin Xiaomeng became annoyed. In your eyes, are we not friends, Lu Chen? Why do friends need rewards for helping each other? No, it's not. Lu Chen actually stuttered. As a socially anxious shut-in, he didn't have any friends in reality, so having a young girl claim to be his friend caught him off guard. Then just keep it. Lin Xiaomeng huffed and left in a huff. That Lu Chen, using gold coins to insult their friendship. Humph. Lu Chen, what was Xiaomeng doing here just now? Lu Chen thought it best to keep this matter a secret, as explaining so much money would indeed be troublesome. Nothing. With that, Lu Chen placed the gold coins into his inventory. Tao Lan, with a suggestive expression, thought her silly son was just shy in his response. Laughing and without further questioning, she let it pass. After putting the gold coins away, Lu Chen's inventory had no more empty slots. Lu Chen clicked on the lock on his backpack, intending to unlock it. Unlock backpack, requires 10 points, do you want to unlock it? Yes, no, of course. Lu Chen successfully unlocked his backpack, finally able to put extra things inside. It turned out that even the items provided by the system required Lu Chen to spend achievement points, making him feel like he was at a loss. The next day, Lu Chen planned to see what he could buy with the coins. His mother, Tao Lan, went out with him, supposedly to work. The outrageous field Lu Chen saw yesterday was where Tao Lan went. The field belonged to the village, and the harvested wheat had to be distributed to other areas. So, their part of the yard was for their own consumption, but everyone had to share the labor of the public farmland. Lu Chen suddenly realized, this was just like paying taxes. It made sense now. Despite their limited living space, they still farmed in that way, no wonder they could only live in matchboxes. Today, Mom and Uncle Fong from next door are on duty. Don't run around in the village, Mom will be back soon. Before parting ways, Tao Lan reminded him. It seemed Lu Chen's previous running around had caused Tao Lan a lot of trouble. After finally finding Lin Xiaomeng, he learned that there was a wandering merchant in the village. He traveled between districts to trade, offering goods that the 7th district didn't have. It seemed like common knowledge, and Lu Chen was grateful for Lin Xiaomeng's patience in explaining. Lu Chen realized that this exchange of goods was the original role of the villagers. When he found the merchant, he was preparing to leave at the village gate. Impatiently packing up his cart, he muttered, every time I come to this place, there's nothing to gain. These ignorant villagers cause too much trouble. I won't come again next time. He grumbled, feeling disappointed with his empty pockets. Oh, looking down on their village like that. He better not regret it later. Lu Chen approached and asked, what good stuff do you have here? The merchant waved him off. Go away, even if I had something. A little brat like you couldn't afford it. Lu Chen, displeased, tossed his bag next to the cart. Thud! The heavy bag of coins landed on the cart's wooden board, making a loud noise. The merchant was stunned, angrily saying, my cart. Do you have the guts to pay for the damage, kid? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Aren't you here to do business? The money is in there. The merchant, disbelieving, reluctantly opened the bag Lu Chen handed him. His eyes nearly blinded by the glittering gold coins. Are these all gold coins? So many. The merchant couldn't believe that the little brat in front of him had so much money. But he was just a businessman, he didn't care where the kid's money came from. Anyway, he was leaving, and even if the money was dirty, he wouldn't be held accountable. He hit the jackpot. "Young sir, what do you want to buy?" "I have meat, minerals, and I'll sell you anything you want." The merchant immediately changed his tone, becoming obsequious, rubbing his hands together like flies. Lu Chen asked, "Do you have diamonds?" The merchant's face turned sour. "I don't have those." "How about books?" The merchant's face wrinkled even more. He had boasted about having everything earlier, but now the things Lu Chen wanted were nowhere to be found. It was strange, this kid's demands were getting more and more specific. Diamonds? Books? That's something only the inner 3 districts can have. I wonder how this kid from a remote village knows these terms. Little brother, how about looking at something else? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "There's nothing here, why would I buy anything from you?" With that, Lu Chen made a move as if he was about to leave. "Hey, don't go." Just now he looked down on Lu Chen's village, now he was desperately trying to keep Lu Chen. Of course, Lu Chen didn't really want to leave, he just wanted to show him some attitude. He looked impatient and said, "Forget it, sell me some meat." When it comes to food, Lu Chen still has standards. Lu Chen spent half a bag of gold coins to buy a lot of meat. The merchant reluctantly watched Lu Chen take away the remaining bag of gold coins, wishing he could magically produce what Lu Chen wanted and earn all the remaining coins. "Young man, don't leave yet." Lu Chen didn't even turn his head, just answered with the back of his head, "What's up? I have something good here." "What is it?" Although he turned around, Lu Chen still looked uninterested. "This." He took out a white silk. "No, white silk. Spider silk?" Yes. The merchant presented it to Lu Chen like a treasure, saying, "This is a treasure I accidentally obtained, only 2 in total." Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly. The merchant kept boasting to himself, "Young man, do you know about spiders? That thing is not easy to deal with. This is a treasure that fell from its body." Spiders. Not easy to deal with? Lu Chen listened to him boast with a poker face. He had more than once owned a spider monster brush cage, and in the end, spider silk and spider eyes were everywhere. This is not something rare. Lu Chen disdainfully looked at the 2 strands of spider silk. He hadn't found the whereabouts of the spider yet, but these 2 strands of silk were convenient. He could make a fishing rod. Fishing was a very enjoyable activity for him, a natural-born white-faced European. Lu Chen raised a finger and said, "1 gold coin, no more." "Ah!" The merchant's expression almost couldn't hold. "Young man, this treasure is rare, how could it be worth only 1 gold coin?" Lu Chen suddenly smiled cunningly. "Then tell me, what's the use of this spider silk?" "This." Lu Chen continued to ask, "What is it made of? How is it synthesized?" A drop of sweat fell from the merchant's forehead, and he awkwardly replied, I don't know." "Then why should I buy it?" Lu Chen looked at him arrogantly, saying, "Just for the sake of your hard selling, I'll buy it and use it as a toy when I go back. 2 gold coins, no more." Lu Chen was absolutely right, and the merchant agreed repeatedly. All right, 2 gold coins it is." The merchant's mind was in turmoil. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't even earn that 1 gold coin. Congratulations on completing the achievement, penny pinching, earning achievement points, 20. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Why does this system have biases? I'm just frugal, how can I be considered penny pinching? In the end, Lu Chen's bag still had half a bag of jingling gold coins. Unfortunately, he could only watch Lu Chen leave with meat in spider silk. Lu Chen passed by the place where his mother was farming. He saw his mother Tao Lan bending over, sweating profusely under the scorching sun. "Mom!" Lu Chen spoke. "Lu Chen, where have you been playing?" Tao Lan straightened up with difficulty and greeted Lu Chen. "I brought back some things." Lu Chen stuffed the things in his pocket into his mother's hands. "Mrs. Lu opened the bag and was shocked when she saw the amount of meat inside. She hurriedly asked, "Son, where did you get so much meat from?" Nearby, people perked up their ears to listen to their conversation. Meat? Lu Chen almost forgot that for people in their 7th district, getting to eat fresh meat was as difficult as killing zombies. Their meat dishes were usually made from rotten meat. What meat? Neighbor Fong Chang perked up his ears, eager to rush over and see what was inside Lu Chen's bag. Lu Chen suddenly remembered they couldn't be too conspicuous, especially in front of Fong Chang. The man in front of him, Fong Chang, was the father of Fong Ao, who used to bully Lu Chen for being a fool. Both father and son were not good people, with the same petty and scheming nature. So Lu Chen nudged his mother and urged, "Mom, go home and rest, we can cook dinner later." Mrs. Tao Lan was so touched she almost burst into tears on the spot. Perhaps the meat she had in her hands was something her son and Lin Xiaoming had prepared last night? Her son had grown up and was planning a surprise with his friends for her. In this way, she couldn't refuse. "Alright, I'll head back first. How could Fong Chang let Tao Lan leave so easily? Hey, how can you be lazy? Mom, you go first. Fong Chang wanted to stop Tao Lan from leaving, but Lu Chen stood in his way. My mom is tired, let her go home and rest, I'll do the work. Fong Chang sneered, you're quite articulate today, did your mom teach you that? He thought Lu Chen was making excuses for his mother to be lazy. Did he really think everyone was as focused on finding ways to be lazy as he was? With a cold snort, Lu Chen said, I said I'll do it. Just you? Fong Chang scrutinized Lu Chen. How much work can you do? What can your brain handle? What's the difference between you working and being lazy? He was a big and strong man who looked capable of doing a lot of work. But just now, it was clearly Lu Chen's mother, Tao Lan, a simple woman, who was working, while he was lying comfortably on the grass, and Tao Lan, as a woman, was sweating profusely from exhaustion. How dare he say such things? Lu Chen sneered, then get lost and stop bothering us, let me handle it. Hey! How dare you speak like that? Fong Chang didn't expect the foolish Lu Chen to use foul language, and he raised the pickaxe in his hand as if to strike him on the head. What are you doing, Fong Chang? They were in the center of their snow mountain village, the most important farmland. How could there be no one passing by? Did this silly boy Lu Chen provoke you again? You're a grown man, why are you arguing with a child? Passers-by began to criticize Fong Chang. Lu Chen smiled, never realizing how useful his identity could be. He even rolled his eyes at Fong Chang. Fong Chang gritted his teeth, put down the pickaxe, and forced a smile. I was just joking with him. How could Fong Chang compromise like this? Well, just wait, I'll have my son take over. Since Tao Chunlan was being lazy, he wouldn't lose out to anyone in taking advantage. He left, and Lu Chen was ready to start working. Last night, Lu Chen had already smelted the 3 iron ores he had obtained into iron ingots. Congratulations on completing the achievement, going hard, earning 10 achievement points. On the workbench by the field, he used the iron ingots to craft a bucket and then made a hoe. Congratulations on completing the achievement, time to farm, earning 10 achievement points. Next, he filled a bucket with water and prepared to transform the field. First, he covered the absurd rows of water and soil with dirt, then, in 9x9 units, he placed a water block in the center. And so, the most basic farm in MC was completed. Lu Chen, following his own habits, covered the water squares with half a block of stone bricks. Finally, he planted all the water squares that took up a large area with the seeds they had collected that day. This transformation was just a matter of minutes for Lu Chen, who ranked first in the speed building competition. When everything was done, he stood to the side and wiped his forehead. Phew! His OCD was satisfied, comfortable. Fong Ao, who had been sent over by his father, happened to see Lu Chen had everything under control. Fong Ao was dumbfounded. Lu Chen, look at the mess you've made. He knew Lu Chen was a fool, thinking earlier that Lu Chen had regained some intelligence, now realizing he had overestimated him. This fool had actually done something so outrageous. Lu Chen, look at what you've done. Our village's fields. The wheat. You've ruined them like this. Lu Chen looked at him like a clown. He asked, where did I ruin them? Fong Ao shouted angrily, where is the water in the fields? It took them a lot of effort to bring the water from the pond outside the village to the farmland, and now Lu Chen had filled it all up. We don't need that much water, Lu Chen replied coldly. Don't need it? Fong Ao stared at Lu Chen as if he were a fool. Without water, this wheat will wither and die. What will our village trade then? Wither and die? Lu Chen chuckled at him. Fong Ao now wished everyone in the village knew about the stupid thing Lu Chen had done. Go quickly, go call the village chief. Look at Lu Chen, he's ruined all our farmland. Lin Xiaoming happened to pass by and was also shocked to see the state of the farmland at that moment. Lu Chen, why are you acting up again? If we can't deliver the wheat on time, the villagers will skin you alive. Lin Xiaoming hurriedly pulled Lu Chen, saying, let's change the field back, there's still time to save it. Lu Chen withdrew his hand calmly, looking at Fong Ao and the others watching the commotion. Fields should be planted like this, Lu Chen affirmed. Fong Ao refused to believe, wait a while, this field will all wither and die. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said, do you want to try? Try what? Lu Chen smiled and said, if the field can still grow, you have to kneel down and call me ancestor. Fong Ao, despite Lu Chen's confident tone, felt a bit uneasy. However, what Lu Chen said was simply absurd in his understanding. Trying to make wheat grow without water, was he living in a dream? Let's bet. So they lined up beside the farmland, waiting to see if the wheat would wither. What are they doing? That fool Lu Chen changed the field, saying that wheat can still mature like this. He's now betting with Fong's kid? Fong Ao, who was mentioned, stared intently at the field, waiting for the wheat to wither. In theory, if this wheat is planted, if it can't grow, it will wither in no time, but it's been a long time now. They couldn't bear to hurt Fong Ao's pride, only glancing at his expression from the corner of their eyes. Fong Ao's face gradually darkened under everyone's gaze. He also realized that it had been a long time since they started arguing, so why hadn't the wheat in front of them withered yet? Lin Xiaoming walked to the edge of the field and carefully observed the wheat. Growing well, showing no signs of withering. This wheat seems to have no problem at all. She boldly spoke up, so, it can be planted like this. Others were also astonished, so, can't we plant more fields like this? My goodness, why didn't we notice this before? At that moment, the village chief arrived. The village chief was old, with long white beard, showing signs of age, sharp-eyed but seasoned, clearly an experienced person. The village chief's surname was also Fong, but he and Fong Ao, father and son, had completely different fierce airs. Others approached him and explained the situation. His expression went from disbelief to excitement. Great, great, he exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Maneuvering his not-so-convenient legs, he made his way to them. My child, you have no idea how significant this is for our village. Now, we can plant more wheat, and no one will go hungry. He approached the two and finally patted Lin Xiaoming's shoulder. Lin Xiaoming shook her head and said, "It's not me, it's Lu Chen." The village chief shifted his gaze to the young man beside him. He was the village's fool, someone he couldn't possibly not recognize, and despite his advanced age and experience, he could sense the difference in the fool today. His eyes sparkled, and the dull pupils now emitted a gleam. "You are Lu Chen?" Naturally, Lu Chen would show respect to the elder, who seemed to be around 70 or 80 years old. "Yes, grandfather. You, this kid." The village chief carefully scrutinized Lu Chen. "Have changed." Lu Chen shuddered. Could it be that he had realized he was no longer himself? But the next moment, the old man placed his hand on his head. "You helped too, didn't you?" It seemed that the village chief mistakenly believed that all this was orchestrated by Lin Xiaoming, with Lu Chen as an accomplice. "No, village chief. Lu Chen did all this himself," Lin Xiaoming corrected them. "Really?" The village chief asked. "Child, how did you figure it out?" What they initially thought was Lin Xiaoming's doing actually saved Lu Chen from trouble, sparing him from having to fabricate lies. While playing around with planting, I figured it out." The village chief was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "You, this kid, usually causing trouble with your foolishness, unexpectedly made such a discovery when being mischievous. Perhaps it's a stroke of luck." "No, it was just that Lu Chen knew the correct way to play the game. Pang, go to my place later and get some potatoes to bring to Lu Chen's house." These potatoes were probably a reward. In their barren 7th district, the reward was nothing more than a few potatoes. Lu Chen sighed. With potatoes and meat, could he make a pot of potato beef stew? Fong Ao slammed his own front door heavily. "Son, why are you back? And in such a bad mood?" Fong Chang looked at his child storming into the house and asked hurriedly, "Could it be that the fool next door provoked you again?" Fong Ao was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He had just lost face. How could he tell Fong Chang? "What's going on, son?" Fong Ao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it." In the middle of the night, Fong Ao sneaked into their yard. Their house had a yard big enough for self-sufficiency, cultivated in the old village way. 1 row of water, 1 row of soil. He stared at his wheat field, lost in thought, when suddenly an idea struck him. It was as if that fool Lu Chen stumbled upon this farming method by sheer luck. But that fool wouldn't explain clearly, insisting on betting with him and making him lose face. That fool must have done it on purpose. Damn it! Fong Ao really couldn't believe it. If Lu Chen could do it, why couldn't he? In a jiffy, he filled his own land with water. Next, he planted wheat, burying the seeds that had just fallen. Fong Ao waited to see the new wheat sprout the next day. This new farming method could yield 4 more rows of wheat than before. If they could be the first to eat more bread than the other villagers, that wouldn't be bad at all. Fong Ao thought, his anger dissipated, and he peacefully returned to his room to sleep soundly. The next day, his father, Fong Chang, dragged him out of bed by the ear. "Ouch!" He cried out in pain. "Dad, what time is it? I was still sleeping." "Sleeping? You lazy bum." Fong Chang slapped Fong Ao's head, instantly waking him up. "Fong Ao, did you mess with our yard's land?" Fong Ao was puzzled. He had doubled the yield in their yard, so why was his father so angry? Did he mishear something? Fong Ao honestly replied, "Yes, it was me." "What's wrong? Did the wheat grow?" Fong Chang was so furious he almost fainted. "Grow? You fool, did you fill our land with water?" Fong Ao stammered, "It was Lan Chen who did it." "You idiot! Why copy a fool? If he eats dirt, will you eat dirt too? There's nothing wrong with it. I saw the wheat growing normally. Go outside and see, our land is all dried up. Fong was shocked. How is that possible? When he went outside, it was true. The fields were a mess, with no wheat growing. This can't be right. How could this happen? Fong Chang grew angrier as he looked, raising a hoe to strike his son. Look at what you've done. What will we eat for the next month? Snow Mountain Village could farm for themselves, and any shortfall could be made up through collective labor. So, if they ran out of food, they would need to work more. For lazy Fong Chang, this was unacceptable. Fong wanted to make amends. Since he couldn't grow anything, it meant Lan Chen was a fraud. He must have used some trick to prevent the wheat from withering. He deceived everyone and embarrassed himself. This matter couldn't be left unresolved. Ignoring his furious father, Fong rushed out of the house. Next door was Lan Chen's house, where the village chief, along with Lin Xiaomeng and a tall man, were delivering potatoes. Those potatoes can't go to Lan Chen. In Snow Mountain Village, where wheat was the main crop, potatoes were a luxury, and Lan Chen having so many would naturally make others envious. Moreover, in Fong eyes, they were obtained through deceit. Why can't they go? The village chief asked calmly. Because Lan Chen is a fraud. His farming methods don't work at all. The village chief didn't entirely dismiss his words. Turning to Lan Chen, he asked, is that true? Lan Chen smiled. Some people really believed you couldn't farm without water? He just habitually hid the water. Lan Chen, did you deceive us? No, village chief, Lan Chen replied firmly. Look at how we farm, nothing has withered. Lan Chen stepped aside, showing everyone the thriving wheat fields behind him. How is this possible? Fong couldn't believe it. When I followed your method, our fields all withered. Lan Chen replied indifferently, how would I know what happened? You! Fong clenched his fists. He tried to learn Lan Chen's method, failed, and now blamed Lan Chen. It was like stealing something and then complaining that it didn't work. The village chief kindly advised, good child, what's the mystery in your field that Fong can't understand? Lan Chen explained, village chief, 1 unit of water can irrigate 9 units of soil horizontally and vertically, so you don't need much water, just 1 unit. Water? Where did you get water from here? Fong urgently asked. Water? Lu Chen walked slowly to the middle and knocked on the brick. Isn't the water right here? Fong suddenly realized. Are you deliberately hiding the water, just to make me fail to learn properly? Lu Chen stood his ground and said, who cares about you? What are you? Fong was almost choked by his words. Then Lu Chen turned to the village chief in a serious manner, explaining politely, village chief, you see, a water pit in the field is not very visible. My mother is old and her eyesight is not good. For safety reasons, I covered the water. What if she accidentally falls into the pit if she loses focus? The village chief was stunned, and a warm feeling filled his heart. He couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, what a good child, Lu Chen, you are truly a good child. Lu Chen had indeed changed, no longer the foolish child he used to be. As the village chief, he took responsibility for every member of the village. Lu Chen's family was particularly worrisome, so seeing Lu Chen regain his clarity made him happy. Good child, your method is truly good. Now that you've told everyone, I will have the whole village learn your farming method. Although his eyes were clouded with age, they were sharp when they fell on Fong scolding him harshly. You rascal! If you can't learn, at least be humble and seek advice. Blaming Lu Chen for your own mistakes, I'll have you go outside tomorrow to collect eggs. Fong wailed. Collecting eggs meant going outside the safe zone. Since they hadn't learned how to raise animals yet, they had to rely on luck outside the fence, which was still daunting despite the absence of zombies and monsters during the day. This made Fong feel miserable. Village chief, I was wrong. Early the next morning, all the families in the village started working busily. Everyone began transforming their fields according to Lu Chen's method. Do you think this method was really thought up by that kid Lu Chen? Well, if he can think of it, why can't I? I was the fool all along. Under the envious gazes of the villagers, Lu Chen received more potatoes from the village chief. Lu Chen pondered how to eat them. In reality, beef and potatoes could make a delicious stew, but he only had a workbench and a stove. In the end, all he could make was roasted beef and potatoes. Lu Chen was disappointed. He didn't expect that immersing himself in my world would mean missing out on real-world delicacies. He took a bite of the roasted potato. It wasn't bad, but eating too much would get boring. Lu Chen opened his achievement system and noticed an achievement store nearby. He was surprised he hadn't noticed it before. One-click organization achievement points needed, 30, one-click tree cutting achievement points needed, 50, lucky treasure chest achievement points needed, 100, real furniture achievement points needed, 300, food processing, achievement points needed, 500. Lu Chen almost spat out his water. Wasn't this a mod list? But that was a game, and now he was in a real world. If these were in the real world, they would be more convenient than magic. However, he only had 70 achievement points, limiting what he could unlock. He could only browse the achievement store for now. He scrolled down. Programmers backstage, achievement points needed, 99,999. Achievement points needed, 99999. The last one, requiring an astonishing number of points, was intriguing. In games, such content usually came as a surprise after completing a level. Lu Chen began to boldly speculate. Could this be the holy grail that grants all wishes? Or, is it possible to return to the original world and resurrect the soul pill of the self who was struck by lightning? Interesting, the cube continent is becoming more and more intriguing. Lu Chen couldn't wait to go out now to achieve more, earn more achievement points, and unlock those convenient mods faster. With that in mind, he stepped into the courtyard. Lu Chen's courtyard was only 2 squares away from Fong Ao's courtyard. You troublemaker. You caused trouble yourself and now you want me to take the blame for you. Next door, Fong Chang's angry shouts were accompanied by the sound of punches landing on flesh. Lu Chen curiously perked up his ears. Doesn't someone like to hear gossip? Dad, please stop. Fong Ao ran around trying to avoid it, but the stick still landed firmly on him. Not hit you? Huh, now everyone knows the stupid things you've done. You've made me lose face. Today I won't stop until I peel off a layer of your skin. Fong Ao finally gave up running and held his head, hoarsely saying, Dad, how can you believe that kid and not believe your own son? Fong Chang's chest heaved with anger, as if he could explode at any moment. You? What do you have to say? You disgraceful thing. Fong Ao forced an explanation. Dad, you have to believe your son. It's that scrawny Lu Chen who framed me. He deliberately showed me an incomplete method, causing me to make a mistake. Seeing his son so earnest, Fong Chang slowly put down his pickaxe. Is what you said true? Fong Ao crawled over and hugged his father's thigh, pleading, Of course it is. Dad, it's that scrawny Lu Chen who framed me. He. Fong Chang's expression suddenly turned fierce. I didn't expect that fool to have such tricks up his sleeve. Fong Ao climbed up the slope. Dad, you have to avenge me. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was loud and clear to Lu Chen. And Lu Chen chuckled, mocking the foolish father and son. As he heard their conversation, Lu Chen burst into laughter. Ah, I misunderstood you, son. Fong Chang actually apologized on his own initiative. Whether moved or relieved, Fong Ao's eyes welled up with tears. Look at you, I'll show that brat a lesson. Fong Ao looked at his old man in surprise. Dad, what are you planning to do? I'll take advantage of the night to mess with their fields. Lu Chen was already aware of their plan. Looking at the fields at the door, Lu Chen shook his head. The foolish father and son. Did they really think they could touch his farmland? It seems Lu Chen will have to stir things up. He first harvested the wheat in his field, then tilled the land, reaping wheat and plenty of seeds, and collected the water back into the iron bucket. After that, he dug down from the water outlet. He was going to build an underground farm. This was already a habit in his survival mode. Lu Chen was not the kind of person who would not be destroyed by opening blocks, as risks bring fun. But it was not a pleasant thing to have his hard-built structures blown up by creepers, so he often chose to build underground, where it wouldn't be noticed on multiplayer servers and wouldn't be stolen. With a shovel in hand, he quickly cleared the underground soil, creating a large enough space. He didn't stop his actions, successfully opening up this level, and soon continued to dig down, creating a space. The task assigned to Fong Ao by the village chief reminded him that there were chickens outside the village. Since he could pick up chicken eggs just by going out, there must be quite a few chickens. Lu Chen also had an idea. It was time to add more food to his table. The traveling merchant had already left the village, so it was impossible to buy meat from him again. Lu Chen needed to go hunting on his own. Going out time and time again to search for animals, then killing them and bringing back the meat was indeed troublesome, so it was more convenient to raise some cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens himself. He divided the space into 2 parts, using the upper part to raise animals and the lower part to grow crops. He plowed his original farmland according to the law and quickly replanted it. This time, he created 2 9x9 fields and then planted potatoes in the adjacent field. After completing all this, he set off. Easily crossing the fence at the boundary of the 7th district, he entered the wilderness. Lu Chen was always a free man. The fence he built that allowed him to come and go as he pleased was different from the fences that claimed to be for their safety and forcibly kept them inside. Feeling constrained within it, Lu Chen felt tied up. Once outside, Lu Chen felt refreshed. He walked towards the plains, and it seemed that Fong Ao, the lazy one, had not set off yet. He didn't see any signs of people. He left early and even found a lot of rotten meat left behind by burnt zombies. Further ahead, he saw some chirping chicks. Lucky me, I have chicken for frying and eggs now. There were scattered eggs on the ground, which he picked up first. Then he took out the seeds he had brought with him. The chicks that were still wandering on the ground immediately turned their gaze towards him. "Come, my little darlings." Lu Chen skillfully maintained a distance, steadily gaining the chicks' favor, and had 3 chicks following him closely. Luckily, it was all plains along the way, and Lu Chen effortlessly attracted them. He even leisurely picked flowers along the way, accumulating a backpack full of flowers of various colors, filling the air with fragrance. Since the original fields were abandoned, the land should not be left empty. Why not plant some flowers to freshen the air and make the yard look nicer? In no time, he arrived at the fence near his house and knocked on it to enter again. He pushed the chicks into the opening leading underground in the vegetable garden. The chicks lost a bit of health, but it was nothing serious. Lu Chen immediately fed them some wheat seeds, and hearts appeared above the chicks' heads. 2 chicks huddled together affectionately. Lu Chen chuckled, "Is this free content for me to watch?" As for the 1 chick left out of the 3, "Chick, tat, turns out the clown is me." Lu Chen looked at it compassionately. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A chick hatched. Congratulations on completing the achievement, population recovery, gaining achievement points, 30. Let's just rename this achievement to Matchmaker. Fong Ao took the risk to go collect eggs but returned empty-handed. He had been punished more than once. He remembered there were several chickens in that direction, and he usually found many eggs when passing by. But today, he didn't see any chickens at all. Where were the chickens? Each step he took outside the fence was shaky, and summoning his courage, he continued forward but still found no eggs, so he returned. He returned to his home feeling frustrated and complained, "Today is really unlucky. I didn't see anything when I went out." Even if he just picked up some rotten meat, it would have been something, but he didn't know if he went out late or if the wolves ate it. There wasn't even rotten meat on the road. The village chief would definitely use his cane to spank him this time. Fong Ao mournfully told his father about his day's misfortune. "Damn it! Ever since getting involved with that unlucky kid from the neighboring courtyard, nothing good has happened. Let's see how I deal with him tonight." That night, as promised, Fong Chang arrived at Lu Chen's yard carrying a stone shovel. Leaning against the window, he saw Lu Chen sleeping soundly. "Kid, hurry up and dream now. When you wake up, let's see if you can still smile." He smirked evilly. When he arrived at Lu Chen's farmland, he was dumbfounded. Where are the wheat and potatoes? Lu Chen's damn crops were all gone, replaced by colorful flowers growing here. Damn it! These flowers were everywhere. What good would it do to destroy them? He came to ruin Lu Chen's farmland, to let him know that the Fong family father and son were not to be messed with. Now he couldn't achieve his goal at all. Could it be that Lu Chen got wind of the news from somewhere and moved his family's fields elsewhere? But he had no clue where Lu Chen had moved the fields to. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden explosion broke the silence of the night. Goo goo goo. He shuddered. What sound? Trembling, he crouched down, holding his head, too scared to make a sound. Fear momentarily prevented him from realizing the source of the sound. And what was this sound exactly? Moreover, who would associate late-night strange noises with chickens? Roar roar roar. After the strange sound just now, a familiar sound followed. Zombies? He wouldn't forget the terrifying sound that threatened their lives. Damn it! How could there be zombies in Lu Chen's house? Unable to contain himself, he screamed and ran out of Lu Chen's house. His legs went weak with fear, causing him to stumble on his first step forward, his face meeting the dirt intimately. But in such urgency, with a face full of mud, he couldn't stop, so he hurried back home. Once home, he closed the door, finally calming down. What happened, Dad? Fong Ao was awakened by Fong Chang's closing of the door, rubbing his eyes and asking. I heard the sound of zombies just now. Fong Chang's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, which was not far from the truth. Fong Chang was on edge, already preparing to flee. Let's go find the village chief quickly. Fong Chang grabbed him, stopping his movements. Go where? Fong Ao was puzzled. Dad? Those are zombies. As long as we don't go out, by dawn those zombies should burn to death. But what about Lu Chen's family? Fong Chang's expression turned sinister. They deserve it, let the zombies eat them both. As long as we don't talk about it outside, no one will know we saw the zombies. Got it, you brat. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Ao nodded. Lu Chen, did you hear any strange noises just now? Mother Taolan was also awakened by the screams, sitting up and asking. Lu Chen answered from the next bed, nothing, just had a nightmare. Go drink some water to calm down. Taolan comforted. With just a casual lie, Lu Chen didn't expect his mother to be so caring, which touched him deeply. "Okay, Mom, you rest." Watching his mother return to silence, Lu Chen quietly got up from the bed. He never expected that the chicks he raised underground could have such an effect. Scaring the old man shitless, Lu Chen stood in the flower garden, suddenly hearing the same sound Fong Chang had heard. Roar. Zombies? The source of the sound was underground? Lu Chen hurriedly jumped into his underground farm to check if his fields had been trampled by zombies. He thought maybe he had inserted too few torches, causing dark corners where zombies could appear. But the farmland was intact. Calming down, he carefully identified the direction of the zombie sound, behind the wall. Lu Chen immediately grabbed his pickaxe and started digging next to the stones. Unexpectedly, right next to his farmland, across 2 empty blocks, was an empty space. This is a natural cave. Lu Chen picked up the potatoes on the ground, roasted them in the stove, ate to replenish his satiety and strength. He then directly crafted a stone sword on the nearby workbench, grabbed the torch left from covering the farmland earlier, and entered the cave he dug open. Roar! Lu Chen walked in with a torch in hand and soon saw a big green face not far away. Roar! Lu Chen swung his sword at the big round face, causing the zombie to step back half a block from the attack, and Lu Chen continued to strike. After a few slashes, the zombie fell to the ground, leaving behind the satisfying sound of experience points dropping. Unfortunately, this time not even a piece of rotten flesh was left. Lu Chen picked up the experience orbs. Right-click to use, huh? It turns out that experience orbs can still level up just like in the original game, and they can also be exchanged for gold coins like Lin Xiaoming does. However, since he already had enough gold coins from last time, Lu Chen unhesitatingly used the experience orbs this time. The experience bar surged up, and Lu Chen became a level 2 Steve. He continued forward. The space in front of the cave was not large, just a narrow passage, and Lu Chen continued to move forward with a torch. The space here was quite large, with coal embedded densely on the walls. Lucky. Such a large amount of coal was quite a useful resource in the early stages. At least he wouldn't have to burn logs with wooden planks anymore. He never imagined that the people of Snow Mountain Village would waste trees instead of mining coal underground. In the real world, this would be very environmentally unfriendly. His memory as the foolish Lu Chen reminded him. For ordinary block people, entering underground to mine was not allowed. Only those who obtained a mining qualification certificate in the above-ground area could become real miners and mine underground. Otherwise, anyone going underground to mine was essentially seeking death, a serious violation that would be punished. Unfortunately, he couldn't restrain Lu Chen. He planned to keep both the coal mines and the underground farm hidden. He would take some up when needed at home. As long as no one knew that Lu Chen had been mining underground, he wouldn't be in the wrong. Lu Chen cleared out the coal mines in the current area, and a long time had passed. He harvested a substantial amount, 2.5 sets of coal. Lu Chen then made a chest specifically for storing ores. Estimating the time, it was almost dawn. Lu Chen didn't want anyone to see him coming up from underground, so he climbed up early. He stood in the yard for a while and soon saw Lin Xiaoming approaching. "Lu Chen, I came to see your field." Lin Xiaoming was stunned by the appearance of Lu Chen's yard. "Lu Chen, what's this? Where's the wheat in your yard?" Lin Xiaoming couldn't deny that the current appearance of Lu Chen's yard was indeed beautiful. On his way back, Lu Chen collected enough flowers. He arranged a common flower bed pattern in the yard according to colors. However, for the villagers of Snow Mountain Village, having enough to eat was the priority, so Lin Xiaoming was more concerned about the whereabouts of the wheat. Lu Chen chuckled and replied, "I moved it somewhere else." "Where did you move it to? Don't tell me it got stolen or trampled on? You better not leave you and your aunt with nothing to eat," Lin Xiaoming asked anxiously. Faced with Lin Xiaoming's emotional outburst, Lu Chen just smiled and said, "It's a secret." Lin Xiaoming felt like she was punching cotton, unable to exert any force, and stomped her foot. "You." Of course, Lu Chen knew Lin Xiaoming meant well and genuinely cared for him and his mother, so he couldn't let Lin Xiaoming's kindness go unappreciated. Lu Chen casually picked a flower from the yard and placed it in Lin Xiaoming's hand. Lin Xiaoming //omega// she received a fafa flower. It's still red, fafa. Hiss. Lu Chen scratched his head. "Oh no, I gave the wrong thing. Why did I give roses?" No wonder he had a little blood when he picked the flowers. Lin Xiaoming's face visibly turned red, then she covered her face shyly. Fong Ao is someone who can't keep secrets in his heart. Early in the morning, as the sun rose, he came to Lu Chen's doorstep to observe carefully. Fong Ao was hoping to see a scene where Lu Chen and his son died at the hands of zombies, but he didn't see that. He only saw Lu Chen leisurely tending to the flowers in the yard. Lin Xiaoming was standing beside him. Lin Xiaoming saw him hiding behind the fence. Fong Ao's large figure couldn't be concealed, he was completely exposed. Lin Xiaoming saw him, her good mood vanished, she frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "This kid came to find Lu Chen early in the morning. I wonder if he's here to bully the innocent and honest Lu Chen again." Lu Chen followed Lin Xiaoming's gaze. He also saw Fong Ao. Fong Ao's face turned pale when he met Lu Chen's eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, "Why aren't you dead?" Lu Chen tilted his head, innocently looking at him. Lin Xiaoming understood everything clearly. "Fong Ao, what did Lu Chen do to you that you curse him to die?" Lin Xiaoming shouted, and immediately the neighbors gathered around. "Xiaoming, what's going on?" Lin Xiaoming covered her heart, looking really angry. "Uncles and aunties, listen. Fong Ao came early in the morning to ask if Lu Chen was dead." "Fong Ao, what do you mean? Do you want Lu Chen to die?" Hearing the commotion, Tao Lan came out of the house. After getting a general idea, this gentle woman immediately burst into tears. "Fong Ao, at least we are neighbors. Lu Chen may be a bit silly, he has caused trouble before, but he hasn't done anything outrageous. How can you say such cruel words?" Fong Ao was at a loss for words. I didn't." Lin Xiaoming pulled Lu Chen behind her to protect him, and then the villagers also stood in front of him. Holding the script in his hand, Lu Chen asked, "Fong Ao, I thought you were just a bit willful. I didn't expect you to be such a malicious kid. I misjudged you." Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Fong Ao. Fong Ao realized that what he said was just superficial, but he didn't expect the villagers to interpret it that way. "I really didn't." Fong Ao was at a loss. Most families in the village have children of similar ages, and from their own children's mouths, they have heard rumors about Fong Ao's arrogance. He relied on being a relative of the village chief and was used to being arrogant. If he bullied Lu Chen today, who's to say he wouldn't bully their own children tomorrow? They couldn't imagine it, so they immediately turned against Fong Ao. "You little brat, you're still young. How could you say such things? Lu Chen may not be right in the head, but you should pity him and take care of him. How can you wish for his death?" Fong Ao's face turned red with embarrassment. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, he finally found a gap to speak. "And no, it's not like that." Fong Chang had been watching the commotion in his yard for a while, thinking that Lu Chen and his son had died at the hands of zombies. That's why it was so lively. He was eating, calmly watching the scene. After a while, even he stopped eating. Something seemed off. Peering closer, he realized his son was surrounded by a crowd, being attacked in the middle. Fong Chang immediately grabbed a pickaxe and went out, shouting, "What are you doing?" Now I understand why Fong Ao is so unruly. With a father like you, how can he turn out any better? "What, you want to fight us? Before you lay a hand on me, ask what nonsense your son has been spouting. Didn't Lu Chen just make your son lose a bit of face? Your son actually wanted Lu Chen dead." Fong Ao crawled out, desperately grabbing Lin Xiaoming's pant leg to explain. "No, it's not like that. I didn't curse Lu Chen." Lin Xiaoming shouted, "I heard it with my own ears." Fong Ao shook his head vigorously like a drum, snot and tears flying out. "No, Xiaoming, I heard zombies in Lu Chen's yard last night. I thought he must have been eaten by zombies, that's why I asked." Fong Ao's voice was hoarse. "I never cursed him." The crowd only heard the word zombies, the rest of his explanation didn't matter. "Zombies? There were zombies in your yard last night?" Fong Chang looked at his foolish son, his vision darkening. Damn it, how did he spill everything? After hearing this, Taolan's face turned pale, feeling a sense of dread. The screams she heard last night. Could it be? "Quick, fetch the village chief. It's already daylight, maybe the zombies have been burned to death? But what if the zombies didn't die and are hiding in some dark corner of our village?" At these words, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Shortly after, the village chief hurriedly arrived. The old village chief had difficulty walking, so he was carried by two strong men from the village. Upon reaching the destination, the village chief grabbed Fong Ao and asked urgently, "Did you really see zombies in Lu Chen's yard?" Fong Ao hesitated for a moment, then replied with a strained voice, "It wasn't me." It was what? Speak up." In front of the village chief, Fong Ao knew he couldn't hide the truth. This old man was sharp. "It was my dad. It was my dad who saw it." Fong Chang cursed Fong Ao's ancestors in his heart, but then remembered they were his ancestors too, so he quickly shut his mouth. "Fong Chang, where is Fong Chang?" At this moment, the tall and burly Fong Chang was actually hiding behind a group of women who were watching. He hunched his back, looking sly. According to blood relations, the village chief was a distant uncle to Fong Chang. Fong Chang thought to himself that since they were all relatives, maybe they would give him some face. so he mustered up the courage to step forward. "Uncle." The village chief's face turned cold as he said, "I am the village chief." Obviously, in this matter, there were no relatives, only the relationship between the village chief and the villagers. "Speak up, did you really see zombies last night?" Fong Chang quickly found an excuse. I only heard the sound of zombies and got scared, so I hurriedly left." Fong Chang was very concerned about his reputation. Now he would rather lose face than take responsibility, showing that he understood the seriousness of the situation. This was a serious case of withholding information, which could lead to a disaster. He thought his excuse was flawless. However, the village chief furrowed his brow, his rough, aged hand landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. "Good boy, did you hear any noises last night?" Lu Chen's eyes curved up. Those who knew him recognized that he was about to play a prank. Usually, when setting traps during competitions, Lu Chen would have this expression. But to those unfamiliar with him, Lu Chen's smile seemed silly. He showed a naive smile, revealing 8 big white teeth. "No, I didn't, but I had a nightmare last night that I was eaten by zombies. I screamed and woke up my mom." Lu Chen was a handsome young man, and with this innocent smile, he naturally won the sympathy of the surrounding mothers and aunties. Talan immediately hugged her son, comforting him. "Son, it's okay, it was just a nightmare." Poor child. Perhaps he heard the zombies even in his sleep, that's why he had a nightmare. If it wasn't for the early dawn. The boy in front of them smiled so innocently, how could they bear to see him turn into a green corpse? Suddenly, they all turned their gaze towards Fong Chang. Fong Chang felt a chill as he was stared at, looking to the village chief for help. The village chief, with a solemn expression, asked, "Since you discovered the zombies, why didn't you inform the villagers and only thought about saving yourself?" The question struck Fong Chang's heart. Lu Chen and his mother almost didn't see the sun this morning. Beads of sweat rolled down Fong Chang's forehead, his gaze avoiding as he didn't know how to respond. "Exactly. At least you should have loudly warned the nearby residents to lock their doors and windows." "Fong Chang, I've only seen you being arrogant before, but I never thought you were such a selfish and malicious person. Luckily, no one was wandering around the village last night. You, boy. If something had happened to someone, you would have been fully responsible." Fong Chang was left speechless by the accusations. The village chief, who had seen through many people, could roughly guess this person's intentions. This scoundrel probably ran away with the attitude of watching a good show. And Lu Chen, at this moment, still seemed unaware, smiling faintly. How could he frame such a good child? This child was a genius who discovered a way to save land for wheat cultivation. He was a great benefactor to the whole village. A grown man, so malicious, definitely needed a lesson. Move to the outskirts and toughen up your courage. The village chief said this with a tone of disappointment, making it quite convincing. Truly a veteran village chief for decades. Others admired his sense of justice over family. That's a good idea. Fong Chang is the laziest, probably never worked seriously in the village in his whole life. This time you have to make up for it. Fong Chang couldn't believe it. "No, uncle. Please." Fong Ao was dumbfounded. He probably never imagined that just one wrong sentence would lead to him and his son being driven to the edge of the village. Although it was still within the fence, for them, it was like moving from a comfortable paradise to the edge of hell. "You still have the nerve to beg me? You, a grown man, capable of such things, and still not ashamed?" Fong Chang clung to the village chief's leg, crying bitterly, "Uncle, I won't dare anymore. I will definitely be a better person in the future." The village chief furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly moved. He naturally didn't want the future of the Fong family to truly end at the hands of monsters. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You and your son, move to the house at the village edge for 3 months, carefully report the movements of the border monsters to the village." 3 months. Compared to living there forever, 3 months were acceptable. Fong Chang's eyes lit up with hope, but the village chief's hammer continued to fall. "If you do well, you can come back, if not, another 3 months will be added." Fong Chang's face immediately darkened. Lin Xiaoming smirked with relief, but she knew it was not the right time and quickly suppressed her smile. Little did she know that even her subtle expressions were noticed by Lu Chen. Meeting Lu Chen's clear eyes, she coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment, then leaned in and whispered to Lu Chen, "The zombies? Did you defeat them?" Lu Chen nodded, not continuing to hide the truth from Lin Xiaoming. But she knew that didn't mean the village chief knew. That zombie is a threat. Most of the other adult males in their village who could kill zombies had already gone to the 5th district, or even the first 3 districts. Now, there was only Lin Xiaoming, the brave warrior, left in the village. "Xiaoming, why don't you stay at Lu Chen's house first and protect them for a few days?" the village chief suggested. Everyone looked at this highly expected young girl, and they saw her smile and nod vigorously. "Of course, I can." Well, you should carefully observe the surroundings this week to find out the cause of the zombie outbreak. If there are any shadows, we should eliminate the threat as soon as possible. The village chief patted Lin Xiaoming's shoulder and instructed, "It's up to you." Then, he turned around, his face turning fierce as he glared at the Fong father and son, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pack your things and move out." The Fong father and son, reprimanded like this, quickly got up and went home to pack their belongings. On the other side, Lu Chen's mother, Tao Lan, had a smile on her face as she welcomed Lin Xiaoming to stay at their house. While there was joy and happiness here, there was deep bitterness and enmity there. Fong Ao watched Lin Xiaoming walk into Lu Chen's house unwillingly, almost exploding with anger. The girl he liked was now staying openly at Lu Chen's house, and Tao Lan's closed door also shut him out of her sight. He had tens of thousands of curses on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. "Xiaoming, don't mind our humble home," Tao Lan warmly welcomed. Lin Xiaoming shook her head repeatedly. "No, how could it be?" Lu Chen quipped from the side, saying the whole village was like matchboxes. There was no concept of humble or not humble. "Great, Uncle Lu will also be back tomorrow night. I wonder what he will bring back this time," Tao Lan said with great anticipation. Lu Chen scratched his head, realizing he had a father too. To his surprise, when Lin Xiaoming heard Lu Chen's father's name, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Uncle Lu is coming back. I can finally see Uncle Lu again." Lu Chen searched his memory. His old man was a miner, elusive like a dragon. Lu Chen didn't have a deep impression of him because he had hardly seen his own father a few times since he was a child, truly embodying the saying mysterious and elusive. But this kind of capable miner was highly respected in their eyes. It was said that he was adept underground, capable of killing zombies and defeating all enemies. Naturally, Lin Xiaoming admired him greatly. Although there were rumors in the village that his father was just a lackey carrying packages behind the mining team and not a famous miner, Lin Xiaoming firmly believed in Uncle Lu's legend. Seeing Lin Xiaoming more excited than himself, who was his son, he awkwardly touched his nose. "Mom, I'm going out to get some food to entertain Xiaoming." Tao Lan affectionately held Lin Xiaoming's hand, but answered her son perfunctorily, Okay. "Xiaoming, what flavor of toast do you like?" "Grandma." "No, Auntie, you make it for her." Seeing how affectionate they were, it was clear that Tao Lan already considered Lin Xiaoming as her own daughter-in-law, leaving Lu Chen full of question marks. How young were they, and yet they were talking about marriage? Fortunately, Lu Chen was quick on his feet, and he went underground to bring up some eggs and chicken meat. Seeing these items, Lin Xiaoming was naturally delighted. "Wow, eggs. I haven't had them in a long time." For them, these were rare items that could only be found by chance. Lin Xiaoming was full of admiration for Lu Chen as he brought out these items. "Lu Chen, how come you're so amazing again? Is there anything else about you that I don't know?" "Hey, there are plenty of things you don't know," Lu Chen teased, raising his head as if to say, How despicable. You secretly became so powerful without telling me." On the surface, Lin Xiaoming said so, but her face had already blossomed into a smile. She was happy for Lu Chen. In the afternoon, Lu Chen planned to go out to chop trees and collect materials to renovate his own home. Lin Xiaoming insisted on following, so Lu Chen handed her a stone axe. Lu Chen looked at her cunningly and said, "If you follow me, you have to work. Just chopping a few trees, what's so difficult about that?" Lin Xiaoming pouted defiantly. What I need is not just a few wooden boards." Lu Chen liked the texture of raw wood and always chose oak logs for construction, which required quite a lot of materials. But for Lu Chen, building high-difficulty structures in survival mode wasn't too difficult. The hardest part was probably collecting a large amount of materials. Lin Xiaoming was a competitive girl, and she never thought her strength would lose to Lu Chen, the skinny monkey. She raised her head proudly and said, "How about we compete?" Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiaoming with interest. "Oh? What? Are you afraid?" Lin Xiaoming said provocatively. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. "No, it's just, are you sure you want to compete?" "Of course." "All right." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Let's see who can collect more wood before the sun sets." "Of course." Lin Xiaoming immediately went to an oak tree with the stone axe and started chopping. She struck the tree trunk one by one. In no time, she had cleaned up an old oak tree, leaving a bunch of leaves suspended in the air like Newton's dead cow, which soon disappeared. Satisfied with her speed, she turned to look. Lu Chen was still standing there without moving. She was puzzled. "Lu Chen, why are you standing there? I don't need you to go easy on me. Don't be embarrassed when you lose to me later." "Silly girl, I'm giving you time now so you don't lose too badly." Lu Chen smiled and opened his achievement store without haste. His hand landed on a certain mod. "Unlock one-click tree cutting?" "Yes." Congratulations, you have unlocked the one-click tree cutting mod. From now on, you will enjoy the convenience of cutting trees, as long as... Alright, stop babbling. Who doesn't know about these things if they've played MC? He stood under the tree, eager to try. Lin Xiaoming stood on a makeshift platform of mud, chopping wood vigorously from above. She smirked, Lu Chen, I've already chopped 2 trees. If you keep dawdling, you won't catch up with me. Lu Chen looked at her amusedly. The girl seemed completely immersed in this competition. I won't lose, Lu Chen said confidently. What will you do if you lose? Lin Xiaoming's movements didn't stop, but she worked even harder. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lu Chen curiously propped up his head and looked at her. Lin Xiaoming's eyes twinkled as she said, then you have to turn my yard into a garden like that. All right. Lu Chen agreed without hesitation, then asked, what if you lose? Lin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said, whatever you want, I'll do it. Lin Xiaoming didn't believe it. Lu Chen stood there for half a day without moving. How could he catch up with her like this? Probably just wishful thinking. Okay. Lu Chen's mischievous smile made Lin Xiaoming hesitate a bit, realizing she had spoken too soon. But Lu Chen shouldn't be a bad person. Even if he was a bit smarter now, in Lin Xiaoming's eyes, he was still a simpleton. She continued chopping trees with peace of mind, but the next scene almost made her fall off the platform she was standing on. Lu Chen leisurely held the stone axe under the tree, swinging it at the wooden blocks at the tree's roots. And then, in the next moment, the whole tree collapsed with a bang. Before she could blink, the ground next to Lu Chen was covered with oak blocks. Only the branches at the top of the tree, just like her, seemed to be still dumbfounded in midair, but soon even the branches scattered away. Several oak saplings and a few apples appeared on the ground. Lu Chen happily picked up an apple and said, lucky me, there are apples to eat. His recent meals had been bread and potatoes. Having some meat was nice, but eating too much of it would become tiresome. Rarely getting to eat an apple, Lu Chen took a crunchy bite. Lin Xiaoming inexplicably approached Lu Chen, carefully examining the person in front of her. Lu Chen, what have you done? Lin Xiaoming described what she had just witnessed, even stuttering a bit. What about that tree? Such a big tree of mine? How did it suddenly disappear? Lu Chen squinted, smiled without answering. Could it be that you can do magic? Lin Xiaoming looked at him in astonishment. Lu Chen mumbled while chewing the apple. Well, something like that. Lin Xiaoming stared with her mouth agape as Lu Chen finished the apple and moved to a large tree growing nearby. Normally, they would avoid cutting down such trees, as they were thick and troublesome, with complex upper parts that were hard to chop. However, Lu Chen chose this one specifically. He swung the stone axe at the tree roots, and in no time, the root blocks were cut off, and the whole tree collapsed with a bang, covering the ground with blocks. Lin Xiaoming's mouth widened again, almost dropping her jaw. He basically just swung the axe and felled 3 large trees growing together. Could this be something that carbon-based life forms? No, block people could do? She quickly grabbed Lu Chen and asked, are you still Lu Chen? Hearing her random question, Lu Chen laughed heartily. Of course, I'm still Lu Chen. Even though his core had been replaced by the almighty master of another world. Lin Xiaoming let go of her hand, furrowing her brows in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Chen walked away, clearing the trees in front of him in a short time, leaving no trace of vegetation behind. The once dense forest had turned into a plain. Seeing the girl standing still, she looked at the wood in her backpack. Lu Chen calculated that it was almost enough. He asked, Lin Xiaoming, are you giving up? Stubborn Lin Xiaoming stomped her foot, pointing angrily at the ground Lu Chen had cleared, saying, how can you compare like this? She chopped diligently, while Lu Chen brought down a tree in one go. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she couldn't match up. I don't care, you've lost anyway. Lu Chen showed his big white teeth, his smile innocent but his words unreasonable. Lin Xiaoming's face turned red as she argued, Lu Chen, you're despicable. Lu Chen asserted, hee, I don't care, from now on, Lin Xiaoming, you're my sidekick. If someone else had said that, Lin Xiaoming might have thrown a punch. But with Lu Chen there, slyly smiling, she couldn't muster any resentment, feeling instead a sweet sensation of being pulled alongside him forcefully. You. Lin Xiaoming tried to retort but couldn't find the right words. Lu Chen continued, let's go, sidekick. Mischievously, Lu Chen handed Lin Xiaoming 2 sets of oak blocks from his bag, making her carry them. Whether it was to show off or establish authority, no one knew. Lu Chen habitually left half of the oak saplings. He was used to not disrupting the natural balance, so he replanted oak trees in the areas he had disturbed. As for the remaining oak saplings, he decided to plant them in a large yard for future use. After completing all this, it was almost dark. On the way back home, Lu Chen swung his arms cheerfully, while Lin Xiaoming followed behind, lost in thought. her eyebrows furrowed as if facing an unsolvable problem. Click, click. As they neared the fence, the sky had turned completely dark. Lu Chen heard a strange noise and instinctively perked up his ears. Lin Xiaoming seemed oblivious to the impending danger. Ever since witnessing Lu Chen slay 3 zombies with his own eyes, she roamed the wilderness even after dark without much fear. Lu Chen, what's wrong? Shoo! Lu Chen gestured for silence, carefully identifying the source of the sound. Swish! It was the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. Lu Chen abruptly pushed Lin Xiaoming. Ah! Lin Xiaoming thought Lu Chen was teasing her, causing her to fall, and was about to complain, but she saw an arrow lodged in her previous position. Instantly, her face drained of color. It's a skeleton. She trembled as she uttered the name. Lin Xiaoming had never faced such a terrifying creature head-on. It was said that skeletons were much more challenging to deal with than zombies. They wielded tricky long-range weapons like bows and arrows, making them formidable opponents. As she squinted to observe the dreadful creature, Lu Chen swiftly enclosed Lin Xiaoming with a wooden block in his hand. Lu Chen! This was the simplest way Lu Chen could think of to protect her from harm. Lu Chen, let me out! Lin Xiaoming pounded on the wooden block, struggling to pry it open. Halfway through, she suddenly realized that Lu Chen was protecting her. Why don't you hide in here too? Lu Chen, facing the skeleton outside, was taking a huge risk. Unaware of Lu Chen's confident smile at that moment, she suggested him to hide as well. Just one, that's manageable. Lu Chen weighed the axe in his hand. Swish! Another arrow shot through the air, but Lu Chen dodged it skillfully. Then, he leaped and delivered a swift blow to the skull of the skeleton. Jump attack, 1. 5 times damage. The skeleton's frame trembled, emitting a crisp sound. Lu Chen watched as its hand began to rise again, the movement clearly visible to him, almost in slow motion. As his feet touched the ground, he swiftly changed direction, leaping sideways once more. Lu Chen crossed his legs, executing a vertical shift. The arrow shot by the skeleton narrowly missed him. Landing and leaping again, he displayed astonishing agility, bouncing like a rabbit, elusive and nimble. Subsequently, the axe struck the skeleton's skull once more. Crack! Bones shattered. The skeleton fell, the sound of experience points dropping echoed pleasantly. Lu Chen? You didn't. Lin Xiaoming's voice of disbelief came from inside the enclosed wooden block. She hastily pried open the block and emerged. The sky outside was now completely dark, prompting her to grab her torch. Regaining her sight, she saw Lu Chen casually picking up the magic crystal from the ground. You had a torch all along, I was just about to make one, he said calmly. That's not the point. Lin Xiaoming roared at him. His nonchalant demeanor made it hard to imagine what had just occurred. You killed that little skeleton just now? Lin Xiaoming asked tentatively. Yes, so what? Lu Chen picked up a bone from the ground, speaking calmly, there are bones too. He loved animals, but in the previous world, he was allergic to animal fur. So in this world, he often kidnapped some cats and dogs back. Fans who often watched Lu Chen's live broadcasts knew that his classic survival segment was building an animal sanctuary. Seeing the bone, Lu Chen thought of wolves. After all, bones were used to lure dogs. Lu Chen had already been thinking about when to go out and find a wolf, tame it, and bring it home as his own pet. Lu Chen, although bones were also rare, they were far less shocking than what had just happened. Lu Chen, don't you know what you've done? You single-handedly defeated a skeleton monster. If you tell the village chief, you can now go to the 5th district to study to become a miner. Lu Chen, you're only 18. People like you are generally called geniuses. The 5th district. Lu Chen muttered, his eyes rolling, looking indifferent. It was another unfamiliar place, not as good as the current small village. Besides, his farm was already renovated, and with such a warm mother, he would not choose to leave at this time. Also, their village had a good location. Looking around, it was a convergence point of several terrains in MC, where he could find almost all the resources he currently needed. Forget it, don't tell the village chief about it. Ha? Why not? Lin Xiaoming didn't understand, it was the opportunity she had been dreaming of. Lu Chen just smiled and brushed it off, then he started walking home. Lu Chen, do you even understand what I said? Lu Chen, are you still clueless? Lin Xiaoming quickly caught up with him, and they returned to the village together. Not long after they left, a person holding a torch approached from a distance. He saw the arrows on the ground and was shocked. Did a white spawn near the village? He looked up and saw a rudimentary house built at the edge of the fence. Without getting closer, he heard snoring coming from inside. Looking through the window, he saw a father and son sound asleep. Are you still sleeping? A white just passed by the village, and you didn't even stay alert? The man's voice was loud, waking the two sleepers. Fong Chang groggily opened his eyes and grumbled, "Who are you?" "I was sleeping soundly." He. The man sneered and said, "Since you live here, you should be serving as guards for Snow Mountain Village. It's night, a time to be vigilant, yet you're sleeping. Will the village chief let you off for neglecting your duty?" Fong Chang was annoyed and retorted, "Village chief? He's my uncle. Who do you think you are? How dare you command me?" "Your uncle?" The man pondered for a moment, then coldly said, "Now I know who you are." Without further argument, he silently walked back to the village. Smoke was rising from the village, indicating that families were cooking dinner. Lin Xiaoming sat at the table, mechanically chewing on bread. Suddenly, she stood up and slammed the table. "I understand now." Lin Xiaoming realized that Lu Chen was a survival genius, unable to comprehend other things. Yes, that's it. She understood. Lu Chen's talent could easily be exploited by bad people, so she had to protect him and not reveal his gifted nature. Finally understanding, Lin Xiaoming devoured 2 pieces of bread with newfound determination to protect Lu Chen. Just as they finished dinner and were about to clear the table, they heard commotion outside. "What's happening outside?" Tao Lan asked curiously. Lin Xiaoming quickly walked to the door and looked outside. "I'll go check." The village chief was standing outside, and the person opposite him, Uncle Lu. Tao Lan was even more surprised. The child's father? Ah, it was her own father. Lin Xiaoming was more excited than her son and rushed out. "Uncle Lu, why are you back early?" Lu Chen scratched his head and asked, "Wasn't I supposed to come back tomorrow? Why did you arrive tonight?" Tao Lan knocked on Lu Chen's head and scolded, "You brat, why aren't you happy when your father is back?" After the laughter and scolding, Tao Lan also went out. However, the atmosphere outside was not as joyful as the 2 women. "Is what you said true?" the village chief asked cautiously. "Yes, when I arrived, I saw the arrow," Lu Chen's father, Lu Zhen, explained. "Ah!" Everyone gasped in shock, except for Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoming. "This is bad. Quickly spread the news, notify every household, and avoid getting close to the fence these days. The arrow could shoot over the fence and hit us, so be careful." "Ah!" After speaking, the village chief sighed with worry. Lu Zhen spoke again, "Is it the turn of the Fong family father and son to guard the village tonight?" Lu Zhen obviously misunderstood, but it didn't matter. It was not their turn, they were being punished. Almost, what's wrong with the father and son? Humph. Lu Zhen, who valued integrity, couldn't stand such negligence. "When I found the bow and arrow, the father and son were still fast asleep in their room. This. The village chief was furious. Absurd. This father and son are ruining the reputation of my Fong family. I asked them to reflect, and they ended up reflecting in their dreams. Quick, get them back here." Lu Chen stared at the bow and arrow in his father's hand. Oh, he forgot to pick up this good thing. What a mistake. The village chief was still angry, but he didn't forget the most important thing. "Where did the skeleton monster go?" the village chief asked Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen furrowed his brow and replied, "I searched carefully around and didn't find it. Usually, after the skeleton monster appears, it doesn't run too far, and with the bow and arrow left at the scene, it's possible that the skeleton monster has already fought with someone. So, there's only one possibility, the skeleton monster has been killed." "Ah!" the crowd gasped again. "That's a skeleton monster. No one in our village has ever been able to kill a skeleton monster alone. Could it be another powerful miner passing by?" While they were speculating, Fong Chang and his son were brought before the village chief. Seeing the faces of the father and son, his already dark expression turned even darker. "You 2 troublemakers." He raised his cane and struck them. Ouch! Ouch! They were dragged here from their sleep, still groggy. With the strike of the cane, they finally woke up a bit. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "We were just honestly watching by the fence hut, weren't we?" They shamelessly pretended not to know. "How dare you say that?" The village chief threw the arrow Lu Zhen had brought on the ground. "Take a good look. What is this?" "This." They panicked when they saw the object. After all, in the eyes of the villagers of their square mainland, the skeleton monster was a formidable creature known for killing. Its terror was akin to a grim reaper. The father and son pointed at the object and asked, "Where did this thing come from?" "This thing?" Lu Zhen slammed it on the ground. "It was found not far from the room you were guarding. If a passing warrior hadn't killed the skeleton monster on the spot, you 2 might have been riddled with arrows while sleeping in bed." "How? How is that possible?" "A passing warrior," Lin Xiaoming muttered, then spotted Lu Chen's figure among the crowd watching from behind. Was he really standing there dozing off as if nothing was happening? That was not some powerful miner passing by, nor a brave warrior coming to the rescue. It was clearly a skeleton monster slain by Lu Chen in just a few strikes. And at that moment, Fong Chang spoke up. There are no brave warriors. Ha! How could someone speak their mind like that? Lin Xiaoming wondered. Turning her head, she saw that the speaker was actually Fong Chang. She was stunned. Could it be that Fong Chang had seen Lu Chen's actions? Did he already know? She was speculating when Fong Chang continued. That was us, father and son, who killed it. You too. Judging by everyone's expressions, they clearly didn't believe it. Lu Zhen also doubted life as he looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. You too. Otherwise? Do you think anyone else could have appeared in that ghostly place? Naturally, my son and I killed that skeleton monster before resting. We, father and son, worked so hard, and yet you, kid, dare to accuse us. Fong Chang scolded Lu Zhen harshly. Facing the village chief with a look of grievance, Uncle, how could you believe the words of outsiders? My son and I were tired and scared, finally fell asleep, and you dragged us here. The suffering in the hearts of my nephew and grandson. As Fong Chang uttered the first lie, he naturally had to follow up with the second and third lies to cover it up. But he felt no guilt, even secretly pleased with himself. How brilliant he was to come up with such an elaborate excuse. Clearly, the village chief was moved by his seemingly sincere words. Is what you said true? False? A crisp voice interrupted them. Lin Xiaoming pushed through the crowd and stood up, her face flushed with anger. Shameless father and son, actually trying to take credit for Lu Chen's achievement. That skeleton monster was definitely not killed by you two. Fong Chang's heart skipped a beat, while Fong Ao immediately showed panic on his face. However, Fong Chang thought he had eaten more salt than Lin Xiaoming had eaten rice. She was just a little girl, could she really outsmart him? As far as he knew, Lin Xiaoming could only kill zombies, a skeleton monster? How could that terrifying thing be something she could kill? It must have been a passing minor, so, not me? Could it be you then? Uncertainty flickered in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. Seizing on this hint of doubt, Fong Chang pressed on. Lin Xiaoming, don't push it too far. Lu Chen sighed and finally spoke from behind the crowd. Of course not, it was Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming blinked her bewildered eyes at Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen come over and place his hand on Lin Xiaoming's shoulder, showing his honest face to the village chief, it was Lin Xiaoming who killed that little white. No, skeleton monster. Being called out by name, Xiaoming stared blankly at Lu Chen. And Lu Chen continued, Lin Xiaoming didn't want to leave the village too soon, so she wanted to keep this a secret, never thought someone would try to steal her credit. Fong Chang was shocked, his mouth agape, his gaze also falling on Lin Xiaoming's face. Seeing Lin Xiaoming's bewildered expression, he suddenly felt there might be a chance to gamble. No, village chief. It was us. Just because we didn't perform well in the past, does that mean we're useless for life? Lu Chen snorted, retorting, no, you're not useless, you're garbage. You're saying you killed the skeleton monster? Lu Chen paused, arms crossed, coldly eyeing the two in front of him. Then tell me, how did you two kill it? Fong Ao, you tell them. Called out by name, Fong Ao startled, stammering, just took a sword, and then. Clearly, he had not learned his father's skill of fabricating lies. Fong Chang dragged his disobedient son behind him and roared, what does it matter to you how we kill it? As if you know. Lu Chen chuckled. Hee, I do know. Lu Chen suddenly adopted an old man's appearance, crossing his hands behind his back. Skeleton monsters, their movements are obvious when they raise their hands. As long as you dodge horizontally once they aim to shoot an arrow, it's easy to avoid them. And after being attacked, they stiffen, so if you quickly target and attack the weak spot on their head continuously, you can defeat them. The crowd was dumbfounded. Why did killing a skeleton monster seem as simple as killing a chicken in Lu Chen's words? Wasn't he a foolish child? The boy with a smug smile suddenly stepped aside and pushed Lin Xiaoming, who was hiding behind him, forward. He continued, this is how Lin Xiaoming killed the monster. Wait. Lin Xiaoming wanted to explain, but she was already receiving admiring looks from the villagers. So it's Xiaoming. If it's Xiaoming, then it's not surprising. They thought that when Lin Xiaoming killed the skeleton monster, she taught Lu Chen. The village chief shed tears of emotion. Xiaoming, you will definitely join the inner circle and become an outstanding person. Lin Xiaoming glanced at Lu Chen, who gave her an affirming look. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and finally agreed. All right, it was me. Oh, the crowd cheered. Xiaoming actually killed a skeleton monster alone at 17. She will surely become the pride of our village in the future. You father and son actually wanted to take credit for her achievement. At this moment, someone aimed their spears at Fong Chang and his son, who were trying to escape. Fong Ao tugged at his father's sleeve, crying, Dad, what should we do now? Ask me? How would I know? In strategy, retreat is the best option, and he only wanted to run now. But how could he outrun Lu Xun, a strong and experienced miner? In the blink of an eye, father and son were caught by Lu Xun. Lu Chen acted swiftly, knocking off the blocks under the feet of the father and son, leaving them surrounded by villagers in a pit unable to move. The villagers looked down on them with a sense of oppression. What are you doing? We were just joking, hee hee. Fong Chang forced a laugh, but even he couldn't keep up the act. You two are incorrigible. Even when being punished, all you think about is slacking off. Don't think about returning to live in the village. Ha! It was the first time the villagers had heard the village chief issue such a cruel expulsion order, and they gasped in shock. But upon second thought, the father and son deserved it. First, they saw a zombie and didn't report it, then tried to harm Lu Chen and his mother, followed by negligence that almost led to the death of others due to the skeleton monster. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, but if it did, sending them to a court in another area would have been a death sentence. Allowing them to live on the outskirts of the village was already lenient, but they clearly didn't understand. No, please. Uncle. We are family. You people are really pushing us to the brink. The two of them were dragged away, crying. Lu Chen sneered. If they had even a bit of remorse, they wouldn't have ended up like this. They weren't repenting now, they were just resentful and fearful. Such people were not worthy of pity. Xiaoming, come with me, the village chief beckoned. Although it was late, the matter of Lin Xiaoming killing the skeleton monster was significant, so they disregarded the time and called Lin Xiaoming for a discussion. Lin Xiaoming pulled Lu Chen close and whispered in his ear, "Why did you lie and say it was me who did it?" She knew Lu Chen didn't want to expose his strength, but she felt guilty. "I'm afraid of trouble." Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Did he really not know how important this matter was? What a silly boy. And this way, won't it help you achieve your dream faster? Lin Xiaoming was stunned. Indeed, if this credit were to be attributed to Lin Xiaoming, it would definitely help her advance to a higher position faster. But Lu Chen pushed Lin Xiaoming and urged, "The village chief is waiting for you, hurry up." Lin Xiaoming followed the village chief in a daze. As Lin Xiaoming left, Lu Chen remained standing in place. Lu Chen looked at the house left by the Fong family, lost in thought. He wanted to expand his own home, but unfortunately, their family owned a small area, although there was a way. Just expand upwards and build a suspended structure. But thinking of his elderly mother, Lu Chen felt it would be more appropriate to build on level ground. Find a way, get it done. Lu Chen, why don't you come in? Tao Lan urged at the doorstep. Coming. Lu Chen returned home. I didn't expect Xiaoming to become even more capable after not seeing her for a while, his father Lu Xun remarked as soon as he entered. Envious of what? Xiaoming will eventually be our daughter-in-law, right Lu Chen? Lu Chen frowned. Was his mother spreading rumors again? Oh, is that so? After hearing this, Lu Xun looked at Lu Chen ambiguously. You can't see it, but she's really good. Perfect, I brought back some little things. You can give some to Xiaoming tomorrow as a gift. What things? Lu Chen was curious what his father, a miner, could bring back. It's this. Lu Xun opened his palm, revealing a bright red creation. Ah, what is this? Lu Chen curiously approached the red stone. Wasn't this a red stone? Lu Xun explained, I dug this thing from underground, not sure what it's for, but it looks nice so I brought it up. Maybe this girl Xiaoming will like colorful things? They didn't know what this thing was for? It seemed that redstone technology had not been discovered by the people of this world. Thinking that the people of their 7th district were ignorant, it appeared that technological discoveries in the entire world were lagging behind. Redstone, what a good thing. With it, Lu Chen could build a redstone farm, no longer needing to harvest by hand. It was a good thing. Since his old man could dig it up, it meant he could too, so he would be prepared to continue mining underground. Seeing Lu Chen staring at the redstone in a daze, his father chuckled and asked, Son, it seems you really like this thing, huh? Dad, do you have more? Lu Chen asked. There's still some underground, but they thought it was useless so they didn't continue digging. Lu Xun said before noticing a gleam in Lu Chen's eyes. He suddenly changed his expression, looking at his son seriously. Son, I warn you, do not go underground to mine without a miner's qualification. Perhaps his father didn't know that Lu Chen had already moved their food source underground. At this point, stopping him from going underground might be too late. To prevent any trouble, Lu Chen just grinned foolishly. Seeing his innocent smile, Lu Xun suddenly remembered that their son's mind wasn't that clear. Coming back today, he almost believed Lin Xiaoming's defense, his eloquent manner almost deceived him. What he feared most was that the child didn't understand the consequences and would cause trouble by going underground on his own. Lu Xun felt that his warning just now wasn't entirely in vain. Silly child, I don't want you to stand out, just grow up healthy and well. Lu Zhen's heartfelt words warmed Lu Chen's heart, who was an orphan in his past life, deeply touched. However, he felt the need to apologize to his old man in his heart, as Lu Chen was not one to sit still. Lu Zhen raised his hand and patted Lu Chen's head, letting the matter pass. The next morning, Lu Zhen had already disappeared. Besides the red stone left for him last night, Lu Chen saw many more things in the storage box at home, mainly food, along with some odds and ends. Lu Chen took 2 wool blankets for himself, preparing to make a new bed for his new home. There was also a set of leather armor left, and when Lu Chen asked his mother, he found out that Tao Lan had already taken her set and put it on, so he calmly put on the remaining set. Lu Chen took the remaining coins exchanged from the experience sphere and prepared to go directly to the village chief's house. Lu Chen, why are you here? The village chief greeted him with a smile, saying, if you're here to see Lin Xiaoming, she has already gone back. Is he bound to Lin Xiaoming? Lu Chen shook his head and said, no, I'm here to buy something. The village chief chuckled, stroking his beard, kid, are you confused again? I am the village chief, not a wandering merchant selling things, but only you can sell me this item. Oh? The village chief looked puzzled. What exactly is this item? Lu Chen replied, the Fong family's house. The village chief fell into silence suddenly. Lu Chen continued, I want to build a big house for my mother to live in. Ah, child, your intentions are good, but this matter is a bit difficult. Lu Chen asked, what's difficult about it? Fong Chang and his son violated the rules, betrayed the villagers, and were sent to the outskirts. Their land and house were originally the village's property, so technically, the house should now belong to the village. If it belongs to the whole village, it shouldn't be something I can handle. The village chief shook his head regretfully. Lu Chen placed all his coins in front of them. I have some coins here. Even if the entire village sells the house, couldn't you distribute this money to everyone? The village chief was surprised at first. Where did you get so much money? He thought of Lu Chen's extraordinary father and assumed it was a gift from Lu Zhen this time. Despite understanding the source, he still hesitated. Although these coins are tempting, I think it's unlikely that the villagers will agree. The village chief shook his head. Lu Chen frowned. Clever as he was, he immediately understood the village chief's meaning. The villagers would definitely choose to cultivate the land for more harvest rather than exchange it for coins. If they desired more wheat, wouldn't it be a small matter for Lu Chen? So, village chief, you can give these coins to each household in the village. Consider it my thanks for letting us have this land, and for the year-end grain payment, our family will provide 50 sets of grain. Lu Chen said firmly. 50 sets? The village chief's cane wobbled, and the old man almost fell to the ground. That's half of what we usually submit each year. Lu Chen, are you joking? They used to have 1 grid of water and 1 grid of fields, inefficient farming. A good year would yield around 200 sets, not counting factors like low production, monster destruction, etc. However, they were required to submit 100 sets of wheat, leaving only a few dozen sets for the villagers as reserves. Lu Chen's bold statement of half the total from previous years made the village chief inevitably doubtful. Of course not, Lu Chen, keep my word. The village chief stared at the young man in front of him. It was he who had developed the new farming method for the 9x9 fields, doubling the production capacity. But with a family of 50, how could that be possible? Lu Chen flashed his bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Chief, I am experimenting with a new method. If successful, we will have enough grain to hand over each month. The village chief gasped. You, child. He had initially thought of him as a bird that couldn't fly, but little did he know he was a skyrocket, once ignited, soaring to the sky. Since you have proposed such conditions, I will gather the heads of each household to discuss. Persuaded by the village chief, the unanimous decision was made. Except for Fong Chang and his son, the other villagers were simple and kind-hearted. With the village chief's guarantee, they naturally believed Lu Chen would deliver. Moreover, even if Lu Chen failed, the transformed farmland already provided them with enough grain. Tao Lan returned home after a day of labor, unaware that their land had doubled. The villagers who were called for a meeting by the chief congratulated her. Aunt Tao, you have raised such a filial son, working hard to provide you with a big house. Indeed, I thought this foolish boy would be a burden, but raising him turned out to be so rewarding. I wonder when my foolish son will show some filial piety to me. I don't need a big house, just some good food. Tao Lan was puzzled, wondering what Lu Chen had done now. What big house were they talking about? It was only when she returned home in a daze that she understood. Lu Chen, what are you and Xiaoming doing? She saw Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoming working together, demolishing Fong Chang's house and yard. Aunt, Lu Chen has already made a deal with the chief to exchange grain and gold coins for Fong's land. Yes, Mom, this area will belong to our family from now on. It dawned on Tao Lan that they were congratulating her for this. Immediately, she couldn't contain her smile and burst into laughter. "You rascal!" With Lin Xiaoming's help, they removed the last fence in Fong's yard, thinking they were done for the day. But Lu Chen didn't stop there. He extended his magic touch to their own house's door. Lin Xiaoming was surprised and tried to stop him. "Lu Chen, why are you planning to demolish our house now? It's almost noon, and if we don't finish building the new house today, we'll have to camp out." Lu Chen grinned. "How do you know I won't finish building it today?" Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to start working. "Wait, Lu Chen, are you serious?" Lin Xiaoming's hand rested on Lu Chen's wrist, staring at him wide-eyed. "Of course, I'll have you all eating dinner in the new house later." Lin Xiaoming's mouth hung open, looking like she could fit an egg inside. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me clear our land." "Mom, are you tired?" Lu Chen chuckled, handing her an axe. "Why don't you help too?" Tao Lan had been doing farm work since she was young, with more physical strength than the two kids. She took the axe happily, saying, "I'm not tired, I'll help you guys." The most time-consuming part of Lu Chen's construction process was clearing the original buildings. It would have been easier in creative mode, just clicking to remove blocks. But in survival mode, he had to chop down each block with an axe, and they only had stone axes, making the process even slower. It was best to have some help. Lin Xiaoming nodded and quickly went to assist. She didn't want to sleep outside at night. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming and her mother Tao Lan were still dismantling the original buildings, while Lu Chen had already moved next door. He planned to start building his new home from there. Lu Chen had a survival mode habit of building a house template, which was a hamster treehouse villa with a rustic wood style. The characteristic of this building was that it was constructed in survival mode and did not require many foundations, as its outline was a trapezoid. Lu Chen held the logs in his hands and began constructing the side profile of the house. He used 4 logs as the base, then added blocks one by one to build a square side with curves. Next, he filled the entire outline with oak blocks, leaving only windows. He continued using logs to extend the horizontal length of the house, enclosing Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan, who were busy inside. At this point, the two of them were so amazed that they forgot their own actions and only watched Lu Chen's swift movements. How can he be so fast? Lu Chen frowned, as being called fast by a woman was not necessarily a good thing. "I didn't even see clearly how he did it, and yet..." The two women could already see the outline of the house, simple but with a cute hamster-like style that they both loved. "Oh my goodness!" they exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, in front of them, built the outline of the other side that they had just cleared. Then, Lu Chen took out all the logs to build the walls of the entire treehouse. Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan were completely surrounded. "Mom, Xiaoming, you need to move faster." Lu Chen's tone was gentle but clearly urging them on. If they didn't speed up, they might not catch up with Lu Chen's progress. The two women continued working, while Lu Chen filled the entire house with floorboards, skillfully leaving spaces for windows on all 4 sides and a door. The basic structure of the house was completed in this way. Lin Xiaoming wiped the sweat from her forehead, hurrying to keep up. She and Aunt Tao Lan barely managed to catch up with Lu Chen's pace. Lu Chen kept working, quickly placing torches in the new home. Despite the light coming in through the windows, there were still dark corners, and Lu Chen didn't want to face zombies with their green faces in the house. "Mom, Xiaoming, take a break quickly." Seeing the two almost collapsing from exhaustion, Lu Chen urged them to rest, giving himself space to continue decorating the interior. The design of the treehouse had a larger second floor as soon as you entered, where Lu Chen had built a table with fences and boards, turning steps into chairs, creating a hall. The space on the right was designed as a loft-style mezzanine, with beds on both levels. In a corner against the wall, Lu Chen placed steps leading downstairs. He intended to make this area his private space, conveniently connected to his secret underground farm. Lu Chen arranged the boxes, workbenches, stove, and his essential item for sleeping, the bed. With everything in place, Lu Chen clapped his hands and walked out. "Construction completed, under evaluation, huh?" Lu Chen shook his head, as if he heard the system's voice. It was like the evaluations he participated in during building competitions, with the screen showing the overall appearance of his construction, scanning the building with light. Difficulty, B. Aesthetics, A. Detail, B. Uniqueness, B. Ease of use, S. Final score, 20 points. Congratulations, you have earned 20 achievement points, which have been added to your total achievement points. Lu Chen hadn't expected to earn achievement points for completing the construction, and based on the evaluation, it seemed that different assessments could lead to different achievement points. With his pockets full, Lu Chen walked out of the room content. Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan at the door had barely rested for 10 minutes. "Lu Chen, have you finished everything?" Lin Xiaoming looked towards the horizon and, as he said, the sun was halfway hidden, indicating it was time for the sun to set and for dinner to be served. He had indeed built a house before dinner. Quick, Xiaomeng, let's go inside and take a look. Oh my! These are flower pots, and we have blooming flowers in our house too. They were not unfamiliar with flower pots, but in this small village under the snow-capped mountains, people focused more on survival, neglecting the daily delicacies and ambience. Wow! Lucan even made the shutter door into a window. Look, we even have a small balcony. It's made of steps. Auntie, look, there's even a skylight to see the sunlight outside. Wow! Their amazed voices filled the air, and Lucan rubbed his ears, which were almost calloused from all the work. After a busy time, his hunger level was almost bottoming out. With the food bucket attribute, his hunger was depleting faster. Gurgle, gurgle, Luchan's stomach rumbled loudly. While they were all busy being amazed, the unsung hero of it all, his precious son, was almost starving. I forgot to make dinner. Immediately, Talon excitedly used the new dining table and stove at home to prepare a sumptuous meal for the three of them. After eating and drinking their fill, Lucan had to get back to work. Under the pretext of resting in his room, Lucan went down to the underground level. He continued down the ladder to his hidden sanctuary. At the lowest level, where he had encountered zombies before, a conspicuous block of soil on the wall marked the entrance to the mine from the last time. Lucan flexed his muscles, prepared his tools, essential blocks, food, and a bucket of water, ready to set off. Soon, Lucan reached the previous endpoint, next to the lava waterfall. He first set up a water flow for himself and then began observing the lava outlet. Not wasting the empty bucket, he filled it with lava and sealed it with cobblestone blocks at hand. Surrounded by darkness, Lucan held a torch in his hand and jumped into the water. Following the current, he reached a lower level. Lighting the torch, he expanded his field of view. In front of him was an iron block, which Lucan casually pocketed. Moving forward, Lucan soon discovered another narrow entrance. Placing a torch, he realized it was an artificial mine shaft. He wondered who had created these mine shafts on this blocky continent. But now they were in Luchan's hands to be plundered. Lucan made use of all the iron rails and fences inside, swapping his torch for an iron pickaxe and axe. Switching between the two tools skillfully, he cleared out everything in the mine, including the spider webs. Sizzle, sizzle. Where there were spider webs, there were spiders, and Lucan used his axe to kill the spiders that appeared. Upon closer inspection, behind the spider was a chest. Lucan happily approached and opened the chest. Inside were pumpkin seeds. The rest was unremarkable, some spider silk, 2 iron ingots, and tools with barely any durability left. However, these few pumpkin seeds were more than enough, making the trip worthwhile. Continuing through the mine, Lucan harvested plenty of coal and iron but couldn't find any redstone. He scratched his head anxiously. When he didn't need it, there was plenty. When he did, it was nowhere to be found. Estimating that dawn was approaching, Lucan planned to return before breakfast. If he disappeared for a day and a night, he wouldn't be able to explain. Not wanting to waste too much time, with the time to deliver food approaching, Lucan also wanted to quickly fulfill his promise of food. Luchan's hand holding the pickaxe couldn't stay idle, so he chiseled the side wall twice. Darn it! I'm on fire. Luchan felt like he must not have checked his luck before leaving today. How could he dig up magma so easily? He was on fire, but he couldn't care about that now. Luchan quickly switched what was in his hand to blocks and sealed the leak of magma. After that, Luchan frantically stuffed bread into his mouth, hoping his health would recover enough to overcome the health he lost. Finally, the flames disappeared, and Luchan checked his health bar. Half a heart. That was close. Luchan almost had to start over again. Congratulations on completing the achievement, near death state, earning achievement points, 20. Well, I guess this is a blessing in disguise. It seems he can't dig on this side of the wall, but the other side might be different. Luchan restored his health and continued to dig the wall. As he chiseled a block down, Luchan actually heard a faint sound. Clang! Ha! That was the sound of bones colliding. Is there a skeleton in here? Luchan prepared for battle. He dug one more block forward, only to find a space with light. Did he dig into the mine he had been to before? No, when Luchan peeked in, the iron tracks and fences inside the mine were still intact, not at all like the appearance after Luchan, the locust, had passed through. There were other people here. Luchan hesitated. He was an unauthorized miner now. If other legitimate miners saw him, he would be reported. Maybe Luchan inherited some traits from his old man, so should he lie and say he was his dad, Luchan? While pondering, Luchan caught sight of something on the ground. There were many things scattered on the ground: roasted meat, tools, armor, and some unprocessed ores. These things were floating above the ground as if defying gravity, clearly indicating someone had met their end here. It seemed the miners who had been here before had died. Could this be his dad and his teammates? Lu Chen's speculation furrowed his brow involuntarily, but greed took over, and Lu Chen dug into the roundstone and started picking up everything on the ground. Unfortunately, his backpack was full. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to make a chest, so he chiseled a block on the nearby ground and started throwing away things he didn't need. The excess stones from mining, an extra set of fences, accidentally brought down seeds for planting. After clearing some space, he managed to fit the roasted meat in, then he carefully placed everything on the ground into the hole. What's this? Lu Chen had picked up everything on the ground without looking closely at what was there. When he checked his bag, he noticed an unfamiliar icon, something he had never seen in the world of MC. The icon displayed a keyboard? Lu Chen was astonished. When did this game have keyboards and mice? Could it be that the block world also had computers? Lu Chen moved his hand up and discovered a button on the icon. Use. Suddenly, a new panel appeared in front of Lu Chen. It was filled with dense English numerical characters, making it look dazzling, but these were things he was extremely familiar with. Darn it! Wasn't this the debug mode that players use, the coordinates that appear when you press F3 on the keyboard? Lu Chen was ecstatic, but before he could fully enjoy it, the characters in front of him became blurry, and an unlock icon appeared. Trial time is over, please unlock the full version with achievement points. The achievement store has refreshed, please unlock in the achievement store. Hashtag name? Could this world be not X-rated but Penguin-rated? It's all about spending money, isn't it? Lu Chen reluctantly opened his achievement store and after refreshing it, he found some new items inside. Debug mode, achievement points required, 30, world chat group, achievement points required, 30. Lu Chen had only accumulated 100 achievement points so far, but he gritted his teeth and unlocked both functions. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked debug mode, now you can use the virtual keyboard. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the world chat group, now you can communicate with other players in the chat channel. Lu Chen stared at the simulated screen in front of him, momentarily forgetting the pain of spending achievement points. He leaned closer to the screen to read the messages. Guys, where are we? I don't know, there are monsters outside, I've been hiding in a hole underground all day. What are those outside? Zombies and skeletons everywhere. Mom, I want to go home. Lu Chen was shocked. It turned out he wasn't the only one who had crossed over to the block continent. Lu Chen carefully studied their conversation. It seemed like they had suddenly gained access to functions like the world chat group as soon as they crossed over. Why didn't he have it? But from their words, it seemed like they had just arrived on the block continent out of the blue. And Lu Chen? He had reincarnated into the foolish Lu Chen, and his innate debuff might have caused a flaw in his system. Such luck was beyond belief. Is this world not as fun as the original world? Bro, if we can survive, that's good enough, and you still think it's fun? You guys don't know my world? What world? Your world? What is that? Lu Chen, who was peeking at the screen, couldn't help but laugh. Poor crossers, they hadn't even experienced this game before, making their survival difficulty quite high. So what is that thing? Any experts? You guys don't know? Well, good luck then. It seemed that these brothers who knew about this game, Minecraft, were not willing to reveal much. Just like in the original world servers, players could coexist harmoniously in the same world, but there were always combative players starting conflicts. Chatting in the server generally wouldn't reveal the location of rare resources or one's home address. Resources in the entire world were limited, and from the chat group, it was unclear how many players there were. To dominate the majority of resources, the most straightforward and effective method was to be aggressive. Lu Chen often secretly killed the Ender Dragon, astonishing everyone. It seemed that the world had now turned into a confrontational mode, and Lu Chen certainly wouldn't be the kind-hearted person. I've been eating bread for 3 days, help, where can I find pigs, cows, or sheep? Another speaker changed the topic. At least you have bread to eat, I'm about to throw up from eating apples. Lu Chen rubbed his belly, remembering the delicious pork chop he had before leaving home. I only have one tree on my island, I have to wait for it to grow so I can cut it down and sail away. I'm by the desert, it's desolate. Anyone born in a mine? Am I the only unlucky one here? It seemed that most of the people speaking now were born in the wilderness, unlike Lu Chen who was born in a village with better conditions. He had intended to continue eavesdropping to gather information when a sound interrupted him. Clank! Lu Chen heard the sound of bones colliding again. Without a doubt, Xiaobai was here, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about the newly acquired chat group. The owner of the recently discovered legacy might also be related to Xiaobai's death. Perhaps this person is not a miner, but a player who rashly entered the mine. Lu Chen mourned him for 3 seconds and thanked him for leaving behind the keyboard. Immediately, Lu Chen became vigilant, listening carefully to observe Xiaobai's position. Clang! Over here! Lu Chen followed the sound and saw where the torch extended to, the end blocked by mud on the stone wall. In front of it was the pale skeleton monster, Xiaobai. It slowly raised the bow and arrow in its hand. Lu Chen immediately switched what he was holding to blocks, stacked 2 blocks and then built a barrier horizontally. In an instant, Lu Chen built a barrier in front of himself. The mine was narrow, and Lu Chen couldn't maneuver easily. Several arrows landed on the mud blocks Lu Chen built, and he smirked triumphantly, then waited for it to approach. In the process where the clumsy skeleton monster couldn't counterattack, he defeated the monster. Lu Chen then arrived at the hole blocked by mud by the predecessors. Clang! Clang! Listening carefully, he heard the sound of many skeletons colliding inside, furrowing his brow. No wonder miners died tragically here, there were probably more than one Xiaobai inside. Lu Chen knocked off the mud block below, revealing a pair of white skeleton feet. Lu Chen wielded a strong axe and knocked down one Xiaobai. But as one fell, another slender leg appeared in front of Lu Chen. Indeed, there were more. Lu Chen calmly defeated them. But then another large white leg appeared in front of him. How many more? After that, one after another. One after another, Lu Chen only felt his arms ache, as if he had been through a strenuous task, sore and tired. Seriously? Lu Chen wryly smiled. There were not just many skeleton monsters inside. Damn it, there's a monster spawner here. Finally, no more Xiaobai appeared. Clearly his speed of defeating monsters was greater than the spawning speed. Lu Chen quickly knocked down the mud block in front of him and entered the cave. He lit a torch to gain visibility. Damn it! Just as he entered, another Xiaobai spawned. But the immediate priority was not dealing with Xiaobai, but sealing the monster spawner. Lu Chen took out a torch and sealed the black iron monster spawner on all sides with torches. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Unfortunately, during this process, Xiaobai had firmly lodged an arrow in his waist. You bastard! My waist! Lu Chen roared, raising the iron sword in his hand and fiercely attacking Xiaobai. Finally, Lu Chen ended the battle, with many more arrows and bones on him. The Xiaobai that attacked his kidney was ruthlessly defeated, turning into experience points. Current level of Lu Chen, level 7. Name, Lu Chen, Occupation, Foolish Villager, Health, 10 points, Attack, 4 points, Defense, 0 points, his attack power increased by 1 point, but nothing else changed. Looking at the status bar again, the 3 debuffs, Abba, that were present before had disappeared. Only the debuffs, Head Injury, and Rice Eater, remained. Debuff, Negative status, discovering the monster spawner early in the game naturally meant his luck was off the charts. But I want redstone now. Lu Chen cried out in his soul. He sighed, estimated the time, and realized that if he turned back now, he could probably make it back home by nightfall. The search for redstone would have to wait until tomorrow. But Lu Chen suddenly thought, what if someone was at home? Disappearing for a day and suddenly appearing at home might seem suspicious. Lu Chen looked up, then came up with a solution. How about digging up? Lu Chen had an excellent sense of direction, measuring in his mind. This location should be outside the village. Digging here would probably not be discovered by other villagers, especially now that it was getting dark. Even if there were people working outside the village, they should be heading home. More importantly, this was the monster spawning cage below, inevitable encounters in the future, so creating a direct pathway down would be a good idea. Since he didn't have a map or marking function now, he had to resort to this method. With this decision made, Lu Chen changed into his gear, holding a block in his hand to start padding upwards. Before long, Lu Chen saw the sky peeking through the block above his head. It was already sunset, with the moon starting to show. Lu Chen quickened his pace and climbed out of the pit. With no one around, Lu Chen hastened his steps back inside the village fence. Soon enough, he arrived at his uniquely styled new home. Oh, Lu Chen is back? Where were you so busy? The neighboring ant came up warmly to greet him, startling Lu Chen to take a step back, thinking he might lose his innocence. Auntie, what's this about? The ant smiled and pointed at his house, exclaiming, your home looks really beautiful. Indeed. Simple to build, much more aesthetically pleasing than a matchbox. Lu Chen felt proud inside, but he couldn't express it outwardly, so he pretended to be shy, scratching his head and replying, thank you. I never expected you, Lu Chen, the simpleton, to have such skill. This child, seemingly foolish, actually hides a talent. The villagers stood at the entrance of Lu Chen's house, envy evident in their eyes. How did you manage to transform this house in such a short time? Yes, it's like magic. It's unbelievable. Taolan pushed the door open and walked out, looking at the people gathered at the entrance, teasingly saying, you old ladies, envious, huh? Envious that your sons don't build you a new house. The ants put their hands on their hips, pointing proudly at Tao Lan. Look at this woman, so arrogant. Lu Chen's mother and these ants had a good relationship, exchanging a few words before bursting into laughter together. Alright, let my son teach you another day. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, oh mother, why do you always push me into such troublesome tasks? But thanks to the commotion, Tao Lan had forgotten to ask Lu Chen about his whereabouts today. Back home, he cheerfully invited Lu Chen to dinner, pleased to have him bring honor to the family. Lin Xiaoming helped set the food on the table. Inadvertently, a sigh escaped her lips. What's wrong? Lu Chen asked. Come to think of it, since Lin Xiaoming returned from the village chief's place yesterday, the two of them hadn't had a private conversation. Now, Lu Chen couldn't help but be curious about what the village chief had said to Xiaoming. You still don't know? Tao Lan chided Lu Chen with a smile. You, this boy, don't care about our Xiaoming at all? Lu Chen tilted his head and asked, what happened? Tao Lan put her hand on Lin Xiaoming's shoulder, happily announcing, our Xiaoming can go to the 3rd district for further studies. So soon? Originally, Lin Xiaoming had planned to leave at 18, still half a year away from her 18th birthday, but unexpectedly, she could go to the 3rd district for further studies ahead of time. And based on her achievements, she could have gone to the 5th district, but now she could directly advance to the 3rd district for further studies. She was truly a once-in-a-century genius for their Snow Mountain village. Probably everyone, like his mother, felt happy and proud for Lin Xiaoming. She was currently the most promising child in the 7th district. So Lin Xiaoming also smiled in cooperation, but Lu Chen could tell that her smile was forced. Was she hiding something? After dinner, Lu Chen pulled Lin Xiaoming aside and asked, what's wrong? Do you not want to go? Lin Xiaoming denied, of course not. My dream is to leave the 7th district. Lu Chen asked, then why did you sigh? Because. Lin Xiaoming gave Lu Chen a meaningful look, unable to come up with a reason for a long time. Forget it, you fool. Lin Xiaoming huffed back. If it weren't for worrying about this fool, who wouldn't want to leave the village now? Holding back her emotions, Lin Xiaoming felt a bit wronged. Some people didn't understand why Lin Xiaoming was so good to Lu Chen. If it was simply because Lin Xiaoming was kind, it would be doubtful if someone could be so saintly. Even Tao Lan sometimes wondered why her son could be favored by such an outstanding child. Could it be the result of accumulated blessings from past lives? In fact, only Lin Xiaoming knew the truth. When Lu Chen was 8 years old, he wasn't as foolish as he is now, just a bit slow. He was slow in learning anything, with slow movements. Once, Lin Xiaoming and the foolish Lu Chen were playing on the outskirts of the village when they unexpectedly encountered a natural pit. Lin Xiaoming slipped and was about to fall. The usually dull Lu Chen actually ran over to protect her. It was Lu Chen who held her tightly, falling under her to ensure she was unharmed. Touched, Lin Xiaoming cried. After that incident, Lu Chen suffered a head injury, sleeping for a whole day. When he woke up, Lin Xiaoming felt that Lu Chen seemed quite foolish. Tao Lan and the villagers thought Lu Chen fell because of his own foolishness, only Lin Xiaoming knew he did it to protect her. So, for over a decade, she compensated and protected Lu Chen unconditionally. But finally, the day had come. Lu Chen had regained his senses, and she was about to leave the village. Does Lu Chen not need me anymore? Lin Xiaoming returned to her room dejectedly, covering herself with a blanket and starting a sleepless night in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was in his room organizing today's harvest. He had swept the mine and unexpectedly collected almost a set of spider silk. Looking at the spider silk, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. In the past, when he had no specific goals in the game, he would usually prepare his tools and then go spider hunting. With the spider silk, he could obtain a fishing rod. What could be more fun than fishing? Previously, the lucky Lu Chen often caught top-tier enchanted books while fishing, never failing. Lu Chen believed that the essence of sandbox games was exploring the unknown and uncertain, like fishing. Coincidentally, Lin Xiaoming was in a bad mood and about to leave the village. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. The next morning, Lu Chen was waiting for Lin Xiaoming at the door early. As soon as Lin Xiaoming came out, she saw Lu Chen holding a long pole at the door. Her mood was low, and she asked flatly, Lu Chen, what are you doing? Lu Chen smiled and replied, I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Why are you waiting for me? She tried to suppress her excitement and asked with composure. To take you somewhere, Lu Chen said, handing her one of the 2 fishing rods. What is this? Lin Xiaoming looked down and asked, is this a wooden pole? Lu Chen was surprised by her words, almost stumbling and falling. They had never even seen a fishing rod? Lu Chen realized that the nearest water source was outside the village, and they would rather eat bread than the fresh fish, indicating they had not explored that pond at all. Although you could fish with just a stick.
But you still needed to create an atmosphere and ambience. Lu Chen patiently explained, it's a fishing rod. Come on, let me take you fishing. Fishing?
Lin Xiaomeng, who had been following Lu Chen for a long time, now walked out of the village and crossed the fence with ease. We're here. Before him was a rather large lake. It was the moment when the sun was rising, casting a warm orange glow on the water's surface with its duck egg yolk colored rays. Although it was not a scene with lighting effects, the view before him was already beautiful enough. Lu Ken never thought he would actually find himself in a block world one day. Next to him, there was a river flowing into the village, now dried up and abandoned because the villagers no longer needed the water from the lake for farming, as Lu Ken had introduced a new farming method for them. Then Lu Ken began to teach Lin Xiaomeng how to fish.
Xiaomeng, come here, Lu Ken called out.
Lin Xiaomeng, now filled with joy, seemed to have cast aside the sadness of leaving Snow Mountain Village behind.
She was still pondering Lu Chen's intention in bringing her out.
Last night, she had foolishly asked herself why, making herself angry.
Had he figured it out now? Were they on a date now? Suddenly, Lin Xiaomeng blushed deeply. She stared at Lu Chen's face, almost drifting off into space and not understanding what Lu Ken was saying. Xiaomeng? Lu Ken asked again. Yes? What did you say?
Lin Xiaomeng tried to focus and perk up.
Look at me, this is how you cast the fishing rod into the lake. Do you see the float? Float? Lin Xiaomeng looked carefully and asked, is it that red thing?
Exactly, Lu Ken smiled contentedly and continued, wait for it to sink, then you can reel in the rod. Just then, bubbles began to rise from the part of the rod where Lu Ken had cast it, and in the distance, a string of bubbles was heading towards the fishing rod.
Thud! The float sank into the water instantly.
Lu Ken quickly reeled in the rod, and there was a blue fish hanging on his fishing rod.
Congratulations on completing the achievement, Fishing Master, earning achievement points, 10.
It was the first time Lu Ken had caught a fish, so a new achievement popped up.
It's a fish! Lin Xiaomeng exclaimed in delight. Lu Ken, you actually learned how to fish. When did you learn? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Ken chuckled and said to her, you can do it too, give it a try. Okay.
Lin Xiaomeng excitedly cast the rod, almost throwing it to the other side of the river due to her strength, leaving Lu Ken quite embarrassed. What a terrifying girl she was. He didn't rush to continue fishing himself but instead continued teaching, pointing at the water's surface, look, there are bubbles coming. It might not be scientifically accurate, but in Minecraft, bubbles would conveniently appear under the fishing rod, telling the player, your fish is hooked. However, Lin Xiaomeng tilted her head in confusion, bubbles? Where are they? Can't you see them? Lu Ken was puzzled. I don't see any. Where are they? Lin Xiaomeng stared, thinking she might have looked in the wrong direction, while the rolling bubbles were right in front of her eyes. Lu Ken realized that as a player, he could see the bubbles, but Lin Xiaomeng, being a native block person of the block world, couldn't see them. The player's perspective was indeed more convenient. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ken continued, then just watch the float. When it sinks, it means a fish has bitten the hook.
Okay, Lin Xiaomeng replied with a smile.
Then, Lu Ken cast his rod. Soon, bubbles began to roll where his hook had landed, followed by bubbles swimming towards his hook. With the sound of the float sinking, Lu Ken had caught another fish.
How did you catch something so quickly again?
Lin Xiaomeng looked surprised as Lu Ken swiftly reeled in the rod, while her fishing rod and line remained motionless in the water. Her competitive spirit rose again, and she pouted, saying, just wait and see what I can catch with this rod. Lu Ken smiled helplessly and continued casting his rod. They, the native square people, do not produce bubbles when fishing. It seems they can only wait for the fish to bite the hook just like real fishing, which is a long process. Lu Chen reeled in his line again, while Lin Xiaomeng had no luck. Why? Lin Xiaomeng looked at Lu Chen in frustration, carefully scanning his hands and fishing rod, trying to figure out what made him different.
We are in the same pond. Why do those fish only go for your hook and not mine? Lu Chen joked, maybe my charm is irresistible. Lin Xiaomeng stuck out her tongue, I don't believe that. Lu Chen continued casting his line.
When he reeled it in, this time what hung on the fishing rod was not green but a red fish. Its scales were brightly colored and beautiful.
How did you catch another one? What is this? Lu Chen explained, this is a salmon.
Lin Xiaomeng felt even more frustrated, puffing up her cheeks like a pufferfish.
Why can't I catch anything? Did all the fish swim over to your side? No way. Go fish somewhere else.
Lu Chen shrugged, being a gentleman to a girl, he chose to yield. After all, he could fish anywhere, even in just one block of water.
Fine.
Lu Chen picked up his fishing rod and moved to a spot on the riverbank a distance away from Lin Xiaomeng.
Can I fish here?
Yes, but don't go too far, as they were still outside the village.
caution was necessary. Finally, Lin Xiaoming's float sank. Ah! Lin Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen reminded her, quick, reel it in. Reel it in, yes, reel it in.
Lin Xiaoming hurriedly lifted her fishing rod. At the same time, Lu Chen's rod also bent downwards, and he reeled it in too.
How did it go? Lin Xiaoming laughed heartily, showing her catch to Lu Chen. Look, I caught one too. Great job.
After praising her, Lu Chen leisurely checked his own catch. At first glance, it seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, Lu Chen's emotions fluctuated slightly.
Ha! What's this?
It wasn't green or red, it emitted a purple glow.
Enchanted bow? Lin Xiaoming was astonished, her jaw almost dropping. Lu Chen, how did you catch a bow and arrow?
Spider webs were rare, so bows and arrows were considered rare weapons by them. After all, those were the weapons the skeleton monsters they feared would use. Lu Chen carefully examined the enchanted bow in his hand. A bow with power 3 and durability 3 was indeed a good find. Unfortunately, its durability was almost depleted, fearing that if Lu Chen shot an arrow, this rare bow might explode in his hands.
It seemed he needed an experience repairing enchanted book.
And this enchanted book could only be obtained through fishing, setting a new goal for his fishing career.
Wow!
Lin Xiaoming looked on enviously, almost drooling. She had never seen such a glowing weapon and couldn't distinguish the difference between the enchanted bow and a regular bow and arrow. She just thought this one looked prettier. The two of them bickered along the lakeside, disturbing someone eking out a living on the village outskirts. Fong Ao heard a girl's voice and perked up his ears.
It's Xiaoming. It's Lin Xiaoming's voice. Could it be she's looking for me? Perhaps this was just self-indulgence and wishful thinking on the part of a devoted admirer. Fong Chang rolled his eyes, blaming his son for being so useless. Since their last scolding by the village chief, they were not allowed back into the village and had been living like zombies in a small house outside the village. They spent their days eating and sleeping, devoid of dreams. Fong Ao, upon hearing Lin Xiaoming's voice, finally felt a glimmer of hope.
Ignoring his father's scolding, he dashed off towards her. He saw Lin Xiaoming laughing and playing with another man, the two of them leaning close together as if fighting over something in Lu Chen's hands. This scene made Fong Ao almost vomit blood out of hatred. What are you doing? Fong Ao's attention was all on Lin Xiaoming, not noticing what Lu Chen had in his hands. Lu Chen didn't want others to know, so he quickly put the item into his backpack. Nothing, just fishing, Lu Chen replied in a casual tone, choking Fong Ao with his indifference. You two were clearly just.
Lin Xiaoming said displeased. What does it have to do with you? Xiaoming, you know. Fong Ao looked at her with a pained expression. Lin Xiaoming frowned. What should I know? Fong Ao, mind your own business.
You are no longer a member of Snow Mountain Village, so don't meddle in our affairs.
Lu Chen, let's go.
Lin Xiaoming lost interest and didn't feel like staying here to play with Lu Chen anymore. She firmly took Lu Chen's arm and dragged him towards the village, leaving Fong Ao looking shattered.
Xiaoming, you are so heartless.
Halfway there, Lin Xiaoming realized how close she was to Lu Chen, almost half her body touching his. She had reached out earlier, now feeling embarrassed, she quickly let go. Her face was so hot that it could fry an egg.
I didn't mean to. It was just a moment ago. Lu Chen, with wide eyes, looked at her as if nothing had happened.
Lin Xiaoming felt relieved seeing his dumbfounded expression, grateful that Lu Chen remained clueless in such situations.
Just then, someone passing by broke the awkwardness between them.
It was their teacher Zhuang Mu, walking with the village chief inspecting around the village.
Xiaoming? Zhuang Mu, proud of his star pupil Lin Xiaoming, was delighted. Seeing Lin Xiaoming's success was a feather in his cap as her teacher. His face lit up with a smile, beaming like a chrysanthemum. Xiaoming, what are you up to so early? Only then did they notice Lu Chen beside Lin Xiaoming.
A crack appeared in Zhuang Mu's smile. He had heard about Lu Chen's breakthrough and the changes he brought to farming in the village, but he dismissed them as mere coincidences. As Lu Chen's teacher, he knew him best. How many times had Lu Chen struggled even with the simplest tasks, making Zhuang Mu resort to using a ruler on his hands in frustration? Eventually, he had to accept that each child had their own abilities. However, he harbored some resentment towards Lin Xiaoming and Lu Chen getting too close. Lin Xiaoming was a bird destined to soar, and he couldn't let Lu Chen, a smelly fish, dampen her wings. So seeing Lin Xiaoming and Lu Chen together filled him with bitterness. What are you two doing together? Lin Xiaoming smiled, proudly showcasing Lu Chen's achievements to the village chief and teacher. Lu Chen took me fishing early this morning outside the village. Look at my catch. Lin Xiaoming pulled out a fresh fish from her pocket. The two elders couldn't hide their surprise. It's a fish. Lin Xiaoming felt proud of Lu Chen, stating, Lu Chen caught even more than me. He even caught another type of fish.
And also, Zhuang Mu frowned. He felt Lin Xiaoming's words were too deliberate, as if she was intentionally giving credit to Lu Chen. In his mind, he twisted the situation, suspecting that Lin Xiaoming might have caught all the fish herself and was falsely attributing them to Lu Chen to gain favor in front of the village chief. The village chief looked at the two children kindly. "Well done, you two are amazing, even more so than the adults in the village." As he spoke, he reached out his wrinkled hand and patted the heads of Lu Chen and Lin Xiaoming. "But it's too dangerous to fish outside the village. You two must be careful," the village chief kindly advised. "No need," Lu Chen interjected, saying, "Village chief, actually, we can fish right here in the village." "Really?" The village chief's eyes lit up at the idea. After all, their village lacked animal husbandry, and most people survived on bread and potatoes, rarely having any meat to eat. If they could fish in the village, wouldn't they have another source of food? Moreover, fishing was not dangerous at all, just a matter of luck. "Child, can you explain in detail for us?" Village Master Zhuang looked at Lu Chen skeptically. He had never seen how Lu Chen had transformed the farmland in the village, nor did he know how Lu Chen had built his new home overnight. He was full of doubt towards Lu Chen. "How is that possible? As far as I know, you need fish to fish. Without finding a place with fish fry and running water, how can you catch fish?" Lu Chen smirked and persisted in his argument. "I say it's possible, so it is." Lin Xiaoming now unconditionally believed in Lu Chen. "Village chief, Teacher Zhuang, just watch how Lu Chen does it." With Lin Xiaoming holding back the opposition, Lu Chen left the spot for them to wait by the village fields and returned home. Lu Chen found an iron bucket in his small house. Unfortunately, it was filled with lava, so Lu Chen poured the lava into an empty slot nearby. Then he picked up the iron ingot he had heated in the morning and crafted something on the workbench. Holding the newly obtained item and an empty bucket, Lu Chen arrived at the agreed location. At this moment, not only the village chief, Zhuang, and Lin Xiaoming were present, but also many other villagers had gathered. Some uninformed villagers inquired, "Why are you all gathered here? I heard that silly boy Lu Chen has something new to teach us again?" "Really? What fresh thing is it this time? Still calling him a silly boy? I think that kid is not silly at all. Which silly child in the village would come up with so many ideas? Did they really think Lu Chen just stumbled upon these ideas by chance? Look, here comes Lu Chen." Lu Chen appeared amidst the eager crowd, feeling a bit uncomfortable, scratching his head at the sight of so many people. "So many people? Lu Chen, what are you planning to do today?" Lu Chen calmly replied, "I plan to fish in the village." "Fish?" Someone couldn't help but smack their lips at the mention of fish. Smack smack, I really want to eat fish. They hadn't eaten fish in a long time, and they were filled with fear of the outside world, where dangers lurked and courage was scarce. "Are you serious?" "Of course, it's true," Lin Xiaoming answered before Lu Chen. Then she eagerly waited to see Lu Chen's skills in action. "Lu Chen, start now." Unexpectedly, Lu Chen didn't take out a fishing rod but instead brought out an iron bucket. "Lu Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Chen blinked and replied, "I'm going to build a small pond first." Zhuang asked, "Are you going to bring water from outside the village?" Before Lu Chen could answer, Zhuang continued, "It was quite a hassle to bring water into the village before. Can you do it alone?" A slot of water was about 7 blocks of water, and to maintain the flow, new water needed to be constantly added. Doing it this way was indeed troublesome, but would Lu Chen, the master of Minecraft, really use such a cumbersome method? Lu Chen was always a person who avoided trouble, so he was unwilling to go far and do such troublesome work in the studio. Lu Chen mysteriously squinted his eyes and smiled, "I'm enough alone." With that, Lu Chen filled a bucket with water from the field. Seeing Lu Chen stealing water from the field, someone became anxious and hurried to remind Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, your field also needs water, otherwise the crops will wither and die." Zhuang Mu heard this and immediately frowned. "Lu Chen, don't mess around, don't let the crops in our village wither and affect the harvest." Lu Chen smiled. This method of the field was originally taught by him, so how could they come to teach him? "Don't worry, just watch carefully." Lu Chen knocked out a piece of soil, then placed something he had just made inside. "What is this, Lu Chen?" Lu Chen smiled and continued his actions. He poured the water from the bucket into a square above the alchemy pot on the right. The water flowed down into the pot, and continued to spread to the next square. This was the simplest way to create infinite water. Lu Chen could take water from the middle of the alchemy pot without limits. The principle was simple. The water flowing into the pot made it think it was raining, so it kept filling up even after water was taken out. In short, it was deceiving the innocent alchemy pot into thinking it was raining. Lu Chen took water from the pot and poured it back into the square in the middle of the field. Then he began building his own pond. He knocked on the soil on a small empty space, creating a 4x4 space. Meanwhile, the others were still amazed by the alchemy pot. What kind of magical thing is this? I clearly saw Lu Chen pour a bucket of water. How did he pour out a bucket with water still inside? Could this be a moving water source? What surprised them even more was yet to come. Lu Chen poured water into the small pond 4 more times. Can't he scoop the water clean? Can he keep pouring water endlessly? Seeing them getting off track, Lu Chen brought them back on topic. Alright, let's go fishing here. They followed Lu Chen's finger and saw nothing but a small pond the size of a well. Everyone burst into laughter. How can you catch fish here, Lu Chen? Yeah, this is stagnant water, you poured it in yourself, did you forget? But the village chief was lost in thought. Having been shocked by Lu Chen several times, he had learned that Lu Chen was not joking. What he said was true. If this small space could yield fish, the villagers could have fish to eat. They would gain an additional food source and a type of tax revenue. The village chief's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Lu Chen, show us quickly. Lu Chen calmly took out a fishing rod, and even though there were only 4 bubbles, he waited for the float to sink before pulling up the rod. It took less than half a minute. A blue fish was already in Lu Chen's hand. It's a fish. Village chief, look, Lu Chen caught one. Really, you can actually catch fish like this. The village chief was stunned, repeating to himself in a low voice. Zhuang Mu, who had been skeptical just moments ago, was left dumbfounded. How was this possible? This was not scientific. But Lu Chen knew that this continent had its own unique theory, gaming strategy. Show me more. It's really a fish, fresh and even smells fishy. Lu Chen, catch a few more. The villagers were still making a commotion, with only the village chief understanding the significance of the situation. He interrupted the villagers' enthusiasm and approached Lu Chen. Child, I also want the villagers to learn how to fish. Do you think it's possible? This way, we all will have fish to eat without having to venture out of the village risking monster attacks. The village chief expressed his respect and solemnly asked for Lu Chen's opinion. Faced with the others' respect, Lu Chen also responded with enough enthusiasm. Of course, it's possible. The village chief looked at Lu Chen with newfound respect. If an ordinary person knew such a rare method, they might keep it to themselves for personal use, but Lu Chen generously shared it multiple times, which pleased the village chief. The village chief continued, I roughly heard about the method from Xiaomeng on the way here. It's not too difficult, but where did you get this fishing rod? Zhuang Mu, standing nearby, stirred up a cold wind and said, as far as I know, making a composite fishing rod requires spider silk, which is hard to come by. How can it be used to make fishing rods for the whole village? Lu Chen waved his hand with a smile and said, it's just spider silk. Zhuang Mu raised an eyebrow, just spider silk? Lu Chen, you're quite confident. Obtaining spider silk requires killing spiders. How can you easily get it? Then he glanced at Lin Xiaomeng and presumptuously defended her. Lu Chen, you wouldn't be planning to send Lin Xiaomeng outside the village to hunt spiders, would you? Their expressions changed upon hearing this. That's too dangerous. We can't let Xiaomeng take such a risk. We'd rather go without fish. They didn't want their most promising child to die before even leaving the village. Hearing the villagers collectively veto Lu Chen's proposal, Zhuang Mu looked satisfied on the side. However, Lu Chen remained silent, quietly opening his backpack and rummaging through it. He had bought some from a wandering merchant before and later harvested a large amount of spider silk from the mine. Lu Chen was now a wealthy merchant of spider silk. Lu Chen took out a set of spider silk. Seeing the spider silk in Lu Chen's hand, the village chief's eyes lit up. Lu Chen, you still have spider silk. Where did you get it? Zhuang Mu continued to mock, is that tiny amount enough for anything? Fishing rods also have durability and are consumables. He had a know-it-all expression, thinking he understood everything, but he underestimated Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't just have a few strands, he raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. Then Lu Chen began throwing out the spider silk one by one. 1, 2, 3 strands. The village chief exclaimed, Lu Chen, you have so much. Lin Xiaomeng looked surprised and a bit worried. Lu Chen, where did you get so much spider silk from? She was worried that Lu Chen had done something dangerous again. Zhuang Mu couldn't hide his expression. But at that moment, Lu Chen continued to throw out the spider silk continuously. 20 strands, 30 strands. Lu Chen patiently distributed the spider silk to the villagers, not minding the effort, making them ecstatic. The villagers were overjoyed to receive the spider silk, a rare and valuable item for them. Lu Chen not only gave them this expensive item but also planned to teach them how to fish later, which made them extremely happy. The only one different from them was Zhuang Mu, whose expression was tense and finally couldn't contain his surprise, showing a bewildered expression. How can there be so much spider silk? Lu Chen chuckled, evading the question. 40 strands, 50 strands, 60 strands. A total of 64 strands of spider silk. Lu Chen had actually thrown out a whole set of spider silk. Lu Chen, you're amazing. Is it really okay to give us so much spider silk? Lu Chen confidently said, no problem, feel free to use it. There was a workbench next to the farmland, and Lu Chen pointed to it, saying, the synthesis method for the fishing rod. Do you need me to explain it? Although I memorized it when I was studying before, I haven't used it in so many years, I've long forgotten. Indeed. Recently, the most discussed topic in the Great World chat group Lu Chen frequented was about the synthesis table. In the real world, ordinary players of this game could install a synthesis table mod. Even if they memorized some basics, they still needed to search online for the less commonly used ones. Few were as familiar with the synthesis table as Lu Chen. It was similar to memorizing formulas during study. The ones not frequently used were easily forgotten. Lu Chen understood this. Just as he was about to explain how to synthesize a fishing rod, Zhuang Mu rushed in front of him. You don't remember, you need a wooden pole and spider silk. Place them diagonally from the bottom left to the top right. Ah, Zhuang teacher is truly knowledgeable. Lu Chen had just stolen the spotlight, and now Zhuang Mu, upon receiving praise, finally felt proud. A smile appeared on his face. Poof. Zhuang Mu, being the elder, unexpectedly competed with the young Lu Chen, showing a lack of the dignity befitting a teacher and elder. Lu Chen didn't argue with him and went straight to the edge of the pond. Zhuang Mu glanced at Lu Chen, expecting to see disappointment on his face for stealing the limelight, but to his surprise, Lu Chen remained unfazed. It was as if he had punched cotton. The suppressed anger in his chest only grew more uncomfortable. The villagers finished making their own fishing rods at the workbench and gathered by the pond. Seeing that the palm-sized pond was not enough, Lu Chen dug another spot nearby, making use of the infinite water earlier. So, now that we've learned, can we fish in our own backyard? Really? We can fish without leaving home? Lu Chen confirmed their statements. Indeed, it's possible. Lu Chen had once dug a water source in an underground mine when he had nothing to eat, to catch fish and grill them. The village chief squinted his eyes, stroking his beard, envisioning a bright future. Then teach us quickly. The crowd had gathered by the small pond, ready to go. Fishing is actually quite simple. Cast the rod and let the hook drop into the water. Reel in when the float sinks. Lu Chen explained in a sentence. That's it? Is it really that simple? Lin Xiaoming volunteered, unable to stand others doubting Lu Chen. Let me demonstrate for everyone. Lin Xiaoming cast her rod into the water. Splash! The hook with the float landed in the water. The villagers focused on the water's surface, holding their breath, waiting for the moment the float would sink as Lu Chen had described. However, Lin Xiaoming's luck was a bit off. It took a while for her to catch a fish even when she was with Lu Chen earlier. After a minute, some people started to get impatient. Is it not working? Their doubtful eyes turned to Lu Chen, suspecting he might be playing around again. Zhuang Mu's voice was the loudest in the skepticism. Your pond was dug by Lu Chen on a whim. How could there be fish? True, you need fish to catch fish. But just now, it was Lu Chen's magical hands that created the infinite water. How could the skilled Lu Chen make a mistake here? At this moment, they didn't want to doubt Lu Chen. Finally, Lin Xiaoming's fishing rod sank. A fish was caught. God won. Lin Xiaoming joyfully reeled in her catch, proudly showing off a small green fish to everyone. Look, I caught it. Lu Chen was right. Let me try too. I want to join too. The crowd surged forward, jostling by the pond and casting their lines, almost causing a tangle of fishing lines. Zhuang Mu stared with disbelief but eventually made his way to the pond. Could it be that Lin Xiaoming had learned bad habits? Was she really taught by that mischievous boy Lu Chen to lie and deceive everyone? This couldn't be possible. He was determined to expose Lu Chen's lies. But to his surprise, there was a fish caught on the spider silk fishing rod given to him by Lu Chen. He couldn't contain his excitement. There really are fish. He joyfully touched the scales on the fish, ignoring the fishy smell. Suddenly realizing he was being childish with Lu Chen, Zhuang Mu quickly wiped the smile off his face. Even the usually composed village chief couldn't resist the excitement and joined in like everyone else. His eyes lit up with an idea. Since so many people from the village are here, let's have a fishing competition while we're at it. The person who catches the most fish will receive a special reward. Someone asked, what's the reward, village chief? It's a secret for now. We'll announce it when the fishing champion is crowned. The village chief teased, adding suspense. Even if the village chief didn't organize a competition, everyone was enthusiastic about fishing at the moment. The atmosphere was getting even more lively. You have 1 hour, and we'll use the fish caught for lunch later. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and got to work.
Among them, Lin Xiaoming, who was competitive and always aimed for first place, and Zhuang Mu, who was currently at odds with the scheming Lu Chen, were the most active.
When Lin Xiaoming caught a fish, she noticed Lu Chen was still leisurely standing there. Lu Chen, why aren't you participating? Lu Chen smirked. Wouldn't it be unfair for me to compete? Lin Xiaoming tilted her head. What do you mean?
If I join, I'll definitely win, and the competition would be no fun.
Alright then. You're quite arrogant. Uncle Chan from the village chuckled. Come on. We've done a lot of farm work, our strength is several times yours, can't let you beat us, right? Lu Chen wanted to correct him, fishing didn't require strength. Uncle Chen rallied, Lu Chen is talking big, we adults can't lose to him, right? Let's give it our all. Ha ha, the villagers laughed together. Lu Chen was put on the spot and took out his fishing rod from his backpack. While everyone sweated it out, Lu Chen strolled to a patch of water in the field. Aren't you starting, Lu Chen? Lin Xiaoming urged. But Lu Chen pointed to the patch of water and said, I can fish here. He cast his line into the water. In this small patch of water? How can you catch fish there? Lu Chen, we'll make some space for you, stop fooling around and come over here. As they kindly tried to move Lu Chen to a better spot, he had already reeled in his rod. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen hadn't expected his first cast to be so successful. A red salmon appeared in his hand, astonishing everyone. Wow! He actually caught a fish. And it's red. Most of them had caught ordinary bluegills, making Lu Chen's red salmon stand out. TSK. Zhuang Mu grumbled in dissatisfaction. How could this kid have such luck? Not only did his excellent student fall for that foolish boy, but his luck was also so good. Meanwhile, his fishing rod remained silent in the water, not a single sound. On the other hand, Lu Chen swiftly cast and reeled in his line, with fish automatically hooking onto his rod in less than a minute each time. How strange. Why is that kid fishing so fast? Is it because the fish in that small patch of water have nowhere to escape, so they get hooked faster? They speculated among themselves. No, I'll give it a try over there too. Someone stubbornly moved next to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and explained, it's not about the water. Uncle Chen raised his eyebrows, clearly not believing him. Don't try to deceive me, kid. You've caught so many here, I don't believe I won't catch any. Then give it a try. Lu Chen didn't argue with him, giving him space to move freely. Uncle Chen cast his line into the water, but his fishing rod remained silent. Strange, really strange. Lu Chen, do you have any fishing skills you haven't taught us, Uncle and Auntie? Yeah, Auntie will cook you a feast in exchange for your skills, how about that? Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. This wasn't something he could teach just because he wanted to. Even Zhuang Mu perked up, wanting to learn a trick or two. But Lu Chen said, there's no trick, maybe I'm just naturally good at attracting fish. Because he had a player's perspective. TSK. Someone found it disappointing. If he doesn't want to share, let it be. Stingy. Lin Xiaoming certainly didn't think Lu Chen was that kind of person. Auntie, how can you say that about Lu Chen? What he said is true. Look at his fishing method, it's exactly the same as what he taught us, and the fishing rod is just a regular one. You didn't see him applying anything on the rod, did you? Lin Xiaoming snorted, don't believe it, you can check for yourselves. The villagers were simple, speaking their minds without reservation. They didn't mean to blame Lu Chen, just didn't expect Lin Xiaoming, who defended him so fiercely, making them realize they were going too far. Auntie chuckled, of course we believe Lu Chen. If they really checked Lu Chen's fishing rod, it would damage the relationship between the villagers. Lin Xiaoming finally felt relieved. But the gazes between her and Lu Chen became more ambiguous. Look at Xiaoming protecting him like that, TSK. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. At a glance, these two kids seem quite compatible. Zhuang Mu stood among the villagers, loudly retorting, compatible my foot. Lin Xiaoming is someone destined for greater things, how can she be compared to Lu Chen? Some villagers frowned. Ah, Zhuang Mu is being a killjoy. They are all children from the village, there shouldn't be distinctions. We just feel like these two have something, it's just talk. You old-fashioned guy, what business is it of yours if we're happy? But it's true, Lin Xiaoming is leaving, who knows what will happen to this connection in the future. Fortunately, the two people involved didn't pay attention to their whispers. Zhuang Mu was pushed away from the center of discussion, staring at the water with a sense of frustration. Just because he taught the villagers how to catch a fish, they really treated him, Lu Chen, as a benefactor? Lu Chen couldn't compare to Lin Xiaoming. Just then, Zhuang Mu's fishing float finally moved. His lips curled up, extremely pleased. Just fishing, who couldn't do it? I caught it. The villagers nearby had already caught fish, so they didn't pay much attention. Why shout so loud? Everyone is already on their second or third catch. Lu Chen is already on his 10th catch.
Zhuang Mu extinguished his arrogance, dejectedly reeling in his rod.
Ouch.
He got pricked, quickly pulling back, and what he caught fell to the ground.
What is this?
He had only caught a glimpse of a yellow blur earlier, not seeing clearly what he had caught. Now, he looked down at the ground. All he saw was a round, bulging lump rolling on the ground, with sharp-looking spikes on its surface. The villagers were also attracted by the sight of this fish they had never seen before.
Ha! Zhuang Mu actually caught a yellow fish. Look, there are spikes on this fish. This fish is round, quite interesting. Zhuang Mu noticed he had everyone's attention and put on a proud expression. This is the fish I caught, don't touch it. Lu Chen glanced over and understood. Ah,
that's a pufferfish.
Lu Chen hesitated for a moment.
Although Zhuang Mu was not kind to him, Lu Chen could sense that. But Zhuang Mu hadn't actually done anything to harm him, so Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and still kindly spoke up.
It's best not to eat that fish.
Zhuang Mu considered himself the village's know-it-all. After all, he had studied in the 5th district, memorized the basics of alchemy, and then returned to teach the children of Shueshan village.
If Zhuang Mu didn't know something, how could Lu Chen possibly know?
He refused to believe that.
Why? Just because I caught it, now it can't be eaten?
Zhuang Mu thought Lu Chen was targeting him, truly seeing others through one's own tainted glasses.
His unfavorable attitude towards Lu Chen became even more apparent.
Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. If he didn't believe it, there was nothing more he could do.
All right, time's up, the village chief announced. Everyone reeled in their fishing rods, ready to end this impromptu fishing contest. However, the villagers were now less interested in determining who came first because undoubtedly, it was Lu Chen. I don't need to say who came first, right? Ha ha. The village chief stroked his beard, intentionally so. Do we even need to say? Of course, it's Lu Chen.
I give up. I just can't compete.
Is that kid even human? Is he the reincarnation of the Sea King?
The fish seemed to love him, constantly bumping into his rod.
But I'm curious, how many fish did Lu Chen actually catch?
Lu Chen hadn't counted carefully, but after checking his backpack, he reported a number, 42 fish.
Wow! The crowd gasped in amazement, truly impressed. Since we can't compete for first place, we should at least determine the second, right?
Uncle Chen, who had just been eager to compete with Lu Chen, confidently thought he could secure second place.
It seems like you're quite confident, huh? How many fish did you catch?
The village chief asked.
I caught 22 fish. Not bad.
Oh, slightly inferior. Lin Xiaoming raised her hand in the crowd and said, Village chief, I caught a few more than him.
Oh?
The village chief then shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoming.
Uncle Chen anxiously asked, how many did you catch?
Lin Xiaoming, imitating Lu Chen's style, casually replied, not many, just one more than you.
Oh, pity to lose.
Just as Uncle Chen was feeling lucky, Lin Xiaoming corrected him, no, it's actually 2 more than both of your numbers.
I caught 33 fish.
Ha! The village chief joyfully laughed, ha! It seems the student has surpassed the master, our younger generation in the village is formidable. Lin Xiaoming smiled happily, satisfied to secure second place behind Lu Chen.
Alright, let's call everyone over to enjoy the grilled fish. With that, someone set up a stove on the ground and put in some wood for everyone to grill the fish. Lu Chen was about to take out the coal from his package but thought better of it. He was afraid of arousing suspicion with so much coal, so he took out some leftover wooden planks to start the fire for grilling the fish. Congratulations on completing the achievement Delicious Fish, you have earned 10 achievement points. As he grilled a fish to perfection, Lu Chen unlocked another achievement. Suddenly, the village by the fields was bustling with excitement, as if it were not just an ordinary day but a festive one.
Perhaps their previous festivals had never had such a festive atmosphere, with such a sumptuous feast. Some villagers had large families but caught few fish, so Lu Chen generously shared his harvest with everyone.
Thank you, Lu Chen.
Grateful for the villagers' appreciation, Lu Chen moved on to the next person.
This person was Zhuang Mu.
Thinking that he had only caught a pufferfish earlier, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, intending to share a fish with him. However, Zhuang Mu coldly refused, saying, I, Zhuang Mu, do not accept charity.
I can support myself even as a solitary person.
He tried to appear noble, but Lu Chen could see through his pettiness.
Lu Chen advised him kindly, eating that will be poisonous. Lin Xiaoming glanced at Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, is what you said true? The teacher should be careful. They are all fish, how could it be poisonous?
Zhuang Mu was extremely confident in his knowledge and refused to believe that he could be unaware of something that Lu Chen knew. But Lu Chen did not force him to accept, and Lin Xiaoming hesitated, looking at the teacher, deciding to respect his decision. She knew the reason why the teacher had a grudge against Lu Chen but was unsure how to resolve it. Lu Chen finished distributing the fish and watched as Zhuangmu placed the pufferfish into the stove.
Lin Xiaoming hesitated and looked at the village chief.
Village chief, Lu Chen said that the fish cannot be eaten, but teacher Zhuangmu does not believe him and insists on eating the fish he caught himself.
Really? Lu Chen nodded.
Zhuangmu was stubborn and arrogant, he may not listen to our advice.
Lin Xiaoming, still kind-hearted, looked slightly anxious. What should we do? The village chief sighed and approached Zhuangmu. Zhuangmu, have you heard what the children said? This cannot be eaten. Zhuangmu snorted, how would they know something I don't?
With that, he stuffed the cooked pufferfish into his mouth.
Teacher.
Zhuangmu swallowed the fish and spread his hands, see, nothing. Before he could finish, Zhuangmu staggered.
Ha! What's happening to me? Then his body began to sway. What's going on? Why are you all swaying?
The village chief, seeing Zhuangmu's unsteady state, kindly reached out to support him.
What's wrong with you? Why are you swaying, village chief?
The village chief innocently replied, I'm not swaying.
No, why is the house swaying too? And why is the sky swaying? Lin Xiaoming, seeing Zhuangmu's confused state, became a bit anxious. Lu Chen, what's wrong with teacher Zhuangmu?
Lu Chen shrugged and pursed his lips. I told you that thing was poisonous, but he didn't listen. Zhuangmu bit his lower lip, trying to use the pain to regain some clarity and to avoid appearing embarrassed in front of Lu Chen.
The village chief inquired, Lu Chen, what should we do about his current condition? Just wait.
However, as they waited, Zhuangmu noticed that his health bar was dropping at a terrifying speed.
I'm losing blood. What?
Zhuangmu's complexion worsened, losing color rapidly, turning a zombie-like shade of blue. In the worldview of the blocky people, this symbolized the gradual loss of vitality and life.
Save me. Zhuangmu finally pleaded for help from the village chief.
The village chief looked at Lu Chen with pity.
Good child, you should save him. But Lu Chen repeated, just wait, he won't die.
Even at this critical moment, Zhuangmu still did not believe Lu Chen.
Lu Chen, are you really going to stand by and watch him die? Are you asking for help? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning.
Zhuangmu was momentarily speechless, realizing his tone was off. At this critical moment where his life was at stake, only Lu Chen knew how to save him, yet Zhuangmu still had the audacity to be arrogant.
Yes, Teacher Zhuang, you can't speak like that when asking for help.
Teacher Zhuang, if you truly want Lu Chen's help, you need to humble yourself. Zhuangmu felt overwhelmed. These villagers were casually speaking these words.
Did they really believe Lu Chen's words and think he couldn't die?
He knew he couldn't break through to Lu Chen, so he turned to beg the village chief and Lin Xiaoming.
Chief, Xiaoming, you can't just watch me die, can you? Well, the two hesitantly turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved his hand, turning away.
And as I said, you won't die, just endure a little longer. In the end, the village chief and Lin Xiaoming chose to believe Lu Chen. Lu Chen was not a malicious person, what he said must be true. It was just that Zhuangmu was cowardly and afraid of death. The village chief advised, Zhuangmu, just endure a little longer.
Lu Chen, you have a heart of stone.
Zhuangmu shouted in frustration. He closed his eyes, seemingly ready to accept his moment of death, silently waiting for it to come.
But that moment never arrived.
Tentatively opening one eye, he realized he hadn't lost all his vitality. Although eating pufferfish could be poisonous, if consumed in a healthy state, it would still leave half a bar of health.
I'm not dead? I'm not dead?
Zhuangmu stood up with the joy of surviving a disaster. His head wasn't spinning, and the surroundings weren't swirling. He stomped his foot and found nothing unusual except for his weakened vitality. At that moment, he realized that everything Lu Chen had said was true. Despite misunderstanding Lu Chen earlier, he showed no remorse and even complained.
Lu Chen, why don't you explain more clearly?
This was just repaying kindness with ingratitude. Unable to bear watching anymore, the villagers pulled Zhuangmu away, scolding him.
How can you handle things like this? It's because you stubbornly didn't believe Lu Chen. Do you still have a point? Have you been bribed by him? Zhuangmu, unwilling to accept, tried to argue back.
He firmly stood by his arrogant stance, failing to recognize his mistake.
Lu Chen, seeing his stubbornness, sneered.
Seeing his behavior, Lu Chen suddenly remembered his teacher from the real world. That teacher once made a mistake in a problem, and when Lu Chen pointed it out, instead of acknowledging the error and apologizing to the students, the teacher blamed Lu Chen for disrupting the class. Zhuangmu was probably similar to that confused teacher.
Stubborn, arrogant, sooner or later, he would pay the price for it.
Lu Chen paid him no more attention and left.
In the afternoon after Lu Chen's departure, the villagers forgot about the unpleasantness brought by Zhuangmu.
Each household began digging a small pond in their courtyards for fishing, introducing new ingredients to their tables from that day on.
Lu Chen calmly went underground, using the excuse of needing rest to lock himself in his room.
Once the door was locked, he tapped on the hidden floor tile, revealing the underground mine. Lu Chen casually stored the fish he caught today in the storage room below, emptied his backpack, took the necessary tools, and entered the mine.
He arrived at the edge of the cliff from last time.
This time, Lu Chen didn't choose to jump down but instead raised a torch to illuminate the scene across. If he jumped below the cliff, he would reach an even deeper place. The redstone was not deep underground but rather in a shallow area, making it a good destination for Lu Chen. Across the cliff, there was a dark cave entrance, and with just a flicker of the torch, Lu Chen could see the red glow. He had been careless last time, not noticing the redstone so close by. Lu Chen took out some round stones he used as footholds and built a path to the other side, landing safely. With a pickaxe in hand, Lu Chen started working on the exposed redstone. There was quite a gathering of redstone, and with one strike, Lu Chen managed to mine half a set. Moving forward, he encountered a gathering of coal and iron ores. Oh, he had accidentally entered a mine shaft. Continuing on, he found more redstone. Unfortunately, this mine tunnel was a dead end, but after mining this path, he hit a dead end. Taking a moment to count, Lu Chen's bag now held 2 sets of coal and 5.5 sets of redstone.
It was enough.
Lu Chen checked the wood in his bag and casually built a ladder to return from above the monster spawner. Just as he poked his head out from the ground, he heard voices.
Lu Chen quickly blocked the entrance with round stones.
Standing on the uneven ground, he thought, this should keep me hidden.
You fool! I asked you to lead the way, and you brought us deep into the mountains? Lu Chen listened to the argument and footsteps, pretending to be clueless. Something's not right. The map shows this direction, but where's the village? Damn unlucky, I got stuck with collecting rent in the 7th district. Why am I not getting the good job in the 3rd district? It's just luck. Hey, Captain, there's a kid up ahead.
The captain kicked his subordinate and urged him to go ask. The kid they mentioned was undoubtedly Lu Chen. Due to the scarcity of food in the 7th district, Lu Chen appeared thin and frail, looking younger than his actual age. At that moment, he was squatting and playing with mud, just like the foolish Lu Chen from before. He marveled at how useful this identity was. Kid, hey, I'm talking to you. The man approached Lu Chen, who didn't respond, and almost slapped him on the ear. Just then, Lu Chen stood up, and their heads collided. Lu Chen rubbed his square head, feeling no pain.
Was this the power of a strong head?
The man held his forehead, tears welling up from the pain.
How dare you headbutt me? Do you know who we are? Are you tired of living?
He shouted loudly, causing the forest to stir and bats to flutter in the depths.
Stop!
The captain behind him intervened. If you injure this child, who will lead us to the 7th district?
It's getting dark, so let's hurry. The irritable subordinate choked up and apologized, bowing his head. Move aside.
The captain, Fong, pushed the subordinate aside and stood in front of Lu Chen, locking eyes with him.
Lu Chen's expressionless face surprised him.
What a composed young man. Especially his dark eyes, calm like still water, revealing depths beyond his years.
Young man, do you know the way to the 7th district?
It turned out they were heading to his village.
When they mentioned collecting grain in the 3rd district earlier, could they be the ones here to collect from the 7th district? Lu Chen pointed in a direction. Is it that way? Lu Chen nodded. Fong hesitated, unable to read Lu Chen's emotions or thoughts from his expression. Are you taking us there? Lu Chen shook his head. He still had unfinished business, at least wanting to wait until they left to change the round stone under his feet to mud, then pour water down to make a simple water elevator for his convenience next time he went up and down from here. So he chose to stay put. But the other party misunderstood Lu Chen's intentions, thinking that Lu Chen was plotting something deep. Could this kid want their village to evade paying tribute? He was not unaware of the situation in the 7th district, a poor place where tribute was always tight in the past. This year was indeed not a good year with favorable weather. Were they simply going to default? Instantly, his expression turned stern. Take us to your village. Lu Chen shook his head again. Fong's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning dangerous. Just then, a voice came from the direction of the village entrance. Who are you people? Lu Chen followed the voice and surprisingly saw that kid Fong Ao. He probably noticed the expensive attire of the people who had arrived, so his tone was unexpectedly polite. Fong wore a stylish leather coat, and his subordinates wore iron armor ready for battle, which indeed looked imposing to the villagers. Another one? The subordinates sought the captain's opinion, casting an inquiring look at Fong. Fong gave a look, then approached Fong Ao and asked, Are you also from the 7th district? Yes, sirs. Why are you here? Are you miners?
The subordinate stood at attention, proudly announcing, "No, we are a squad assigned by the 1st District to collect tribute." Although they didn't know which district they were from, being assigned by the 1st District carried considerable weight. This task was indeed from the 1st District, but it was uncertain which district they belonged to.
On the block continent, there were significant power dynamics between districts.
Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly, familiar with this kind of situation. And the straightforward Fong Ao actually believed they were directly from the 1st District, even getting a bit nervous and stuttering.
"You are from the 1st District." The subordinate even used sesame as a command arrow, feeling proud. I am from the 7th District. I can take you to the village." "Then let's go, it's getting dark. Do you want us to fight zombies here?" Fong Ao nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, follow me."
The subordinate saluted Chi Fong to give way for Fong Ao to lead, while Chi Fong stood next to Lu Chen at that moment.
Chi Fong looked displeased at Lu Chen, and the subordinate also complained to Fong Ao. "Are all people from your 7th District so insolent? My lord just asked this kid to lead him into the village, and he dared to refuse?" Lu Chen innocently looked at them. Seeing Lu Chen, Fong Ao also frowned.
"My lord, don't mind him, he's just a fool with a malfunctioning brain, and a very bad one at that."
"Fool?" Chi Fong was a bit dumbfounded. So, was he just playing mind games with a fool earlier?
He suddenly felt embarrassed, feeling a bit unable to save face. Instead, he directed his anger at Lu Chen.
"A fool, huh?"
He sneered. "Since he doesn't want to go back to the village, let him stay here." It was getting dark soon, waiting for nightfall to spawn monsters, leaving this kind of foolish villager with only one outcome.
Fong Ao immediately laughed upon hearing this.
"Alright, let him stay here. Lu Chen, don't blame me, this is the order from above, you brought this upon yourself."
Fong Ao laughed happily. At a young age, his face wrinkled with a flattering bow, leading the squad into the village.
That appearance reminded Lu Chen of a character he had seen in a certain type of anti-Japanese drama before, comical to the extreme. He waited until they were far away before starting to clean up the mess he had made. Killing the zombies that appeared nearby, Lu Chen gained some experience and a few pieces of rotten flesh, then easily started walking back.
With this density of zombies and respawn rate, did they really think he would die in the wilderness?
They should at least send a wave of zombies. The village was already in chaos at this moment. The village chief was so angry that he almost smoothed out the wrinkles on his face.
That Fong Ao was really something, bringing the vampires into the village like this. How was it any different from inviting the wolves into the house?
Did he really have a grudge against the village? Especially the way he acted like he didn't know what he was doing, looking at the village chief with a face that seemed to want to take credit. "Look, Lu Chen neglected the guests above, or was it me who invited the guests in?" The village chief really wanted to spit in his face. Who welcomed them? Every year these people come and plunder the village's food and valuables like vampires. How could they be welcomed?
Is Fong Ao heartless or brainless? Lu Chen wasn't a fool, was he? Why did you come in September this year?
In previous years, they would wait until October, the time of autumn harvest, to come, but this year they arrived in the village a month early.
What? You don't plan on paying us if we come in September? No.
Chi Fong rubbed his arms and legs, yawned, hinting as subtly as possible.
After giving a warning, he didn't want to continue this topic. "Grandpa Village Chief, it's late, please arrange accommodation for the adults first, right?" Fong Ao kindly reminded.
And Chi Fong's team was indeed tired. "If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. We've been on the road all day and our legs are about to break."
Chi Fong complained, resenting the villagers for not understanding their needs.
Yes, the villagers who were receiving them squeezed out a word from their teeth. They wished they could dig a hole for them to solve the problem on the spot, but they couldn't. Offending them, who knows what troubles they would face. So the village chief compromised. There were indeed empty rooms for guests in the village, and he planned to have someone take them there.
Not long after, Chi Fong asked, "Where are you taking us?" "To the guest rooms."
"What guest rooms? All the houses in your village are like matchboxes. Is it that one?"
Chi Fong pointed his finger, landing on Lu Chen's house. That's a villager's house." Chi Fong looked puzzled and asked the village chief, "Is it your house?"
He thought that only the most important person in the village could live in such a luxurious house. If he were the village chief, he would have built his own house so lavishly. And this house was not luxurious. In fact, the area he came from, the 5th district, only had larger living spaces and more floors, without such fine decorations. The house in front of him looked like a sturdy tree settled in it, quite creative, with exquisite windows and flower beds on the outside, a roof with skylights and plants, and warm yellow lights at the entrance for decoration. It looked like a gentle place to sleep. He hadn't seen such a house in the 5th district.
Greed and curiosity drove him to approach the house. "I'll stay there tonight." The village chief hurriedly stopped him. "No, that's not my house, it was built by a young man in our village, I can't decide for him." Fong snorted, seemingly mocking the uselessness of the village chief. He had mixed up to the village chief and still couldn't get a luxurious house. "Whose house is it?" Fong asked arrogantly. "This." The villagers also looked around for the figure of Lu Chen's family, but they didn't see Lu Chen and his mother at all, not even Lin Xiaoming. The troops collecting food entered the village in a grand procession, but the family remained unfazed. What were they busy with? At this moment, Lu Chen arrived at the doorstep with a load of red stones. Looking at the simple gate of his house, he had an idea and changed it into a mechanism gate with a red stone button. Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan watched curiously. "Lu Chen, what kind of gate is this you've installed? Why is it so heavy?" "It's a security gate." Lu Chen made up a name. Lin Xiaoming tried to push the gate but couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. "Lu Chen, why won't this gate open?" She panicked, thinking Lu Chen had locked them out. How would they get in now? Lu Chen smiled and pressed a button beside the gate. With a creak, the gate opened automatically, without them needing to push it. "It's open," Lu Chen explained. "From now on, just press this button to open the gate." Tao Lan also tried, and the two people of completely different backgrounds both smiled like children with a new toy. They entered the gate. This time, Lu Chen stood on the doorstep, and the gate opened automatically again. From now on, they could enter and exit without having to push the gate with their hands. "Lu Chen, you're amazing. Where did you learn this from?" Lu Chen made up another story. "Actually, I fell off a cliff before and met an old man with a white beard below the cliff. He passed on these martial arts secrets to me." "Nonsense. Lin Xiaoming didn't know about that. The only time he fell down the hill was to protect himself, and she was the one who carried Lu Chen back. There was no time for him to meet an old man with a white beard." He. Joking around, Lu Chen brushed it off. Outside the gate, there was a commotion. Lin Xiaoming decided to go out and see what was happening. Lu Chen grabbed her. He had already guessed who the visitors were. If they could cause such a stir before returning to the village, it must be Fong and the people he brought back. Whether they came to see if he was dead or had some other intentions, if they wanted something, they had to ask if Lu Chen agreed with the new gate he had just installed. Lu Chen smirked and asked, "Xiaoming, you know how to use this gate, right?" "I do." Lin Xiaoming looked at Lu Chen's sly smile, trying to understand his intentions. "That gate. I got it." The two exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Lu Chen went to his room. "I'll pack my bag. Call me if you need anything." He entered his small room and went downstairs to the space below. He took out the pumpkin seeds he had found last time and planted them in a vacant spot. Then he sprinkled the bone powder from the last harvest on the field. The pumpkin seedlings grew rapidly, and soon 2 pumpkins had grown. Holding the pumpkins in his hands, a mischievous idea came to Lu Chen's mind. "Who are you people?" Lin Xiaoming looked at the crowd that appeared at the door, including several unfamiliar faces and the detestable Fong and bluntly asked, "Oh, it's a pretty girl's home, huh?" Fong, the team leader sent by the first district to collect food, saw the beautiful girl and felt a bit proud. His greasy smile made Lin Xiaoming a bit nauseous. "No, this is a private residence. How can we let outsiders stay here?" Lin Xiaoming's tone was defiant, which pleased the village chief and his group. Only Fong in his own world, was afraid that Lin Xiaoming had offended Fong and squeezed to the front. "Xiaoming, this is an important person from the first district. It would be a blessing for our ancestors if Lu Chen let them stay for a night." Fong hinted crazily, pretending to be considerate. Lin Xiaoming became even more displeased. "Beds and bedding are personal items, how can they be casually used by outsiders? Who knows if they are clean or not?" Her words carried a sting, as if implying that Fong and his group were not clean. Fong raised an eyebrow. He probably didn't expect to be embarrassed in front of a pretty girl. "Little sister, it's not very nice of you to say that, is it?" Lin Xiaoming didn't face him directly, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. "And if you want to enter our house, you should ask permission at our front door, right?" "Your house's door?" They were puzzled. Chi turned his head and looked at the door of Lu Chen's house. Indeed, it was unlike any door they had ever seen, not the color of any kind of wood, but made of iron. It looked heavy and solid. Fong misunderstood, thinking it was a test of strength. And his men were considered legitimate guards, with 3 years of experience as miners. How could they be weaklings? "You, go and push the door open." The subordinate rolled up his sleeves, revealing some substantial muscles on his upper arm, wiped his palms, and prepared to push the door with all his might. But 3 minutes later, he was red-faced, while the door remained unmoved. Fong lost his patience and urged, Are you putting in enough effort?
The subordinate helplessly replied, Captain, I can't push it, it's too heavy.
How is that possible? It's just a door, how heavy could it be? You guys, all together now.
As a result, several big men, with their hands on Lu Chen's door, strained and red-faced, seemed to be using all their strength, looking quite comical.
Can you do it?
Fong couldn't resist and rolled up his sleeves to try himself. But even with his added strength, the door remained unmoved.
What's going on?
Fong looked puzzled at Lin Xiaoming, who quickly hid her blatant smirk.
She pursed her lips innocently and said, if you can't open it, it means you have no connection with this door, right?
Fong had lost face several times in the 7th district, which he despised, and his accumulated anger finally erupted.
Are you playing me? I'm not.
Lin Xiaoming was not one to back down from a challenge, being a bold and daring girl, as evidenced by her zombie slaying at the age of 16.
You can't even open the door to our house, and yet you talk about staying inside? Isn't that a joke?
Fong gritted his teeth and ordered, open it for me. He was determined to stay in this house today, and not only stay but also destroy it after leaving.
Why should I open it for you?
Fong was too worked up to think clearly now, but luckily, there was someone among his men who had a bit of brains. The skinny one who hadn't tried pushing the door just spoke up. His name was Chu Xian, sounding like a scholarly name.
Captain, could it be that our method of opening the door is completely wrong? Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, had they figured out the secret of their door?
Fong, upon hearing his words, seemed to be awakened by a bucket of cold water splashed on his face.
Right, maybe we need to do something to make the door open?
So, the group of people leaned over the door again, carefully feeling the edges of the door and its frame. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming stared nervously at a button not far from the right side of the door. But for now, their focus seemed to be on the door itself, rather than shifting to the side.
Could it be not on the door? Chu Xian surprised them once again. Lin Xiaoming's heart clenched tightly.
But before they could discover it, the door opened.
Creak!
This time, the door opened slowly, revealing the terrifying face inside the room. The face had dark, sunken eye sockets, an unbelievably wide mouth that reached the ears, and a smile with a strange curve.
On its orange face, there were even cracks.
At this moment, Fong was only a palm's distance away from this face. After a moment of silence, he let out a hoarse and terrified scream.
Ghost!
Lin Xiaoming was also startled by the sudden appearance of the ghostly face, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was just a dummy with a pumpkin head.
Lu Chen?
Behind the dummy set up at the door, there were also a pair of human feet.
Lu Chen then stepped out from behind the dummy.
With what seemed like a friendly smile on his face, he reached out to help Fong up from the ground, saying, sorry for scaring you. Fong then saw clearly that it was just a pumpkin head. The room was not lit, only dim light coming from outside the door, casting an eerie shadow on the pumpkin head.
Fong recognized Lu Chen's face. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Lu Chen innocently replied, no, I didn't.
Fong questioned loudly, who in their right mind put such a scary thing at the doorstep?
Lu Chen calmly replied, it's not what you think. Don't you know about our Snow Mountain Village Pumpkin Festival?
With these words, the villagers also looked over with confusion.
What pumpkin festival?
However, Fong had his back turned to them at that moment, so he couldn't see the villagers' expressions.
Lu Chen continued earnestly, this is our village tradition.
Every year at this time, the pumpkins harvested are made into pumpkin ghosts like this to scare off those who try to damage the farmland.
I mean, monsters. Pumpkin ghosts? Fong raised an eyebrow.
Yes, that's right. Lu Chen pointed to the pumpkin head he had placed at the door. Although Fong now knew it was just a pumpkin head, he still couldn't shake off the psychological shadow it had left.
Take it away now, Fong ordered. No, Lu Chen firmly refused, saying, if we move it, there might be monsters coming. This is our Snow Mountain Village tradition.
What tradition?
Why don't I know about it?
Fong Ao stepped forward, intending to expose Lu Chen's lie. He was about to report Lu Chen's misdeeds to Fong when the village chief spoke up.
Fong Ao, you are ignorant. You've even forgotten the rules of our ancestors.
The village chief's loud questioning left Fong Ao bewildered. Fong Ao, you rascal, you've been punished to guard the village gate and still haven't reflected on your actions. Others joined in with the village chief's words, further confusing Fong Ao. Were they really speaking as if it were true? Could it be that he had truly forgotten about this tradition in the village? Lu Chen exchanged a glance with the village chief, who trusted his reputation and logical thinking over the years in the village. Without prior discussion, they could understand each other's thoughts, showing that old habits die hard. In recent years, the village has been barren, and there have been no pumpkins growing, so we haven't made a big deal out of it. The village chief spoke with a serious tone.
Lu Chen continued, my family's fields were recently damaged by zombies, so I had to dismantle them. I managed to find a pumpkin and made this pumpkin dummy. Ask Fong Ao, he knows about it too, right?
Upon hearing about the attack on Lu Chen's home by zombies, Fong Ao's expression changed, recalling that it was the reason they were driven out of the village.
Is that true?
Compared to the other villagers, Chi Fong felt he could trust Fong Ao, who had been kind to him.
Fong Ao nodded. Only then did Chi Fong believe.
He was more afraid of zombies than harmless pumpkins.
Then let it be. Lu Chen innocently asked, do you still want to stay at our house now? If he says he can't stay because of a pumpkin head now, wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Besides, the Lu family's house does look the most luxurious in the whole village. So, Chi Fong replied with a stiff face, of course, get out of my way.
Lin Xiaoming wanted to stop them. Why are you guys so rude? Lu Chen stopped her, it's okay, let them stay for one night. Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoming stamped her foot in protest. She was definitely unwilling to give her room to a rude bully. But Lu Chen mysteriously winked at her. Could it be that Lu Chen had some other plan?
So Lin Xiaoming stopped objecting and instead went inside to help Aunt Taolan out.
Lu Chen, what's going on?
Mom, let's go back to Lin Xiaoming's old house to stay for a night, Lu Chen explained. Lu Chen packed some things in the house, made sure his underground space was well hidden, and then left. At this moment, Chi Fong was already standing proudly in their living room.
Looks pretty good, young man.
A large table made of boards and fences, a sofa made of steps, flower pots on the walls, green plants by the window, the house was full of life, a level of exquisite interior decoration that even their 5th district didn't have.
Lu Chen sneered. Is that it?
This guy who hasn't seen the world, I haven't even installed the real furniture mod yet.
He's still in the mood to show off here, but in a few hours, he might not even have time to cry.
Lin Xiaoming led them back to her old house. Inside her room, there was a row of tools and stone swords on the wall, the room devoid of any girlish touch. Lin Xiaoming was a bit shy, my house is a bit messy, so just bear with it for one night.
Speaking of which, Lu Chen, how do you plan to kick them out?
Just rest tonight, leave the rest to me.
Taolan glanced at the children and advised, be safe, okay?
Okay, Mom. When everyone was asleep late at night, Lu Chen left the house. On the way, he glanced at his own front door.
Chi Fong wasn't a fool either, he had arranged his men to guard the entrance.
However, they had been lost for a day, wandering anxiously in the deep mountains outside the 7th district, and now they were surely exhausted both physically and mentally. At the moment, they were all dozing off by Lu Chen's front gate. But if Lu Chen went over, he would surely startle them, as one of them was blocking their front door.
Did they think there was only one way to their house? Lu Chen began to calculate the amount of iron ore in his house, carefully considering that it might not be enough.
So he took a detour, jumped down from the water in the wild, and searched for iron ore along the natural cave. After digging half a set of iron ore, he chose to return to his room through the underground passage. Meanwhile, Chi Fong, sleeping on the first floor, turned over without a care. Lu Chen got to work, burning all the iron ore in his bag into iron, then synthesizing iron blocks. Holding the heavy iron blocks in his hands, Lu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. He then took a pumpkin from his bag and, with the iron blocks and pumpkin, went to the first floor. The pumpkin dummy he had placed at the door was gone. Chi Fong indeed found it unsightly and had dismantled and thrown it away. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly, well, then I'll punish you with this substitute pumpkin ghost. Chi Fong was sprawled out on Lin Xiaoming's bed like a dead pig.
Snore. Lu Chen clicked his tongue twice. He can sleep through dismantling the pumpkin dummy I placed at the door? Lu Chen placed the iron blocks in an empty space, forming a T-shape, resembling a dummy. The sound of the iron blocks hitting the ground was a bit loud. Chi Fong on the bed frowned, turned over, and muttered, what are you doing in the middle of the night? He was originally facing the ceiling, but when he turned around, he found himself facing the iron blocks arranged by Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and then placed the pumpkin head on top. In the next moment, the pumpkin face, with its dark and empty eye sockets, gained a pair of red eyes. Soon after, this iron figure, slightly taller than a person, began to grow. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the roof of his house was high enough. Then, the iron puppet was born. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Bodyguard, and gaining 30 achievement points. Wow, I didn't expect your iron skin to be worth 30 achievement points. Lu Chen examined the iron puppet in front of him. It had a rusty iron body with green branches crawling on it and a pair of crimson eyes. Creak, the iron puppet started to move. So noisy. Chi Fong sat up, opening his eyes. The next second, his baritone voice turned into a falsetto. Ah! His scream almost pierced through the roof. Ghost! There's a ghost!
The crimson eyes, shining with an ominous light, stared straight at him from those black holes. Ghost! The subordinates outside were also awakened and quickly stood up, shaking their heads to dispel their drowsiness. Then, they hurriedly searched for the door-opening button on the wall and rushed into the room after pressing it. They also saw the huge ghostly figure, causing them to scream in unison. Ghost! Fong made them jump to the conclusion that it was a ghost, almost forgetting that monsters existed in this world.
However, Xu Xian calmly analyzed, could it be a monster?
But with that size, it could easily crush them into a pulp just by stepping on them.
Hurry, take the captain away.
Okay. Under the shoving, someone finally mustered the courage to lift Fong, who was too scared to move, and dragged him outside. They closed the door, thinking they had successfully locked the monster inside. But Fong was still worried, whether it was a ghost or a monster, it was dangerous.
So he urged Xu Xian and the others, let's go further away. Don't wait for that monster to break out of the door, we'll all be in trouble.
Okay. Xu Xian, with his strong physique, carried Fong on his back and ran to the other side of the village. But before they could run far, they ran into the village chief and a few villagers who had come to investigate the strange noises they heard.
What's going on here? Fong questioned loudly. What kind of cursed place is your village? There's a monster inside the house.
Us. The village chief felt wronged, but seeing Fong's cowardly appearance, he knew that Lu Chen must have played another strange trick on him. He chuckled inwardly. Not only Lu Chen, but he and the villagers also couldn't stand this bully, and it wouldn't hurt to teach him a lesson.
How is that possible? We lit a fire inside the house, how could a monster sneak in?
The village chief looked innocent, but then as if suddenly remembering something, he whispered, could it be the pumpkin ghost?
Because it wasn't arranged properly, the pumpkin ghost drove away the monster, allowing it to sneak in? Fong was taken aback.
Indeed, he found the pumpkin dummy annoying, feeling uneasy even with it around while sleeping, so he had his subordinates dismantle and throw it out.
Could it be that he had casually thrown away the pumpkin dummy and now faced the consequences? How could this happen?
From his guilty tone, the village chief could tell that he believed it.
The village chief continued, what kind of monster was it exactly?
Fong described the appearance of the creature.
That thing was white. Could it be a skeleton monster?
No. It had red eyes and some green on its body.
The villagers asked, was it a zombie?
No. It was white with green on it.
We've never seen this kind of monster before.
Fong stomped his foot in frustration. The village chief interjected with a friendly smile, seemingly trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Hee, mister.
Could it be that you didn't rest well and made a mistake?
Following Chi's words, there were several experienced miners present, to whom he posed the question.
We have also seen it.
That monster is indeed something we've never seen before, but such things do exist.
It was huge in size and terrifying in appearance.
They spoke fervently, as if the more terrifying they described the monster, the more justified their fleeing seemed.
After a moment of contemplation, the village chief continued, why didn't you take care of the monster on the spot?
Well, they claimed to be seasoned miners, but when faced with that colossal creature, they were also afraid.
Mainly because none of them understood that thing, unsure how to confront it.
Now, the village chief's question felt like a slap in their faces. As miners and the first line of defense sent by the first district, running away from the monster was truly embarrassing. We were not prepared. That monster might be beyond our capabilities to handle.
The village chief pressed on, aren't you supposed to be skilled miners?
The crowd fell silent.
I can help you prepare some things.
With a sigh, the village chief added, but as you can see, our village is poor, so all I can offer you is a few pieces of bread. Saying this, the village chief indeed brought out some bread and placed it in front of them.
Some hesitated to take it, while others did not.
The village chief's intention was not to feed them but to send them towards the monster. If they refused the bread now, it was clearly out of fear.
They would not only lose face for the first district but also jeopardize their credibility. How would they gather provisions in the following days?
If they accepted the bread, they would have to return to Lu Chen's house and defeat the monster. Xu Xian originally wanted to advise them to temporarily set this matter aside, prioritizing their lives over pride.
However, Fong disagreed.
His face flushed red, gritting his teeth, he said, all right, let's go back now and defeat that monster. As the team leader, he might not need to engage in combat personally, he just needed to protect their reputation with words. As soon as he spoke, his subordinates cursed him in their hearts.
Damn it! Hurry up!
Now that he could feel his feet again and stand on the ground to command, he completely forgot how embarrassed he had been, being carried like a shrimp by his subordinates. Grumbling, his subordinates headed towards Lu Chen's house.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen was hiding the iron puppet.
However, the puppet couldn't follow him. being too bulky and cumbersome.
Lu Chen didn't want to destroy the puppet directly, so he decided to hide it underground.
He dug up the floor, then his room's floor, and finally, the iron puppet landed in his secret space, its head still protruding above the floor. Helplessly, Lu Chen dug another layer down, sending it near his underground farmland. "Big guy, please don't step on my crops." Lu Chen instructed the puppet's blank head, but it seemed to not understand his language.
Lu Chen sighed.
But there was no time to teach it now, he needed to restore his house's upper level.
Moving swiftly, as he was unsure when they would return.
After restoring the original appearance, Lu Chen concealed himself back in his underground chamber. Not long after, a group of people arrived at their doorstep in a grand manner.
The guards hesitated at the entrance. Someone swallowed nervously and asked, "Should I open the door?"
"Wait." Fong, who was at the back, took off his armor and changed out of his pajamas.
His cowardly rat-like appearance made people's teeth itch. "Useless. Open the door," Fong ordered.
Subsequently, the guard at the front opened the door. But inside, there was silence.
"Ha? Where's the monster?"
The person at the front questioned, and those behind him also looked puzzled, gathering the courage to peek inside.
"The monster from earlier is gone." "Really?" Fong rudely pushed through the crowd back into the room.
"Where's that huge monster?
Why is it gone?"
The village chief asked.
"Are you sure you didn't all just see wrong? Even if I saw wrong, how could everyone else have seen wrong with me?"
Fong shouted loudly. The village chief fell silent. He stood there with a straight posture, with villagers who had come upon hearing the commotion standing behind him. Surrounded by a crowd of people and their questioning gazes, Fong, the instigator, felt uneasy all over. There was a monster, but now it's gone.
"What can I do?"
Fong abandoned his logic and air of superiority, stomping his feet in frustration. The village chief finally wore an expression of helplessness and instructed the villagers, "Everyone, go back and rest." Leaving Fong and the guards behind, they exchanged glances.
"Captain, what do we do now? Do we still stay here?" Fong hesitated. Sleep inside a house where there might be a monster? Their hearts couldn't handle it. Forget it, forget it. Fong finally gave up on Lu Chen's house.
"Let's go find that old man to arrange a new place for us." They argued all night, and the villagers saw nothing, filled with suspicion towards them. Fong didn't have the strong mental fortitude or thick skin to call them over now and arrange new accommodations.
"Let's go, let's camp further away outside for the night," Chu Xian suggested, undoubtedly the best option at the moment. Miners spending the night outdoors surrounded by blocks to form a simple matchbox was common for them. "Are you planning to make me sleep outside?" Fong raised an eyebrow, questioning.
At this moment, Fong's subordinates were full of complaints towards him,
so they ignored Fong's angry shouts and decided to leave on their own.
"Captain, if you want, you can go back to sleep in this house, it's more comfortable here." Fong closed his mouth and followed them dejectedly. And on this night, Lu Chen had his hands full. When he went underground, he found his field had been trampled by the iron golem.
"You iron head!"
Lu Chen wanted to slap his sturdy thigh, but seeing the weighty iron ore, he ended up gently patting it. If he had hit it just now, he would have been the one in pain.
Oh well, Lu Chen didn't bother with the pumpkin head.
Lu Chen dug 2 deep holes next to the wall for him, giving him a separate space.
"Ironhide, you stay put here."
His name was decided just as casually.
Lu Chen looked at the farmland damaged by Ironhide and decided to transform it into a redstone farm.
After all, he had enough materials. Lu Chen was a man of action, so he started enlarging the underground space with a shovel and pickaxe. He wasn't satisfied with just 2 9x9 areas. This time, he planned a 3-tier farm with potatoes, carrots, wheat, and leaving space on the bottom level for pumpkins and melons.
After creating the 3-tier space, Lu Chen began working on the redstone circuitry.
Setting up redstone mechanisms and water at the 4 corners, eventually connecting them in parallel and linking them to a lever. The method of the redstone farm was extremely familiar to him. Apart from the fast travel world, the redstone farm was essential for any server or long-term archive he had been on. Having done it dozens of times, Lu Chen naturally handled it with ease. After completing all this, he took out bone meal from his chest and watered the wheat, turning the lush green wheat into a harvest-ready yellow. He pulled the lever. Whoosh! As the water flowed, there was nothing left in the field. The hopper under the funnel had gained some wheat. Comfortable. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Basic Redstone Technology, earning achievement points, 10. Lu Chen then successively tested the remaining 2 layers with potatoes and carrots, confirming that the mechanisms were working fine.
Lu Chen took a set of torches, illuminating the 3 layers of farmland without any blind spots, replanted the crops, and left the underground area contentedly. When he went outside, it was already dawn. The night warrior, the immortal war god Lu Chen, did not need sleep. Lu Chen directly brought Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan back and casually prepared breakfast for them. It's still most comfortable staying in the house we built ourselves, Lu Chen. Tao Lan exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoming, and they both smiled. Lu Chen, where are the others? Lin Xiaoming asked. I don't know, let's go check on them later. Lu Chen picked up the cheapest bread from the table and then left. Outside the village, he found the matchbox they had camped with, and there were other villagers around. They were curiously watching from outside. They really dare not stay at Lu Chen's house, look how scared they are, preferring to stay outside rather than at Lu Chen's house. Serves them right. Humph. I wonder what tricks that brat Lu Chen used. Just as they were discussing, Lu Chen arrived. Lu Chen, you're here. Lu Chen grinned and greeted the older villagers, then directly took a pickaxe and dismantled their matchbox. The villagers tried to stop him. Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Chen, be careful, they might bully you. It's okay. Lu Chen thanked the villagers for their concern. They stayed up until midnight before finally falling asleep, initially unable to sleep due to fear, but eventually succumbing to exhaustion. At that moment, they were in deep slumber. Suddenly, the sun shone on them, as if forcibly trying to open their eyelids. Fong complained, "Who's there? Who turned on the lights?" Not only were they blinded by the sunlight, but they also felt the slightly cool morning air. A gust of wind blew, instantly waking them up from drowsiness. Who the hell did this? Who dismantled our camping spot? Lu Chen cleared his throat and made his opening statement in a loud voice. Good morning, everyone. Lu Chen's voice completely startled them awake. You are all such good people, actually giving up the house for us and camping outside yourselves. Lu Chen looked deeply moved as he took out bread from his bag and handed it to them. Please accept it, as a token of gratitude, it's just a small gesture. Seeing the bread, they felt a bit choked up. They couldn't eat it. Alright. I knew you all weren't bad people at heart. They looked at the foolish boy in front of them and inexplicably felt annoyed. Fong snorted and decided not to argue with a fool. Since he was awake, the villagers couldn't laze around either. Get up, time to gather the crops. With this statement, the villagers' expressions turned sour. Gather what? They had come a month early, and they hadn't stored enough food. Even though Lu Chen had helped them expand their farmland, increasing their yield significantly, the crops still needed time to grow. But, go find the village chief now. Some people ran away, almost losing their shoes. Seeing the panicked villagers, Lu Chen sighed. What's the rush? What's there to fear? He's here. The village chief arrived just in time, watching Fong sitting on a tree stump with his legs crossed, looking like a boss. Indeed, what was meant to happen couldn't be avoided. The village chief had some dark thoughts last night. Since they claimed there was a terrifying monster, let them deal with it. If they couldn't handle it and sacrificed heroically, their village wouldn't have to pay taxes. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and the tax collection couldn't be avoided. What are your orders, sir? The village chief seemed to want to gain some sympathy with his humble demeanor. Unfortunately, Fong wasn't one to fall for that. What do you think I'm here for? 200 units of wheat, handed over quickly. 200 units? The village chief frowned, asking, Sir, are you mistaken? We only needed to hand over 100 units of wheat in previous years. Is that so? This year is different, we need 200 units now, Fong said arrogantly. This. The village chief revealed his panic, his hands trembling, showing his confusion. Suddenly doubling the tax, as the village chief, he couldn't accept it. How is this possible? The villagers were also angry. Are you bullying us? 200 units of grain, we simply don't have that much time or land. We're already so poor in the 7th district, and you still want to exploit us. Do you have no heart? This is outrageous. You're bloodsuckers. You want to eat us? Shut up, all of you. Fong drew his sword from his bag, shouting loudly. Where are all these complaints coming from? The message from above must be followed by all of you. Then, he lowered his voice and said, You're from a remote and poor village, so it's normal not to know. The crowd looked puzzled. The 1st district is planning to officially attack Hell. If you don't fully support it, it's equivalent to betraying the block continent. The villagers gasped in shock. Hell? Lu Chen furrowed his brow in thought. Indeed, the development progress of the 7th district and the 1st district block people were completely different. While the 1st district was already planning to conquer Hell, the 7th district was still struggling with basic needs. Once the big hat was thrown down, whether they agreed or not, they had to comply. As of yesterday, their village only had 50 units of grain in storage, and although Lu Chen promised to provide 50 units, it had only been a few days since his promise, and even he couldn't fulfill it. The village chief was so anxious that even his white hair was about to fall out. And at this moment, can we trade something other than wheat? Chu Xian answered in place of Chi Fong, of course, as long as it's food. Can we trade potatoes? Chi Fong sneered and asked, you've even started growing potatoes? He carefully observed the village yesterday, and although their fields looked different, they were still growing the same old wheat. The villagers of the 7th District Snow Mountain Village were already poor and had no knowledge of growing other crops. Wasn't he just talking nonsense now? Did you buy them from outside? Or did you pick them in the wild? Lu Chen didn't answer but continued to ask, answer my question first. Shi Fong didn't bother to reply, thinking it was a waste of time, and gestured for Chu Xian to deal with this fool. Of course, you can. How much wheat is one potato equivalent to? Chu Xian frowned. One potato is equivalent to one stalk of wheat. Lu Chen continued, and a carrot? Chu Xian thought for a moment. One carrot is equivalent to 2 stalks of wheat. What about eggs? Or chicken meat? Chi Fong listened to their conversation, becoming more puzzled. Why are you asking so many questions? Eggs? How many times have you seen chickens? Chi Fong's tone was full of disdain. He thought the people of District 7 were shallow, but his thoughts were too extreme. Raising chickens? That was something only available in District 6 and above. How could the people of District 7 have that? Chu Xian paused for a moment before answering, equivalent to 3 stalks of wheat. Lu Chen asked again, and fish? Fish? Even Chi Fong, who had rarely eaten it, couldn't believe that these bumpkins from District 7 were so boldly bringing it up. Chu Xian still honestly replied, 1 fish, 5 stalks of wheat. Alright, I understand. After the exchange, the village chief's expression relaxed. Lu Chen was too clever, coming up with a barter system. If they only traded wheat, they probably wouldn't be able to gather 200 sets no matter what, their fields couldn't handle it. But if they could trade other things, there was hope. They could pick eggs and fish while waiting for the wheat to mature. Now everyone in the village had learned to fish, so together they would surely catch a certain amount. Besides, 1 fish could be exchanged for 5 stalks of wheat. By the way, how many days do we have to deliver the grain this year? Chi Fong deliberately wanted to make things difficult for their village, saying, 3 days. Wasn't it a week in previous years? The villagers questioned. Changed. It's urgent. Chi Fong shouted, we're going to attack hell. We can't delay. The villagers were frustrated but had to swallow their anger. It's fine, 3 days are enough, Lu Chen said. The village chief pressed Lu Chen's arm, confirming, is it really enough? Lu Chen smiled obediently, it's really enough. The village chief nodded repeatedly, choosing to believe Lu Chen. Everyone, hurry back home and get busy. Go fish. Fish? Chi Fong almost slipped off his wooden stool, then looked in astonishment at the villagers dispersing. They seemed serious, not just casually mentioning it. Could it be that they really knew how to fish? Their village didn't have a water source, and where did they get fishing rods in District 7? Follow them, Chi Fong ordered, and they immediately caught up. They watched the villagers return to their homes and take out fishing rods by the small pond in their yards. They have fishing rods? Then they saw the villagers pulling fish out of the small pond. Chu Xian regretted what he had said. If fishing was so simple for them, they could indeed save a lot of effort. Chi Fong might have to blame himself again. Damn! However, upon closer observation, fishing wasn't that easy. Sometimes a fish would bite within minutes, while other times it took a long wait. Let them exchange fish, Chi Fong said, licking his lips. In fact, District 7 didn't need to deliver 200 sets, it was actually increased to 180 sets. It was common for those collecting rent to inflate the numbers and pocket the extra. Lu Chen didn't rush to his fields but went to his monster spawning cage. He dug down 16 blocks, a spot just enough to kill Little White, then used water flow to wash down the loot. He stood below, waiting to collect the experience, bones, and arrows dropped by Little White. A simple monster spawning cage was set up. Lu Chen didn't have time for complex redstone mechanisms for now. He completed all this in less than an hour, the most time-consuming part being mining the stones. After that, he started fishing next to the monster cage, waiting for Xiaobai bones to fall while fishing. Lu Chen's fishing speed was astonishing. By evening, he had caught a group of bluefish, 19 salmon, and a few pufferfish. He also found some tools with average enchantment effects. When his backpack was full, Lu Chen started walking home. Lu Chen, where have you been all day? Couldn't find you anywhere, someone asked. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Lin Xiaoming explained the situation to him, we've all been busy fishing. Lu Chen, you're the fastest at fishing, come and help us. Lu Chen patted her shoulder and reassured her, don't worry, everything will be fine once I'm there. How can we not worry? Everyone is doing their best. One person is fishing at home, the rest are out looking for eggs, and the fields need someone to watch over them, Lin Xiaoming fretted anxiously. Ignoring her, Lu Chen walked straight to his room. Lu Chen, where are you going? Someone asked. Lu Chen pointed to his room's door, saying, back to my room. Of course, he wasn't going to rest. He closed the door, leaving the puzzled Lin Xiaoming outside. Lu Chen went to the underground farm, put down what he had, replaced bones with bone meal, and started growing carrots. Since carrots yielded the most wheat, he decided to use them. He sprinkled bone meal, activated the mechanism, and continued to grow. In no time, the bone meal was used up, and Lu Chen harvested enough carrots. To rest his arms and legs, he went upstairs to watch the chicks in the coop and collected some eggs. Then, he planted some seeds in the coop, waiting for the chicks to hatch. He also slaughtered the adult chickens, gathering half a set of chicken meat. Lu Chen strolled back underground to the monster cage, fishing while waiting for Xiaobai to respawn. He took care of meals on the go and didn't return home to deal with his mother and Lin Xiaoming. He immersed himself in his work mode. For 3 whole days, Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoming, where is Lu Chen? Mrs. Talan, worried about her missing son, asked. I don't know. He told me to wait for him that day, but he disappeared when he went back to his room, Lin Xiaoming replied. Mrs. Talan stomped her foot in frustration, but there's no one in his room. Where did this child go? Lin Xiaoming hesitated but decided to tell Mrs. Talan the truth. Auntie, in these 3 days, the village managed to gather 10 sets of food. In total, we have 60 sets, but this is without setting aside food for the village. Mrs. Talan, understanding the situation, felt a headache coming on. She didn't know what would happen next. Auntie, when Lu Chen bought the land from the Fong family, he promised to provide 50 sets of food to the village. Now the village is waiting for him to deliver the remaining food. What? Mrs. Talan was shocked to learn that Lu Chen had used 50 sets of food to buy the house they lived in. Has this child lost his mind? How could he make such a promise? 50 sets. How did he manage to do that? But time was up, and someone outside was calling for them. Lin Xiaoming supported the anxious Mrs. Talan to the small square. Where is Lu Chen? Why hasn't Lu Chen arrived yet? 50 sets. I knew it was impossible. Lu Chen couldn't possibly. Standing beside them, Fong, who was trying to please them, asked loudly, he couldn't do it, could he? Has he run away? Lin Xiaoming vehemently argued, Lu Chen is not that kind of person. But our whole village has only managed to gather 10 sets in these 3 days. How could he achieve 50 sets alone? The villagers were not blaming, they were now in the same boat, just sighing. Suddenly demanding 200 sets of grain from above was extremely harsh. Several big men even came out with stone swords, ready to fight or scare off these vampires if the deal didn't go through. Meanwhile, Chi Fong and his group stood there, smiling. They were hoping the villagers couldn't pay for the grain so they could punish them legitimately. The suffering he endured in District 7 was more than he had experienced in his whole life. Damn it! Are you going to pay or not? Chi Fong even threatened, pulling out an iron sword. When night falls, if you still haven't paid, we'll take you to District 6 for punishment. Fong on the other hand, looked eager, hoping Lu Chen would be caught. It was as if he didn't belong to District 7 at all, privately considering himself part of Chi Fong's team. The villagers cursed and called them traitors and lackeys. He can do it. Lu Chen will definitely keep his promise, Lin Xiaoming said. Chi Fong chuckled, and where is Lu Chen himself? Lin Xiaoming couldn't answer. Moreover, the only time she saw Lu Chen, he seemed completely relaxed and unhurried. Fong solemnly said, Lu Chen is a treacherous bastard. Lin Xiaoming, you shouldn't associate with him. Lin Xiaoming shook her head, Lu Chen, what do you want me to do? A voice appeared nearby, and indeed, it was Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you finally came. The villagers surged forward, as if surrounding a returning hero. Lu Chen, is that enough? If not, we can delay a bit more. Lu Chen, thank you for your hard work. If it's not enough, we can fight them. Lu Chen raised his hand to silence them. It wasn't that he lacked the courage or strength to fight them, but the villagers were simple and poorly equipped, while Chi Fong and his group were heavily armed. A direct confrontation would result in casualties, and Lu Chen couldn't guarantee protecting the villagers while taking down all of them. Besides, he wasn't sure of the consequences or the level of development in District 1, or the hierarchy of the people on the block continent, so it was best not to act recklessly. Chi Fong looked at Lu Chen, who arrived late, mockingly saying, if you kneel and beg now, I might take fewer people with me. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, replying, I have 50 sets, I've gathered them all. The village chief's hand trembled, almost dropping his cane. Watching the excited village chief, Lu Chen patted his shoulder, saying, keep 10 sets for the villagers as food, I'll deliver the rest. Chi Fong looked at Lu Chen, taking his words seriously. Are you serious? Lu Ken approached them, asking, "Things are a bit messy, who will count?" Chu Xian stepped forward, saying, "I'll do it." "Okay." Lu Ken directly threw out 10 sets of carrots. "Why so many carrots? Where did you grow them?" Fong was shocked, especially since he had never seen a carrot field in the village. The quantity, harvested in 3 days, seemed to cover an entire plain. Ignoring him, Lu Ken continued to throw out items. "These are 2 sets of wheat, 2 sets of potatoes." This time, Lu Chen's offerings were more normal, within a reasonable range. "And these are 2 sets of chicken meat, 1 set of eggs." "What?" Fong was astonished, never knowing how people in District 7 raised chickens, especially this Lu Ken, who was considered a fool. Chu Xian was also surprised but neatly packed the items Lu Ken threw into his backpack. "Is there more?" Chu Xian asked. The villagers swallowed nervously, watching Lu Ken eagerly. "Of course." Lu Ken grinned and tossed out some fish. "A group, 2 groups, 3 groups. A whole 3 groups of fish." Fong stood up directly and came to Lu Chen's side, picking up the fish on the ground as if confirming the authenticity of these fish. "Are these really fish?" Chu Xian calculated according to the conversion ratio he had informed. "Is there more?" The villagers looked at him, with a hint of anger. "Don't push your luck. Why do you still want more? Outrageous." Chu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "Now it adds up to 49 groups, just 1 group short." "Ah?" The villagers looked worriedly at Lu Chen. The village chief was about to offer to make up for this missing group, but Lu Chen calmly interrupted him, opening his own backpack. Although he had plenty of wealth in his bag, Lu Chen's gaze fell on a hint of yellow. "I have 1 more group of fish here." Fong couldn't help but urge at the thought of enjoying freshly grilled fish in a while. "Hurry up and hand it over." Lu Chen leisurely tossed out the last 20 fish. Those fish were yellowish in color, swollen like a ball, with sharp spikes on their bodies. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, that's not." Those were poisonous pufferfish. Lu Chen's intention in giving them these fish was clear. Having been put in a difficult position, Lu Chen couldn't possibly not seek revenge, and unexpectedly, he had left a trick up his sleeve here. The villagers had seen Zhuang Mu's appearance after eating that fish, and they tried hard not to burst into laughter. "This adds up to several dozen more, but you can take them, eat them on the way back." Fong glanced at Lu Chen. He didn't expect this kid to be so considerate. "These fish do look unusually beautiful, but I wonder how they taste." Fong quickly stopped himself, realizing that if he said it out loud, it would seem like he had eaten the public food privately. "All right, that's enough, let's go." After a few days of turmoil, the group of troublemakers was finally sent away by Lu Chen. The villagers bade farewell to them, spitting in the direction they left. Lu Chen looked into his pocket and found an additional map inside. This was secretly given to him by Chu Xian just before he left. Could it be that this was a gesture of goodwill towards him? Chu Xian seemed to be the only one with some brains among them, truly understanding Lu Chen's strength. Following someone like Fong, who was absurd, might just be for survival. However, Lu Chen didn't dwell on it further, not knowing when he would see them again. Fong Ao had thought that Fong and the others would take him along, so he had his father prepare luggage at the village entrance. "Why are you still following us?" Fong bluntly asked, leaving Fong Ao embarrassed. "No, sir, I've been serving by your side these past few days," Fong Ao said reluctantly. Fong scratched his ear, nonchalantly saying, "What? Do you want us to thank you?" "No, that's not what I meant." Fong Ao didn't dare to argue. "Then go wherever you need to go." Fong kicked him away with a foot. Fong Ao was dumbfounded. When Fong Chang came looking for them, he kept asking, "Son, where are they? Let's catch up quickly." "Catch up with what?" Fong Chang could tell from Fong Ao's tone that their plan had failed again, and he scolded, "You useless thing, how can't you even handle such a small matter?" "Dad, all you do is blame me, why don't you go yourself?" Later, it turned into a dog-eat-dog situation. Fong and the others, having shaken off Fong Ao, set up camp not far from the village to prepare for grilling fish. Not only Fong, but everyone in the group, except Chu Xian, was tempted by the grilled fish. In the face of delicious food, they even forgot their previous complaints about Fong. Fong rummaged through his backpack and finally chose a colorful and seemingly fresh puffer fish. "Let's eat this, we've never had it before." They had seen the bluefish before, but this yellow, fat fish was unheard of to them. "Quick, set up the stove." The stove was placed on the ground, charcoal was added, and they began to grill the fish. Soon, the freshly grilled fish was ready, and they started to eat. "Chu Xian, why aren't you eating?" Someone kindly offered the grilled fish to Chu Xian. Chu Xian shook his head and replied, "I don't eat fish." "Monster!" A burly man felt he wasn't manly enough and grumbled. Chu Xian was helpless. It wasn't that he couldn't eat, but he dared not. He remembered the cunning look in Lu Chen's eyes when he handed him the pufferfish, sending shivers down his spine. There's something fishy here. He had intended to exchange the map Lu Chen gave him for some information, but Fong urged them to leave in a hurry. They didn't have time. However, Xu Xian felt his intuition was right, that fish was definitely inedible. Lu Chen must have planned it all out, Fong must have exaggerated the numbers, and they were surely going to keep a portion for themselves, which must be the scattered pieces, these fish. Xu Xian sat at a distance watching them devour the fish greedily, his heart in his throat. He hoped Fong and the others wouldn't cause trouble for him. Yes, he was that selfish, even if they faced any punishment, it would be their own fault. Captain, why are you swaying? Why are you swaying too? Xu Xian frowned and asked, what's wrong with you guys? I feel like the whole world is swaying. Me too. Fong supported his dizzy head, complaining, damn, we're poisoned. This fish is toxic. Captain, my blood is dropping. Mine too. Are we going to die here together? They grabbed Xu Xian, the only one not poisoned, pleading, Xu Xian, think of a way to save us. Xu Xian replied, I've never seen this kind of fish before, I don't know what to do either. He didn't expect Lu Chen to be so ruthless. If they all died, he wouldn't be able to explain to his superiors. Why don't you drink more water? Flush out the toxins? Xu Xian suggested randomly. Yes, that might work. The river leading to the village was nearby. They staggered towards it, wanting to drink by the riverbank, but their balance was off. Feeling dizzy, they all fell into the river. Help! Afraid of drowning, they started splashing in the water. It was chaotic. I don't feel dizzy anymore. They couldn't tell if they were sobering up in the water or if drinking too much water had an effect, keeping them alive with residual blood. They emerged from the water like drowned rats, quickly replenishing their blood levels. Fong gulped down some carrots, restoring his blood levels to normal. That kid did it on purpose. He clenched the remaining carrots in his hand, gritting his teeth. He deliberately gave us the poisonous fish, wanting us to die on the road. His subordinates, who had been through a lot, were now full of resentment. Captain, we can't let them off like this. Hoof. Fong sneered coldly, saying, not just him, I won't spare anyone in this damn village. They all must die. Dad, look. They're back. Fong had been depressed all day, staring out the window into the woods. Even at night, he didn't immediately lie down to sleep. But to his delight, figures appeared at the edge of the forest. He danced with joy. Fong Chang also approached the window to look. Did Fong think they had come back to get him? He must be living in a dream. Seeing Fong and his group looking fierce, with revenge written all over their faces. Oh no, they've come back to cause trouble. Fong Chang pushed Fong Ao's head down, intending to hide him. Dad, they. Fong Chang covered Fong Ao's mouth, silencing him. Crouching by the window, they heard approaching footsteps and the sound of axes chopping wood. Fong Chang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Waiting for the footsteps to fade, Fong Chang peeked out. Indeed, they had almost dismantled one side of the fence. As villagers of the 7th district, they knew what this meant. The fence was meant to protect them from monsters, so their actions. Damn it! Were they planning to let monsters into the village to harm the villagers? Dad, what should we do? Should we block it? Fong Chang, with a thoughtful look, stopped him, saying, no need. Son, do you remember the name of the aunt from your mom's family who married into the 6th district? Dad, what do you mean? We need to. Fong Chang secured the doors and windows while tidying up things in the cabin. At dawn, Lu Chen felt that tonight was a bit different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He had been working tirelessly for 3 days and should have been resting in bed, but his mind was restless. Eventually, Lu Chen went underground to arrange the iron sheet. Hey, big guy, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the iron golem couldn't speak, only making creaking sounds. Silent exchange. Lu Chen looked at him, feeling it was a waste to keep him underground all the time. So he thought of digging a passage upwards to the surface, but the big guy was too simple-minded to guide, needing steps to push him up. Thus, Lu Chen had to dig sideways to create a gentle staircase for the big guy to walk on. Looking in that direction, it probably led to their yard? Of course, Lu Chen didn't release him immediately but left a layer of soil at the top. As he was about to return to his room, he heard a zombie's low growl coming from just above the layer of soil. Roar, ha! He remembered their yard was filled with torches, with no blind spots, so how could zombies suddenly appear? The iron golem seemed agitated, wanting to rush out and attack the zombies. Be good, I can handle this alone. Soothing the iron golem, Lu Chen emerged to the surface. Lu Chen saw not just one zombie but several standing in the village, and even skeletons. He drew his axe and swiftly killed the one in front of him. As he fought the zombies, he pondered.
The village was always lit at night to prevent monster spawns, and there had been no incidents for years, except for the incident in Lu Chen's underground. There were definitely no blind spots there, so these zombies must have come from outside. The village's fence must have been breached. Lu Chen deduced that the fence wouldn't break for no reason. It must have been deliberate. Lu Chen, what's happening? Lin Xiaoming was awakened by the noise, rubbing her eyes as she pushed open their house's door. Since it was still early morning, Lin Xiaoming was still half asleep, yawning drowsily. Quick! Close the door! Startled by Lu Chen's loud shout, Lin Xiaoming widened her eyes to see the situation in front of her. Zombies? And skeletons. Peeking through the door crack, Lin Xiaoming was stunned by the sight before her. Despite all the torches in the village still burning, a large number of zombies appeared amidst the bright lights, sending shivers down her spine. But soon, Lin Xiaoming grew worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen, why are you still standing outside? Anxiously stomping her foot, with so many zombies outside, wasn't it dangerous for Lu Chen to stay out there? Lu Chen, come back quickly! Their shouting also woke up other villagers. What's happening? Quick, look, there are zombies outside. Something big is happening to the kid's father. There are monsters all around our village. From the matchbox-sized wooden houses in the village, a series of screams could be heard. Look, Lu Chen is still outside. Oh no! Why is that child still out there? Get him to hide quickly. At least when it's dawn and the sun comes out, they can think of other ways. But Lu Chen had a different idea from them. He didn't take out a weapon but a shovel instead. Lin Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he wanted to dig a hole to hide. Fortunately, Lu Chen didn't rashly try to confront so many monsters head-on. But what happened next left her even more stunned. What? What is that? Suddenly, a white head emerged from the soil Lu Chen was digging. The thing had crimson eyes and half a body much taller than a person. In appearance, this thing was more intimidating than zombies and little white monsters. Lu Chen! Lin Xiaoming was terrified, thinking Lu Chen had unearthed an underground monster. Look! What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. Could it be an underground monster? Why isn't Lu Chen running away? At this moment, Lu Chen was in a dangerous situation, with a strange white creature in front of him and zombies approaching from behind. Lu Chen seemed lifeless, caught between the two. He stood there motionless, while the huge creature suddenly raised its hand. Lu Chen! Run! Someone shouted urgently from the window. Lu Chen! Lin Xiaoming was so anxious that she rushed out of the door. But the next moment, she stood there in surprise. The raised arm of the big creature didn't fall on Lu Chen but on the zombie behind him. The zombie staggered back several steps from the blow. Ah! The onlookers were all shocked, mouths agape. Why did the creature hit the zombie? As if confirming their thoughts, the iron golem rushed into the group of monsters, taking down a zombie in 2 strikes and a little white monster in 3, like an unmatched war god in action, with powerful attacks and great strength. Oh, so powerful. Iron skin, well done. Lu Chen watched the iron golem's performance with satisfaction, then went to Lin Xiaoming's side. Why did you come out? Go back inside. Lin Xiaoming, still staring at the iron golem sweeping the zombies, asked, What? What is it exactly? It's my pet that I picked up, Lu Chen replied evasively. A pet? Lin Xiaoming was speechless. This huge thing? You call this a pet? Lu Chen was clearly teasing her. Watching the iron golem walk away, Lu Chen had to follow. Where are you going, Lu Chen? Lin Xiaoming was about to catch up but was stopped by a look from Lu Chen. Go back inside. I'll go block the fence. Lu Chen. Lin Xiaoming watched as Lu Chen's hand slipped from her grasp, feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, the door of the village chief's house was knocked open. Village chief! Village chief! Quick, let me in! As the village chief opened the door, he was startled to see a man fully armed with the little armor he had, holding a sharp stone sword, looking around anxiously as if afraid of something. What? What's happening? Don't ask, village chief, just open the door and let me in. The man squeezed into the house, closing the door behind him. Despite his dry throat from shouting and running all the way, he didn't even have time to drink water, quickly explaining the current situation. The village fence was somehow destroyed, and a large group of zombies attacked the village. The village chief was shocked and reprimanded. Then why did you run out? Taking such a big risk? Chief, let me continue. Lu Chen brought a huge monster from somewhere, and that monster helped him kill many zombies. Really? The village chief, full of curiosity, disregarded his old and weak legs and stumbled to the window to look outside. At that moment, the sky was turning white, with warm colors leaking from the horizon, indicating dawn was approaching. It's almost dawn, he murmured, then asked, Where is Lu Chen? He took that big guy to repair the fence.
Why did you leave everything to a child?
The village chief slapped his thigh inside. Chief. The man looked at him guiltily. Indeed, they were not even as brave as Lu Chen, who was out there fighting zombies while they hid in the houses. It's almost dawn, gather all the men in the village, arm them, those with armor wear it, and get to work quickly. With a command from the chief, people hurried to inform others. Soon, all the men in the village were gathered. Lin Xiaoming was originally warned by Lu Chen to stay inside, but she couldn't resist and joined the group. Chief, I'm going too. By now, zombies were no longer visible around the village houses, a testament to Lu Chen and the Iron Golem's combat prowess.
The risk for the villagers had decreased significantly.
They planned to split into groups to minimize risks further.
Where is Zhuang Mu? Someone suddenly asked.
They needed all the men in the village to gather, and Zhuang Mu couldn't be missing.
Has anyone seen him? No. Send a team to check on Zhuang Mu, we can't afford any mishaps.
With all instructions given, as they were about to set off, they unexpectedly met Lu Chen returning.
Why did you all come out? Lu Chen looked at them with complex thoughts. How could we let a youngster like you work alone outside? We should also contribute.
Exactly, Lu Chen, you. It was then that they noticed a huge figure behind Lu Chen, taking slow steps towards them.
Wow!
Such a big guy naturally instilled fear, causing some to step back.
What is this thing? Some had heard of Lu Chen and the big guy's heroic deeds, but others seemed unaware.
They mocked those who were out of the loop.
Ha ha, what are you afraid of? That's Lu Chen's underling. Lu Chen's underling? They expressed the same disbelief as Lin Xiaoming did when she first heard it. Lu Chen brought the Iron Golem to showcase its harmlessness and even patted its head. Don't be afraid, it won't attack us. The Iron Golems only attacked hostile creatures, retaliating only if attacked first, so they wouldn't harm the villagers. Really?
They tentatively reached out to touch the cold iron surface, amazed to see the Iron Golem unfazed.
It's true. Could it be? Observant Lin Xiaoming watched the Iron Golem fall into contemplation.
Could it be that what Qi Fong and the others saw at your place?
Was it? Everyone was suddenly awakened by Lin Xiaoming's words.
Yeah,
is it the one at your place that Qi Fong and the others mistook for a monster? Lu Chen vaguely replied, yes, it should be. Scared them good.
How did they not get scared to death? With that, his hand landed on the Iron Golem as if praising its presence. Having such a big guy following Lu Chen to help our village eliminate monsters is quite impressive. Exactly, I was terrified at first, but when I saw it through the window, my fear disappeared.
Look at your spirit. Someone teased.
In the meantime, a group of men were enthusiastically interacting with the iron puppet, looking quite passionate. The village chief, amused by their antics, chuckled before remembering the task at hand.
Lu Ken, have you repaired the fence? Lu Ken nodded, yes.
Hey, you. Of course, the village chief wasn't scolding him. He felt inferior as none of the grown men gathered there were as brave as Lu Ken, a just-turned adult. I'm afraid there might still be zombies and little demons hiding in the shadows, planning to take the iron puppet for a patrol. Child, you've stayed up all night, you should rest now, the village chief advised, patting Lu Chen's shoulder. But Lu Ken showed no signs of fatigue, about to refuse when the village chief interrupted him again.
Let the elders lend a hand too.
All right. To make way for them, Lu Ken chose to step back. Lin Xiaoming was about to follow them when the village chief stopped her in her tracks. Child, Lu Ken is back, you don't need to worry.
Go home and pack your things. Pack her things?
Lu Ken turned to look at Lin Xiaoming, who first looked surprised, then nodded with a hint of sadness. Okay. Lu Ken remembered that although it was not the best time to leave the village on the day of the attack, it was indeed time for Lin Xiaoming to depart. He had intended to make her a set of armor before she left, but now he found himself in a dilemma. He looked at the iron puppet wandering aimlessly around the village. He had used up all the iron he had to create this bulky puppet, and now he had very few iron ores left.
Lin Xiaoming returned to Lu Chen's house with a sense of loss.
She packed up her belongings that she had left at Lu Chen's house and planned to pack her luggage at her old house. She looked around, the once surprisingly exquisite room now felt so familiar, she hadn't realized she had been staying at Lu Chen's house for so long. At that moment, Lu Ken walked into the small room with her.
Lin Xiaoming pouted, quite displeased. She was leaving the Snow Mountain village, and on a journey with an uncertain return. Didn't Lu Ken have anything to say?
And just like before, he retreated to his room, shutting himself in.
Was he going to stay in there all day again? Lin Xiaoming wore a look of silent suffering. She was a girl. Did she really have to ask Lu Ken to bid her farewell?
Humph. Feeling more and more aggrieved and indignant, Lin Xiaoming picked up her luggage left at Lu Chen's house.
Xiaoming, what's wrong?
Talan came out of her room and saw Lin Xiaoming carrying her luggage.
As a woman, she had stayed in the room and was unaware of the conversation outside. "Auntie, I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Upon hearing this, Taolan hurried over, holding Lin Xiaoming's hand. "Why are you leaving today? Isn't it dangerous outside now?" "I don't know, the village chief told me to pack my things." Oh. Although Taolan was worried, she had nothing to say since it was the village chief's instruction. She shook her head, not seeing Lu Ken around. "Where's that boy Lu Ken? You're about to leave. Why isn't he helping you pack or asking if you need anything?" Mentioning Lu Ken made Lin Xiaoming feel frustrated. "He's back in his room again, I don't know what he's busy with." "Oh, why is this child so awkward?" Taolan anxiously tapped her thigh. "Auntie, let's not disturb him, maybe he's working on a new invention. Let's not disrupt his thoughts." Lin Xiaoming smiled bitterly, picked up her luggage, and pushed open the door. "I'll just get ready by myself." Taolan watched her daughter-in-law leave the room, feeling anxious. In the end, she knocked on Lu Chen's door. "Son, Xiaoming is leaving. We don't know if she'll come back. Why don't you come and see her off?" She did not get a response from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was no longer in the room. He had followed the tunnel he dug and reached the underground. "Iron?" Lu Chen scratched his head as he stood in the mine tunnel, not finding any iron ore along the way. Could it be that he had already cleared out all the iron in this tunnel last time? Helplessly, Lu Chen could only sweep some coal nearby, make an ample amount of torches, and prepare several sets of food for his farm. The memory of gathering seeds with Lin Xiaoming outside last time was vivid in his mind. They used torches sparingly and ate bread frugally. Since Lin Xiaoming was going on a long journey, she couldn't lack resources to endure hardships on the road. After finishing all this, Lu Chen sat on a nearby rock to rest and yawned. In his leisure, he opened his world chat group. Server population, 31/50ths online, 29. Lu Chen remembered that the last time he opened this group, only a few people were chatting, but now there were 31 people? Could it be that like him, other transmigrators were also increasing continuously? Moreover, last time, the number of people chatting was the same as those online, but now, the numbers didn't match. Lu Chen had a dreadful suspicion, so he sent his first message in the group. "What about those who are offline?" Unexpectedly, someone shared the same doubt as Lu Chen and asked, "Yeah, where did the disconnected people go? Did they return to their original world?" "Really? Brother, are you just realizing this now?" Lu Chen then noticed that everyone's ID was a number, and his number was 003, perhaps because he was the third person to arrive in this world? They died. Indeed, if one died on the block continent, they would be completely disconnected. However, dying at the beginning of the game might be due to bad luck or a lack of skills. The number 50 also caught his attention. Typically, this should be the capacity of this server. So what would happen after reaching the server's capacity intrigued Lu Chen. With Lu Chen setting the pace in the group chat, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. I just discovered the existence of this group. Brothers, where are you all? Can we team up to survive? I'm so bad at this. Does anyone remember how to craft scissors? It's so hard without Baidu. Every day, I worry about the little food I have. Why is my wheat growing so slowly? It's bread every day. Where are the pigs, cows, and sheep? Lu Chen nodded silently. He looked at his redstone farm in front of him. Where's the bone meal? Brothers, I need some bones. I need spider silk. Is there a way to trade? Lu Chen remembered his skeleton spawner. How are they still struggling with the basics of food and shelter while he had already moved into his well-equipped large house? Just a friendly reminder, the full moon is approaching, and on that day, there will be a zombie wave. Lu Chen was taken aback and carefully looked at the person who made the statement. The person with the ID player 001 seemed experienced. He seemed to have unique means of knowing about the impending zombie wave on a full moon. What? The screen was filled with exclamation marks for a moment, but unfortunately, they didn't have a reserve of emojis. No way. Can I survive this? I'm going to start preparing food and get ready to live underground. Goodbye, brothers. Well, that's one way, but the underground zombies also go berserk during the full moon. Mommy, I want to go home. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. These people were all single and only concerned about protecting themselves. But Lu Chen was born in the village, and the villagers might not be able to withstand the zombie tide. It seemed he needed to make more preparations. After resting, Lu Chen went out. With a full backpack, he found Lin Xiaoming talking to the village chief at the village entrance. Standing beside them was a person. The person was wearing enchanted armor. The armor emitted a purple glow. If it wasn't enchanted, then what was it? Lu Chen frowned, realizing he had underestimated the wealth gap in the cube continent.
While the 7th district worried about food and drink, people from the 3rd district were already wearing enchanted armor. The man had a solemn expression, exuding an aura of dignity. Even the old village chief seemed slightly nervous in his presence. Previously, no genius had been sent from the village to the 3rd district. According to rumors Lu Chen had heard, the last person sent was his father, who disappeared without a trace, and he had only gone to the 5th district. Despite the village chief's concerns, he cautiously asked, "Is it safe to set off now with the village being surrounded by danger?" His words were tactful, trying not to question the man's abilities to avoid any blame. "Oof." The man in enchanted armor sneered. Lu Chen looked at him, realizing that for someone in full enchanted armor, it was ridiculous to think they would be troubled by mere ordinary zombies. But the current situation was different. Lin Xiaoming also appeared nervous, twisting her clothes in her hands anxiously. Lu Chen interjected, "But I heard that the full moon is coming in a few days." He was afraid that Lin Xiaoming might encounter a zombie tide on the way, sacrificing herself before reaching the 3rd district for a new life. "Lu Chen? Child, what are you doing here?" The village chief, fearing Lu Chen might provoke the man, tried to push him away. But Lu Chen stubbornly stayed. "Oh," the man chuckled, "little brat, you actually know about the full moon?" Lin Xiaoming was unfamiliar with the terms they were discussing. "What is the full moon?" she curiously asked. The village chief seemed to have heard of it. "The full moon. I seem to have heard this name from my father. Originally, this isn't news that people from your 7th district should know." The man in enchanted armor squinted, then smiled. "Normally, the full moon occurs in a specific area, but for the past century, it has been in the front districts, unrelated to your remote 7th or 6th district. However, there hasn't been any reports from other districts near the full moon recently, so it seems it might be happening in your area this time." The 6th and 7th districts occupied a small area, hence the low probability of being selected. This was why the villagers were unaware of this news. Lu Chen clenched his fists as he watched the man's relaxed smile. He knew but chose not to disclose the information. It seemed that to the people from the 3rd district, the lives of the 6th and 7th districts were not that important. They valued information control more than the lives of the 7th district residents. The enchanted armor on the man indicated the terrifying information disparity among the regions on the Cube continent, where they considered their information as their proud asset. "But, country bumpkin, you do know there's a direct road to the 3rd district, right?" The man in enchanted armor grinned. "A road? Could it be a minecart? Is there a railway underground that leads directly to the 3rd district?" Seeing Lu Chen frowning in thought, the man in enchanted armor thought Lu Chen was wondering what the cart was for. "Ha ha ha," he let out a disdainful laugh. But Lu Chen was only worried about Lin Xiaoming, not this unfamiliar man. Lu Chen approached Lin Xiaoming. "Lu Chen?" Lin Xiaoming tilted her head to look at him. Just now, her gloomy mood vanished, thinking Lu Chen, this blockhead, had forgotten about her impending departure, but he remembered. Lin Xiaoming looked at Lu Chen with hopeful eyes. Lu Chen started handing things to Lin Xiaoming one by one. "This is bread, carrots, potatoes, some fish and chicken, take them for the journey." Lin Xiaoming didn't expect such simple gifts, but after a moment of daze, she smiled. "Thank you." The man in enchanted armor was also surprised to see the abundant food Lu Chen brought out. They didn't eat this well in the 3rd district. Next, Lu Chen brought out a set of torches. "Take these too." And Lu Chen brought out an iron sword. This was Lin Xiaoming's first time owning an iron sword. They were rare in the 7th district iron mine, so she was used to using a stone sword. Holding her very own iron sword for the first time, Lin Xiaoming cherished it. "I will treasure it." Besides the sumptuous food, the things Lu Chen brought out were unremarkable, just as the man from the 3rd district was losing interest. Lu Chen then pulled out a pumpkin. Lin Xiaoming remembered how Lu Chen used the pumpkin to scare people and laughed. "Lu Chen, what are you going to do with it?" Her laughter was sweet and innocent, but Lu Chen replied seriously, "It's for self-defense." As soon as he said this, the village chief and the man who had been watching the two young people became curious. How could a pumpkin be used for self-defense? Lu Chen further explained, "If you encounter those tall, skinny black monsters, remember not to make eye contact with them first, then wear the pumpkin on your head." "Okay." Lin Xiaoming didn't understand the details, but Lu Chen wouldn't deceive her, so she obediently took the pumpkin. However, the man in enchanted armor beside them was greatly shocked. "You." Suddenly, he stepped forward, grabbing Lu Chen's slender shoulder. "Kid, who are you really?" The man in enchanted armor, named Qian Lu, was a senior star-level mining team leader in the 3rd district. He had seen the tall, skinny black monsters that Lu Chen mentioned, and they were their nightmares. They still hadn't found the right way to deal with those black demons, so when they encountered them, it was either a direct confrontation or fleeing. He couldn't believe that the boy from the 7th district, whom he had just scorned, actually knew how to deal with the black demons. Qian Lu's pupils trembled, but Lu Chen remained calm as water and replied, "I just stumbled upon it." "Stumbled upon it? How is that possible?" Lu Chen answered, "I happened to discover it while playing outside with the pumpkin on my head. It didn't attack me when I wore the pumpkin." "I see. So as long as you don't make eye contact with it." This child could think of the subtleties in this. Could it be that the 7th district was blessed with 2 geniuses in 1 year? While Chen Lu was still muttering to himself, neither the village chief nor Lin Xiaoming dared to disturb him due to his status. But Lu Chen wasn't afraid of him. "Sir, shouldn't you set off with Lin Xiaoming?" Qian Lu seemed to snap out of a trance, looking at Lin Xiaoming and murmuring, "Yes, I have to take her back, it's time to go." But before leaving, he cast a reluctant glance at Lu Chen. "Hey, young man, would you like to come with me to the 3rd district?" Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up with hope. Would Lu Chen go with her? Then she wouldn't have to be separated from Lu Chen. The village chief also looked at him with anticipation. Could it be that there would be 2 geniuses emerging during his tenure? Just as the 3 pairs of eyes were eagerly looking at him, Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm not going." Lu Chen refused him. The village chief was also quite puzzled. This was a rare opportunity. The gentleman from the 3rd district had taken a liking to Lu Chen and was willing to take him along. "Lu Chen, are you really not going?" Lu Chen explained, "I can't leave my mother behind, and you also said that the full moon is coming soon. I can't abandon the village either." Qian Lu squinted at the boy. "Kid, surviving the full moon is not a simple matter." He had experienced the full moon before. It was something that required the elite miners to work together with full gear. But Lu Chen's confidence was not dampened by Qian Lu's words. In fact, a playful light shone in his eyes. Qian Lu was greatly surprised. When others heard of danger, they would be shocked or fearful, but Lu Chen was not afraid. He was even more excited. It was as if he was playing a game in the mortal world. The more danger he encountered, the more interesting it became. "No problem," Lu Chen replied. His "no problem" somehow sounded credible. Qian Lu hesitated for a moment and told him, "Don't underestimate the enemy, and each time the full moon strikes, the number and strength of the zombies vary. If you encounter an elite zombie team, you'll only have to wait for death. You'd better find a hole to bury yourselves and wait for daylight." "Thank you." Qian Lu sighed, lamenting Lu Chen's lack of understanding of the situation and worrying about his future. But he was powerless. He had his own duties to fulfill. "Let's go." Turning around, he walked away with Lin Xiaoming. As soon as the two left, the village chief grabbed Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, can you tell me more about this full moon you mentioned?" Lu Chen began to narrate. After all, the village chief was a prominent figure in the village. His words would be more convincing to the villagers, and in the eyes of the villagers, Lu Chen was still just a young boy. The full moon zombie tide on the square land was similar to the zombie siege in movies like Resident Evil, where zombies in a certain area would collectively attack players and villagers in that area. In the original game, the strength of the zombies would increase with the player's game duration. The longer the players played, the more powerful the zombies that would come. But now the game had turned into a real square land. The strength of the zombies became random, depending on luck. Of course, Lu Chen only gave a general overview. After listening, the village chief asked, "So, Lu Chen, should we start preparing now?" "Of course." Upon returning, the village chief quickly gathered the villagers. Among the crowd that came, he saw a figure he hadn't seen before. "Zhuang Mu, I called the men in the village to patrol just now. Where were you?" In front of everyone, he specifically called out Zhuang Mu's name. It was evident that the village chief was angry at Zhuang Mu for avoiding his responsibilities as a grown man. "Ha ha!" Unexpectedly, the man beside him burst into laughter and patted Zhuang Mu's shoulder. He saw so many zombies before dawn that he fainted in his own backyard. Even Lu Chen was speechless. Could there really be such a cowardly man? Could it be true? Zhuang Mu hurriedly explained, "That's not true. Zhuang Mu, you don't need to explain anymore. It's really not." Zhuang Mu explained loudly, "I saw a green monster, and it emitted white light at my doorstep, so Where would there be such a monster?" "Zhuang Mu, don't worry about the green, white light." Regarding this, Lu Chen had some clues. Could it be that Zhuang Mu saw the laborer about to explode, or was he directly affected by the explosion? What about the green monster? Lu Chen asked further. "I don't know," Zhuang Mu answered shamefully. "The village head is a hidden danger that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible," Lu Chen informed the village head of the situation. "Lu Chen, let's focus on the urgent matters." Indeed, in the face of the full moon zombie tide, the laborer's fear was a minor issue. As everyone has seen, yesterday we experienced an unprecedented large-scale attack of zombies and skeleton monsters.
Thanks to Lu Chen, we defended the village and survived the night. However, just now, we learned from the gentleman from the 3rd district that in a few days, we will face an even more severe zombie attack. Ah, gasps spread through the crowd. Is it true? Some timid individuals shivered. Young children even started crying. Mom, I don't want to see zombies. The village head raised his hand to calm them down and said, thanks to Lu Chen hearing this news early, we have time to prepare to defend against the zombies. Desperate, Zhuang Mu asked, how do we defend against them? Well, the person from the 3rd district suggested that we temporarily hide underground, the village head said, looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, tentatively agreeing to this method. We need to temporarily hide underground that night, so now we need to prepare a large enough shelter and sufficient food. But, where will the food come from? Another problem arose. Having just gone through the harvest, they were running out of food, with each household having only a little left. If they needed to spend several nights underground, they feared they would starve to death. It's okay, I have some. Everyone was shocked. Lu Chen had previously taken out 50 sets of food on his own, and now he still had food? How brave of him. The village head then began to allocate tasks according to Lu Chen's suggestions. Several groups were assigned to inspect and reinforce the first line of defense, the fence surrounding the village. Others started digging underground shelters, while the rest prepared food as much as possible. Everyone, let's get busy. The village head descended from the speaking platform. From last night until now, this elderly man had not slept a wink. Lu Chen could see his fatigue and suggested, Grandpa village head, why don't you rest for a while? But the village head stubbornly shook his head. No, how can I rest when the villagers are busy? It's fine, even though I'm old, my body isn't that weak yet. Watching the village head join the patrol team with unsteady steps, Lu Chen sighed. He was also ready to return underground to put more effort into his redstone farm. At this moment, they all forgot about the green monster mentioned by Zhuang Mu. Lu Chen prepared several sets of food and was about to go mining. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Lu Chen inexplicably felt his heart race, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be something had happened? Oh no! There are monsters at the village entrance. Does anyone have clean cloth? Wah! Grandpa village head! Village head! Lu Chen hurried over upon hearing cries outside, only to see a large crowd gathered. Among them, the village head was being carried on the back of Uncle Chinda, his lower body covered in blood. The scene was blood-red, heart-wrenching. Village head! Wake up! Don't sleep! He heard the villagers who had returned with the village head crying out in anguish. Uncle Chen walked quickly, afraid that his increased speed would further tear the village chief's wound, yet he dared not waste time. The village chief on his back was trying hard to keep his eyes open. Lu Chen walked up directly. What's wrong with the village chief? But he was pushed away mercilessly by others. Lu Chen, move aside quickly and go find Zhuang Mu to treat the village chief. Do square people need a doctor when injured? Wait, is Zhuang Mu a doctor? Judging from Zhuang Mu's previous performance, Lu Chen seriously doubted his abilities. Watching the crowd move away, Lu Chen quickly caught up with the end and asked, what happened exactly? Seeing the village chief's condition, Lu Chen couldn't remain indifferent. When he arrived at the square continent, besides Lin Xiaoming and his mother, the village chief had helped him the most, supporting and assisting Lu Chen's ideas and actions repeatedly. Lu Chen wanted to help him. The person he grabbed was stunned for a moment before starting to explain. It's a monster. A green monster suddenly exploded. Monster? Lu Chen frowned. I told you there were monsters. Zhuang Mu exclaimed loudly. Zhuang Mu, who had received the news, surprisingly didn't rush to care for the seriously injured village chief but instead sought to regain his lost face. What's the use of saying this now? Quickly look at the village chief's condition. The villagers couldn't help but urge Zhuang Mu that he had got his priorities wrong. The urgent matter was the injured village chief. Oh, let me see. At that moment, Lu Chen also pushed through the crowd to find the village chief and directed his gaze towards him. They laid the village chief on the bed, but soon the blood stained the sheets red. Zhuang Mu hastily wrapped a cloth around the village chief's lower body where the explosion had occurred, but the village chief's legs were already mangled beyond recognition. Lu Chen frowned at Zhuang Mu's rough handling. According to his knowledge from his original world, what Zhuang Mu was doing was extremely unhygienic. Even by the standards of the square continent, the fact that the village chief was still losing blood probably indicated that he was still bleeding, losing his vitality. After Zhuang Mu busied himself for a while, there was no improvement in the village chief's condition. His complexion was becoming increasingly grim. As his vitality ebbed away, his face was turning ashen, resembling that of a dead person. Everyone grew anxious. Zhuang Mu, why isn't the village chief getting better? This
Before Lu Chen's soul-switching, Zhuangmu was indeed one of the few in the village who knew a lot about alchemy formulas. The villagers relied on his knowledge, and some had sought him out for treatment of injuries. Since they were not fatal injuries, although Zhuangmu appeared to be busy and effective, most of the healing was actually done through natural recovery over time. Unfortunately, both the villagers and Zhuangmu thought they had treated the injuries, but he didn't know how to handle them at all. Lu Chen couldn't let the village chief be killed by him and pushed him aside. The way you're handling this is completely wrong. Zhuangmu's eyes were full of displeasure upon seeing Lu Chen. If my handling is wrong, do you know how to handle it? Lu Chen pointed at the village chief's face and rebuked, have you seen the village chief's face? If you had handled it correctly, would the village chief's face look like this now? Other villagers couldn't help but feel uneasy. The village chief's complexion hasn't improved, it's getting worse. According to them, the village chief's face was almost turning the color of a zombie. Yes, what should we do now? You guys, stop talking nonsense. The villagers continued to press. Then what are you going to do? We can't just watch the village chief deteriorate like this. He was at a loss. Zhuangmu stubbornly wanted to save face, but Lu Chen didn't give him any face at all. You better move aside. If something happens to the village chief, will you take responsibility? Lu Chen's serious words left Zhuangmu speechless. Next, Lu Chen pushed Zhuangmu aside without any resistance. The most urgent matter at hand was to replenish the village chief's blood volume, or rather, his vitality. So, Lu Chen took out some roasted potatoes from his backpack. The roasted potatoes were soft and mushy, easy to eat even for a weak patient. Lu Chen supported the village chief's head and woke him up, saying, "Village chief, wake up, have a few bites of food." The village chief was weak but not completely unconscious. He opened his mouth. Before the village chief could eat, Zhuangmu began to question. Lu Chen, why are you feeding the village chief at this time? Lu Chen felt like rolling his eyes. He couldn't do anything himself, yet he thought others couldn't either, even singing pessimism and questioning when others were doing things. No wonder Zhuangmu was so detestable. Lu Chen didn't bother arguing with him and simply said, "Watch closely and learn well." Seemingly unreliable feeding, but to everyone's surprise, after a few bites of roasted potatoes, the village chief's complexion gradually improved, regaining color. Look, quick, look. Village chief, how do you feel now? Much better. The village chief was still weak, but he could speak now. Zhuangmu was dumbfounded. Lu Chen continued to feed him, although the village chief's blood volume seemed to have risen, and the blood below his waist had coagulated, turning dark red, indicating gradual recovery. However, Lu Chen's missing leg did not return. He couldn't help but feel distressed. It seemed that this serious injury required other means to heal. Healing potions could be crafted in the game, but they required flame powder, which needed to be found in hell, an item Lu Chen did not possess at this stage. Seeing Lu Chen looking at his leg with deep concern, the village chief comforted him instead. "Child, I'm already old, losing a leg is nothing. Being able to survive under that monster's hands is already a great blessing." The villagers chimed in. The village chief is blessed with great fortune to escape. Village chief, no! Lu Chen decisively interrupted them, looking at the village chief firmly. "I will make sure your leg recovers." Lu Chen repeatedly broke their common sense, surpassing their knowledge and abilities. At this moment, they didn't even doubt Lu Chen anymore. Since Lu Chen said so, he would definitely be able to do it. The full moon day was approaching. They couldn't turn a blind eye to the impending disaster for the sake of the village chief. Even if the village chief wasn't there, Lu Chen needed to continue preparing. Or rather, besides Lu Chen, no one else could take on this task. Lu Chen arrived first at the pit dug by the villagers. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Was this the shelter they dug out? What's the difference from an outhouse? For Lu Chen, it was just a pit. Just like a novice starting to play this game, digging a pit was just a square pit, building a house was just a square matchbox. Seeing Lu Chen's helpless expression, a villager asked, "Lu Chen, do you see any problems?" Lu Chen rubbed his forehead. The problem was indeed significant. As a shelter, at the very least, there should be some resting areas and pathways to observe the outside. Moreover, in case enemies attacked from the front, they would need another escape route. So Lu Chen began to make changes. With a shovel and ladder in hand, he quickly opened up multiple layers of space. Of course, the bottom layer was the safest. Watching the setting sun's afterglow, Lu Chen ordered, "Let the village chief and the children go in first." No one opposed Lu Chen's actions, all agreeing, "Okay." In no time, the injured village chief was carried over. Before everyone's eyes, Lu Chen showcased his superb construction skills, using planks and fences to divide the underground space, creating bunk beds similar to those on a train. In the blink of an eye, he built a large enough shelter for the villagers to rest. Construction completed. Under review, the system suddenly popped up to review Lu Chen's underground shelter.
Lu Chen felt embarrassed. Is this system a bit untimely? Difficulty, C. Aesthetics, B. Exquisite, C. Uniqueness, B. Ease of use, S. The shelter he casually built was evaluated, with average scores, but Lu Chen also received 10 achievement points. Well, achievement points given for free shouldn't be wasted. The villagers were prepared to sleep on the ground, but seeing Lu Chen quickly set up a resting place for them, with enough space, changed their minds. Lu Chen, this is just a temporary shelter, yet you've made it so exquisite. Everyone was astonished. Lu Chen displayed his skills in front of them this time. Previously, they had only seen finished products from his family, but now they witnessed his impressive work firsthand. This is even better than my home. It's so comfortable underground, I don't want to go back. Someone joked, but many felt the same way. It wasn't a joke, they were serious. Even Zhuang Mu couldn't resist and sat down on the innermost bed. His calculations were obvious. The innermost spot was the safest, and once he sat down, no one else could take his place. Lu Chen frowned at his behavior. Finally, he bluntly stated, Zhuang Mu, this place is for the elderly and children. Zhuang Mu was embarrassed. Since he and Lu Chen had fallen out, his true nature had been exposed, unmasked, and extremely ugly. He stood up, patting his backside, saying, I see. Little did he know, he hadn't changed the clothes he soiled in fear yesterday, and there were bloodstains on him from treating the village chief earlier. The place he sat in was met with disdain from the others. A child, without filter, said, No. Uncle Zhuang looks dirty. I don't want to sit where he did. Boo-hoo! The child almost burst into tears. Zhuang Mu was even more embarrassed. Lu Chen smiled and suggested, Zhuang Mu, why don't you clean this place up? Being directed by Lu Chen, Zhuang Mu, who was already feeling resentful and challenged, exploded with anger. He was about to act when a strong villager pushed him aside without mercy, scolding, Make way, let the village chief rest. Zhuang Mu suddenly felt flustered, realizing his status in the village had vanished, even passers-by could now command him. His once proud knowledge was overshadowed, his unique role as a doctor replaced, and now, no one respected him. Zhuang Mu felt like the entire village was stepping on him. Seeing his expression, Lu Chen probably understood his thoughts. People like him, who had been praised for so long, felt they belonged in the sky, but now exposed as lacking true talent, falling from the sky to the ground, felt trapped in a swamp. Lu Chen shook his head. Accepting one's ordinariness is also a good thing. One must have a correct understanding of oneself. A fox wearing a tiger's skin is still a fox, not a tiger. Now is the time for Zhuang Mu to accept himself. However, he'd better stay underground for now and not cause trouble during the full moon crisis. So Lu Chen wanted to quickly finish the underground area, providing a living space for Zhuang Mu and the other adult males. Lu Chen transformed the second underground floor into a space for women, creating a private area with tree leaves for the girls and even burning clay to make flower pots, placing them in the corners. Congratulations on completing the achievement, bonsai planting, earning 10 achievement points. Lu Chen also unlocked an achievement effortlessly. Hee, Lu Chen seems to be quite good at winning the hearts of girls. The girls gathered together, whispering to each other. No wonder this little fool can make Lin Xiaoming fall head over heels for him. It turns out that miracles do happen, fools can have a stroke of genius. Lu Chen left the layer closest to the surface for the strong men in the village. Near the dangerous edge, Lu Chen made things simpler. He built a skylight with glass to observe the surface of the village. With everything prepared, Lu Chen placed 2 boxes in the open space. This box is for food, and this one is for weapons. Let's quickly go and retrieve both while we have the chance at sunset. Unintentionally, Lu Chen became the leader of this group of people. Everyone followed his orders without hesitation, acting according to his commands. Leaving Zhuang Mu lost in thought on the bed, Lu Chen ignored him and left the underground shelter alone, returning to his home underground to gather food. Besides what was currently growing, Lu Chen used bone meal produced from the redstone farm and the underground monster spawner to ripen a wave of food. Then, he returned to the underground shelter. Everyone brought out the weapons and food they had collected, most of which were from their own harvests. They lined up to store the food and weapons in the storage box. Lu Chen quietly stood at the back of the line, not making a fuss. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn. The things everyone placed were disorganized, taking up most of the box. When Lu Chen put in what he had brought, which included many round stones he had dug up earlier, the entire box was filled. Even Lu Chen was surprised. Congratulations on completing the achievement, so many round stones, earning 30 achievement points. Lu Chen grumbled, this system is really full of nonsense. What do I care if there are many round stones, you busybody? Afterwards, Lu Chen went to the workbench to build another box, and behind him came the astonished voice of the next person. Damn! Lu Chen, how much did you bring over? Just now, there was still half a box, and now it's full as soon as you put it in. Shocking. They had witnessed Lu Chen's miraculous actions before, creating 50 sets of food overnight. And now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen produced half a box of food. They knew that there were no farmlands in Lu Chen's yard, so what kind of sorcery was he using? Lu Chen, where did you get the food from? Someone asked sincerely. From the fields, Lu Chen replied. I don't believe it, you must have made a deal with some wizard. I think Lu Chen might have found an endless food storage. Maybe it's a magic lamp. At this moment, the villagers let their imaginations run wild, and Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Night fell quickly. Lu Chen sealed the exit with blocks of dirt, leaving no trace on the ground. He placed a chair under the glass window for himself, sitting below to observe the activities above. On the first day, even though they were no longer children and there was no imminent danger, they couldn't help but feel excited about the new environment. This was also their first experience of communal living, gathering together to chat and play games, with the children even playing hide-and-seek underground. The villagers looked peaceful, and Lu Chen, watching the quiet ground, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that tonight was not a full moon. He glanced at the group chat. Who said there was danger during a full moon before? I even took off my pants, and nothing happened. Who spread false rumors? Bring them out to be executed. The anticipated danger did not arrive, and even the players began to relax and joke around. Player 001 remained silent, so Lu Chen closed the chat group. Nothing happened on the first day. Due to the commotion last night, by the time the sun rose on the second day, few people had woken up and returned to the ground. One of the few with a stable routine, a disciplined man, looked at Lu Chen and walked up to him. Lu Chen, weren't you guarding the window all night? Why don't you rest a bit before coming up? It's fine, Lu Chen replied, waving his hand. As long as his satiety level remained full, he wouldn't feel tired or sleepy, so sleeping was just a formality for him. Hey, you! The man, unaware of the situation, was quite moved. After patting Lu Chen's shoulder, he stared at him affectionately for a while, giving Lu Chen goosebumps all over. However, explaining that he didn't need to sleep was too troublesome, so Lu Chen chose to brush it off. As soon as he came up, Lu Chen saw iron golems wandering around. They still made a lot of noise when walking, but their heavy iron bodies made it difficult for them to move quickly. When it saw Lu Chen, one of the iron golems turned and walked towards him. Lu Chen felt like he was seeing a dog running towards its owner, only this one was taller than him and probably weighed a few hundred kilograms. The expression on the iron golem's face was still equals. But Lu Chen unexpectedly saw anticipation in its two red bean-like eyes, feeling a bit sorry for its loneliness. Facing a possible zombie attack with probably a large number of them, one iron golem wouldn't be enough. Lu Chen patted its head and entered the mine. Don't worry, I'll make you a brother with iron skin. Or do you want a wife? On the other side, Lin Xiaoming sat on the minecart, watching the various rock walls speeding by, making her dizzy and almost nauseous. If Lu Chen were here, he would probably tell her that this reaction was motion sickness. Lin Xiaoming thought she was sick, afraid of being discovered by Qian Lu that she was unwell, thinking her physical condition was not good enough, and forcing herself to stay alert. Unlike her, Qian Lu had been on the minecart many times and was used to the high-speed ride, showing no signs of discomfort. He stood there as straight as a flagpole. Lin Xiaoming felt awkward due to his silence. Mr. Qian, she started. Call me Captain Qian, you are now one of us, Qian Lu corrected. Although the village chief had taught her some social skills, even if the other person was not worth associating with, he was still an officer, and saying a few good words could make her journey a bit easier. With that, she took out the food Lu Chen had given her. Lin Xiaoming had no appetite, but Qian Lu did, and he hadn't eaten fish for a while, so he eagerly took the grilled fish and started eating. Thank you. Seeing a chance to talk to him, Lin Xiaoming quickly stated her purpose. She was worried about Lu Chen and the others' safety, especially after hearing about the zombie wave, so everything she did was to gather information. Captain Qian, my village will be okay, right? Qian Lu frowned. From now on, you are part of District 3. You better forget about that village, as you probably won't see them again. Although she was prepared and naturally not superstitious, Lin Xiaoming still felt a pang in her heart. She didn't want to be separated from Lu Chen forever. I was just asking. Lin Xiaoming decided to keep her thoughts to herself. Looking at the delicious grilled fish in his hand, Qian Lu couldn't help but say a few more words. The guy who escorted you out seems to have some skills. If he plays his part well, he might just succeed in overcoming this full moon. Recalling Lu Chen's face, Qian Lu remembered his youthful and somewhat silly appearance, yet his eyes seemed remarkably wise. Really? Qian Lu added,
but luck will also play a part. The second district suffered heavy losses last time due to facing a top-level zombie wave. Lin Xiaoming asked anxiously, top-level zombies? Xianlu's expression turned serious, showing signs of lingering fear. Those zombies can destroy the walls we build and will attack as soon as they smell human presence. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest. Destroying walls. Does that mean their fences are completely useless now? She thought that was terrifying enough. But what Xianlu said made her even more frightened. It's not just that. Trembling, Lin Xiaoming asked, are these zombies even more terrifying in other ways? Yes. Xianlu clenched his fists, his brows furrowed. Those zombies are not afraid of sunlight. Lin Xiaoming widened her eyes in disbelief. Once they appear, they won't be eliminated by any other means unless they are killed. And their numbers are vast, not much fewer than the lower-level zombie waves. This is so terrifying. That time, the second district suffered heavy losses, with a sharp decrease in population, and most buildings and facilities were destroyed. It took us half a year to clear out all the zombies, and it took about a dozen years for the second district to regain its vitality. Xianlu shook his head, saying, I survived that full moon, and the memories are still vivid. Lin Xiaoming's heart clenched. How will Lu Chen and the others survive such a zombie wave? Xianlu shook his head. There's no way. Lin Xiaoming, receiving a hopeless answer, slumped down in despair. Xianlu continued to explain, the second district has a relatively complete defense system, a large population, and the miners there have elite equipment and weapons, yet they still suffered such great losses. And your seventh district? Lin Xiaoming's seventh district had almost nothing, nearly barren. How could they confront such a terrifying zombie wave? At that moment, Lin Xiaoming thought of Lu Chen and his formidable pet. No! With Lu Chen, their seventh district was no longer backward in barren. Maybe, just maybe, Lu Chen could. Seeing Lin Xiaoming silent, Xianlu realized he might have scared the young girl with his grim words. He then reassured her, but the chances of encountering such a zombie wave are very slim, probably 1 in a million. After all, as far as I know, there has only been one instance in the past 1,000 years, and that was decades ago. It's unlikely to happen again in a short time. You're right, Lin Xiaoming agreed with a nod. But I also hope that guy can lead your village through this ordeal. Xianlu remembered Lu Chen and smiled. I'll visit again in a few days. If he indeed survives the full moon, proving his exceptional talent, I'll bring him to the third district as well. Really? Lin Xiaoming's eyes sparkled. This way, she could see Lu Chen again. First, he has to pass this test. Lu Chen will definitely make it. Ah choo. Lu Chen, who kept appearing in others' conversations, sneezed and then continued his work. After a thorough search, he found another batch of iron ore. This time, he used a sweeping mining method, directly sweeping over more than half of the upper 54 layers where iron ore was most likely to appear underground, turning the underground into a sieve, creating a space with interconnected paths. As a result, Lu Chen had a lot more ore on hand. Coal mines were abundant, redstone was plentiful, iron ore was not scarce, and there were even some gold ore and lapis lazuli. Lu Chen packed his backpack full, made some more furnaces for them to work together. Congratulations on completing the achievement, hot topic, earning 10 achievement points. Suddenly, the underground space became extremely hot, almost causing nearby crops to wither. Even the people passing by Lu Chen's house felt the scorching heat, thinking they had entered a tropical region. Ha! What's going on? Why is it so hot here? The puzzled villagers wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Underground, Lu Chen took out iron ore that had been smelted into iron blocks. He then found the iron golems and started making iron golems under the stairs leading to the surface. After all, he couldn't build them in front of the villagers, or else the villagers would let their imaginations run wild. Stacking the iron blocks, he finally placed pumpkin heads on top. A new iron golem was born. Hey! Lu Chen greeted it, and upon closer inspection, he realized that each iron golem was different. In terms of iron skin, it was like a sturdy child. Looking at the iron golem in front of him, Lu Chen actually sensed a hint of innocence and shyness in its eyes. Could it be? He really made a wife for the iron skin? Alright, this iron skin wife shall be called Iron Lady. Lu Chen watched as the iron golem took steps forward, and then he didn't hesitate to use the iron blocks in his hands to build another humanoid figure. He then placed 2 pumpkin heads on them as well. Instantly, 2 more iron golems came to life. One exuded a silly and foolish vibe, and Lu Chen decisively named it Iron Silly. As for the other one, why was it still male? Lu Chen saw its eyebrows furrowed, wearing a stern expression. Then you shall be called Iron. Still Iron? Did Lu Chen really consider it part of the Iron family? Tired of coming up with iron-related names, Lu Chen found it boring. Seeing its serious expression, Lu Chen waved his hand decisively. Your name shall be Gundam.
Gundam tilted its head.
Lu Chen opened the soil leading to the surface and let the 3 iron golems, who had been waiting for a long time, walk up.
On the surface, Iron Skin was already eager. Seeing its companions, the once lonely Iron Skin even picked up its pace. When the villagers returning from work saw the 4 iron golems walking around the village, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. After rubbing their eyes a few times, they finally believed what they saw was not an illusion. Lu Chen, why do you have a few more big guys again?
Lu Chen casually explained. It brought its relatives and friends over.
Oh, I see.
The deceived villager nodded, watching the 4 iron golems strolling around the village, exuding a sense of security. The villagers had only seen the majestic appearance of Iron Skin's big guys, or heard about it.
Since they were here, maybe they could easily evade the upcoming zombie attack.
The news quickly spread to the villagers in the underground shelter, and a group of children excitedly climbed up to surround them, jumping and playing happily. As night fell again, Lin Xiaoming had reached the 3rd area. Despite it being nighttime, Lin Xiaoming saw bright lights in the distance, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime.
The towering buildings in the 3rd area left Lin Xiaoming in awe.
However, reality did not give her time to observe, as Qian Lu walked briskly ahead, and she could only jog to keep up. But after a few steps, she saw a familiar figure.
This person had just met a few days ago. Chu Xian? Qian Lu called out his name.
Lin Xiaoming suddenly realized, oh right, he was Chu Xian, the arrogant subordinate of Qi Fong who had come to the 7th district to collect grain before.
Why are you alone here? Normally, he should be following Qi Fong. As the 2 adults conversed, Lin Xiaoming gradually approached with Qian Lu. When they reached Chu Xian, Lin Xiaoming finally saw that he was injured, and it didn't look light.
Qian Lu mentioned Qi Fong, and he frowned as well. We encountered zombies on our way back, everyone got injured, and we got separated. Heavens, it was about to get dark soon. Lu Chen had planned to do some finishing work on the ground, but little did he know that the chat group in his system was going crazy. New message X1, new message X10, new message X99, in the blink of an eye, the messages in the group turned into 99 plus, and Lu Chen curiously opened them.
Help me, help me, help me, save me. Hundreds of messages, almost all asking for help.
It seemed that the zombies had already attacked. Lu Chen looked into the distance, where the eastern sunlight no longer reached, and the round moon could faintly be seen. At the fence, Lu Chen saw a crowd of people, with red eyes flickering in the darkness.
Quick! It seems like the zombies are here.
What? The villagers saw Lu Chen still on the ground, with the iron golem protecting him, some even imitating Lu Chen's movements on the ground. When Lu Chen said this, they were scared out of their wits and hurried to the underground shelter.
Everyone, come back to the shelter.
Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the underground shelter, shouting loudly, only to walk into the sealed door when no one responded.
Everyone was still frightened and spread the news. The zombies are coming. Ah!
Seeing that they were about to discuss further, Lu Chen raised his hand in a gesture for silence.
Shoo! Immediately, everyone closed their mouths.
What they feared was that the zombies would turn into creatures like the zombies in the movies, attacking the villagers by following sound. Taking precautions, Lu Chen chose to quiet them down. For a while, about 100 people in the underground shelter dared not make a sound, sitting quietly or lying on their beds, with a few timid ones huddling together for courage.
Lu Chen lay in front of the glass window, looking outside, and some curious ones also came over to look.
The sun and its afterglow were completely submerged in the sky, and then the moon came to the center of the stage, originally shrouded in a veil, but as the clouds dispersed, the moon was fully revealed.
The light of the full moon spilled on the ground, not much dimmer than daylight.
If this wasn't an ominous sign, perhaps it would have been a suitable night for a date, but unfortunately, tonight was not peaceful. The zombies' howls shattered the beautiful scene, and the iron golems became agitated, rushing towards the direction where the zombies were attacking. They directly passed over the surface of the underground shelter, causing some soil to fall from the underground roof. But the villagers couldn't care less. They had already heard the sound of the iron golems' metal bodies colliding with the zombies. The zombies had successfully broken through the fence outside the village and entered inside. Through the glass window, Lu Chen saw the appearance of these full moon zombies. They seemed to be larger in stature than ordinary zombies, with more bloodstains on their bodies, fierce crimson eyes, and sharp teeth exposed. If the original zombies were at the level of a beginner village, these zombies were at least at the level of breaking through the first boss. This leap was too significant.
And their estimated blood volume was much thicker than that of ordinary zombies.
Ordinary zombies, even if they were tough and unlucky, would have been taken care of in 3 or 4 hits under the iron golem's hands, but the zombie trembling above Lu Chen's head had been hit 5 times by the iron golem and still hadn't died.
Lu Chen continued counting, 6, 7, 8, until 9 regular zombies fell to the ground.
This indicates that the blood volume of a full moon zombie is about 2 to 3 times that of a regular zombie.
While Iron Golem was focused on one attacking zombie, 2 other zombies had already closed in.
They actually opened their mouths, intending to use their sharp teeth to bite the Iron Golem.
Fortunately, the Iron Golem was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed.
Lu Chen thought that if it were their flesh, it would probably have been infected with the stench of death, and the most terrifying result would likely be mutation.
Seeing Iron Golem being overwhelmed by so many zombies, with more pouring in, were they planning to wear down Iron Golem? Lu Chen couldn't hold back anymore. If he stayed down there any longer, his 4 Iron Golems would probably all perish in the zombie tide. Lu Chen put on a full-body iron suit, crafted an iron sword, and was ready to open the door. Lu Chen, what are you doing?
The village elder grabbed Lu Chen, lowered his voice, and looked at him with concern.
Going up to help, Lu Chen replied. No, it's dangerous. Don't worry. Lu Chen patted the elder's hand on his shoulder, already determined to go up. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Iron Man, gaining 20 achievement points. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Time to Strike, gaining 20 achievement points. Indeed, it was time to strike.
Seeing humans appear, the mutated zombies became agitated, and more zombies surged towards them. From below, Lu Chen could only see a limited view. Now, looking at the number of zombies outside, Lu Chen's scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose on his arms. It seemed he had underestimated the zombie tide this time.
Lu Chen forced a wry smile. This is getting troublesome. He then reached out and began to sweep.
After clearing a few in front of him, he swiftly moved to Iron Maiden's side. The poor Iron Maiden was surrounded by 5 or 6 zombies, with another unable to attack from behind, glaring at her.
Lu Chen quickly drew the hatred away by attacking.
The mutated zombies shifted their focus and immediately headed towards Lu Chen.
Lu Chen's sword gleamed in his hand, cutting through like grass.
Unfortunately, the durability of a regular iron sword was simply insufficient.
Lu Chen regretted not enchanting it yet.
He switched the sword in his hand with the nearest cobblestone block, swiftly building a wall in front of himself to keep the zombies at bay. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen quickly took out another iron sword from his backpack and wielded it. Before Lu Chen could step out himself, a sudden noise interrupted him. It seemed the zombies outside were using their bodies to collide with the cobblestone wall he had built.
Boom! Boom!
The sound was terrifying. If he had slammed his shoulder against a stone, making such a loud noise, how painful would it be?
Lu Chen gasped. These zombies were truly mindless and reckless.
And in the next moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Cracks appeared on the cobblestone wall in front of Lu Chen. Crack! With their intense impacts, the cobblestone shattered. A mutated zombie with a bloodstained green face appeared before him.
Lu Chen was shocked.
They could destroy fragile wooden fences, but these zombies could actually dismantle stone walls.
This event seemed to be exceptionally challenging. Lu Chen was caught off guard and lost 3 health points.
Ah! Seeing Lu Chen injured, a child hiding underground peeked out in fear.
Lu Chen, be careful.
He quickly left the wall, moved to a safe place, maintaining a safe distance while eating a potato to restore his health. However, at that moment, the zombies that had been chasing Lu Chen suddenly left the group and headed towards the underground shelter where the sound had come from.
Oh no! This was truly a dire situation. Glass was already fragile, and under the high attack power of the mutated zombies, it shattered with a single blow. Crash! The glass shattered, scattering all over the floor.
The piercing sound completely shattered the last bit of courage in the timid villagers, causing some of them to scream uncontrollably. The villagers' voices. More zombies were attracted by the sound, seemingly less interested in the iron golems. Consequently, the pressure on Ironhide and the others decreased sharply, and more zombies shifted their focus towards the underground shelter.
Lu Chen's heart tightened as he cursed his luck for being the one to hit the glass.
Fortunately, the zombies were still moving slowly.
Lu Chen sprinted to the shelter's entrance, brandishing his iron sword and striking at a zombie's face. The zombie staggered back 2 steps.
As a result, he left the entrance of the underground shelter.
Lu Chen urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and block the hole." The terrified villagers finally regained their senses and tremblingly used dirt blocks to seal the ground.
Luckily, the pressure on Ironhide had lessened, allowing them to easily clear out the zombies planning to attack them. At that moment, the zombies changed targets and headed towards Lu Chen and the group of zombies beside him. The biggest challenge for Lu Chen was not how powerful the zombies were but their overwhelming numbers. As Lu Chen dodged and moved, he inadvertently left the area above the shelter, allowing zombies to enter and stomp on the dirt blocks above. the dirt caved in under their weight, causing screams from the villagers below.
Help! Lu Chen frowned as the panicked villagers' voices grew more desperate, acting as bait for the zombies. More zombies chose to trample the dirt blocks on the shelter's roof.
The villagers on the lower level, as timid as Zhuang Mu's face, turned pale with fear.
Lu Chen cursed under his breath.
It felt like he was playing a bullet hell game, where dodging attacks meant risking his crystal base.
It was a dilemma.
However, there was a solution: aligning himself and the crystal on the same path. With that in mind, Lu Chen killed the zombie attacking the dirt block and pried open the fragile dirt block, diving underground. Seeing Lu Chen return underground, the villagers, who had been praying and preparing for reincarnation, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. They probably never expected to rely on a just-of-age child.
Lu Chen, you're back.
Even though not all the zombies above had been defeated, and they were still in danger, having Lu Chen by their side brought back a sense of hope.
Lu Chen, are you hurt? What's the situation up there? Lu Chen didn't bother with their questions and simply said, hurry and go underground, this level is no longer safe. Hearing Lu Chen's despairing words, the villagers' faces turned grim.
In this situation, Lu Chen was too exhausted to cater to their emotions.
Go now!
Urged by him, the villagers had no choice but to comply. The villagers from the first level descended the stairs, gradually reaching the second level. Surprisingly, Lu Chen, who stayed behind, made a shocking move, using dirt blocks to fill up the entire first level. The remaining villagers were astonished by Lu Chen's actions.
Lu Chen, what are you doing?
Their main concern was how they would return if Lu Chen blocked their way. But at that moment, with their lives at stake, worrying about such matters seemed trivial.
Lu Chen scolded, stop asking questions and hurry to the last level.
As Lu Chen began filling up the second level, the dirt above started to loosen.
What's happening? What's going on? They gathered in a panic. Lu Chen didn't expect them to dig so fast.
Probably the underground gathering of voices and breath attracted all the zombies to their location. He didn't know the current situation of Tai Pai and the others, but it was urgent now.
Haven't those zombies already caught up to us?
Someone voiced their guess, causing everyone to gasp in shock.
Lu Chen said, yes, they are right above us now. So what should we do now?
The crowd was at a loss, looking at each other.
There's no other way, Lu Chen said, keep digging down. Down? What did that mean? They followed Lu Chen's gaze to look down and suddenly understood. Do we continue digging down?
Yes. Lu Chen's solution was simple: use the walls to pull. As long as there was a wall between the zombies and them, the villagers would be safe.
Some understood Lu Chen's idea and started working. However, they were now close to the 20th underground level, continuing to dig down. That would lead them close to the mine. For ordinary villagers like them, that was strictly forbidden. Zhuang Mu warned, no, we can't mine. You all don't have the qualifications of miners, it's not allowed.
With his words, those who were about to start hesitated. They all looked at Lu Chen for instructions.
And Lu Chen was furious.
Zhuang Mu, who was 30 years old and in his prime, didn't say a word, while the village chief, who was twice his age, didn't speak up. How could this young man have such a narrow mind and be so stubborn like an old relic?
After filling the second floor, Lu Chen put down the blocks and approached Zhuang Mu. What are you going to do?
Zhuang Mu nervously stepped back. However, the next moment, his collar was grabbed by Lu Chen.
Once looked down upon as a hindrance, Lu Chen now stood with authority.
We are at the brink of death, why bother with rules now?
Lu Chen was right.
Everyone agreed with Lu Chen's idea, thinking Zhuang Mu was being stubborn and narrow-minded.
Zhuang Mu, if you're afraid of taking responsibility, you can stay here. Zhuang Mu, move aside and don't get in the way.
Zhuang Mu reluctantly moved to the corner, then stood on the newly opened ground. In the end, he was afraid of losing his life. Those with tools used shovels, while those without dug with their bare hands, doing whatever they could to clear the ground and open up the world below. However, expanding the space for 100 villagers was not easy, as the original single-level space was barely enough for them to stand. Now, working together for the first time, they were in chaos. Just as they opened up a level, Lu Chen's sharp ears heard the sound of loose soil above.
They're about to catch up. To increase efficiency, Lu Chen quickly assigned tasks.
Aunties and uncles, take the soil blocks and roundstones.
Yes, we'll follow your lead. Lu Chen organized their work. You fill the roof. Uncles and grandpas, focus on digging the ground. And you kids, take care of the village chief. Those with free hands, pick up the blocks on the ground and repair the sides. Dividing into 4 teams for cooperation, 1 team dug down, 1 filled, 1 did the finishing touches, and 1 handled logistics. Efficiency improved significantly with this distribution. Perhaps a considerable number of zombies had gathered above, as they were now breaking blocks faster. Lu Chen joined the team to speed up the process. Watching the villagers getting into a rhythm, almost matching the speed of the zombies above, Lu Chen let go. Estimating the time, it was almost dawn. Lu Chen instructed, "Stay alert, don't slack off." "Got it. But the underground world of Lu Ken is not endless. What do we do when we reach the end?" Lu Ken replied, "Then we dig sideways. The method is the same, just keep a distance from the zombies above." With just one sentence from Lu Ken, everyone exclaimed, "So that's how it is." "Lu Ken, what are you going to do?" After answering their questions, Lu Ken unexpectedly opened up a new path sideways. Could it be that Lu Ken intended to dig horizontally? However, Lu Ken responded, "I'm going back to the surface. Be careful." The crowd watched Lu Ken with concern. "We can't leave those zombies unchecked. We can't let them keep chasing us. I'll go up and see if I can completely get rid of them." Lu Chen's goal was not just to survive tonight, his ultimate aim was to slay all those numerous and terrifying zombies. This was something they hadn't even dared to think about, yet Lu Ken not only made it his goal but was determined to achieve it. The village chief gazed at the determined figure beside him and sighed. "Let Lu Ken go," he said to the people around him. He knew they couldn't stop this child, his ambition and courage destined him for greater heights. Lu Ken dug a tunnel beside him, stepping on footholds as he ascended, finally reaching the surface. Above, the sky visible through a small window was turning blue. It was dawn. Lu Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Daylight was a relief because fundamentally, those monsters feared the sunlight. Roar! A zombie's roar made Lu Chen's hair stand on end. Why was there still a zombie's cry? Lu Ken looked eastward, where the sun hung in the sky, not a false illusion. Even though it hadn't been long since sunrise, they should have been burned, emitting sounds of blood sizzling, not these ordinary growls. Could there be stragglers hiding in the shadows? Following the sound, Lu Ken saw a scene that made his face pale. Where they had been digging down, a massive pit had formed, resembling a sinkhole. The pit was filled with countless zombies. What was most terrifying was that despite the sun shining above, the zombies moved freely, unaffected by any harm. They're not afraid of the sun. Realizing this astonishing fact, Lu Ken took a step back. The zombies below heard the movement and all looked up, their red eyes fixed on Lu Ken, making him feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, due to the villagers' standoff with them, the pit was deep enough that even if the zombies wanted to come up, it would take them a considerable amount of time. However, apart from the pit, not all the village's zombies had gathered there. There were scattered zombies engaged in a standoff with the iron puppets. Several iron pieces and a pumpkin head lay scattered in the distance. Lu Ken confirmed the identities of the remaining iron puppets, Iron Skin, Iron Maiden, and Gundam. Seeing the pitiful dismantled iron puppet, it should be Iron Silly. Meanwhile, the pumpkin head left behind looked at him with a sense of injustice. Under the siege of numerous zombies, Iron Silly had been dismantled, unable to withstand their vast numbers. For them, this situation was more like being disassembled rather than dead. So Lu Ken felt somewhat relieved. He went over to collect the materials left behind and planned to rebuild it when he had the chance. Along the way, he helped the other iron puppets kill a few zombies, but the zombies kept pouring into the village without end. "How many zombies are there?" Lu Ken roared in frustration. He had already broken 4 or 5 iron swords, and the buildings in the village were being wantonly destroyed, with many matchbox houses left with precarious walls. The fields in the village were in disarray, crops scattered everywhere. Even Lu Chen was moved by the sight of the village in ruins. He had underestimated these zombies at first. Lu Chen stared at the zombies approaching him in a trance. The number of zombies was definitely not a one-time spawn, and they kept coming relentlessly, indicating there might be something like a spawning cage at the village entrance. To confirm his speculation, Lu Chen killed zombies along the way as he approached the village entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Chen's guess was indeed correct. However, the thing in front of him was not a spawning cage but something resembling a teleportation array. The obsidian frame resembled a portal to hell, but the material in the middle was not purple. It reminded one of the putrid green water associated with zombies. A zombie extended a leg from it, followed by its body and then its head. Roar! It sprayed its putrid saliva at Lu Chen, who frowned and held his breath. "Didn't your mother teach you to brush your teeth before going out?" Lu Chen raised his iron sword and fiercely struck at it, dealing with the foul-mouthed zombie. He looked at the obsidian in front of him with concern. Looking up, he noticed a countdown above. The current countdown was 201:30:54. Lu Chen was puzzled. Was this 201 in minutes? The speed at which the numbers changed told him that it was not minutes at all. It was hours. Since he didn't have a diamond pickaxe, he couldn't destroy the teleportation array in front of him. The only way was to wait for the portal to disappear. If the portal disappeared after the countdown ended, it would probably take nearly 9 days to vanish. Lu Chen's vision darkened, and he almost passed out. 9 days? To lead a group of villagers with combat capabilities equivalent to 0, fight against continuously spawning zombies, and provide them with food? Too difficult. The song "A Spray of Plum Blossoms" seemed to be ringing in Lu Chen's ears. Was there any way? Lu Chen remembered his conversation with Qian Lu earlier. The impression left by the man in the enchanted armor was not shallow. He had mentioned something about a specific range. If they went beyond this range, could they escape? Subsequently, Lu Chen returned underground. He informed the villagers of what he had just seen. Those zombies are not afraid of sunlight. The villagers almost forgot their tasks, looking at Lu Chen anxiously. So, even when it's daylight, we can't return to the surface? Lu Chen shook his head. They looked fearful and desperate, placing their last hope on Lu Chen. What should we do, Lu Chen? There's no other solution. Logically, with the intensity of these zombies and the duration of their attacks, Lu Chen estimated that such a challenge would only occur after surviving for 100 days. But now, he was faced with such a difficult problem. He didn't have enough reserves or strong enough equipment to deal with it, making Lu Chen feel frustrated. If he were still a player, he would definitely go to the game forum to complain about the game developers and curse the game planners. However, this problem was not unsolvable. There is only one way to solve this: abandon the village and escape. Temporarily escape the circle of zombie attacks to save their lives. For the conservative villagers, this decision was akin to desecrating their ancestors' graves. No, we can't do that. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. How can we just leave? Lu Chen's attitude towards this was somewhat different. If they truly had something worth protecting from their ancestors, it would be understandable. But what they possessed was something that Lu Chen could easily build 100 matchboxes with. There was nothing worth staying to protect, except for the things underground in the Lu Chen family. Lu Chen could even let go of the underground redstone farm for now, so why couldn't they leave the village? Most importantly, is it more important to cherish the past emotions now, or is it more important to save lives? Do you want to stay here and keep tangling with zombies? They hesitated for a moment, then shook their heads. But, Lu Chen's tone was firm as he said, no buts. If you don't leave now, you'll either be killed by zombies or starve underground. The village chief shook his head, resignedly saying, listen to Lu Chen. If there's anything you want to take from your homes, don't worry, wait for the zombie wave to end and I'll come help you get it. Finally, Lu Chen added a gentle word for everyone's consideration, matching his previous tough attitude with a caring tone, and no one could resist it. The village chief smiled and glanced at the young man again. Lu Chen's talent was not just about facing monsters bravely, inventing some novel things, he was even skilled in controlling people. A pat on the back followed by a sweet date, and people would obediently follow him. Lu Chen told them to stop what they were doing and let him handle the aftermath. Step on the side and go up, group by group, take your time. And Lu Chen assured that zombies wouldn't invade their shelter space. As soon as they broke a block, Lu Chen would immediately seal it off. If Lu Chen's speed didn't catch up, the falling zombies would be swiftly killed by him. At first, when a few fell, the villagers were scared and screamed, but now they watched Lu Chen operate with blank expressions. Suddenly, a scream came from the side. Lu Chen thought they had dug into lava or encountered another monster and asked anxiously, what happened? The villager came out looking disheveled and replied, we dug into a place just now, and the soil above collapsed, almost burying me underneath. The villager patted his chest with lingering fear. Maybe because the underground light was dim, they couldn't see clearly, it was just gravel similar to sand. Be careful, replenish your health. Lu Chen instructed, when you go up, find the iron golems and stick together, use blocks to keep the zombies away if they try to approach you. Got it. Lu Chen had intended to continue his own actions, but their words just now lingered in his mind. Gravel, flint. Lu Chen handed the tool in his hand to the villager next to him and asked, did you understand what I did just now? The person nodded and replied, I understood. Help me resist for a while, do your best, I'll be back soon. With that, Lu Chen took the shovel and went to the person who had mentioned the gravel collapse earlier. Where did it collapse? Right here. He pointed in a direction, and in the dim light, Lu Chen could see that it was indeed gravel. He started shoveling. Lu Chen was lucky, and soon a black stone fell out and landed in his pocket. Alright, you guys continue. Lu Chen took out the iron ingots from his backpack, arranged the black flint and iron ingots in order, forming a flint and steel. But it wasn't something to be used now, so Lu Chen put it away. Soon the villagers heard Lu Chen coming up to the surface. He warned them to stick with the iron golems once on the surface, and when Lu Chen finally climbed up, he saw the villagers forming 3 teams around the iron golems. And at this moment, they were resisting the zombies methodically as Lu Chen had instructed. It seemed that this gave them enough confidence. Some people gathered the courage to ask Lu Chen, if we just stay here, can we survive this zombie wave? I feel like they might not be that difficult to deal with anymore. Yeah, Lu Chen, do we really need to leave? Lu Chen frowned. The most terrifying thing about the zombie wave was not the spawn point that couldn't be completely destroyed, the high-intensity monsters, but the gradually increasing intensity. Seeing Lu Chen not responding for a while, they thought he was hesitating. But Lu Chen crossed over their shoulders, looking at something else. The green figure swaying in the shadow of the wall. Go! Leave that house. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, they knew they were in a trap, and their feet started moving. They hadn't taken a few steps when an explosion sounded behind them. Boom! Sand and stones flew behind them, creating a large crater. Someone shouted in terror, "It's that monster." The village chief was killed by that monster. In panic, they scattered and fled. The difficulty of the zombie wave gradually increased, with different types of monsters appearing most commonly. Don't run around. Stay by my side. Hearing Lu Chen's shout, they regained their senses and immediately gathered around him. Lu Chen, what should we do? The village chief, carried on someone's back, also looked pale, with a lingering fear in his heart. The pain of being injured by the explosion was something he couldn't forget. That thing is not easy to deal with. Lu Chen looked into the distance, and indeed more green monsters were approaching them. The villagers followed Lu Chen's gaze and looked as if they had seen a ghost. And the main force of those green monsters is coming towards us. Lu Chen made up his mind, we can't delay, let's go directly. If the teleportation gate was at the center of this zombie wave, then whichever direction they went, it would be the shortest distance out of the entire area. Lu Chen glanced around and saw the snow-capped mountains. Their village was also named after this landmark, the Snow Mountain. Crossing the Snow Mountain might be the most challenging choice in reality, but in the Block Continent, climbing the mountain was not a difficult task. Moreover, the Snow Mountain could form a natural barrier, making it the safest option for them. Hiding behind the Snow Mountain might be a good choice. Perhaps these 10 days could pass by easily. Lu Chen pointed towards the Snow Mountain. Let's go in that direction. Okay, we'll follow your lead. The village chief agreed with Lu Chen's decision and added, if we reach the boundary of the 6th zone, we can ask for their help. So the 6th zone was also in that direction? It seemed like Lu Chen accidentally chose to head towards the 6th zone. Not a bad choice. The villagers were about to set off, but the village chief stopped Lu Chen. What about the Fong family father and son? How did they spend last night? Village chief, don't mention them. Do you remember the day you were injured by the green monster? What happened that day? The village chief looked puzzled. That day when we were patrolling, the father and son were nowhere to be found. Lu Chen realized that the fence breach during the monster invasion was definitely man-made. The Fong family had the motive, but they clearly didn't have the courage. The blame could only be placed on Chi Fong for what happened, but the Fong father and son were so close to the scene, they couldn't have missed it. So, there was only one possibility: the father and son let Chi Fong do as he pleased, even escaped because they knew about it in advance. That scoundrel Fong Ao. Lu Chen heard the curse behind him and looked closely. It turned out to be the brothers who used to follow Fong Ao around. Ever since Fong Ao and his son were expelled to the border, they had shed their follower identity. Why didn't he tell us? Now they were complaining. Following Fong Ao diligently for many years, little did he expect that when a great disaster struck, he wouldn't be informed of such news. The Fong brothers couldn't help but feel resentful. These selfish father and son didn't even take care of their own people. It was by sheer luck that they stumbled upon avoiding the recent zombie wave. Who knows if they would be as fortunate next time. If they're not here, then we don't care about them, let's go. Just as they took a few steps, they saw Lu Chen still standing in front of the zombie pit. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Just as the villagers were puzzled, Lu Chen jumped in. He jumped in. Some were so scared that even the soprano voice came out. Lu Chen jumped so deep, and it was full of zombies down there. Isn't he seeking death? They turned back to see Lu Chen, who had jumped not into the midst of the zombie horde but used a ladder to grab a block and wedged himself at the top. This height caused Lu Chen to lose a bit of blood, but it was nothing serious. He replenished it with a potato. And the next moment, Lu Chen smirked. That smile sent shivers down people's spines. What is he going to do? Lu Chen actually set the zombies on fire. Since there's no sun to burn you, I'll do it myself. Roar! The mutated zombies let out a howl, and then Lu Chen tiptoed back to the ground. A real man doesn't look back at explosions, nor at the fire behind him. Lu Chen ignored the raging fire below and the burning zombies, and said to the villagers in a friendly manner, let's go. Lu Chen is truly lucky to be from our village. The road was relatively peaceful, but with too many people and the cumbersome movement of the iron golems, progress was slow.
After a short while, they approached the foot of the snowy mountain. They could climb up, but the iron golems were not capable of climbing. Lu Chen asked the villagers to go ahead while he pondered over the iron golems. He couldn't possibly pave the way up the mountain for them or dig a tunnel through the mountain. Lu Chen scratched his head. And the three of them looked at Lu Chen, their pumpkin heads tilted in confusion. Lu Chen looked at their pumpkin heads. Otherwise, he might as well treat them like Gundams and assemble them at a safe location. Lu Chen approached the iron golem, waved for it to squat down, and obediently, it did. Pop! Lu Chen removed its pumpkin head. Then its iron body scattered into pieces on the ground. While the separated pumpkin head didn't completely turn into a pumpkin, you could still see the lively eyes in the hollow. It was quite convenient to dismantle them. Lu Chen patted its head and reassured, "I'll release you to play freely when we reach a safe place." Following the same procedure, he dismantled the remaining two. Only then did he catch up with the main group and climb to the mountaintop. Seeing Lu Chen delayed for a while, it didn't take long for him to catch up. "Lu Chen, how did you get here so fast?" Lu Chen seemed to fly, swiftly reaching the mountaintop. Even though the villagers were much slower than Lu Chen, the process of climbing the mountain wasn't too difficult. However, the villagers had expended a lot of energy, and by the time they reached the mountaintop, most of them were panting heavily. Seeing this, Lu Chen said, "Let's rest here for a while." The village chief, satisfied with Lu Chen's leadership, nodded and closed his eyes. He was certain that even if he perished from his severe injuries here, he had no fear of the Snow Mountain village having no future. While the villagers rested, breathing in the cool air at the top of the snowy mountain, Lu Chen couldn't sit still and began shoveling snow on the ground. They were all puzzled. How come Lu Chen, this kid, didn't feel tired after working all night? How long has it been since he last slept? Lu Chen, aren't you tired? Not tired. Lu Chen had a smile on his face as he happily shoveled the snow. Ha ha. The villagers looked at him and sighed, realizing that despite Lu Chen's skills, there was still a childlike innocence within him. Look at him. They didn't know that when Lu Chen was in the Blue Star, he rarely saw snow in the south. Although the snow on the square continent was somewhat abstract, it didn't stop him from feeling the novelty and joy of seeing snow. Lu Chen shoveled many snowballs and came to a corner facing away from the villagers resting in the distance. Then he placed the workbench he carried with him nearby, combined the snowballs into snow blocks, and then took out the leftover pumpkin head from Iron Hanchan. What was he going to do? Of course, build a snowman. Next, Lu Chen stacked the snow blocks on the ground in the same way as Iron Puppet. The next moment, the pumpkin head started moving. It tilted its head, blinked its eyes, seeming puzzled by its new body. How about this? Don't you like it? Iron Hanchan. No, now it should be Snow Hanchan. It seemed to prefer its stiff body, squatting down a bit dejectedly. Lu Chen sweated, persuading, "Don't you feel lighter and faster walking with this body?" Following Lu Chen's words, Snow Hanchan took a few steps. Indeed, as Lu Chen said, this body was much lighter and more convenient than the iron one, and its steps suddenly became much lighter. "And don't you look cuter like this? Girls will definitely like your current look." Snow Hanchan blushed, the heat almost melting itself. Seeing this, Lu Chen burst into laughter, then took it near the villagers. "You, kid, even built a snowman." The children were even more delighted to see it, bouncing over. "Wow, it's a snowman." They thought the snowman was just a pile of snow there, but as they approached, the snowman also moved towards them. "Ha! How can Lu Chen's brother move? Hey, isn't this the same as those iron blocks in the village?" Lu Chen nodded, then began to fabricate. "Yes, I saw it squatting there, so I brought it back. These creatures are very friendly to us humans, and they can help us fend off monsters without hurting us." Lu Chen found that his skill of talking nonsense was getting more proficient. After resting for a while, Lu Chen looked at the cliff on the way back. Those zombie laborers were indeed not easy to shake off. They gathered at the foot of the mountain, and some zombies had climbed up a considerable distance along the steps-like slope. "Everyone, get up and continue forward." Lu Chen pointed to the cliff, saying, "Those monsters are about to catch up." The leisurely and relaxed atmosphere of the children playing with the snowman disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the people became serious, and their actions were not delayed. In the midst of the villagers' busyness, Lu Chen noticed that Zhuang Mu walked up to the snowman and carefully examined it. His face was full of doubt, as if he had never seen such a creature before, starting to doubt his worldview. "Hurry up!" Lu Chen led the way up the mountain, and at the back down the mountain, he helped Snow Hanchan create steps to descend. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The scenery on this side of the snowy mountain was completely different from the snowy mountain village where they lived. In the 7th district, there was more weeds, fewer river water sources, even fewer trees, relying on the towering snowy mountains. If it weren't for the soil on the ground instead of sand, it would be a barren land. Near the 6th district, the trees were lush, and colorful flowers adorned the ground. With a quick glance, Lu Chen spotted the cattle and sheep hidden in the woods. Indeed, there was a reason why the 7th district was designated as such. The village chief seemed to have been to the 6th district, while most villagers had never seen its scenery. Curiosity drove them to want to see more, to play in the flower beds, but reality was not as pleasant. Behind them, zombies disregarded obstacles in their pursuit, even dropping straight down from the cliff. Despite the height, they did not die but continued to chase Lu Chen and his group. TSK. Lu Chen clicked his tongue disapprovingly, urging, "Let's move quickly." On the plain, only tree trunks posed a hindrance, easy for humans to maneuver around but a barrier for the inflexible zombies. Some had to break the trunks to continue, buying them some time and distance. We're here," a villager exclaimed joyfully. They saw the 6th district with its circular stone wall and a lookout tower at the entrance, villagers standing atop it. "Hey, who are those people? Seems like they're from the 7th district. What are so many of them doing here?" Faced with the unknown, they remained cautious as they reached the boundary gate of the 6th district, where they were stopped. The villagers from Lu Chen's side of the 7th district had encountered monsters for a day and a night, and now seeing fellow villagers from the square-shaped community warmly approaching, they thought they had found saviors. However, the others showed no gratitude, drawing their iron swords. "Who are you people, and what are you here for?" they shouted, leaving the 7th district's residents embarrassed and the warmth vanished. Their enthusiasm turned into awkwardness. The village chief, supported by his villagers, stepped forward. He said, "Young man, we are villagers from the 7th district. The 7th district is in trouble, and we had no choice but to flee here. Please, can you accommodate us?" Before the village chief could finish, he was interrupted by 2 guards. "What does the trouble in the 7th district have to do with us in the 6th district?" The words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the tired villagers, leaving them at a loss. "Neighboring districts, and there's trouble now. Can't you show some kindness?" a woman pleaded. But the guards remained arrogant. "Our duty as guards is to stand here and not let in random people. Besides, who knows if you'll bring trouble to us as well? Find shelter elsewhere, don't come here." With that, the guards began to drive away the villagers from the 7th district. Their attitude reminded Lu Chen of the security guards on Blue Star. Earning a few $1,000, stationed at the entrance of upscale neighborhoods, they arrogantly thought they were superior and could boss others around. They were not even worthy of being called bullies, just typical skunks. Lu Chen sneered disdainfully. Looking back, he saw the zombies that had caught up with them in the distance, wandering aimlessly in the woods as if they had lost their direction suddenly. This behavior was understandable. They must have strayed from the range of the mutated zombies' activities, hence losing their attack target. Indeed, this place was safe. "Who are you calling random people? Disrespectful. The village chief may not be your chief of the 6th district, but he is an elder. Are you all so lacking in manners?" The villagers were indignant, and a few strong-willed women immediately stepped up to argue with the guards. The village chief stopped them, saying, "Stop arguing, stop arguing." Actually, for Lu Chen, it didn't matter whether he could go in or not. Even if they didn't let him in, Lu Chen had 100 ways to sneak in. He was just curious about what the interior of the 6th district looked like. As Lu Chen looked around inside, he suddenly saw a familiar silly head hiding behind a tree in the distance. Fong Ao? No wonder they hadn't seen their figures. Turns out they had already run to the 6th district long ago. A mischievous smile crept up on Lu Chen's lips. "Fong Ao, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing the familiar name, everyone looked over. It turned out their guess was correct. The Fong father and son had indeed received the news early and come to the 6th district for refuge. An impatient person asked, "Why can he go in, but we can't?" One of the guards was actually a distant relative of Fong Ao's mother, almost like Fong Ao's cousin. Possessing the same foolish genes as Fong Ao, he hesitated when asked, that. At this moment, he cursed Fong Ao in his heart, wondering why he had to show up at this time. Lu Chen opportunistically joined the conversation. "Brother, from your conversation just now, I can tell you are actually a righteous person." Of course, what Lu Chen said was a lie, praising him first to give him a way out. Then, Lu Chen's tone changed, his expression turning mournful. "But how can you associate with such a person? How can you shield him? Do you know what he has done?" The guard stuttered. What has he done?" Lu Chen replied loudly, as if he wanted Fong Ao to hear clearly. He knew about the trouble in the 7th district, didn't report it, and even let the people of the whole village perish while he and his son fled first. "You were being vague just now, but isn't there anyone more despicable and shameless than him?" This was a direct slap in the face. Fong Ao stood in the distance, his face either flushed with anger or shame, but he dared not come over or argue back. The cousin was in the same situation. Lu Chen had set up the righteous image for him, so if he spoke up for Fong now, he would be fake, and the reasons he gave earlier for refusing the villagers of Shuishan village to enter the 6th district were all nonsense, so he couldn't refute Lu Chen's words. The village aunties were indeed a force to be reckoned with Lu Chen paving the way. They took the opportunity to step in. Truly, when it came to arguing, they were the eternal champions.
You can let such a person in, but not us? Aren't you afraid of harboring such treacherous scoundrels and letting monsters into the 6th district? Could it be that you are birds of a feather, sticking together in wickedness? The two people who were pressured couldn't hold their ground, and finally, one of them couldn't take it anymore and ran away.
His departure was a good thing. It meant he was going to get help. It would be good if he found someone who could make decisions, so they could discuss the issue of staying for 9 days. In no time, they returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man. However, they didn't expect to find Fong Chang standing next to him.
Fong Chang leaned in close to him, his mouth moving as he spoke incessantly.
Lu Chen frowned, not expecting things to escalate so quickly. Indeed, the man's expression as he approached was not friendly, but it was clear he had good manners as he still extended his hand to the village chief who seemed to be the leader.
Hello, sir, I am Su Ling, the administrator of the 6th district.
Hello. After the pleasantries, he didn't waste time and went straight to the point. I have heard the situation roughly from the guard, but
we cannot risk letting you in.
This statement was a polite refusal.
Lu Chen lowered his head and thought, what had Fong Chang said to him just now?
He didn't know if those zombies were after them, and the mutated zombies had stopped chasing them, no longer posing a threat.
Moreover, Fong Chang did not understand the situation at this moment. Fong Chang probably told them that they had offended Chi Fong and others.
So, the 6th district also did not want to get involved and decided to distance themselves from the 7th district.
We will only stay for 9 days, and once the 7th district is stable, we will leave. Lu Chen joined the conversation.
Su Ling slowly shifted his gaze to the young man speaking, immediately recognizing him as the successor of the 7th district.
9 days?
Su Ling began to hesitate. Lu Chen then added, you can consider renting us a place to stay, and we will pay you back when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the people beside Su Ling burst into laughter.
Young man, what do you have in the 7th district to offer us? Do you really think anyone would want the junk from your 7th district? You have nothing that we don't have. Lu Chen frowned at their mockery.
It seemed that the barrier between the 6th and 7th districts was indeed high. Just separated by one district, these people had already looked down on them and mocked them. Only the villagers of the 7th district knew that they were now thriving. Under Lu Chen's leadership, they had gathered 50 sets of food within 3 days, and he had even taught them how to fish.
What else were they lacking? Stop pretending. Is this the quality of the people from the 6th district? Su Ling, seeing their rude behavior, raised his hand to silence his men. Don't speak out of turn.
Su Ling was polite, feeling that such words should not be spoken, but deep down, he knew that the 7th district had things they lacked. However, the young man before him exuded confidence and determination.
Su Ling couldn't help but admire him.
For a whole decade, he hadn't found a successor among the new generation of the 6th district, yet here in the 7th district, he found such talent. Giving face to the young man before him, Su Ling nodded and agreed. All right, you can stay for 9 days. The villagers of the 7th district were delighted, realizing they wouldn't have to hide underground or sleep in the wilderness. However, the attitude of the others from the 6th district made their smiles freeze.
Mr. Su.
Unexpectedly, the people Su Ling brought with him strongly opposed.
Mr. Su, what if they bring trouble upon us?
Be careful, Mr.
Su. They are bad luck.
Su Ling saw their dilemma. He then came up with a solution: let them rest nearby, far enough from the residential area of the village, and within the walls to ensure their safety. Su Ling was kind-hearted, but now they didn't have ready beds for them to sleep on.
Lu Chen looked around and found it acceptable. No, what if they wander off?
Su Ling raised an eyebrow and added a new restriction: then they can only move within this area.
No, what if our children from the 6th district encounter them in the wild and get scared by these rough people? Su Ling's patience was wearing thin. Then what do you suggest?
The person with a sharp tongue spoke up. With his thin figure and harsh features, one might mistake him for a new species on the square continent. Holding a stick, the thin man began to mark a boundary on the ground.
Let them stay here. He proudly pointed to the area he had outlined.
Everyone followed his gesture, only to see a rough square of about 50 by 50 squares.
In the 7th district, there were about 100 or so people.
They all came from the same village to this place, and the monkey had only marked out this one spot for them, which turned out to be just an empty space with nothing in it. It seemed like the monkey intended for each of them to stand in a square here for 9 days. The narrow-minded people from the 6th district gathered around the skinny monkey, Hoi, snickering as if they were praising him for a job well done. You really showed them who's boss, they teased. Feeling cornered, most of the people from the 7th district were likely to leave. This kind of humiliation was unbearable for them, but if they chose to stay, they would be in for a show. Thinking about this, Fong was delighted. He patted Hoi on the shoulder and said with a grin, "My friend, I'll treat you to a drink later. We won't stand for this injustice, Lu Chen." Most of the people from the 7th district chose to leave, as their pride wouldn't allow them to compromise. Exactly. We can just dig a hole underground like before and continue living there for a few more days. That's right. Why should we endure their arrogance here? Despite their anger, Lu Chen remained calm, wearing a smile as if he were watching mischievous children. No matter how much they protested, they were just putting on a show in front of Lu Chen. Since they wanted to see a spectacle, he would give them one, wondering if they would still find it amusing in the end. Facing Su Ling, Lu Chen's expression remained unwavering, impressing Su Ling with his composure. "Alright, let's rest here then. But you..." Su Ling hesitated, considering if Hoi had gone too far and if he should negotiate for more space for Lu Chen and his group. Seeing Su Ling about to speak up, Lu Chen stopped him. "It's fine, this space is enough." Lu Chen. The people from the 7th district were puzzled by Lu Chen's unwise decision. Looks like there are fools among them after all. Let's watch them beg here. While Hoi and his group laughed, Fong, who had suffered losses in front of Lu Chen before, froze his smile. Could Lu Chen have some strange plan up his sleeve again? Finally, Lu Chen laid out a condition to Su Ling. They couldn't leave this area but could venture out of the 6th district. That's acceptable. Lu Chen shrugged, saying, "Then there's no problem, let's go with that." Su Ling glanced at his own group of petty-minded individuals, shaking his head in disappointment. He then left on his own, some following him willingly, while others stayed behind to watch the spectacle. The people from the 7th district felt anxious, but when they saw Lu Chen's expression, they wondered if he had some plan to create a large space in the village. "Lu Chen, do you have a plan?" At this moment, Zhuang Mu, tired and hungry from running, couldn't help but feel resentful. "Lu Chen, if you can't settle us properly, you'll pay for your blind confidence." "Ha!" Lu Chen chuckled coldly. Of course, he wasn't blindly confident. Then, as if nothing had happened, he asked everyone, "Is anyone hungry?" Some nodded, and soon everyone agreed. Once the topic was brought up, they all felt their stomachs grumble. They had brought some food reserves from underground, which had been depleted on the way. Although they had enough to eat now, it was still lacking. Just as they were about to share the little food they had left for the night, Lu Chen brought out a water bucket. They had seen Lu Chen act like this before. Suddenly, everyone's faces lit up with hope. "Lu Chen, are you thinking about it? Look, Lu Chen didn't say anything, we almost forgot. We can still do this." Lu Chen walked out alone, went to a small pond outside the 6th area, fetched a bucket of water, and returned. Onlookers stood in place, maintaining a distance as if watching a show, smiling. Could they be wanting water to quench their hunger? Lu Chen dug out 3 empty spaces on the ground, then poured the water he had next to him into one end. Soon he fetched another bucket of water from outside, this time pouring it into the other end. The simplest infinite water system was created, allowing Lu Chen to draw water infinitely from the middle. Then, Lu Chen took out a shovel and dug a 2-meter deep trench at the edge of the 50 by 50 space they marked out. Lu Chen filled the trench with water. What are they doing? Didn't that kid bring 2 buckets of water? How can 2 buckets of water fill such a long space? At this point, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Their minds were filled with question marks. Fong gritted his teeth. This kid really has some messy tricks up his sleeve, damn it. Lu Chen asked the villagers, "Did you bring your fishing rods?" The villagers considered the fishing rods Lu Chen gave them as treasures, so most of them carried them around. With the fishing rods and the methods Lu Chen taught them, they could fish anytime, anywhere. Even if they were working and hungry, they could stop and catch a fish to eat. Therefore, the fishing rod had become their essential tool. "Yes, we brought them. Fish while fishing, we can save what we can't finish for later." Onlookers, who were supposed to be shallow and ignorant people from the 7th area, were surprised to see the villagers from Snow Mountain Village in the 7th area taking out fishing rods. "It's a fishing rod. They actually have fishing rods. They are fishing." Their thoughts were similar to those of the original 7th area people, who thought fishing in stagnant water was a fantasy. But what followed was a slap in the face. A lucky villager soon had a fish on the hook, and he said in a childish voice to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, brother, I caught a fish." Lu Chen, seeing his small frame, came to his side to help him pull the fishing rod. A large blue fish was pulled out of the water.
Fish. There really are fish. The people from the 6th area were shocked. Fish, which they rarely ate, were easily caught by this group of people. Someone started a fire and immediately began roasting the fish. The aroma filled the air, the smell of grilled fish desperately trying to enter their nostrils. Their mouths watered. I've never heard that the specialty of the 7th area is fish? Hui looked at Fong Chang, his eyes more accusing. How could you not tell us about such an important thing? But, Fong Chang felt wronged. I didn't know either. Aren't you from the 7th area? How could you not know? Fong Chang was speechless. While the 7th area was bustling with activity, what shocked them was not over yet. Last time, Lu Chen hid their resting place underground to avoid zombies. But now, he wouldn't deliberately hide their living quarters. He wanted their living quarters to be seen, especially by the people from the acidic 6th area. So Lu Chen decided to build their living quarters above ground. The 50 by 50 space they marked out did not limit their height. So even if Lu Chen built a city in the sky, it wouldn't matter, right? After lunch, Lu Chen gave the first task. I need everyone to help me with something. Don't just say help, be specific. Exactly, Lu Chen, just treat us as your subordinates and tell us what to do directly. Lu Chen looked at their earnest faces and smiled contentedly. Then go outside and help me cut down some trees, the more, the better. Remember not to throw away the saplings, collect them for me. All right. Upon receiving the order, the villagers scattered and began to chop wood outside of Zone 6. It was evident that they were planning to build shelters. Hui couldn't hold back. He couldn't let Lu Chen continue smoothly. How can you casually harvest the resources of our Zone 6? Lu Chen looked innocent. Doesn't the area outside the wall also count as Zone 6 territory? Of course. Then why did you not let us in through the main gate but instead drove us out? Doesn't that mean the outside is not really your Zone 6? Lu Chen retorted. What was he saying? Hui's head was spinning from Lu Chen's argument, but he realized it made sense. He sounds so reasonable, I can't find a counter-argument. Hui, with a red face, racked his brains to stop Lu Chen and his group. Just then, a man who had gone out to gather resources returned. He was muscular and efficient, a commoner in the village, unable to compare with Lu Chen. The villagers had small backpacks and had to return to empty them once filled with wood. This man had already returned with a full backpack. Lu Chen, it's a waste to carry those weeds and saplings in my pockets, I'll go put them down, hee. He chuckled at Lu Chen. Seeing him, Lu Chen extended his hand, then hand me the saplings. As soon as the saplings landed in Lu Chen's hand, he planted them on the ground and raised an eyebrow at Hui. I've replanted the trees, any issues? Hui was left speechless. Lu Chen didn't immediately turn the collected logs into boards but used them to construct the basic outline of the first floor, resembling a freely growing towering tree, exceptionally beautiful. Lu Chen swiftly made scissors from iron blocks in his backpack and handed them to a nearby ant. Auntie, don't cut trees for now, collect some leaves for me first. Oh, sure. He then handed the scissors to another person, and with 2 people dedicated to gathering leaves, it should be enough. After building a tree trunk-like platform on the first floor covered in leaves, Lu Chen connected it to the second floor with rotating stairs. Here, he used boards to create a platform, tree trunks to make walls, resembling lush foliage, naturally grown. Next, within the leaf-covered interior, Lu Chen began constructing a resting place for the villagers. Like building underground, he constructed bunk beds with boards and fences. Lu Chen's speed was astonishing. The onlookers from Zone 6 watched him move among the branches like a fleeting shadow. Their jaws dropped as Lu Chen progressed with the construction. When he paused to wipe his sweat after completing the first floor, their jaws were almost touching the ground. What is he doing? Is he building a house? Someone uncertainly replied. Can building a house be done like this? In their understanding, a building was at most 4 walls and a roof, with skilled individuals able to create a sloping roof. They had never imagined a building could be constructed like this. Lu Chen descended the spiral staircase and helped the village chief, who was resting on the ground. Chief, don't sit here, I've finished building the first floor residence, go up and rest. Oh, okay. The village chief, missing a leg, was assisted by Lu Chen and led to the second floor, where Lu Chen arranged the innermost bed for him. The village chief took a deep breath. Inside the room, one could still smell the natural fragrance of leaves. Lu Chen did not completely seal off the walls. He used wooden boards mixed with leaves to allow some natural light to filter into the building through the leaves, so even without torches, it was not too dim inside. Great, looks like I'll have a good night's sleep tonight. Outside, they were astonished by Lu Chen's words. What did he just say? Is it already furnished inside? You must have misheard, how could that be possible? I didn't mishear, he did say that. In such a short time, how is that possible? How is it not possible? Lu Chen had high standards for quality of life.
Even if it was just a temporary residence for a few days, he didn't want them to feel too uncomfortable. Moreover, with people from the 6th district watching outside, Lu Chen went even further to make it look good, to make them envious. Lu Chen opened his achievement store. At this point, he had accumulated quite a few achievement points. Achievement points, 320, Lu Chen confirmed again that the real furniture required 300 achievement points. Lu Chen had to spend all his achievement points to unlock this mod, which made him feel a bit distressed. However, for the sake of his quality of life, real home requires 300 points. Do you want to unlock it? Yes, no, yes. Loading, real furniture mod, loading successful. Open your crafting table and discover new things. The system's inexplicably cheerful tone was reminiscent of a shady merchant. You've taken so many achievement points from me, can you give me some back? Lu Chen then went to the workbench and crafted tables and chairs from the real furniture mod. He also made 2 comfortable sofas. The village chief sat on one and was amazed. This is as comfortable as my wool bed. He. In fact, the sofa was also made of wool. Lu Chen returned to the ground and grabbed a little girl to help him pick some flowers. Can you help me gather some flowers? Next, Lu Chen used the flowers brought back by the girl to decorate the ground into a garden. Then, he brought in the snowman that had been eagerly watching from outside the 6th district gate for a long time. The pitiful little eyes on the snowman's pumpkin head looked at Lu Chen with a sense of grievance, as if complaining about being neglected earlier. Alright, I've let you in now, haven't I? Where the snowman passed, it left a pile of snow. To prevent it from damaging the ground, Lu Chen specifically marked out an area for it and the 3 iron golems to move around. Seeing Lu Chen bring in the moving snowman, the residents of the 6th district turned pale with fear. What is that thing? The most terrifying thing was not the fluffy white snowman at the moment, but the fact that Lu Chen had used wooden boards to cover it and had also released the remaining 3 iron golems. The snowman looked cute and harmless, except for its ability to move. However, what appeared next made those who had never seen them before stand their hair on end. What is that thing again? Under fear, their voices rose several octaves. The iron golems were clad in hard iron, with red eyes that made them look like troublemakers. Monsters! They are monsters! Even Fong Ao, who was hiding behind, was startled when he saw them, but he quickly realized something familiar. So that's it, it was Lu Chen who released these monsters to scare them away. Before Fong Ao could explain to them, the onlookers from the 6th district scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Hui rushed to Su Ling's work area, wanting to bring him back to see what kind of monsters these people he had left behind truly were. Mr. Su, those people, those savages from the 7th district, actually brought monsters in. Hui easily found Su Ling and immediately began to loudly accuse him. What? Monsters? Su Ling could sense the tone of accusation in his words, blaming Su Ling for leaving the people of the 7th district behind. Therefore, Su Ling had some distrust towards him. He felt that Hui was exaggerating. Fong Ao opened his mouth but ultimately didn't speak. His father pushed him back and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Su, I've always said that those people are trouble. If they hadn't angered Mr. Shi Fong, we wouldn't have had to leave the 7th district. Those people cannot be kept. Su Ling's gaze fell on him. He remembered what Lu Chen had said. Although their encounter was brief, Su Ling had gradually come to believe Lu Chen's words. Moreover, no matter how this man in front of him tried to justify it, Su Ling couldn't change the fact that he had abandoned the villagers of the 7th district and was a traitor who kept silent. Su Ling naturally despised such a person. Fong Chang tried hard to explain to Su Ling, but only received a blank expression in return. He was sure that Lu Chen's words had influenced Su Ling, causing him to lose trust in himself. He turned to Hui, who nodded in understanding. Mr. Su, if you don't believe it, just go and see for yourself. They have built a dwelling where the monster is kept. Su Ling put down what he was holding and stood up, saying, then let's go see. If it's not true, and you've wasted my time, I'll make you do double the hard labor. Hui was initially startled by Su Ling's threat. However, he soon remembered that he had seen the monster with his own eyes. It couldn't be false. If Su Ling wanted to see it, the responsibility wouldn't fall on his shoulders, and those lower-class people from the 7th district would surely be driven out. The group headed towards the temporary residence in the 7th district. From afar, they saw a towering tree. What is that? Su Ling asked. When Su Ling had left, Lu Chen hadn't started working yet. Now that he was back, seeing the dwelling Lu Chen had built instantly rise from the ground was truly impressive. Did they plant giant trees there? Su Ling asked somewhat naively. Hui saw the structure and felt a sense of disbelief. He was unwilling to admit that the lower-class villagers from the 7th district could build such beautiful structures by hand in such a short time. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lu Chen was once a national architect. Given enough time, rebuilding a palace on the block continent would be a piece of cake for him. He answered impatiently, "That's not a tree at all, it's a building they constructed."
A building?
Su Ling's eyes lit up. He had never seen such a marvel of architecture. If not for the light shining through the trees, the treehouse would seem like a naturally grown mysterious structure, with the people of the 7th district moving about within it. Even the ground had been transformed into a babbling brook, with colorful flowers blooming. Moving closer, Su Ling saw that the tree was still growing because Lu Chen hadn't stopped building. 1, 2, 3, Lu Chen had now built 3 levels for the villagers to rest. He had also left space for more above, but it seemed like it wouldn't be finished today. He had the villagers stop working and rest. He relied on a full stomach to sustain his strength, but the villagers were different. He was afraid they would overwork themselves, so he called it quits before the sun set.
From a distance, Su Ling asked, "Where is the monster you mentioned?"
What he saw was a peaceful scene he had never witnessed before.
If there were monsters around, wouldn't they be scared off?
I clearly saw.
Hui hurried forward and indeed saw Lu Chen's 3 iron puppets standing idle in a corner. Isn't that it? Su Ling followed Hui's outstretched finger and looked over. At first glance, the iron puppets did look a bit terrifying.
However, in reality, the iron puppets just stood there quietly without attacking the villagers. The villagers continued with their activities as if nothing was amiss, some even patting the puppets on their arms. Unlike the 3 slightly neglected iron puppets, the snowman was the children's favorite at the moment, surrounded by them, laughing and playing joyfully. Although it was surprising that the snowman could move, even the blind could sense that they were not monsters, at least not ones that would harm people.
Su Ling sneered and asked, "Hui, is this the terrifying monster you spoke of?"
Well, Su Ling continued, is it that the people in our 6th district are too timid, or that those in the 7th district are brave enough to fear even the snowman that plays with children without harming them?
Hui had no answer.
He began to regret his rashness, rushing to report to Su Ling upon seeing the monster's appearance.
Damn it!
If they had conclusive evidence that could directly lead to their demise. Su Ling changed his mocking expression and looked at Hui. You should broaden your minds a bit. I've already fulfilled your request to keep them away from our residence, but I didn't expect you to be so strict. Hui self-righteously said, they shouldn't have been allowed to stay. Fong Chang chimed in, exactly, they should have been kept out.
Su Ling's sharp gaze silenced Fong Chang. Shouldn't you be sharing hardships with them? Su Ling asked. Fong Chang sulkily retreated into the crowd.
Su Ling approached, surprised that Hui, usually timid, was still afraid upon seeing the iron puppets for the first time.
He cowardly hid behind Su Ling. Su Ling, facing him directly, rolled his eyes without hesitation. Lu Ken, I didn't expect you to set up the residence so quickly?
Su Ling smiled as he approached them.
Lu Ken naturally felt no malice from this person and his actions were not unreasonable.
Facing a smiling person with no grudge against him, Lu Ken would not act rudely, lest it spoil the mood.
So Lu Ken put on a businesslike smile and replied, not bad, right?
Just built it casually for 8 or 9 days.
A pang of anxiety ran through Su Ling. Not bad? If Lu Chen's house was casually built, what would they call the place they lived in?
Su Ling's mouth twitched, fearing that their house was considered a dog's den in Lu Chen's eyes.
Can't hold it in anymore, brothers.
Su Ling continued the conversation with a stiff smile. I didn't expect you to have such talent at such a young age.
It's not really talent, just casual work. Enough.
Young man, don't flaunt your Versailles style. Where will your 6th district brothers put their faces? Lu Ken was puzzled by how quickly Su Ling had returned. When he saw the timid people hiding behind Su Ling, he understood. Perhaps these people found fault with something and brought Su Ling back. Unfortunately, Su Ling, being accused, had no intention of being fair, evident from his smiling attitude. At that moment, Su Ling's eyes sparkled with ambition as he carefully examined Lu Ken and their building from top to bottom. His eyes were full of ambition, and Lu Ken could see that his desires were not satisfied here. Although the 6th district was larger than the 7th district, it seemed unable to accommodate this soaring ambition. However, Lu Chen was not afraid of him learning by stealth. The game he had played since childhood, if it could be learned in just a few glances, would not have kept Lu Chen engrossed for nearly 10 years. Su Ling, looking from the top to the bottom, finally saw the iron puppets arranged by Lu Chen in the corner. Young man, may I ask, what is that? Lu Chen followed his finger and saw the 3 huddled iron puppets. Well, those are our guards, Lu Chen replied. Guards? Su Ling's eyes lit up again. Lu Chen and what he brought with him were truly challenging Su Ling's perspectives. Su Ling began to resent deeply why there were rules to minimize interactions between the districts, and why they always thought the 7th district was backward and barren in thinking. If they had interacted and learned from the 7th district earlier, perhaps the 6th district would not have been limited to this point but would have had more development. Seeing Su Ling using "may I ask," Lu Chen decided to answer him with such a good attitude. "I found them by chance and brought them back to the village. They only attack monsters and not our villagers. They are friendly to us." Excitedly grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder, Su Ling asked, "Is what you're saying true?" Understanding his shock and doubt, Lu Chen affirmed with a nod, "Of course, it's true." "Oh my, do they obey your commands? Are they easy to control?" Lu Chen saw something else in his eyes. Why does this kid seem to need these iron puppets for something? Lu Chen thought. "No, they don't obey our commands. If you set a specific area for them, they will move within it, actively attacking invading monsters but not following us. Most importantly, they are quite clumsy and not good at walking on uneven paths." Su Ling was somewhat disappointed. So that's how it is. Obedient and brainless but powerful free fighters were indeed impossible to exist. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Hui and the others realized that the terrifying monsters were only harmful when provoked. Looking at the creature, Fong Chang suddenly asked sharply, "If you have such powerful things, why did you escape from the 7th district?" Lu Chen smiled and asked him back, "Then why did you escape from the 7th district?" Lu Chen's smile was radiant but made Fong Chang fearful, causing cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Lu Chen saw him shivering and let him go, then explained to Su Ling, "After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. There are just too many zombies, so we had no choice but to flee." "What kind of monsters are they exactly?" Su Ling inquired. Lu Chen's smile faded as he told them, "They are mutated zombies that fear sunlight, and they can destroy our barriers." Fong Chang calmed himself, feeling fortunate that he had fled early, realizing he might not have survived encountering such creatures. "What?" Hui was almost scared out of his wits. "We're done for, done for." "Su, did you hear what he said? If those monsters really exist and come to our district, what will we do? Won't the 6th district be completely doomed?" In his panic, Hui even disdained Su Ling's status. Su Ling, naturally, did not hold back his anger at someone trampling on his status. "Hui, mind your words," Su Ling reprimanded firmly. Su Ling seemed suited to be a leader. If he had not corrected his words but instead defended against the accusations, his standing in the hearts of the 6th district residents would have suffered. Showing his composure, Su Ling calmly asked Lu Chen, "Where are those monsters now?" Su Ling's question hit the mark. Hui's arrogance was deflated by Su Ling's rebuke. Lu Chen looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. "Skinny, if it's not safe here, can I build a house here? Why don't you use your pig brain to think about it?" Hui was embarrassed by such blunt words for the first time. He couldn't hold his face and almost wanted to run away. But Lu Chen's hand on his shoulder exerted a hidden force, making him unable to move. Damn it! Lu Chen was obviously younger than him, but when was he ever called skinny by a junior, and with such a condescending look and tone? "Let go." Hui tried to pry Lu Chen's fingers apart. "Tell me, what's inside your little brain?" Hui's face turned red with anger, almost bursting out in curses when Lu Chen let go of his hand. "In the future, use your brain a bit more. Instead of guarding against friendly neighbors like us, think about how to guard against those cunning outsiders." Lu Chen's words couldn't be more straightforward. First, he was scolded by Su Ling, and now he was practically stripped bare and put on the spot by Lu Chen. Fong Chang wished he were invisible, not to be discovered by them. But it wasn't time to settle scores with Fong Chang yet. "Those monsters are still in our village. They're strange, they only attack villagers within a specific range, and once you're out of that range, they stop." Lu Chen pointed outside the village. "We crossed the snow mountain to get here, and they stopped chasing us." "I see." Su Ling wasn't completely unafraid. After hearing Lu Chen's words, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then stay here at ease." Su Ling patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "You know a lot, young man. Let's talk privately someday, I want to hear your story." "Sure." Lu Chen also wanted to know how this world looked through the eyes of someone in power in the 6th district. Su Ling left on his own, clearly curious about what was emerging under Lu Chen's command, but not familiar enough to ask so abruptly. It was a gradual process, and he wasn't in a hurry. Obviously, Su Ling didn't want to associate with Hui at the moment, walking briskly ahead, leaving them behind. It was only now that Hui came to his senses, realizing what he had said to Su Ling. He hurried to catch up, almost stumbling and making a fool of himself. His embarrassed appearance made others laugh, and at that moment, Lu Chen finally heard the voices of the villagers behind him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, if that person doesn't come looking for trouble, isn't he just making trouble for himself? Humph, now he knows the 7th district isn't to be messed with." Lu Chen turned to look at them, puzzled by their silence when Su Ling was around. In fact, the people of the 7th district were more laid back. The village chief wasn't the type to use his position to oppress others, and most of them were simple and had no ill intentions. Normally, they enjoyed lively conversations, so it was unusual to see them so quiet.
Lu Chen asked them with a smile, "Why were you all so quiet just now?"
The aunt, who had shown no fear towards Hui, scratched her head and said sheepishly, "Because that young man looked quite formidable."
"Is that so?" Lu Chen was puzzled. Why didn't he sense that?
"He has a kind of intimidating presence, you know. As a fellow district manager, his aura is completely different from our village chief's. He doesn't seem approachable."
Yes, looking at him gives me the feeling of being caught stealing bread by my parents when I was a child." Lu Chen chuckled. "Is it that serious? Some people just feel restrained in front of him."
"I didn't expect you to be able to chat so smoothly with someone like that at such a young age."
To be honest, I think that person's temperament is quite similar to certain times of Lu Chen's temperament.
I also think so. If Lu Chen hadn't grown up under our watchful eyes, or if he hadn't knocked his head silly before, he might have been just as formidable now.
Lu Chen awkwardly rubbed his head. "Auntie, can you stop mentioning me knocking my head?"
Seeing Lu Chen being teased like recalling a childhood embarrassing moment, everyone burst into laughter. As the sun set, the villagers returned to the upper level to rest. They felt a sense of novelty in their new abode, but soon the excitement subsided. Exhausted from the day's work, the villagers quickly fell asleep. Lu Chen was about to leave when he heard a light cough from the village chief. Out of politeness and concern, he walked over to check on the village chief's condition. "Village chief, what's wrong?" The village chief smiled kindly, showing no signs of discomfort.
"Lu Chen, you are truly a good child."
The village chief sighed.
"Village chief, would you like some water?"
The second person to arrive was Lu Chen's mother, Tao Lan, holding a water bottle. With just a cough, this mother and son immediately came over to check, showing that kindness was inherent in them.
Like mother, like son, the Lu family genes were indeed good.
There were no bad people with the surname Lu.
Indeed, for example, the neighboring Lu Yu and Lu Li.
Lu Chen and Tao Lan exchanged a glance and suddenly smiled.
"Son, you've been busy all day, why don't you go rest?" Only a mother would remind you to rest at such times.
Tao Lan walked over, handed the water to the village chief, and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder.
"Mom, I'm not tired." "Tao Lan, you are also a good mother.
The child you insisted on taking care of has finally grown up."
Tao Lan smiled contentedly.
"Village chief, you're exaggerating. The children in the village would worry if they saw you unwell." The village chief shook his head, his eyes on Lu Chen filled with tenderness.
"Lu Chen, you know I'm not just talking about the present situation."
The village chief took Lu Chen's hand, speaking with great seriousness. "Today, when you were talking to Su Ling, I saw it from the window. Child, to be honest, I don't know how much longer I can hold on like this."
Lu Chen frowned, unwilling to hear such words. The people Lu Chen wanted to save on the square continent, were they not worth living?
"Village chief, don't say that.
I will definitely heal your leg."
"No, child, even if my leg is fine, I am getting old, and a person's lifespan is limited."
Lu Chen fell silent.
"Child, you are more suitable to be the village chief than me." This statement was actually within Lu Chen's expectations. However, the village chief rejected his own words and continued, "No, I entrust the people of District 7 to you. I know you may soar higher, but if I'm gone, I really can't trust anyone else with this group of people."
"Village chief." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "Don't make such promises.
In novels and animations, elders who settle their affairs like this usually meet their end soon." Lu Chen quickly interrupted him. "Village chief, please stop." He stood up, looking a bit annoyed because of the village chief's self-deprecating words.
Then, Lu Chen left.
"Ah." The village chief sighed behind Lu Chen, and Tao Lan took over the task of looking after the village chief.
Instead of going upstairs to rest, Lu Chen went downstairs.
When he built this place, Lu Chen unsurprisingly left a space underground for himself to be alone.
Lu Chen knew he had to act quickly on his journey to hell.
However, he did not rush to go directly underground, but changed into a black outfit to blend in with the night. He then proceeded to the interior of the 6th district. The guards stationed in the 6th district did not notice the black figure emerging from the treehouse.
Lu Chen smoothly left the area assigned to him in the 6th district and headed towards its interior.
Similar to the 7th district, after leaving the border and walking a distance, he finally saw the houses. Su Ling seemed to have OCD from his appearance, and his planning for the 6th district indeed reflected that. The houses were neatly arranged, all square with pointed roofs, even the windows facing the courtyard were identical in size. In the middle was a large area of fertile land, a sea of yellow and green as far as the eye could see. Further ahead was the livestock area, where some chickens were confined, their clucking sounds echoing. However, Lu Chen felt something amiss about this chicken coop. He frowned and counted carefully. There were a total of 5 chickens, but the area of the coop was almost half the size of the farmland. Why use such a large area to raise 5 chickens? Moreover, they had covered the top of the fence with wooden boards. Even if they thought the chickens could fly, there was no need to cover it so securely, as experiments had shown that chickens couldn't fly out of the enclosure. This chicken coop was full of oddities. Although the 6th district was not as tight on land as the 7th district, they were not extravagant either. As Lu Chen approached the border, he remembered seeing cows and sheep on his way here. With such a large area, wouldn't it be more comfortable to raise cows and sheep as well? Moreover, this did not fit Su Ling's character. Did he slack off once he got here? Impossible. Lu Chen boldly speculated that the chicken coop was just a cover-up. The real building here was not the chicken coop, hence the lack of strictness. There must be something underground in this chicken coop. Lu Chen hid in the shadows, quietly observing. Before long, he indeed saw someone coming out of the chicken coop. However, the wooden boards obstructed his view, and he didn't see where the person had come from. No, he should say that he hadn't seen anyone inside the chicken coop just now. Lu Chen chuckled and sighed inwardly. Su Ling is indeed up to something secretive in his own district. Invading abruptly would be foolish, as the other side likely had guard towers, just like dismantling the crystal across. He wouldn't engage in such foolish behavior. He had taken the lower route, right? Lu Chen returned to his underground space and started digging downwards. He dug about 20 layers deep, then changed direction and started digging towards the chicken coop. After a few shovels, damn, gold? Lu Chen didn't expect his luck to be this good, finding gold as soon as he opened the door? Congratulations on completing the achievement, gold mine, earning achievement points, 20. He grinned, planning to pocket the findings, but as he dug out the surface gold mines, he discovered more underneath. Ha! Lu Chen continued clearing the area. How is there more? Lu Chen even felt tired from digging, finally cleaning out all the gold mines in this area. When he climbed up, he noticed the huge hole he had dug. In the original Minecraft game, although gold was rare, its practical use was not significant. In the traditional mindset of the Blue Star people, gold was considered valuable mainly for its appearance and worth. In reality, iron ore was more useful, and the most valuable was, of course, diamonds. However, in the current world of the Block Continent, their gold could be used as currency. Lu Chen was secretly delighted. Perhaps his mining luck was particularly good today. He continued digging forward for a few more shovels. Holy crap! More! And there, shining brightly, was more gold. In this area, although there are not as many gold mines as before, there are still nearly 10. Lu Chen realized that it might not be that they have more gold mines, but that the underground of District 6 itself is where the gold mine veins are located. He also suddenly realized why District 7 is District 7. District 7 is so barren from the surface to underground. If he had known that this place was so rich, he would have come here to mine. Lu Chen continued forward and soon saw a light after a few shovels. He cautiously extinguished the torch behind him, collected them all, and put them in his pocket. Then Lu Chen lay in the crevice and looked down. Below, rather than calling it a mine, it looked more like a huge pit. The people of District 6 seemed to lack an efficient mining method, so they were digging with an almost empty underground posture. There was a large pit below, with only torches inserted on the walls. Lu Chen shifted his gaze and saw Su Ling. At that moment, he was in the center below the hollow, sitting on a chair and dozing off. Mr. Su, you've been on guard all night, you should rest now. Su Ling seemed to be awakened by his words, struggling to open his eyes and replied, I'm fine. If we don't hurry, we won't have time. Mr. Su. Lu Chen was puzzled. What did he mean by no time? They didn't continue the previous topic, and Su Ling asked, how was tonight's harvest? Tonight's harvest. The respondent seemed reluctant to give specific numbers, indicating that the results seemed bleak. Su Ling shook his head. Let's change direction, over there. Su Ling turned in a direction that pointed towards Lu Chen. Damn! Lu Chen quickly found a block to cover it. Maybe there aren't many resources over there, let's switch to dig here, okay? Lu Chen awkwardly looked at the block he casually placed. Oh my! He used a wooden board to cover it. It was too out of place to have a wooden board underground. Lu Chen's mouth twitched, praying that Su Ling wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, Su Ling on the other side was looking in this direction, but the distance was far and the torches above were not dense, making the view unclear. He squinted and eventually looked away. Let's go over there. Lu Chen was now in a dilemma, whether to change the block or not. What if they saw him during the process? Lu Chen finally chose to consider it a bug in the underground. Then he filled his way back to his cabin. False alarm. At this moment, the night of the full moon officially arrived on the third night. Lu Chen opened the chat group to check. Server population, 31/50ths online, 27, online population loss, 2 people, probably those 2 had already fallen in the first 3 days.
Is this it? Is this what you call a full moon zombie tide? Just then, a presumptuous remark suddenly popped up in the group. Lu Chen checked his number, 17, not a very early number. Could it be that there were also high-level players later on? Could it be that someone really fell in this event? I could handle this event with one hand. His words were not pretentious, just a bit showy without substance. And his way of showing off was not well received, as no one in the group responded to him. Most people were still cautiously facing this full moon zombie tide as if walking on thin ice. At this moment of showing off, it was unexpected that number 001 responded to him. First, there were ellipses of silence. Then, he said 3 words. Lucky bastard. Number 17, of course, did not want to hear such words, and immediately started cursing. But obviously, he had not grasped the essence of Zon people, where would anyone directly curse at others with dirty words? That's definitely going to be censored by the system. So all he posted was asterisk 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 asterisk. However, Lu Chen was pondering over what 001 said. Obviously, 001 wasn't just mocking him. Lu Chen lowered his head and thought for a moment and quickly understood. The implication wasn't that 17 had a stroke of luck in surviving, but there was another meaning? With such a brazen appearance, Lu Chen didn't believe these people had high gaming skills. After all, true experts quietly put in effort behind the scenes, studying countless strategies and conducting experiments on their own to reach their current level. He clearly wasn't one of those people. So, there was only one meaning: the difficulty of the zombie wave 17 faced was different from theirs. He had a stroke of luck to encounter the lowest difficulty zombie wave, making it easy for him to pass through. Lu Chen chuckled, understanding now. Let me explain, zombie waves have difficulty levels. Although I don't know the specific levels, but the way you talk so casually, it's probably the turn for a relatively easy level. Congratulations. Lu Chen congratulated on the surface, but in reality, he was mocking. Unlike me, this time the zombies aren't afraid of sunlight, have thick blood, and even destroy homes. Number 17 didn't continue speaking. Lu Chen's words seemed to imply, I'm still fighting the boss of level 100, and I'm progressing smoothly while still alive. You just finished off the monsters in the newbie village and came here to show off. Are you a bit confused in the head? Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Damn, a plant. I thought I had bad luck. Turns out there's someone even unluckier than me. The expert is amazing, surviving such difficulty level. Then Lu Chen unexpectedly started live streaming. It's okay, I set a fire to burn them for a while. Oh, right, I also went to the labor camp the next day, came out to avoid trouble, and now I'm planning to go back and check. Expert, be careful, salute. Lu Chen uttered a word. Expert, what's wrong? I didn't expect to encounter the little black on the 3rd day, the progress is quite fast. Now number 17 completely stopped talking. What's there to show off about the difficulty of the newbie village? There's always someone better out there. He really underestimated this game, his luck this time. So Lu Chen prayed for him, hoping his luck would continue next time. Laughs. Lu Chen closed the chat group, gazing at the purple light flickering in the distant forest. Wait, are all players experiencing this zombie wave? But the zombie wave has a range. It shouldn't be so unfortunate that all zombie waves happen to refresh right where the players are. Because there are players, they refreshed within the player's range. Lu Chen was in the 7th area, so this time the zombie wave's range was in the 7th area, perfectly covering it. In the end, the villagers were actually implicated by him. But understanding the principle, Lu Chen knew how to deal with it next time. Taking advantage of the early morning, Lu Chen moved outside the 6th area, away from the range of mutant zombies. He also took the opportunity to do some ancient exercise. Lu Chen raised his hand and started cutting grass. After all, he needed some seeds to grow some food. He promised to return to the 7th area in 8 or 9 days, but it wasn't as simple as that. Lu Chen looked at the monsters in the distance, unsure if these monsters would disappear when the full moon ended. The most likely scenario was that these monsters wouldn't refresh when the time came, but the existing monsters needed to be completely killed to be eliminated. Seeing the little black in the distance, Lu Chen felt that eradicating all the monsters wouldn't be something he could achieve in a short time. Continuing forward, Lu Chen discovered a pond, and beside him was yellow sand, and, oh, there's sugarcane. In a pond in the 7th district, Lu Chen hadn't even seen a single scrap of sugarcane before, but now he finally saw some sugarcane. He was one step closer to his enchanted path. Lu Chen immediately cut down the sugarcane and put it in his pocket.
After collecting the sugarcane, Lu Chen lit a torch on the ground and sat down to rest. This place was far enough from the 6th district, and they couldn't see this side, so Lu Chen felt a bit reckless. The light shone on the water, and Lu Chen saw an octopus swimming in it. The creature swam towards the riverbank near Lu Chen, then turned and revealed its mouth. Lu Chen grimaced. He had always disliked the appearance of octopuses, finding them inexplicably creepy. Were all octopuses designed to resemble ancient gods? Lu Chen averted his gaze from it and noticed a pattern on the riverbed nearby. Lu Chen faintly discerned a pattern on the riverbed, illuminated by the torch's light through the deep water. Indeed, he had the best eyesight in the national server. That grayish land, was it clay? Lu Chen approached and plunged into the water, getting a closer look at the object on the ground. The gray clay formed a diamond-shaped pattern, much to Lu Chen's delight. Perhaps many players didn't know that clay patterns could accurately predict the location of diamonds. Seeing the clay pattern, Lu Chen felt like the diamond was beckoning to him. If he didn't remind himself to stay composed, he might have cheered out loud by now. He could already envision the grand diamond of blue Wawa in front of him. Oh yeah! Lu Chen immediately took out his shovel, found the center of the clay diamond pattern, and started counting to the right. 1, 2, 3, 7. A total of 7 positions, with a high probability of diamonds along this vertical axis. It's here! Unfortunately, he only had a regular iron shovel in hand, and working underwater slowed him down. After digging for a while, the first clump of sand fell, so Lu Chen quickly dug up the next one. By the time he reached the third clump, he was running out of oxygen, his face turning red as he held his last breath in his mouth. With his remaining willpower, he didn't let himself give up, but finally, at that moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. Plop! Lu Chen spat out a string of bubbles. The Full Moon Zombie Tide is based on the settings of Don't Starve and the mod Zombie Tide Revelation. The looting event of the Disaster Village will be added to the subsequent events, different from the current Zombie Tide =L=. Lu Chen stayed alert, dove into the 3 holes he had dug, and sealed them off. The water gradually disappeared from the narrow holes, and Lu Chen, who had just swallowed a bellyful of river water, coughed and spat it out desperately. Don't ask why the water disappeared in the sealed space. In the world of block continents, those who talk about Newton might have a bit of a headache. As Lu Chen regained his senses, he placed the torch in his left hand to illuminate the space in front of him. Then he continued his search for diamonds along the vertical axis, digging down. Fortunately, apart from a fall that cost him some health, he didn't encounter anything else on the way, like falling into lava. When Lu Chen saw bedrock, he finally saw the blue shimmer of diamonds. Wow, they're right at the bottom. There were 4 diamonds exposed on the surface where he was, and Lu Chen was ecstatic. At least he had the materials to make a diamond pickaxe. He used his iron pickaxe to clear all the debris around the diamond ore, revealing at least 7 diamonds. He shed tears for the 6th district and the rich mineral resources underground. Yet those people were still complaining about their meager harvest for the night. Were they just too clumsy in their mining methods, or was their luck just too bad? Diamonds were not a rare commodity for the former Lu Chen. He had once filled a room with diamonds using villagers on his server and had even used diamonds to construct buildings. However, today Lu Chen looked at the diamonds in front of him as if it were the first time he had received a diamond ring, his face glowing with excitement. Hiss, hiss. This didn't seem like a girl's reaction, more like a maniac's. Lu Chen quickly wiped away his drool. Carefully, he dug out 3 diamonds. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Diamonds, earning 30 achievement points. He used the 3 diamonds to craft a pickaxe, as it would be wasteful to mine with them now. Of course, this was the practice of an experienced player. He would wait to use the remaining diamonds when he had the right opportunity, but Lu Chen suddenly felt troubled as he looked at the diamonds in front of him. He was worried because he didn't know how to hide the diamonds. People from District 6 were clearly mining, so he needed to hurry and use the fortune diamond pickaxe to take the items away. He wasn't afraid of the inefficiency of the people from District 6, he feared the other players in the chat room. Lu Chen looked to the side. When he was clearing the rubble earlier, he had noticed a lava pool nearby. Lu Chen was glad he had brought a bucket of water. He used cobblestones to enclose the area where the diamonds were, creating a hollow space in between for him to pour lava. He went back and forth fetching lava until he finally managed to hide the diamonds. Next, Lu Chen started thinking about how to get back to the surface. He used the old trick of stacking blocks to reach the surface. By the time he returned to the surface, it was already mid-morning. When Lu Chen returned to District 6, the villagers were looking for him. Lu Chen, where did you go? Talon grabbed Lu Chen, her face filled with worry. Even though Lu Chen now had extraordinary abilities, a mother would still worry about her son. Nowhere special.
You're not allowed to go clear out those monsters alone. Taolan held onto Lu Chen's arm, instructing him.
These were probably speculations from other villagers, thinking Lu Chen might have gone back to kill the mutated zombies.
Although Lu Chen was indeed capable of such actions.
Seeing Taolan looking at him suspiciously, Lu Chen took out the seeds he had collected. I couldn't sleep early this morning, so I went to get some seeds to plant crops.
Seeing the items, Taolan finally relaxed.
If you're going, at least take those 3 with you.
Taolan pointed to the iron golems.
So now the villagers of District 7 were somewhat immune to whatever shocking actions Lu Chen might take, at most reminding him to stay safe and increase his combat power. Lu Chen helplessly made his way to the top floor of the treehouse. This floor was originally reserved for his planting. He transported soil and water, planted wheat, and then found a few potatoes and carrots from their reserves to plant.
Oh, Lu Chen had seen sugar beets in District 6 fields before,
so he planned to ask for a few to increase the variety of crops.
With 2 floors completed on the small farm, he finished the last floor by laying down flooring and installing safety fences around it.
It was rare to build such a tall structure, so it would be a shame not to leave behind a viewing tower.
Lu Chen placed tables and chairs on top, turning it into an observation deck.
He then invited the villagers to come up.
Wow, Lu Chen, these tables and chairs you set up are quite decent.
This height, besides the time I climbed the snow mountain, I've never been this high before.
Wow, from here, we can almost see what District 6 looks like. They've kept District 6 quite organized, truly living up to its reputation. I'm a bit afraid of heights.
Zhuangmu came up out of curiosity but quickly felt weak in the legs, leaning against the railing and squatting down. A daring child leaned against the fence, peering down before being pulled back by their parent holding onto the back of their collar.
Be careful, what if you fall? Lu Chen turned around and saw that mischievous child was gray,
and the one pulling him back was his fierce mother, Hua Auntie.
Lu Chen explained to them, it's okay even if you fall. Hua Auntie said sternly, Lu Chen, safety is no joke. Lu Chen had a playful demeanor, but he never joked. Lu Chen, what have you done again?
The people from the 7th district were somewhat used to Lu Chen's ways, so when Lu Chen said something, he must have had his reasons.
He.
Lu Chen slowly moved to the side of the fence, turned back, and grinned at them. Then, Lu Chen knocked down the fence.
Lu Chen, what are you doing?
Hua Auntie was shocked.
Lu Chen jumped down. Ah, Lu Chen!
Someone screamed in fear. Even though they knew Lu Chen was mischievous, they never expected him to jump from such a height. Zhuangmu seemed like someone afraid of heights witnessing a bungee jumping scene. His eyes almost couldn't keep up.
But Lu Chen landed safely in the water, without a scratch. He landed in the small channel they used for fishing on the first day, and Lu Chen aligned the platform with him and reduced it by a circle, so if someone fell from the top floor, they would only fall into the water. Besides, the fence was not jumpable unless dismantled. Now they could rest assured letting the children play up there. Lu Chen casually greeted them from below.
Only Taolan threw a square stone down.
You little rascal, why didn't you scare your own mother to death? Lu Chen smiled and brushed it off.
When he came down, he naturally had his own things to do, so instead of slowly walking down the stairs, it was more efficient to jump down like this.
Lu Chen stood beside the channel and planted the sugarcane he had brought.
Little did they know, their building was so tall, it seemed to reach the sky.
Except for those who knew the news like Ho Yi and others, even people from the 6th district noticed the tall building that had suddenly appeared.
Come quickly!
The girl with double ponytails ran towards the towering tree.
Tuan, slow down, I can't keep up.
The girl named Tuan was followed by a chubby boy, panting.
Hurry up! If those people climb up the tree to the sky, the tree will disappear. The girl had heard a fairy tale before. A bean planted, a vine growing towards the sky city, and the chosen child climbing up the vine, making sure the villains couldn't climb up. It was similar to the fairy tales on Blue Star, but the content was different.
When Tuan reached the base of the tree, she was both angry and anxious. Why did they surround the big tree and not let me see?
The girl stomped her foot in frustration, but the adults were crowding in front, pushing and shoving, speaking unfriendly words.
What is he planting? Isn't that sugarcane? Seeing the sugarcane, they burst into laughter. That thing is useless, why are they planting it? Is it because the 7th district doesn't have this, they treat it as something rare?
Ha ha ha!
The people from the 6th district burst into laughter.
But even little Tuan could sense the mockery and malice in their words. She asked her chubby brother in confusion, Brother, why are they talking about him like that? The chubby boy wiped the sweat off his head, more concerned about his own life than anything related to the people from the 7th district.
Not sure, maybe because they are from the 7th district.
Of course, Lu Chen was not deaf. He heard what they said. Whether it was the villagers from the 7th district or the people from the 6th district, they seemed clueless.
The synthesis of paper is considered one of the most basic methods of synthesis. Lu Chun inferred that it was probably a means of preventing residents from other districts from mastering the enchantment method, whether it was mining or papermaking. It completely eliminated their possibility of making an enchantment table. He had only seen enchanted equipment on people from the 3rd district. Perhaps this was the monopoly of the upper class. Lu Chen had no intention of publicizing it, but he could show the usefulness of sugarcane in other ways. Let them know that they were unable to recognize true value. Lu Chen left some sugarcane for breeding, while he took some to the workbench to synthesize sugar. Holding the sugar in his hand, Lu Chen approached the person standing at the front. Do you think I don't know what's valuable? Of course you don't. The fat-headed person rolled his eyes and said, the thing you're holding is something we consider weeds to be removed. I don't know why you hillbillies find it valuable. Someone speculated mockingly, are the people from the 7th district so poor that they have to eat even these worthless things? Oof. Lu Chen sneered. They seemed like people who inexplicably felt superior when staying in a small town, expressing their biases and misconceptions towards villagers from the countryside. They confidently believed their opinions were correct, unaware that they were narrow-minded. Their limited perspective even made them unaware of the word respect. Regardless of where one is born, true talent is what matters. They were the ones who truly had things upside down, the real narrow-minded individuals. Is it you who doesn't know what's valuable, or is it me? He opened his palm to reveal the sugar in it. The crystal-clear grains lay quietly in Lu Chen's palm. What is this? Lu Chen replied, this is the weed you mentioned, it can be made into something. They looked at each other, puzzled. Then, they burst into laughter again. What use could this thing have? Lu Chen pinched some and put it in his mouth, saying, it's for eating. Ha ha, they laughed mockingly again. See, I told you the people from the 7th district are so poor they have to eat even these things? Hilarious. Lu Chen raised the thing in his hand and asked, anyone want to try? At that moment, the chubby kid perked up and stood up. What? For eating? The little girl who had just passed through the crowd behind also saw what Lu Chen was holding in his palm through the gap. The sugar lay in Lu Chen's hand like stars, very beautiful, satisfying the little girl's girlish heart. Brother, I want to eat. Hee, I want to eat too. So, a little foodie and an innocent little girl came to Lu Chen. Seeing someone stepping forward, especially 2 children, those who had been mocking were naturally annoyed. 2 little gluttons, can't you understand anything? Suddenly, the 2 siblings who were scolded seemed so innocent. They didn't understand the adults' conflicts, they just wanted to see the magical big tree, and the chubby kid just wanted to taste the new thing. But they were being maliciously targeted, which was disgraceful. They reached out to drag the 2 children away. Lu Chen stood in front of them at that moment. What? Are you trying to kidnap children from our district? They became agitated and started to get hysterical. Lu Chen ignored them and squatted down, spreading the sugar in front of the 2. Want to try? Tuan Tuan blinked and looked at her big brother, then extended her chubby little hand and pinched a bit of sugar to put in her mouth. Don't eat. Why do these 2 idiots put everything in their mouths? If you poison these 2 children, I'll make the whole 7th district pay with their lives. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and looked over. Just you? Putting aside whether the food Lu Chen gave them was problematic, why was the tone so arrogant? Shouldn't he first consider his own weight in the matter? Wow! But the 2 children's surprised voices interrupted their argument. It's so sweet, so delicious. Tuan Tuan loved this taste, a sweetness that seemed to only be tasted after eating a piece of bread when starving. Xiao Pangdun's face revealed greed as he clumsily coaxed, Big brother, can you give me a little more? Me too, me too. A big and a small dumpling squeezed next to Lu Chen, grabbing his pants and pleading. The other children smacked their lips curiously. Is it really that delicious? Of course, children wouldn't care about that much, whether they were from the 7th district or the 6th district. They rushed up to surround Lu Chen. Big brother, I want to taste it too. Me too. Me too. The children's chatter became a cacophony, and Lu Chen seemed to have become the king of children. Lu Chen let them each taste the last bit of sugar in his palm, and there was none left. All gone. Wait for my treasure to grow before coming back. Really all gone? Okay. The children hung their heads, looking disappointed. Of course, they wouldn't act. The treasure Lu Chen mentioned just now was obviously said to show the 6th district people their shallow knowledge and arrogance. They looked at each other, pondering, what exactly is it? After the lively scene ended, everyone dispersed in disappointment. People from the 7th district then grabbed Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, what treasure is that of yours? Why haven't we seen you bring it out before? Lu Chen is mean, not letting us taste the good stuff first, and giving it to those 2 little brats. Lu Chen chuckled and coaxed them, when the remaining sugarcane grows, I'll make a bigger and tastier one for you.
With that, Lu Chen found sand from the village's storage box, burned it into glass, and made 9 bottles.
Lu Chen, what are you up to now? Finding good stuff.
Lu Chen carried his diamond pickaxe, planning to find some obsidian by the lava.
In fact, his more important goal was to find cows because he needed milk. Can you believe it? Some people really think causing trouble is more important than eating good food? People live on food, only by eating well can they continue to cause trouble, brother.
He remembered seeing cows on the way from the 7th district to the 6th district, so he headed in that direction. However, that place was within the range of a full moon zombie tide. Lu Chen, proudly carrying his diamond pickaxe, eventually switched to an iron sword. From a distance, there were green figures moving in the woods. Some tree trunks had their middle blocks knocked off, looking as if they had been gnawed by insects. The threatening little black ones were obviously not here. He had seen one that day, but now he didn't know where it had teleported to. Lu Chen scanned the area with his eyes, looking for the mottled color of the old cow. And he, being the #1 person in MC11 Hucker, could even find a fresh little calf. Lu Chen walked straight over, but before he could touch the calf, he froze in place.
Damn, there's a creeper. Standing next to the calf was a green creature with a shape that sparked imagination. What else could it be if not a creeper?
Compared to a regular creeper, this one also had a blood-stained appearance, and its darkened forehead seemed to tell others that it wasn't easy to mess with.
Lu Chen's steps were too hasty. He stood there thinking about how to lure the creeper away from the calf, but it turned around and locked eyes with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mouth twitched, realizing the situation was not good. The damn mutated creeper didn't even give Lu Chen time to think. Boom! The creeper exploded, accompanied by the cow beside it. The cow didn't even leave behind its hide, leaving a few pieces of beef in the deep pit where the creeper exploded. The pit in front of him was larger than the usual creeper explosions. It seemed to have expanded by 2 blocks. Fortunately, Lu Chen stood outside its blast range and was not affected. Cow! My cow!
But the cow didn't even give Lu Chen a chance to feast on the beef left behind, let alone console him. The place where the creeper exploded happened to be a pool of lava.
The tantalizing beef was stuck on the edge of the lava, on a stone in the pit.
There was no wind, no one touched it, but it still fell into the lava and disappeared.
Cow, you died so miserably. Even without Lu Chen wailing here, the zombies were attracted by the explosion just now.
Suddenly, all the zombies in the forest turned towards Lu Chen. Then, Lu Chen had to start his own cleanup.
He crossed the lava pool, intending to find a safe place to move, as he couldn't swim in the lava.
Just as Lu Chen crossed the lava pool, he turned around to see the zombies walking towards him blankly.
Is it really you guys?
The secret of the powerful mutated zombies was that they lacked a piece of their brain. They were straightforward and didn't understand flexibility. When they encountered obstacles, it gave Lu Chen a chance to take advantage of their personality. The guy stretched out his arms, roaring and threatening to attack Lu Chen.
Unfortunately, the next moment, he fell into the lava pool.
The zombie swam in the lava pool for less than 5 seconds before turning into ashes, leaving no flesh behind.
The zombies behind him met the same fate. Thud! Another one fell into the lava.
The front zombies were dealt with, but the ones behind were getting closer. Lu Chen took out his iron sword, slaying a few zombies, and coincidentally, the front zombies were wiped out.
He changed position again, quickly reaching the other side of the lava pool, watching 1 or 2 zombies fall in and burn to ashes.
A small lava pool actually took care of most of the mutated zombies that had just besieged Lu Chen. For a moment, there was not a second zombie in sight in the small forest.
Lu Chen then used a block to step into the pit and picked up the experience orbs left behind.
There was also the leather left behind by the cow that was killed in the explosion.
Congratulations on completing the achievement, Bullfighter, gaining achievement points, 10.
He then fetched a bucket of water from a nearby water hole and poured it on the ground, turning the lava into obsidian. The purple-tinted hard stone, Lu Chen took out a diamond pickaxe, removed 7 pieces from the surface, then poured cold water and dug out 3 more pieces. 10 obsidian blocks were enough for him to build a nether portal.
Next, Lu Chen successfully found the other cows.
He filled all 9 glass bottles he brought with milk, which was enough. He also mercilessly slaughtered a few cows for their meat.
Lu Chen began to make his way back.
The villagers of the 7th district were already used to his comings and goings, and seeing him return with strangely colored black stones didn't raise much concern. They were just looking forward to what new things Lu Chen would bring to them, broadening their horizons. Lu Chen prepared one of the materials, and with the other one, he successfully obtained a bit of wheat from the small farm he had built on the treehouse.
Only the eggs are left.
Lu Chen looked towards his sugarcane field, which, apart from the 9 he brought back that day, -1 used to make sugar for them, had 8 sugarcane left standing there.
It looked quite desolate.
And his treasure, his culinary ingredient, his enchanting table necessity, the sugarcane, was now surrounded by a few little creatures. It was that. I remember clearly that Brother Lu Chen used it to make that delicious thing for us. I saw it too. So, is it this? Can we eat it directly? Little Chubby grinned foolishly, his mouth open with a droplet of saliva accidentally falling. Not sure. Let me try. With that, Little Chubby opened his mouth and bit into the sugarcane in the field. Young man, be gentle with your mouth. Little Chubby's open mouth froze in place, but Lu Chen arrived in time to move him behind the sugarcane. It's Big Brother. Seeing Lu Chen, they were happier than if they had seen the real Santa Claus. Lu Chen looked helplessly at the kids from District 6, Little Chubby, and the gray kid who were originally from their village. How did they end up playing together? In the innocent eyes of children, there is no distinction between regions, they just wanted to get their hands on Lu Chen's treasure for their greedy mouths. Lu Chen stopped them from harassing his sugarcane but didn't stop them from playing with the snowman. The two kids from District 6 were quickly drawn to the round, cute, and lively snowman. Happily, they followed the gray kid to play with the snowman. Surrounded by children all day, Lu Chen couldn't tell if the snowman was getting younger or more weathered. Perhaps this went against its original intention. Lu Chen remembered that this fellow thought a softer and cuter appearance might catch the Iron Lady's eye, so, ahem. Lu Chen pretended not to see the snowman being carried by the kids, trying to climb onto his back. The snowman wouldn't get damaged, right? Lu Chen had to intervene. Despite his small stature, Lu Chen was strong. After all, Steve could lift an entire block continent, and he effortlessly lifted two human kids, including Little Chubby. Alright, you guys are too enthusiastic, the snowman will melt. The remaining gray kid finally climbed down from the snowman, patting it apologetically. Sorry, Little White. It turned out that Snowball had acquired a simpler name in the kids' mouths. That little girl. I'm called Tuan Tuan. The little girl, particularly concerned about her name, pouted at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, under the threat of the little girl, changed his words and said, Alright, Tuan Tuan, can I ask you guys for a favor? Of course. She then looked at Little Chubby, and they exchanged a smile. To thank you for the delicious treat you gave us earlier, of course, we can help you. Yes, mister. Sue said this is called reciprocity, right? Lu Chen said, then reach out your hands. Tuan Tuan hesitantly extended her palm, and Lu Chen placed something on it. This is. Three curious little heads leaned in and saw a shiny piece of gold. Wow! The three little ones exclaimed, it's a gold nugget. But then Tuan Tuan became conflicted, her eyebrows furrowing. But, brother, can we be entrusted with such a valuable thing? I'm afraid of losing it. Lu Chen, my mom said you are very capable, but I didn't expect you to have money too. The gray kid's focus was completely off. Lu Chen explained to them, saying, no, I want you to help me buy something. Eggs. Lu Chen pointed in the direction of the chicken coop in District 6 and said, help me get a few eggs, leave the gold nugget, and also check out the chicken coop, tell me if it's good or not. But, the two little ones hesitated, saying, brother, mister, Sue doesn't allow us near the chicken coop. Yes, he said the village kids should stay away from the chicken coop because it's dirty, and the chicks might peck us. Lu Chen frowned, listening to what sounded like a complete bluff, becoming more convinced that there was something fishy hidden in the chicken coop. He recalled the underground mine he had seen with his own eyes that day. Perhaps the entrance to the mine was hidden inside the chicken coop? He realized that he had alarmed Su Ling that day, and if he approached the chicken coop now, he might directly reveal that he was the one who had been there. But I want to make a delicious dish, and I need eggs for that. Delicious. The three children chimed in. Little Chubby's drool shamelessly dripped from the corner of his mouth. But I don't have any eggs. Lu Chen pretended to sigh. Let's go. Just take a few eggs. And this way, mister. Sue and the others can also earn some gold, right? After discussing, the two little ones thought that taking a few eggs wouldn't be too difficult, so they held hands and went to get the eggs. Lu Chen, why do you specifically want their eggs? Gray suddenly asked, and Lu Chen looked at him and suddenly felt that this kid was quite clever. Lu Chen, with your great skills, getting a few eggs from outside shouldn't be a problem, right? Lu Chen chuckled as he looked at the gray-haired kid and poked his forehead. Stop talking so much, you'll have to eat less of what I make later. No, Gray let out a pained cry. Not long after, two young ones appeared on the road in the distance, running towards them. Lu Chen. Seeing them happily running towards Zone 7, anyone unaware would think they were from Zone 7. They joyfully wanted to report their findings. We got them. Yes, we got them. Good. Lu Chen took the eggs they held in their hands and put them in his backpack, afraid they might accidentally drop them. Thank you for your hard work. Phew. Tuan Chuan wiped his forehead with lingering fear.
We almost got caught by that weird monkey. Weird monkey? Lu Chen probably knew who they were talking about. He's so fierce.
We saw a staircase leading down, and when we looked inside, that weird monkey was at the entrance. Indeed, the chicken coop was just a cover-up. Its real purpose was the entrance to the underground mine. We were worried about him, not knowing if Mr.
Su had punished him by making him stand there?
Yes,
but he came up and scolded us. We had to run after taking the eggs. Tuanchuan looked at Lu Chen with guilt. Just 3 eggs, big brother, is that enough? Before Lu Chen could answer, a sharp voice interrupted. You little brats, get out. Coincidentally, it was Hou again. Lu Chen looked over and saw him coming towards their location with a fierce demeanor.
It seemed Tuanchuan had been discovered by him, and he had chased after them. However, Hou stopped before the ditch because ahead were the 3 iron puppets resting idly. Hou was still afraid, so he didn't approach. Instead, he raised his voice to mask his panic. All right, you 2 little brats, I never expected us to raise you 2 orphans, and yet you come to serve others? Chubby lost the joy on his face when scolded, and Tuanchuan blushed even more, looking like she was about to cry. You 2 little brats, dare to steal for others.
We didn't. The 2 children defended themselves in distress. Orphans? Lu Chen looked at the 2 children.
There was a time when he was an orphan, living aimlessly without goals or pursuits. It was meeting MC that gave him his own purpose, and now he encountered 2 children who were also labeled orphans like himself. More importantly, he easily smeared the stigma on the identity of orphans. Just because they were orphans, were they more likely to become thieves? Absurd! Lu Chen stood in front of the 2 children without hesitation. Other than yelling at the 2 kids, what else can you do? Hou was infuriated at the sight of Lu Chen and told him bluntly that he would also yell at Lu Chen, commonly known as barking like a dog. I am disciplining them. What business is it of yours, an outsider? Are you from our 6th district? Disciplining? Lu Chen snorted. Disciplining implies they actually did something wrong. Can you tell me what they did wrong? Hou accused loudly. You still ask? I saw them steal eggs from our 6th district and give them to you. I see, is all this you're doing? You deceived the children of our 6th district to steal from the 6th district. Shame on you, Lu Chen. No. Tuan gathered courage and stood up, loudly defending Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't ask me to steal. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still want to argue? Hou said, his hand about to fall on Tuan. Lu Chen showed no mercy and pushed Hou away. This push left a slight mark of harm on Hou. Ha! Suddenly, the 3 iron puppets and snowmen became alert, mistaking the situation for hostile creatures. The sight of the 4 tall beings standing up together was indeed intimidating. Hou was so scared his legs went weak, and he ended up sitting on the ground. What are you going to do? Lu Chen, you're not planning to silence him, are you? Look at you, so cowardly. Su Ling's reprimand came from a distance. He was very disdainful of Hou's actions, feeling that as the administrator of the 6th district, he had lost some face. The big guys clearly had no intention of attacking him, as they just glanced over and quickly looked away. Yet, he looked like he was about to wet his pants, truly embarrassing. Su, you heard it. What did Lu Chen let these 2 brats do? Their argument was loud enough for Su Ling, even at a distance, to hear. No, Mr. Su, big brother didn't deceive us. Tuan and Pang Dun, the 2 children, approached Su Ling, speaking out against the accusations. To calm their emotions, Su Ling placed his hand on their heads and listened patiently. Tuan took a deep breath and slowly explained. Lu Chen wanted to make us something delicious, but he ran out of eggs. Yes, Lu Chen asked us if we could help him get some eggs. Hearing this, Hou leaped up again. And you say you didn't help him steal? It's not stealing. Lu Chen gave us gold grains to put there as payment for the eggs. Yes, we placed the gold grains there. Gold grains? Gold grains. Hou had just been wondering if these were gold grains brought out from the mine below. How did they end up in the chicken coop? So, it was these 2 children who put them there. Hou's eyes flickered as he confirmed the presence of the gold grains in his pocket. He thought he had gotten a good deal, but an idea flashed in his mind, and he decided to keep the gold grains in his pocket. What gold grains? How come I didn't see them? Lu Chen caught Hou's expression and his pocket-touching gesture. Oof. Lu Chen coldly chuckled, already figuring out what was going on. Tuan became anxious. How is that possible? My brother and I clearly left the items there. Yes, we did leave them. Hou sniffed and said, either Lu Chen didn't give you any gold grains, and you 2 are lying, or Lu Chen gave you the gold grains, and you 2 kept them for yourselves. We didn't. Gray saw his 2 newly acquainted friends being framed and stepped forward to help. I saw brother Lu Chen giving them gold grains with my own eyes. They are not lying, they are not those kind of people. Seeing the kids from District 7 starting to speak up for the two children, Hui seemed to have caught on to something else about them. How come you're getting so cozy with the people from District 7 so quickly? Have these two little bunnies forgotten where they were born? Hui! Su Ling interrupted Hui. His words were sharp, and he couldn't bear the harsh words directed at the two children. You're being too harsh, they are just children. So what if they are children? Shouldn't they know when they've done something wrong? Lu Chen finally joined the battlefield. Isn't that what you said? When someone does something wrong, they should know it? Hui was taken aback by Lu Chen's question, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly agreed, yes. Lu Chen ignored him and turned to Su Ling instead. Mr. Su, I apologize for presumptuously making a deal with you. Since we can't enter your District 6, we had to come up with this method. It's not a big deal. Whatever you need, I can provide it directly to you. Su Ling was also generous when facing Lu Chen. He understood the difficulties faced by Lu Chen and his group, mainly due to the restrictions imposed by the narrow-minded villagers of District 6. I did give them the gold grains, and the children wouldn't lie about it. Lu Chen patted Tuan Tuan's head to comfort him. Where did the gold grains go? I can help you look for them now. Su Ling, a shrewd person, had already figured out most of it by now. He closed one eye to show his stance. Next, he would turn a blind eye to Lu Chen's actions. Shall we look for the gold grains now? Lu Chen squinted his eyes, a sly glint shining through. At that moment, Hui unconsciously covered his pocket, his expression and movements becoming very unnatural. You go ahead and look. I suspect. You suspect what? Hui tried to sound confident. I suspect there were never any gold grains to begin with. Oh? Lu Chen leisurely opened his backpack and took out a fishing rod. What will you do if I find them? Seeing Lu Chen take out a fishing rod, Hui found it all very puzzling. What do I care about what you do? Lu Chen grinned at Hui. Shouldn't you compensate me double then? Hui's heart skipped a beat. Had he been found out? Even if he had, it wouldn't matter. Hui had decided to brazen it out and not admit anything, at least not in front of Su Ling. As long as he kept it well hidden on himself, Hui didn't believe Lu Chen could take it away. Swish! Lu Chen raised the fishing rod and swung it in the air. What are you going to do with that fishing rod? Planning to go fishing for gold? Hui found Lu Chen's actions amusing. Did he really think he could get the gold grains back like that? Su Ling was also curious. He had guessed that the gold grains were in Hui's hands, but what was the fishing rod for? Suddenly, Lu Chen swung the fishing rod and stepped back until he and Hui were at a distance. Then, he flung the fishing rod towards Hui. Seeing the hook aimed at himself, Hui tried to run. But did he think Lu Chen was a pushover? Did Lu Chen, a top player, not know how to anticipate moves? Without a doubt, Lu Chen had predicted that Hui would run, and the direction he hooked was exactly where Hui was trying to escape. The hook flew out, and Lu Chen's premonition firmly caught Hui's collar. Hui was in a panic, demanding, "What are you trying to do? Let go of me. Bastard! Are you guys from the 7th district planning to pick on us from the 6th district?" It was funny, the boss of the 6th district was watching. Su Ling pretended to look at the scenery beside him, not even glancing at him. Everything was approved by their boss from the 6th district, so what are you calling for? Hui was about to grab the fishing hook to get rid of Lu Chen's hook, but Lu Chen didn't give him the chance. He continued to swing the fishing rod. With immense strength, Lu Chen actually managed to reel in Hui entirely. Hui's feet left the ground, being swung into the air by Lu Chen. Ah! He let out a prolonged scream, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen continued to shake the fishing rod, swinging Hui in a circular arc in the air. Help! Su Ling! Help! Me! Hui's screams echoed in the 7th district's territory. The onlookers from the 7th district chuckled indifferently, then pretended as if nothing had happened, each busy with their own tasks. They knew he was the troublemaker who had criticized the people from the 7th district before, but if they were to mock him now, it would be seen as bullying the few with many, so they left it to Lu Chen to deal with him. Thud! Things fell off Hui, first a tool, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a pickaxe. Of course, this was not something Lu Chen wanted to see. Thud! Something else fell, this time a loaf of bread. Hui tried to cover his pockets, laughing, unable to contain it. Then a heavy object fell to the ground. Su Ling caught sight of it from the corner of his eye, his expression changing instantly. It was undoubtedly a piece of gold ore. Why do you have this on you? Su Ling walked over, picking up the object and questioning Hui. Please, just let me down first. But Hui was not in the mood to answer him now. More things fell to the ground, this time something Lu Chen wanted. A small grain of gold landed on the soil, and Lu Chen, treating it like trash, tossed Hui aside and went to pick up his own gold grain. Mr.
Su, this is the gold grain I used to buy your eggs. Su Ling was not in the mood to accept Lu Chen's gold grain now. The dropped gold ore indicated that this restless Hui was actually secretly mining gold from their underground cave. He shook his head at Lu Chen, a sign of refusal. Approaching Hui, he asked again, "You've been hoarding minerals, do you know what responsibility you bear?" Hui's dizziness subsided, his mind slowly starting to work. He realized he had brought out something he shouldn't have. Everything mined from the underground cave had to be handed over to the manager. Not doing so was considered hoarding. He had not only been caught but by Su Ling himself. "Brother, let me explain." Hui desperately squeezed out an excuse from his mind. I forgot, I just forgot." "Forgot?" Su Ling sneered. "How could you forget something you shouldn't?" Hui stuttered. I'll confiscate this thing, you'll be on house arrest for 7 days, reflect on your actions," Su Ling said coldly. Hui lowered his head in silence. Su Ling continued, "You better hand over everything you've hoarded before." "But I don't have anything." Su Ling threatened, "You better not make me go to your house myself." Hui's eyes darkened, he only had a small fortune, how could Su Ling take it all away from him? Being short and average looking, there were no girls in the 6th district who liked someone like him. He had planned to use the gold to woo a wife. Without the gold, how was he going to get married? Suddenly, his eyes darkened, feeling like Su Ling had a grip on his future. The dizziness that had stirred his brain into a mush moments ago seemed to have not completely subsided, and words blurted out of his mouth as his mind heated up. "Damn it! Why did you grab me when so many others were involved?" Su Ling remained silent for half a minute. This half-minute was enough for Hui to calm down and reflect on what he had just said. Oh no! So many people? Involved? When one is extremely angry, they can't help but laugh, and Su Ling let out a chuckle from the corner of his mouth at this moment. "Hee, I see, no wonder the recent numbers have decreased so much, it turns out it's because a group of parasites have devoured them all. Sorry for making you laugh." Su Ling pulled Hui along, intending to go back and deal with the affairs of their 6th district. Before leaving, he politely said to Lu Chen, "I'll come to apologize another day." Lu Chen, having witnessed the scene, secretly satisfied, thought to himself, "It's okay, I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything, brother." Su Ling looked at Lu Chen, revealing a similar foxy smile. "You know, right? No need to pretend to be clueless." Indeed Su Ling was not to be trifled with. Lu Chen, on the contrary, smiled even more brightly. "It was you that night, wasn't it?" Su Ling had no intention of blaming him, instead sincerely said, "I feel like besides you, no one else has the same ambition and courage as me to do such things." This could be considered a compliment. "I will come to discuss this matter with you later." With that, Su Ling dragged Hui away, and even from a distance, one could still hear Hui's desperate defense and wailing. As they walked away, the children who had been scared to speak up in the presence of the adults emerged. "Brother Lu Chen, did Monkey make a serious mistake?" "Yes, he's the thief." Little Chubby looked at his sister dissatisfied, blaming her for going off topic. "Why do you care about Monkey's business?" After speaking, Little Chubby clung to Lu Chen's leg and acted coquettishly. "Big brother, we also got the eggs. When are we going to start cooking something delicious?" This was a true foodie. No matter when, his focus was always on eating delicious food. Lu Chen chuckled and pinched Little Chubby's chubby cheeks, saying, "Alright, I'll start now." 3 pairs of eager eyes watched Lu Chen run around, fetching all the ingredients he needed. Then he set up a workbench in front of him. "Lu Chen, are you making something new again? What delicious thing are you making this time? Can the children watch? Can we broaden our horizons too?" Although it wasn't enough for everyone to eat, the things he made were enough for everyone to taste. Of course. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen began to showcase his culinary skills. Lu Chen first took out all the milk, then his own milk, placing 3 buckets of milk in the first row. In the second row, he placed sugar made from sugarcane, eggs, and another portion of sugar. Finally, Lu Chen placed a row of bread that they often ate. And it was done. A cake lay in Lu Chen's inventory. "Congratulations on completing the achievement. Cake is a lie, earning achievement points, 10. "Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, Master Chef. Current progress 1 out of 10. Making 10 kinds of delicacies will unlock the food processing module." Food processing module? Lu Chen scratched his head in thought. Could it be that after unlocking it, he could make real-world delicacies? Lu Chen was eager to try it out. The first cake had to have a bit of ceremony, Lu Chen thought, so he set up a table on the ground. Then he placed the cake on it. "What's this?" Little Chubby immediately pounced, but etiquette told him that he couldn't touch it without Lu Chen's permission. To satisfy their cravings, the little ones took a deep breath. Such a sweet aroma. "Big brother, what is this thing called?" "This is a cake." A cake. Lu Chen looked at the chubby kid drooling and said with a smile, then quickly take a piece to eat. Thank you, big brother. The children each took a piece first, and the remaining half was not enough for the adults to share, so they each dipped their fingers in the cream and tasted it. Seeing their somewhat shabby appearance, Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, I'll make more tomorrow." So sweet, and it has a milky fragrance. The bread underneath is also tastier than usual bread, so soft. The children joyfully shared the cake, their expressions filled with happiness. Curious children from the 6th district watched from afar, tugging at their parents' clothes and asking, "Dad, what are they eating?" But the father, who looked down on people from the 7th district, thought he knew more than them, yet he couldn't recognize the food made by the 7th district people at that moment. He was at a loss for words. "Look at how happy those kids are eating, I want to eat too." The child's father made a disdainful sound. "It's just a specialty from their 7th district, nothing special." But the child twitched his nose, trying to sniff the delicious scent in the air. "It smells so good." "Good for nothing." The child inexplicably received a scolding from his father. Soon after, they were ruthlessly dragged away by the adults. "But this taste is really irresistible. That monkey said the people from the 7th district have no shame, staying on our territory." "Exactly, they also say the people from the 7th district are malicious, they might attract bad luck, but I don't see anything bad happening. They say the people from the 7th district are narrow-minded and uncultured, but I see they have some skills. It's different from what I imagined, their houses are beautifully made, I didn't expect them to be good at cooking too. Look, those two kids are having so much fun over there." The people from the 6th district discussed eagerly, some were eager to try. Lu Chen's ears were sharp, and he also heard their conversation. Biased by the one-sided words of Ho Yi and others against the visitors from the 7th district, they were gradually breaking their prejudices. "What are you talking about here?" Fong Chang's rough voice joined their conversation. He also heard the conversation and was trying to prevent them from getting close to the people from the 7th district. "Hey, isn't this old Fong?" "Yeah, you're also from the 7th district. Why didn't you greet them when they came over?" "Exactly, although we from the 6th district are your in-laws, the people from the 7th district are your family. Of course, we don't mean to drive you away, we're happy to see you bring the child back. Huira has been sick since she was young, and after giving birth to Fong Ao, she passed away a few years later, so of course we're happy to see you." "That's true, but one should not forget their roots. Do you have any conflicts with the people from the 7th district?" Fong Chang listened to their conversation and inexplicably became angry. "Why do you meddle in my business, busybodies? Hey, we're just trying to help." Watching Fong Chang leave in a fit of anger, these people couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed well-meaning, but Fong Chang, this rotten old rat, was not worthy of their kindness. On the other side, Lu Chen watched as the children finished the cake in their hands, even licking their fingers. Especially the chubby kid, looking at Lu Chen with eager eyes. "Big brother, is there more? When will you make it again? Look at you, so greedy." Lu Chen gave him a playful tap on the head. Then, "Brother, I'll go find you some milk now." Having said that, Lu Chen picked up his empty bucket and set off. "Son, aren't you taking them with you?" Lu Chen heard Tao Lan's voice behind him and turned around, only to meet 4 pairs of hopeful eyes. 3 iron puppets and a snowman were looking at Lu Chen expectantly, hoping he would take them out. Even if not to fight zombies, just to go out for a walk would be nice. Lu Chen's heart softened, indeed leaving them in this 50 by 50 area seemed unfair. Moreover, they were no longer just tools in the game, they had their own thoughts, although they couldn't express themselves like villagers. "Fine," Lu Chen relented. "You all come along too." Lu Chen changed direction this time to explore, starting with a vast open plain still filled with birchen brown trees, flowers blooming everywhere. But soon the scenery changed, the road became rugged. The trees grew denser, even blocking the view of passers-by. While the 4 could easily follow him before, they were now hindered here. They were stuck under a low hill, unable to move, looking at Lu Chen innocently. "You wait here for now," he said. Hearing this, the iron puppets became more restless. They used their massive steel bodies to hit the ground, but unfortunately, they couldn't break through. "Why are you all so disobedient today?" These iron puppets were not usually so stubborn, insisting on following Lu Chen around. Their behavior was indeed unusual. Lu Chen was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it, still wondering if his favorability had increased, making his pets clingier. Reality soon provided an answer. A blood-stained skeleton appeared ahead. Unlike the usual white skeletons, this one had red mosaic stains on it, resembling blood. The combination of pale and bloody red made it even more terrifying. More importantly, it stood under the daylight without burning, unaffected by the sun. No wonder the iron skins were so excited. "There's a monster here." Lu Chen appeared suddenly, but the skeleton didn't aim its bow and arrow at him. Instead, it stubbornly aimed in one direction. Lu Chen looked and saw a girl there. The girl had been shot in the knee, falling to the ground. At this moment, she was struggling to move, with no way to retreat. She was already at the edge of the low hill, one step away from falling. Lu Chen couldn't see how high the hill was, but judging by the girl's pale face, she couldn't risk falling. It could cost her life. The girl in white drew her bow. Already pale from loss of blood, her face turned even more grim with despair. "Help!" She uttered a hopeless plea, thinking there was no one around, just a subconscious cry for help. Perhaps today she would meet her end here. The girl closed her eyes in despair. A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It was too late to rush over with his sword now. He glanced at his backpack and saw the bow and arrow he and Lin Xiaoming used when fishing. The same bow and arrow he kept from clearing monsters with Xiaobai. He swiftly grabbed them, drawing the bowstring. Just as Xiaobai's arrow was about to miss, Lu Chen's arrow hit the mark. His arrow hit the sunken eye socket of Xiaobai accurately. Striking the head, the monster staggered back. The skeleton monster was enraged and turned its attack towards Lu Chen. "I didn't die?" The girl tried to open her eyes. Moments ago she thought closing them would be the end. But now she saw the sunlight on the cubic continent. Moreover, there was now a boy of the same age in front of her. At this moment, the boy put down his bow and arrow, replacing the arrow with an iron sword. He skillfully dodged the arrow shot by Xiaobai, looking confident. Then, he swiftly closed in on the mutated skeleton monster and leaped, landing his iron sword on the monster's head. Wow, so powerful. The girl watched in awe, almost dropping her jaw. Tisk, indeed thick-skinned. Xiaobai didn't fall after the first strike. As Lu Chen had guessed, the mutated skeleton monster had a thicker blood volume. He raised his hand and launched a second and third attack. Clang! Xiaobai fell to the ground, dropping experience orbs and scattered bone clubs. Lu Chen walked over, picking them up. It was quite a hassle to kill the mutated skeleton monster, and a few more bones were dropped. "Thank you for saving me." "Ah." Lu Chen turned to look at her. The straightforward Lu Chen had been so engrossed in killing monsters that he had forgotten about the girl beside him and even forgot that he had just performed a perfect hero-saving damsel act. "It's nothing." At that moment, an achievement popped up. "Congratulations on completing the achievement, Sniper Showdown, earning 20 achievement points." The achievement was completed, but his enchanted bow with 3 strength and 3 durability was now almost broken due to that strike. He saved the girl's life but ruined his bow. Was it worth it? The girl seemed still shaken, gently soothing her chest. Seeing her pale face, Lu Chen took out some grilled fish he had brought along. The 7th district was abundant in fishing, and grilled fish was the most common food there. "Eat up, replenish your health." "Okay." "Wow, grilled fish." The girl's eyes lit up as she quickly accepted and thanked him. Survival was the priority now. She devoured the grilled fish, and her complexion immediately improved. "Thank you. I never expected to encounter such a skilled person from our 5th district. Why have I never seen you before?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "What? 5th district?" Lu Chen scratched his head. "I'm not from the 5th district." "Ha?" The girl was even more surprised. "But this is the boundary of the 5th district." TSK, he had accidentally crossed the boundary while wandering around. The girl now treated him like a rare object, circling around him curiously. "So, are you a master from the 4th district?" Lu Chen smirked and replied, "I'm from the 7th district." "The 7th district?" The girl counted on her fingers in confusion. 5, 6, 7, wait. The 5th district bordered the 4th and 6th districts, so meeting people from those areas would make sense, but how did she encounter someone from the 7th district? Lost in the wilderness, had she somehow wandered into the 7th district? The girl bit her lip, tears welling up. "Why am I so stupid?" Lu Chen, bewildered, watched her count, then started scolding himself. Although Lu Chen wasn't a math genius, he could still solve basic math problems from his 9 years of compulsory education. "What can't you figure out?" The girl tearfully replied, "When I go back, Miss Ningyao will definitely scold me. How did I get lost and end up so far away? I've actually strayed into the 7th district." She regretfully tugged at her hair. Girl's hair was delicate, and pulling it like that might lead to bald spots. Lu Chen kindly stopped her. "I think you've misunderstood. I'm from the 7th district, but this isn't the 7th district. This should be the border between the 5th and 6th districts." Lu Chen used the girl's previous answer to respond to her current question. The girl blinked her big eyes and came back to her senses. "You scared me, I thought I had caused trouble again." Lu Chen asked, "So, why are you here?" "Me. I'm called Azzy." Azzy forced a smile and explained to him, "We've been trapped underground for 7 days now.
We've run out of all the food supplies in District 5. If we continue like this, we'll all starve to death. We had no choice but to draw lots and send a few of us out to find food. The girl was a bit scatterbrained, obviously forgetting to mention the most important thing.
Why were you trapped underground? Because zombies. District 5 was also experiencing a zombie wave? This was unexpected for Lu Chen.
However, based on his deduction earlier, if District 5 was facing a full moon zombie wave, it meant there were other players in District 5.
And if they were collectively hiding underground, could it be that player's idea?
Lu Chen boldly speculated.
But letting a somewhat naive girl leave the safety zone to find food was indeed a bit lamentable.
Not to mention her own safety issues. If they sent her out to find food, it must mean they were at their wits' end. Instead of finding someone who could ensure food supply and return safely, they sent a girl out.
If she didn't return, wouldn't they all starve underground? Are there others besides you looking for food?
Yes, there's another boy. He went to collect food left in the villagers' houses.
Lu Chen sneered, not letting Azzy do a relatively safe job but sending her out to take risks.
It seemed the situation of the girl in District 5 was not good. Seeing this, memories that originally belonged to Lu Chen in this body were inexplicably stirred up. He had been ostracized by Fong Ao and his lackeys in the village due to his dullness, and if it weren't for Lin Xiaoming before his arrival, he might have been deceived into completing an impossible task and died in the wilderness. Now, he stood in Lin Xiaoming's place.
Ah!
Lu Chen sighed and reached out to help the girl up.
Is your knee still hurting?
Azzy had a sunny disposition. She could smile right after being rescued. Although it still hurts, I can bear it completely, she said, showing a determined expression.
Square root equals, I'm super strong.
She looked like a little dog trying to express her strengths, waiting for her owner to pat her head.
Lu Chen chuckled and then let go of her hand, allowing Azzy to stand on her own.
However, as soon as Lu Chen let go, she swayed and almost fell to the ground.
Ha! Lu Chen extended an arm for her to hold onto as a support. You better hold on, Lu Chen said.
Azzy felt embarrassed.
Lu Chen remembered her purpose was to find food, so they walked towards the dense trees.
As they moved forward, they reached the low hill where Azzy had been leaning against earlier. There was a reason Azzy didn't dare jump down to avoid Little White's attacks earlier. The place was too high for Lu Chen to jump. He hadn't expected to find such a low valley here, forming a dark and damp place under the tree shade, where Lu Chen saw red specks below the valley.
Mushrooms? Really?
Azzy's eyes lit up at the thought of finding a large patch of mushrooms below. If there were plenty of mushrooms down there, her mission would be accomplished. Excited, Azzy wanted to go down, but Lu Chen didn't allow her to do so. You better stay here. Azzy paused for a moment, then moved. It's our first meeting, and you've done so much for me. No, Lu Chen raised his hand, calmly interrupting her. I also need mushrooms
to unlock his new recipe.
Seeing you like this now, if there are monsters below, you'll only drag me down.
But if you need it, I can give you some.
Azzy, okay.
I misunderstood.
Next, Lu Chen didn't take out a shovel, but instead a block of soil.
Ha! Azzy was puzzled.
In her astonishment, Lu Chen swiftly trapped her in a matchbox.
Azzy?
Lu Chen's movements were very skilled. He had protected Lin Xiaoming like this before, and of course, he had hidden villagers he found in the game more than once.
Quite the expert. Lu Chen exchanged the item in his hand for a bucket and jumped in without hesitation.
Hey!
After Azzy's elongated tone, Lu Chen executed a perfect water landing.
The bucket fell into the water, he landed safely, and then the bucket collected the water again. As Lu Chen had expected, there were large patches of mushrooms below, and he even saw a mushroom tree. It was a pity he didn't have a precise shovel in hand. He began to collect the mushrooms scattered on the ground, and in the distance, a pond floated with a few water lilies. After some thought, he also took two to place in the ditch near their temporary residence in the 6th district, to prevent the naughty kids from accidentally falling into the water pit. The valley here formed a passage, and Lu Chen continued forward along the road, discovering that the valley led elsewhere. It was dark and covered with leaves here, but he could see sunlight ahead. Sniffing, Lu Chen caught a whiff of the salty sea air.
Could it be the sea ahead? Lu Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace and reached the bright area ahead. A vast blue expanse met his eyes. Indeed, it was the sea.
Not far from the shore, there was a riverbank, and Lu Chen saw dark soil with no hint of green, only shades of brown and red.
Mushroom Island?
Lu Chen was astonished. The closer to the inner circle, the better the resources. He had easily discovered the existence of Mushroom Island near the 5th district. However, the size of the Mushroom Island before him was not large. It should be more accurately called Mushroom Island Beach. On the island, mushrooms were crawling around.
Lu Chen almost instinctively knew that they were a cute animal highly popular among players in MC. Mushroom. Lu Chen immediately jumped into the water and swam towards them.
The distance was no challenge for Lu Chen's stamina, and he successfully reached the shore. Moved the mushroom glanced at him and made a friendly sound.
Lu Chen rubbed his hands. Lovely mushroom, since you're so welcoming, I'll have to take action.
Lu Chen set down a workbench and quickly crafted several bowls from wood. Then, he began to harvest from the mushroom. Suck, suck, suck. The mushroom stew ended up in his backpack, but the mushroom served more than just providing mushroom stew. Mushrooms were natural pharmaceutical factories. Feeding them specific flowers would produce mysteriously stewed dishes with special effects.
He had to find a way to take them home.
Lu Chen checked and found he had no leash or slime on hand. If he used a boat to transport them, the 6th district was not near the shore, nor was the 7th district. He couldn't bring them to either of his 2 bases. With a sigh, Lu Chen switched to a shovel.
Sorry, mushroom. Moo. To prevent unknowing villagers from cruelly hunting them and to prevent them from being found by others first, Lu Chen began to dig holes beneath them. Moo. The mushrooms fell into the pit without any defenses. Good buddy, I'll bring you back home once I have a leash. There seems to be a problem with that statement. Lu Chen looked at the surface of the pit, as if no red mushroom had ever appeared here. Meanwhile, a brown mushroom quietly walked by. Perfectly seamless. Why did Lu Chen choose red over brown? Well, appearance matters even for cows, and Lu Chen's straight male aesthetic finds the red mushroom cuter. Can anyone really find the brown one cuter?
After hiding the treasures he found, Lu Chen turned back. Along the way, he collected some mushrooms he hadn't noticed before, filling his entire backpack with mushroom stew. To save space, Lu Chen threw away some less useful blocks on the ground. Then he returned to the edge of the low hill and stepped up. Before he even climbed up, he heard Azzy's angry shout.
Don't come over here. Lu Chen had considered that this seemingly simple-minded, cute girl might not be able to endure loneliness in the matchbox.
But she was still there, because there was an obvious danger outside.
Help! Why haven't you come back yet, good buddy? Lu Chen walked up and peeked out.
But he didn't see any monsters, which puzzled him.
I'm back, so, what's wrong?
From the hole he left for Azzy to keep watch, he saw a tearful little face.
Azzy, QAQ, there's a wolf.
A wolf? Lu Chen bypassed the matchbox where Azzy was and came to her opposite side, where a wolf cub about the height of his calf was sitting. When it saw Lu Chen approaching, it stood up, wagging its tail and barking twice.
Oh no, it's a dog. Isn't that a wolf? Azzy curled up in the matchbox, afraid to come out.
Although his breed was indeed a wolf, in Minecraft, this wolf cub was very tame and could help players fight monsters, so it was a good dog.
Hey, be careful, don't get bitten. Watching Lu Chen approach, Azzy kindly and innocently reminded him. Woof woof.
Lu Chen chuckled and took out 2 bones dropped by the skeleton he had just defeated. The wolf cub was instantly attracted to the bones in Lu Chen's hand, staring intently at them.
Ha! Azzy was amazed. Obviously, she didn't know this was possible. Just 2 bones.
Lu Chen fed the first bone to the wolf cub, and a gray line indicating failed taming appeared above its head. The first bone, a failure.
Hiss. Lu Chen was dissatisfied.
Unfortunately, he only had 2 bones on hand. Despite being a bone tycoon with a skeleton spawner, he didn't have the bones he needed. Otherwise, he would have tamed a special ops dog team to take back.
This time it will work.
Lu Chen played out the scenario in his mind, hoping for a successful outcome, channeling the luck of the gods.
Lu Chen fed the remaining bone to the wolf cub. Woof! A heart appeared above the wolf cub's head. Yes, taming successful. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Human's Best Friend, earning achievement points, 20. Indeed, it's a dog. The puppy stuck out its tongue, panting with enthusiasm, its tail wagging nonstop behind it. Lu Chen laughed and reached out to pat its head. Ha! Azzy was astonished and asked, how did you manage to tame this wolf? It was growling at me just now.
Ha! Because it saw that I'm a smart person fit to be its master.
As Azzy emerged from the dirt block, she pondered. I see. Wait, are you saying I'm not smart?
Just as Azzy was about to playfully hit Lu Chen with a soft fist, he threw something at her.
What's this?
Azzy looked down and saw half a stack of mushrooms.
Wow, is this for me?
Aziz was so moved that tears almost streamed down her face. Despite the boy in front of her mocking and teasing her, using her to amuse himself, he had protected her and even given her food.
He must be a good person.
And Lu Chen threw her some mushroom stew.
And mushroom stew. The aroma made Aziz's mouth water.
Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. If you're hungry, you can have a bowl first.
He. The girl hesitated for a moment but ended up putting all the food in her backpack. I'll wait to eat with everyone when I get back. Lu Chen thought she was beyond help. Setting that issue aside, he asked, which way is District 5? I'll escort you back. It's over there. Of course, Lu Chen wasn't that kind-hearted. His primary goal in this mission was to gather military intelligence, accounting for 99% of his actions, with the remaining 1% being his desire to escort Aziz home out of goodwill. Just a tiny bit. Dog, come. The wolf cub that Lu Chen had just tamed followed behind them. Aziz couldn't help but look back frequently. As Aziz supported Lu Chen and they took a few steps, they saw pigs, cows, and sheep scattered around, creating a lively scene. However, a mutant little white creature stood among them, disturbing the peaceful sight. Did you come from this way? Yes, I came here to get some milk to take back, but I was targeted by one of the skeleton monsters. Useless. Aziz looked at Lu Chen in surprise, unable to believe he had just scolded her. Was she useless? Wasn't it brave enough for her to come out alone? Besides, if she could kill the skeleton monster alone, would she still be here? Are you even human? Lu Chen withdrew his hand that Aziz was holding and gestured for her to find a place to hide on her own. Aziz pouted and cleverly used the block she carried to bury herself. What a rest in peace. Lu Chen switched to an iron sword and moved among the trees, unharmed, until he was near the little white creature. They were alerted by Lu Chen's footsteps and turned to face him. There were 3 little whites within sight, and Lu Chen approached each of them from the same direction, not leaving his back exposed to the enemy. This maneuver brought the 3 creatures closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen struck the first approaching little white, then waited for the second one to come closer. The brave wolf cub identified the nearby little white as the target and pounced, biting it. The little white still saw Lu Chen as the primary target and raised its bow and arrow. Lu Chen quickly hid behind a tree trunk. When he peeked out again, he dealt a blow to each of the 2 approaching little whites. By then, the first one had lost half of its blood to the reliable adult dog. The third, slightly distant skeleton monster, finally approached. Lu Chen placed a block at the second level from the ground near the tree trunk. Using the classic tactic, even the slightly tougher mutant skeleton monster fell under Lu Chen's tactics and the dog's attacks. District 5 was facing a monster tide during the full moon, unlike District 7. The density and intensity of the monsters were not to be underestimated. Lu Chen easily dealt with the 3 little whites before turning his attention to the nearby pigs, cows, and sheep. Wait, Lu Chen, you can't kill them. Lu Chen calmly picked up the bones dropped by the skeleton monster on the ground. Then, he leisurely asked, why not? They belong to the village as livestock. If you want to slaughter them, you need permission. Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he asked, but aren't you running out of food and on the brink of starvation? Well, that's true. Furrowed her brows, trying hard to turn her little brain. But if you kill them all, we won't have milk to drink or wool to use in the future. Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Then why don't you bring them back to the village and raise them? There's a long river in front of the village. And then you gave up? Lu Chen asked. Well, Aziz answered guiltily. Then your village deserves to starve. If there was a player like him in the 5th District village, that person probably wasn't an old player either. Lu Chen felt disgusted at the thought of killing for food. Perhaps he hadn't thought about accumulating resources and developing continuously while staying in the 5th District village. Lu Chen always did things his own way and wouldn't let Aziz's words stop him from moving forward just because he couldn't kill. Without hesitation, he chose his favorite food, beef, and cut it down with his knife. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Aziz gave up. Luckily, most of the livestock here were taken by Lu Chen, who harvested some food and a lot of leather. Lu Chen once again handed half of the meat to Aziz. Aren't you going to eat? I will. Aziz accepted the meat without hesitation this time. As they walked a few steps, Lu Chen looked at Aziz. It's troublesome to support you, Lu Chen complained. Equals. Is he trying to abandon me? Little Aziz was shocked, but then she thought that Lu Chen didn't really owe her anything. Bringing her here was already going above and beyond. Then it's fine here, and there shouldn't be any monsters around. I can go back by myself from here. Thank you for the meat. Aziz rambled on about parting words, but she saw Lu Chen acting on his own, placing a workbench on the ground. Ha! Aziz was puzzled. Then Lu Chen made a saddle out of leather. What are you doing? Aziz was confused. Wasn't he leaving? Why was he making something now? Lu Chen then put the saddle on a pig. Little Aziz's jaw dropped in shock. Come up. I won't support you. Ride up by yourself. Are you asking me to ride a pig? Aziz's trembling finger pointed at the cute pink pig in front of her. What else? Lu Chen's expression seemed to blame her for asking the obvious. I. Aziz hesitated. Aren't you getting on? Aziz tearfully climbed onto the pig's back. Luchan thought she would fall off a few times before mastering the skill of riding a pig, but she sat firmly on the pig's back. I didn't expect you to have a talent for riding pigs. Aziz didn't think of it as a compliment. Then, Luchan took out a carrot. The pig's eyes lit up at the sight of the carrot, fixating on it. In order to control the pig's direction of movement, Luchan didn't give Aziz a carrot stick but held the carrot himself. Luchan led a dog, a pig, and the girl on the pig's back forward. You seem to suit pigs well. How about I give you this saddle and pig? You! Aziz stammered, unable to find the courage or words to retort. As Aziz had said, ahead was an astonishingly wide river? Aziz's description was wrong. It should be said that ahead was another island. The island was filled with buildings, but there were no people in sight, only some monsters wandering under the scorching sun, eerie and strange. It seemed that the area where the 5th district was located consisted of small islands, while the 6th and 7th districts were on the mainland. Is that your village? Aziz nodded. How did you get out? Excavated from underground. Aziz pointed to a hole on the riverbank. Surrounding it was all mud, except for that spot with round stones, glaringly suspicious to the others. Aziz shifted on the pig's back, about to swim across. Luchan reached out and held her, saying, Why get down? Just sit tight. But isn't there water ahead? Just lay some stones, how hard can it be? Luchan rolled his eyes. Aziz reminded, the water is deep there. Luchan approached and indeed, there was no gradual transition from the shore, it was like a canyon straight up and down from the riverbank. More importantly, there was a distance from where they stood to the water's edge. It seemed a bit tricky. Bringing cattle and sheep here might result in accidents. Even if they crossed the river, there would be challenges on the other side. Creating a slope for the animals to follow back home would be another task. Did they really think they could fill the river by building a bridge in it? See, I told you it's impassable. Aziz's words faded as Luchan arrived at the riverbank with blocks of mud in hand. Facing Aziz's direction, which was their path. Half of his foot was hanging outside, seemingly about to drop into the water below, but it didn't. At the edge, he placed the mud block on the water's surface, extending it towards the opposite bank. Luchan's speed was slow with the first 2 blocks. Aziz's heart raced as she followed his pace. Next, she didn't have to worry as much. Suddenly, Luchan sped up, found the rhythm, moved an appropriate distance, and placed another block. Thud! 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 With each block in place, Luchan had reached the other side. Aziz exclaimed, How did you just cross? Just like that. What's so difficult? Luchan shrugged. Aziz scratched her head, unable to understand how Luchan had solved their village's dilemma so easily, even though she didn't fully comprehend. With the first row of blocks as a base, the second row was much simpler. Luchan had already constructed a 2-block wide suspended bridge over the cliff and river. Aziz couldn't believe it. In the blink of an eye, the bridge was built? Why stand there, ready to cross? Aziz was still a bit scared, letting the pig lead her forward, hands covering her eyes. But she couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. When she gathered the courage to open her eyes, she was already in the middle of the sky bridge. Oh! She gasped. Being high up could induce dizziness, creating an illusion of falling. Luchan was used to it, but Aziz wasn't. She swayed with her own illusion, almost losing balance. What? Ready to take the pig for a swim? No! Aziz straightened up, looking straight ahead without glancing down. If you want to jump, go ahead, but better not take my piggy. Luchan chuckled, patting the pig's head. Aziz glared at him in anger. Was she, a girl, really lower than a pig? Look, even the dog walks more steadily than you. Luchan pointed to the wolf cub following him. Although she was naturally easy to bully, in front of Luchan, she inexplicably became the lowest in the food chain. Crossing the sky bridge, they finally reached the land of the 5th district. Luchan saw low stone-built cottages, much more refined than the 6th district, yet simple in his eyes. Among the houses, a few white wolves roamed the village, wielding sharp arrows and shooting them into the ground. And that place was the true color of mud, with no grass growing. Ah! Aziz exclaimed in surprise, but then conscientiously covered her mouth. She whispered to Luchan, saying, That's where we hide. Luchan had seen this situation before. Previously, it was because the villagers made noise underground that the monsters discovered their location and attacked them. Obviously, the people from District 5 had also exposed their whereabouts. Looking at it, the top layer of mud had already been pierced like a hedgehog. If this continued, the mud block might not hold up. Luchan squinted and counted, a total of 7 small skeletons. Goodness, 7 arrows to cross the Tian Shan Mountains? Just as Luchan began to worry, 3 seconds later, the earth block on the ground shattered. Along with the sound of the block being destroyed, the next second came the villagers' screams hidden underground. Ah! Help! They're coming in! Azzy anxiously grabbed Luchan's collar, asking, what should we do? Lucan raised an eyebrow, what else can we do? Kill them. But, Azzy held onto Luchan's clothes, not letting go, torn between decisions. How could she let Lucan, whom she had just met, take such a risk for their villagers? For Lucan, killing a skeleton monster might be a simple matter, but dealing with so many of them in front of him was not going to be easy. No, it wouldn't be easy for anyone. Let go. Lucan stared at Azzy's small hand, saying. Azzy shook her head, pursing her lips without speaking. I won't go. Are you going to go? This was also a way. Although little Azzy couldn't kill those skeleton monsters, she could lead them away, allowing more villagers to escape, which was a way. Azzy seemed determined with this thought, jumping off the pig's back and preparing to move forward. Lucan grabbed her by the back of her collar, pulling her back, looking helpless. Give it up. With your limited skills, do you plan to sacrifice yourself? Lucan, who guessed the villagers' intentions towards Azzy, felt that what Azzy was doing was not worth it. He even thought that dealing with such a narrow-minded group of people, making them suffer a bit wouldn't be a difficult task. So Lucan narrowed his eyes and said, don't delay me from getting the skeleton monster's bones. Ah, this. Azzy certainly hadn't expected this. Did Lucan see the skeleton monsters as resources that could be easily killed and collected like cattle and sheep? Was this reasonable? This was unreasonable. Besides, I have a more useful helper than you. Lucan jumped off the low hill and entered the village. At this moment, someone had broken through the ceiling of the shelter from another place and escaped from it. The skeletons immediately shifted their focus, and 7 arrows shot towards the escaping boy with yellow hair. Ah! The boy raised his voice to cheer himself on and suddenly rushed out, dodging most of the arrows. Unfortunately, he avoided most of them but not 2. 1 arrow hit his buttocks, and the other hit his shoulder. Ugh! He cried out in pain, but the will to survive made him endure the pain and continue forward. At this point, his face was pale, as if he was about to lose all his vitality. Thanks to this natural target, the 7 skeletons did not notice Lucan approaching. Lucan had already reached behind the small skeletons. He raised the iron sword in his hand and swiftly struck 3 blows at 3 skeleton monsters. 3 were repelled, and one of them happened to fall into a cavity, dropping into the shelter. We're going to die. Help! The residents inside were in chaos, and Lucan heard the continuous cries. So many people? A little white creature fell in, can't they all solve it with so many people? Even a big mantis falling into an ant's nest would become food for the ants. If they can't handle a skeleton monster with so many people, then they are indeed a bit presumptuous as intelligent beings. Useless! The remaining 6 aimed their arrows at Lucan, who was closest to them, and shot 4 arrows. Lucan couldn't dodge sideways in time due to the close distance, took 1 arrow, then quickly retreated to the side of a nearby house to hide. He took out a mushroom pot from his backpack and drank it to replenish his health. Clang clang, the sound of the skeleton's steps, which seemed to fall apart at any moment, approached, and Lucan glanced at the nearby wall. The next moment, he took out his pickaxe, removed 2 circular stones, entered the room, and then sealed the top with other blocks. Clang! Clang! 2 arrows landed on the block Lucan had just filled. They were outside, Lucan was inside. Lucan smiled, this was going to be easy. Lucan dug out a space in the ground next to the house. In that space, Lucan saw 6 pairs of slender white legs, pointing at little White's legs. Then, Lucan raised his iron sword and began to give the White Silk sisters a pedicure. Of course, his dog also pounced and bit the white silk. Woof woof! Under the siege of Lucan and his dog, the 6 skeleton monsters fell. The sound of dropping pleasant experience came, and Lucan returned outside to pick up the loot. There were a dozen bones and 2 bows with only half durability left. Lucan was about to absorb all the experience points. Where are the monsters? A villager poked half of his head out from below. Have they all been led away by that kid Wenhao? How is it outside? It seemed they were not completely useless. They did manage to deal with that skeleton monster. Aji, who witnessed how Lucan dealt with the 6 skeleton monsters, ran excitedly from a distance. She collided with Aji, who was coming up from underground. The yellow-haired girl in front of them scolded angrily. Why did you take so long to come back? Aji almost got killed outside by the skeleton monsters, was rescued with Luchan's help, and was thinking of bringing back food for the villagers who were just sitting around. However, after going through countless dangers, all she received was seemingly taken for granted questioning. How could Aji not feel wronged? Yao Yao, forget it, you don't need to explain. Yao Yao, as she was called, raised her hand to stop Aji's next words. Yao Yao,
Thanks to you, if you hadn't killed that little white creature just now, we would all have died down there.
Yao Yao, what about the monsters above you? Have you driven them away?
The yellow-haired girl crossed her arms, accepting the villagers' praise as if it were her due. She did not deny things she had not done. It was only then that Lucan leisurely walked out from the side of the house.
Are you okay? Are you hurt? Aji hurriedly asked Lucan. Lucan smiled. Do I look like I'm in trouble?
That's good, that's good.
Who are you?
Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired girl immediately drew her sword.
You even brought a wolf. Lucan immediately suppressed his smile, adopting a poker face. The people from District 5 don't seem very friendly, do they?
District 5 was wary of this sudden intruder.
Aji stood excitedly in front of Lucan, arms outstretched in a defensive stance. Stop. If you don't thank him, that's fine, but how can you point a knife at him?
Aji, who seemed gentle and somewhat timid, unexpectedly burst out with a loud voice while protecting Lucan.
Thank him? Why should I thank him? Yao Yao seemed extremely proud, disdainfully asking.
Just now, he killed 6 skeletons to protect you all.
Azzy announced Lucan's feat. It's you. Yao Yao scanned Lucan up and down, asking, 6? Just you? Lucan raised an eyebrow, looking displeased.
It had been a while since he heard the phrase just you. It seemed that the 5th district still had doubts about Mr.
Luchan's strength. Ha, I thought it was when Hahu lured it away. Azzy was busy defending justice for Lucan, wanting him to receive the respect he deserved.
So, we should be grateful to him.
Oh.
However, after that, there was no further discussion.
So, it was you who knocked that skeleton monster to the ground just now?
Suddenly, Yao Yao narrowed her eyes, questioning.
Hiss, the crowd gasped.
A wounded person stepped forward, pointing at Lucan and shouted angrily, so it was you, kid.
Me? Lucan tilted his head to look. You almost killed us. If you can't hunt monsters, then don't act. By attacking the skeleton monster and driving it back to our shelter, what about the people hiding inside the shelter? Yeah, we have elderly and children underground. What are you trying to prove with your actions? Azzy was astonished.
She never expected that Lucan, who saved the villagers of the 5th district, would be accused by them. Facing their accusations, Lucan smiled instead of getting angry. You guys are quite interesting. They were like the old lady helped across the street who then bit the one helping her. Saving people is a difficult task. Performing CPR on a patient in shock on Blue Star could result in broken ribs due to the forceful chest compressions.
At that moment, someone might question the rescuing doctor. My ribs are broken, how will you compensate me?
Consider it my mistake, Lucan sighed.
Ah.
It turned out that the owner of the house Lucan had just demolished was also present, pointing at the demolished wall in distress.
Why was my home destroyed? Azzy looked at Lucan and replied, it was him, but, it's you again.
Not only did you throw the monster near us, but you also destroyed my home.
I'm going in now to see if anything is missing from my house. If something is lost, you'll pay for it. Azzy, is this person you brought back a thief?
Azzy, don't bring people back randomly in the future. They didn't even give Azzy a chance to speak, and the young girl was infuriated.
Shut up. Listen to me.
Azzy stomped her foot, raising her voice to the highest level Lucan had ever heard from her. He was only trying to kill those 6 skeleton monsters.
I saw it with my own eyes. He couldn't have stolen anything. Don't wrongly accuse him. Does killing monsters require destroying someone's home? Azzy, with your brain, are you easily fooled like a child?
You guys.
Azzy felt wronged, on the verge of tears. TSK. Lucan looked at them disdainfully.
Suddenly, he took out the 2 bones that had fallen earlier and waved them in front of the people from the 5th district.
What are you doing? Is he crazy?
No, Lucan chuckled, looking at them.
I'm just confirming whether you are dogs. What else bites like a dog other than biting Lu Dongbin? The square people didn't understand the Blue Star idiom, but they understood that Lucan was insulting them by calling them dogs. You dare to call us dogs?
This group, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, saw Xiao Bai being submissive, but when they saw Lucan, also a square person, they attacked aggressively. Immediately, they raised their weapons. Lucan, however, disregarded the threat, playing with the bone club in his hand.
You blame me for throwing the monster to where you were? Are you blaming me for destroying your houses? Lu Chen shook his head.
He was smiling a second ago, but the next moment, his smile vanished.
Why don't you think about it? Without me, you would either be dead by monsters or starving right now.
Silently, Lu Chen transformed the bone in his hand into a sword. He wished he could switch to /game mode 1 and drop an ender dragon egg in front of them. Tired of it all, let the world be destroyed. He could even do it manually. He didn't believe a group of villagers who couldn't even handle a zombie could harm him.
What are you going to do?
Lu Chen smiled, since you were meant to die, and you don't appreciate my help, then I'll just have to help you return to your original state.
The dark smile on the young man's face sent shivers down Yao Yao's spine. What do you mean by return to your original state? It means you'll die. You're just talking big. What can you do alone? Indeed. Lu Chen thought using a sword against them might be too merciful. Next, Lu Chen brought out a bucket of lava. Lava! Someone exclaimed. Even though most of them had never mined before, they had heard of lava. Falling into it meant certain death, which was fatal to them. If the lava poured down, in their understanding, it would be a mutually destructive outcome. Don't act recklessly. Even Yao Yao, who seemed proud, couldn't help but try to persuade him. It won't benefit any of us if you pour it. Aren't you afraid of burning your wolf to death? Judging by her tone, Lu Chen felt more threatened than persuaded. He couldn't stand such words. If I dare to pour it, I know how to escape. What are you afraid of? Aren't you more afraid of me destroying your homes, or throwing a skeleton in front of you? The people from District 5 fell silent. At that moment, they realized their mistake. They should be grateful to Lu Chen for helping them survive, yet they were still blaming him for not being perfect. We were wrong. We were wrong. The older ones were more tactful, able to adapt to situations. Young man, we apologize for our mistake earlier. We misunderstood the situation. A kind-looking ant approached Lu Chen, holding his arm, trying to persuade him. Thank you for saving us. However, Lu Chen didn't accept their gratitude. Instead, he locked eyes with the woman called Yao Yao. Clearly, she had led the others to accuse Lu Chen. Ning Yao, why don't you apologize to the benefactor? The ant pulled her arm. Her gaze fell on the lava in Lu Chen's hand, and reluctantly, she spoke. I'm sorry. Oof. She lacked sincerity, and Lu Chen didn't give her face. As things eased up, Azzy approached Lu Chen, expressing her joy. Great, the misunderstanding is cleared up. Lu Chen leaned in towards Azzy and whispered, silly girl, haven't you noticed there aren't many good people in your village? You can't say that. Azzy forced a smile and said, they used to take good care of me. Azzy? A male voice sounded behind them. Lu Chen turned and saw another foolish face. Azzy, you're back. Lu Chen noticed the arrow in his butt, the same kid who got shot in the buttocks earlier. You're back safely too. Azzy greeted him happily. Did you get everyone's food? I did. Wenhao patted his head and smiled foolishly, asking, am I pretty awesome? Awesome. Azzy mechanically patted Wenhao's head. It turned out that these two silly kids were the ones assigned by the people of the 5th district. They were indeed bullies who were afraid of the strong and dared not let others take risks, nor did they dare to take responsibility themselves, so they sent two easily deceived kids out. Funny. Azzy saw Wenhao take out the food he had brought back and said, then I will too. Lu Chen pulled her over by the collar. Don't take it out. Azzy blinked at Lu Chen, thinking he was still angry. The villagers now had food brought by Wenhao, so they wouldn't continue to starve. It was fine if she didn't take it out. So she compromised with the big villain Lu Chen. Alright then. However, the food Wenhao brought was not enough for everyone to eat their fill, at most just to stave off hunger. Each person only got a piece of bread. Wenhao, that silly boy, ate it, his face still pale. He probably hadn't filled up his hunger value yet, replenishing his blood volume. Here. Lu Chen handed him a bowl of mushroom stew. This kid had no sense of subtlety, loudly thanking, good brother. Thank you. Lu Chen was helpless. Suddenly, the people from the 5th district cast their eyes over. Seeing the mushroom stew in Wenhao's hand, their hungry eyes lit up. Mushroom stew? Where did you get it? Since Lu Chen couldn't do it discreetly, he did it openly. He took out another bowl to give to Azzy. Here. Thank you. Azzy obediently accepted it. Lu Chen heard the rumbling of stomachs and some people licking their lips. The people from the 5th district got the news that Lu Chen had food, and it seemed like he had quite a bit of it. Someone's idea fell on Lu Chen. Young man, do you still have food there? Lu Chen turned around and saw the person who had just accused him of demolishing their house. Lu Chen stood up and threw a few stones over. What are you doing? Lu Chen replied, oh, I thought you wanted me to return those round stones on your wall. Implicitly saying, don't forget what you did earlier. Do you still have the face to ask me for food? Instantly, his face turned pale and he dared not speak again. It's okay. He slinked back to his place. The people from the 5th district were half full, watching Lu Chen and the others eat until they were full. Lu Chen even patted his stomach and burped, burp, pi, war god roaring. The sky had turned orange, the sun was about to set. Lu Chen bid farewell to Azzy and the others. It's getting late, I should go too. Azzy's eyes showed obvious reluctance. With her simple mind, she was not coveting Lu Chen's help to clear the monsters at night,
but simply thinking that she was about to part ways with her newly made friend. He was from the 7th district, and who knew when they would meet again. Lu Chen pulled the two aside and instructed, "Eat the food secretly, don't let them snatch it away." Azzy nodded as if she understood. Then Lu Chen patted Wenhao's shoulder and said, "Kid, you run pretty fast." He scratched his head shyly. "Next time, remember not to run in a straight line. If you're being chased by a skeleton monster, remember to zigzag and find cover." The boy seemed to understand after pondering for a moment. "Got it. You'll probably have to hide underground tonight. If the white ones find you, dig downwards." Both nodded in agreement. Lu Chen was just passing on his experience of resisting the zombie tied to the two. Seeing Lu Chen leave, no one pursued their actions from earlier. The people from the 5th district finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had sent away a timed explosive. Ning Yao stood in front of Azzy and glanced at her. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Faced with Ning Yao's venomous gaze as if she wanted to tear her apart, Azzy felt a bit scared, and her words became stuttered under the shivering. After a moment of silence, Ning Yao's expression twisted, and she spat out a sarcastic remark, "Azzy, you sure know how to seduce men, huh? Yao Yao, that's going too far. You're all still young girls, how can you talk about seduction? Maybe they just met by chance on the road. It's not as bad as you make it sound." Although they were speaking up for Azzy, their attitude was still aimed at pleasing Ning Yao. Ning Yao snorted coldly. What a buzzkill, these people were starting to meddle in her business. She opened the passage leading to the underground shelter on her own, impatiently telling everyone, "It's getting dark, hurry up and go inside." Faced with Ning Yao's dominance, it was not impossible for some to have complaints. "Hey, where does this kind of life lead us? There's no way out, we can't just scare off monsters like that guy did today. We're living like pests." They murmured quietly, of course, not daring to let Ning Yao hear them. Ning Yao returned to the dimness underground. This time she kept her mouth shut. If it weren't for her useless scolding of Wenhao, who returned with just a tiny bit of food, they wouldn't have attracted the surface's attacks. So this time she learned to keep quiet. Sitting in a corner, she hugged her knees, unable to stop her chaotic thoughts. What did those people mean just now? Were they saying she wasn't as good as that person earlier, who could defeat zombies while she couldn't? As the acting manager of their district, she was undoubtedly inferior. Damn it! A bunch of hicks from another world dared to complain to me. Teaching you how to fish was already merciful enough. Yes, Ning Yao came from another world, the Blue Star. She was also a player. Luckily, she found a village right from the start, at least ensuring her basic needs. But she had limited exposure to this game in her original world, only catching glimpses when her game-loving college roommate played. Now, she could only rely on her impressions to understand this world. Of course, she didn't have Lan Chen's skills, and in this world where getting hurt meant death without respawn, she didn't dare to try fighting monsters. So she, like the native blocky people of this world, sought to avoid risks and seek benefits. Unexpectedly, today she encountered a formidable character. That blocky person who looked decent had actually become one of Azzy's companions. Damn, why is it that woman again? Ning Yao anxiously tugged at her hair. She detested that woman the most. According to the aesthetics of the blocky continent, she was a few points more beautiful than herself, breeding jealousy in Ning Yao. But Azzy always managed to captivate hearts. That man was deceived by her. Ning Yao pinched her fingers, the long nails sinking into her palm, causing pain that brought some clarity. Wait, what did he say? Shu, the person beside her, reminded Ning Yao to lower her voice. Ning Yao whispered, confirming, do you remember what he said? About dogs biting what? Green? Something like that, not sure, probably dialect? Lu Dongbin? Ah, that's it. Ning Yao widened her eyes. He's also a player. Dog bites Lu Dongbin is a proverb on the Blue Star, not on the blocky continent. I see. Ning Yao smiled. On the other side, Lu Chen, with bones in his backpack, took a detour to the depths of the jungle in the 5th area. A wolf cub followed behind him. Lu Chen squatted down, patting the dog's head, and said, Little one, do you know where your companion is? Woof. The wolf cub tilted its head. Lu Chen sighed, well, asking you is just a waste of time. He chose a different path than the one he had taken before, knowing that wolves were not solitary creatures. There should be other wolves near its location. When he arrived, he only had 2 bones to tame this one wolf, so finding other wolves would be useless. But now he had a dozen more bones on him, so it wouldn't be a problem to tame a few more wolves to have some backup. As expected, when he found wolf cubs circling around a low hill, several other wolves were there. As night fell, a small white one appeared here, and the wolf pack was attacking it. Under their siege, the small white one fell in front of Lu Chen. Quick to act, Lu Chen snatched the things dropped by the small white one from under the dog's mouth. Another bone was added to his collection. Woof woof. The wolves growled unfriendly at him. However, for them, Lu Chen was a friendly creature, and they wouldn't attack him. In their place, even if Lu Chen buried them, he would still try to retrieve the items, but unfortunately, the simple dogs wouldn't understand. It was really unfortunate. Lu Chen cheerfully took out the bones and persuaded, "What's the rush? I brought the bones over to feed you, didn't I?" There were a total of 5 wolves now. With a dozen bones in hand, Lu Chen fed them one by one. The first wolf ate 3 bones and was tamed. The second wolf ate 5 bones and was tamed. The third wolf ate grass. "How big is your stomach anyway?" Lu Chen exclaimed hysterically, stuffing the remaining bones into the fat wolf, but it was only with the last bone that a red heart appeared above its head. "Damn it," Lu Chen cursed. Unfortunately, the last 2 wolves couldn't be tamed, so Lu Chen left regretfully. This trip to the 5th district was quite fruitful. He found dogs and mushrooms. He left the 5th district, jumped from a height, and collided with 4 figures looking mournful. L equals. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to forget about you guys." Lu Chen apologized to the iron golems and snowmen. Woof woof woof. The dogs following Lu Chen also came up one by one. Seeing them, the iron golems and snowmen looked even more mournful. It was like your cat waiting at home for you all day, only to see you come back with another dog. "Look, there are zombies." Lu Chen pointed behind him. It wasn't a bluff, there were indeed zombies appearing. In front of Lu Chen's finger, several ordinary zombies emerged in the night. Bang bang! The iron golems walked forward with heavy steps and struck the zombies with heavy punches. Lu Chen symbolically attacked, and the wolf cubs swarmed in, baring their fangs at the zombies. Phew, that feels good. Lu Chen stood by, watching his subordinates outnumber and bully the ordinary, pitiful zombies. In a few moments, the zombies turned into corpses. Soon after, the zombies behind them also arrived. Wow, this dude is rich. The zombies behind were wearing golden armor. Although the golden armor didn't serve much practical purpose, it looked flashy. Shining brightly in the dark night, it dazzled the eyes of Lu Chen's 4 wolf cubs. They barked and rushed forward, knocking down the zombie and causing the golden armor to fall off. Lu Chen waited and tucked the golden armor into his backpack. Then, he set off on the journey back, entering the 6th district. "Hold on. You can't bring them in." But as soon as he stepped on the gate, he was stopped by someone. They were full of complaints about the things behind Lu Chen. The previous ones looked a bit frightening, but they hadn't seen how Lu Chen managed to bring things in. So even if they had objections, they had nowhere to vent. And now, Lu Chen was bringing in strange things again, so they were naturally unhappy. "Those are wolves." One of them saw clearly the appearance of the little guy following Lu Chen in the dim light. "Even wolves have to be brought in. What else do you want?" "Lu Chen, don't forget, you are just a guest in our 6th district. Yes, don't cause trouble in our district." If it were the Lu Chen inside the server, he would have probably drawn his sword by now and let those terrifying wolf cubs bite them to death. But now Lu Chen is becoming more laid back. "Fine." Lu Chen helplessly raised his hands and gave orders to the 4 wolf cubs behind him. "Sit down." The 4 wolves obediently sat on the ground like dogs. Woof! They stuck out their tongues and looked at Lu Chen obediently. The 2 guards of the 6th district looked at Lu Chen in shock. He actually commanded those wild wolves. Could it be that they were mistaken? Are wild wolves really such friendly creatures? They watched Lu Chen walk away with those wolves, as the thunderous iron puppets entered, leaving a trail of snow behind. Quite impressive. "Where have you been? Why did you come back so late?" Lu Chen's mother, Tao Lan, patted him on the shoulder, looking him up and down as if to verify that he was unharmed. "I just went out to find some food." At this point, Lu Chen suddenly remembered the treasure in his backpack. "Mom, have you all eaten?" "Not yet. It's just getting dark. I thought we'd wait for you and eat together," Tao Lan explained. Lu Chen chuckled. "Those who haven't eaten are in luck now." "What? Lu Chen, what good things have you brought back again?" Gray, the clever one, pounced over. Ever since tasting the cake made by Lu Chen last time, he regarded Lu Chen as a walking treasure trove of delicacies. Looking at Lu Chen, he couldn't help but smack his lips. "You little glutton." Villagers gradually gathered around Lu Chen, knowing he had something fresh to share with everyone. Lu Chen first took out the mushroom pot he had collected from the Mugu. "What is this?" someone asked. Since there were no mushrooms near the 7th district, most people there had never seen mushrooms, let alone tasted such a delicacy. "It's mushroom pot. I've seen it before." Lu Chen distributed the mushroom pot. "Mom, village chief, try it." Tao Lan poured the mushroom pot into her mouth and her eyes lit up. "Such a rich and fragrant taste. Not bad, really good." The village chief nodded repeatedly, savoring the remaining taste in his mouth. Seeing the high praise from the two, the remaining villagers couldn't help but be filled with anticipation.
Lu Chen, do we have a share? Of course. Lu Chen distributed the mushroom pot and then went to the workbench.
He took some wood from the nearby public box and arranged them in a V shape to make some bowls. Then Lu Chen put the mushrooms in and made another batch of mushroom pots. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, Chinese young master. Current progress 2 out of 10. Making 10 kinds of delicacies will unlock the food processing module. The previous mushroom pot was taken. This time Lu Chen actively made the mushroom pot for the first time, unlocking another delicacy. Wow! Seeing Lu Chen bring out the mushroom pot again, the crowd cheered. Lu Chen is such a good kid, he never forgets us wherever he goes.
Lu Chen undoubtedly received praise from the villagers.
Even Zhuang Mu, who received the food distributed by Lu Chen, quietly said, "Thank you."
Lu Chen, how did you make this thing?
Making mushroom pot was simple, so Lu Chen shared the synthesis table for the mushroom pot.
But this mushroom.
Lu Chen smiled, found a vacant spot, dug a hole, and placed the remaining mushrooms in it.
Just plant one?
A villager questioned.
Oh, this one can grow really big, Lu Chen replied.
The villagers who had never seen a mushroom tree scratched their heads, but unfortunately, Lu Chen didn't have bone meal at the moment. Otherwise, he could have shown them how tall mushrooms could grow.
What are they doing over there?
The guards on the wall of the 6th district changed shifts, their original duty being to remain vigilant about the situation outside the wall. However, their focus had shifted to the people of the 7th district, who had become like aliens in their eyes, and they couldn't predict what they would do next. Yesterday, they were making sweet-smelling round food, and today it was mushroom stew.
Can you smell it? I can.
It smells damn good.
What if we ask them for? Don't talk nonsense. Don't forget, everyone in our village looks down on them now. I know.
If you associate with them, you'll end up like those 2 orphans, despised by the village.
Okay, stop talking. The 2 men ended their conversation, glanced at the villagers happily enjoying the mushroom stew, and turned away. They should continue to be vigilant around them.
However, as they turned, they were startled.
Damn it! One cursed.
With a swoosh, the sound of arrows cutting through the air, 3 arrows had landed around them, one piercing the heart of one of the men. Blood splattered as the man clutched his chest, crouching under the protection of the wall.
Skeletons! He shouted.
Their wall could withstand zombies, spiders, but strangely not skeletons, as they had ranged weapons. Despite years of guarding, it was the first time they had seen 3 skeletons appear together. The 2 men panicked, crouching in the defensive trenches of the wall, crying in despair. But the skeletons outside were not done. Swoosh, swoosh, more arrows cut through the night sky, landing just a block away from them on the wall. The sound felt like it struck their hearts, causing panic and palpitations.
What to do? Woof woof.
Just then, the wolf pups left by Lu Chen outside the wall barked.
Dogs? The barking eased some of their panic. The man's fear turned into anger as he muttered, "What's on the minds of those people from the 7th district? Why did he leave the dog here to cause trouble now?" But soon they realized something was amiss.
The sound of arrows had stopped.
No more arrows fell on their wall.
The 2 men looked at each other, puzzled.
What's happening?
They quieted down, listening carefully to the sounds outside.
Woof woof.
The barking of the dogs, the sound of arrows, and the crisp sound of bones breaking were all coming from beneath them, near the bottom of the wall.
Whimper. Woof. The wolf pups emitted angry growls. One of the men boldly stuck out half his head, trying to understand what was happening below.
What he saw was the wolf pups he had just cursed for causing trouble, now pouncing on the skeletons. They saw the skeletons as prey, tearing into their favorite bones. The 2 guards were filled with shock. This. On the other side, Lu Chen, who was originally enjoying dinner with the villagers, heard a sound coming from not far away.
Skeleton monsters? What? Lu Chen, what did you say? Skeleton monsters? Where are the skeleton monsters?
The villagers looked around vigilantly, but the residents of District 7, who were well informed, were not as panicked when facing monsters.
Because they had Lu Chen sitting right beside them. Just because they didn't notice didn't mean the puppets didn't sense it.
The villagers were puzzled as to why the 2 iron puppets were standing still by the ditch near the stream. It was because they sensed danger in that direction and wanted to go over but couldn't find a way to cross the river.
This confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion that there were monsters outside. Lu Chen pointed to the wall and said, "The sound is coming from there. Is there danger outside the wall? I'll go check." Lu Chen stood up. "Be safe. Be careful, Lu Chen." The villagers gave a brief warning and watched Lu Chen leave.
Lu Chen propped up the 4 big dummies and had them follow him. As he approached the wall, Lu Chen indeed heard the sound of bones colliding and the fierce tearing sounds of his own wolf cub.
Oh, the two guards who were originally in a panic on the wall were now devoid of their previous emotions. They were lying on the wall, as if watching an exciting action movie, even making exclamations. "What are you looking at?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, and they noticed Lu Chen was about to answer. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen opened the gate and walked out directly. As Lu Chen left, he coincidentally heard the sound of the skeleton monsters falling to the ground. The 3 skeleton monsters were easily dealt with under the siege of the wolf cubs. Lu Chen picked up the 3 bones that had fallen on the ground and patted their dog heads. "Well done." At this moment, other zombies and spiders also approached. "Hey!" The 2 people above reminded Lu Chen to be safe. But as a player, Lu Chen had already heard the sound of monsters approaching before them. However, Lu Chen still calmly picked up the dropped items on the ground. "There are more monsters. Hurry!" They thought they were being kind by reminding the people of District 7 to be safe, but they didn't expect the other party to be completely ungrateful. Just as they were about to get angry, the 4 big guys following Lu Chen had already taken action. They faced the monsters with heavy steps and easily dealt with these ordinary monsters. Having faced mutant monsters multiple times, these ordinary monsters were no match for them. "Oh!" The guards retracted their unfinished words and exclaimed again. "So, they are so powerful." They had been wondering what Lu Chen was doing with these big guys. They looked intimidating, but their imagination could only think of them doing physical labor. This was the first time they had seen Lu Chen's iron puppets and wolf-punishing monsters in action. No wonder they could break through the monster's siege and cross the dangerous snow-capped mountains to reach District 6. It was because of them. Obviously, the 2 people had forgotten about the trouble they had caused by bringing the troublemaking dog and the big guys into District 6. The 2 people arrived under the wall and helped Lu Chen open the gate. Affectionately, they said, "Buddy, it's dangerous outside, you better come back first." Lu Chen found it amusing that their attitude had suddenly changed. "Don't you think they caused trouble?" Lu Chen raised his chin and asked straightforwardly. The 2 looked at each other and chuckled. "No, we don't think so." Lu Chen asked again, "Oh, can I bring them in now?" Of course. Of course." The 2 answered repeatedly. "Open the door." 2 people helped Lu Chen clear the way, watching as he led a team inside alone. Now the 2 people's view of the wolf cubs changed, suddenly finding the wild wolves that grew up in the wilderness, once seen as dangerous, now appeared much cuter. What are they eating? They tried to imitate Lu Chen by reaching out to pat their heads. Unfortunately, as soon as they approached, the wolves let out a low growl. Seeing the wolf cubs about to bark wildly, they quickly stepped back, keeping their distance. "Sorry, they only recognized their master," Lu Chen explained without blinking an eye. "Oh, I see. Brother, if there's any trouble outside again, I'll have to rely on you." "Yes, of course." Lu Chen looked at them with amusement and asked, "Before, you couldn't wait for us to leave, and now you're the one seeking our help." "Well." The 2 awkwardly fell silent. Lu Chen left with a parting remark. So many trivial matters. Later, he went back and briefed the villagers in the 7th district on what had just happened, assuring them that the danger had been averted. In fact, those monsters posed no threat. As long as they stayed behind the wall, they would naturally be burned to death when daylight came. Unless it was a mutant monster from the 5th district to the 7th district. The villagers complained to Lu Chen about the 6th district guards' change in behavior, then dispersed to rest. Lights lit up on the treehouse Lu Chen had built. Alone, Lu Chen squatted in front of his workbench, preparing to cook all the ingredients he had to unlock achievements. At that moment, the chat group in his mind started buzzing. Of course, the sound came from the system in Lu Chen's mind, inaudible to others. Lu Chen opened the world chat group and saw a message addressed to all members. No wonder he was also alerted. Player 024 at all members who visited the village in the 5th district today? Seeing this message, Lu Chen was taken aback. There were other players in the 5th district he had just arrived at. Excluding the 2 fools, Azzy and Wenhao, the remaining. Could it be that blonde girl? Seeing how the 5th district villagers revered her, it was highly likely she was a player, earning the villagers' admiration for her deeper understanding of the world than the villagers themselves. So when the 5th district people allowed her to bully Azzy and act recklessly, it was because they saw her in a different light. With a suspect in mind, Lu Chen continued reading. Village? Wow, you have a village by your side? Why not share such good news? Boss, I'm struggling outside, help a child out. Ning Yao really shot herself in the foot this time, exposing her most important resource. Most of them were still struggling to survive in the wilderness, so how could they not be envious of Ning Yao's relatively safe village? Bro, that's not cool. Ning Yao then changed her tone and said, I'm a girl. There was a moment of silence in the chat group, followed by an explosion of reactions. A girl? We have a girl? Damn. So we're not all just smelly men here. The hungry wolves were drawn in by the scent, expressing their inner thirst for the real girl they hadn't seen since entering the game. I finally found this village. Don't compete with me for resources with a girl. Ning Yao changed her approach, pleading with them in a coquettish manner. Of course, most of the straight guys fell for it. Exactly, you guys are a bunch of grown men, why compete with a girl for resources? If the girl doesn't want to share, don't force her. Soon, they shifted the chat group's focus to Ning Yao herself. Where is the girl originally from? How old is she? Was she a student or working before? How did she end up in this game? The group chat is so lively. With a group of men supporting her, Ning Yao didn't hold back on her words. Soon, she revealed herself. She was originally just an ordinary female college student from Blue Star, 20 years old, not very familiar with this game MC, more like a newbie. According to her, she wasn't bad-looking, just at the level of a campus beauty. Of course, all of this is according to her. Whether it's true or not, now that they have all turned into blocky characters, there's no way to verify. Judging by the results, the group members seemed quite convinced. Poor girl, achievements can be gifted, right? I'll give you some achievement points to help you out. Even a little achievement point is not insignificant. I've only saved up a bit over 100 achievement points until now. Oh, me too. I've been holding on to this 100 points and dare not buy those expensive items in the achievement store, only daring to look at those cheap one-click tree-cutting mods. Lu Chen, who boldly unlocked the real furniture mod with 300 achievement points, didn't say a word, just sent a string of exclamation marks. Isn't this the high-difficulty warrior from last time? Someone recognized Lu Chen's code, 003, last time it was this person behind the number who mocked the ignorant show-off. Yeah, big shot, how many achievement points do you have? Tell us to broaden our horizons. Since everyone else had spoken up, Lu Chen couldn't evade the question. Moreover, being so high-profile before, being low-key now would only make him seem pretentious. So Lu Chen replied, not much, just about 100 points left. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. So the big shot is just like me now, only 100 points left. Now I can rest easy, or else I'd think I'm useless. Did you guys not notice the big shot said he has 100 points left? Ha! Did the big shot use achievement points before? These achievement points are different from gold coins. We all know that once an achievement is completed, it won't refresh, so achievement points are a non-renewable resource. Once used, it's used, there's no way to return or exchange them. This big shot must know that. Since everyone has the achievement store, surely everyone has seen the last item, right? The one worth 99,999 points? If we get that item, maybe we can go home. Yeah, with only 10 or 20 points increasing each day, when will we reach 99,999? And what if all the achievement points accumulate to 99,999 points? That's a possibility. So I'm not wasting any of my achievement points now. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Then, he smiled. Achievement points are proof of breakthroughs in the game. If they think my world is just a limited game, they are gravely mistaken. My world inherently holds infinite possibilities. Lu Chen never worried about not having a breakthrough in the future. That's why he boldly used achievement points. Besides, as a game designer, setting some things as goals that players can never achieve, well, it does exist. But Lu Chen believed the possibility of completion was higher than 1%. Otherwise, wouldn't the game be meaningless? Clearly, there were others who shared the same opinion as Lu Chen. There's nothing so mysterious about it. Look, even the big shot used them. What are you hiding them for? Indeed. Big shot, tell us what you bought with your achievement points in the end? Nothing much, just a tree-cutting mod with a single key, checked the coordinates in debug mode, and unlocked a realistic furniture mod, Lu Chen replied. So many? Wait, what did this guy just say? He still has 100 achievement points. How much are all these things he unlocked worth? Damn! Isn't that realistic furniture quite expensive? Let me calculate. So, did number 3 just gain nearly 500 achievement points in total? Even Lu Chen himself hadn't calculated this, and now someone else informed him. Lu Chen, indifferent, replied vaguely, oh, it should be around that much. Indeed, there is still a gap between people. Me before, I'm useless, dejected. Me now, I am indeed useless, proud. Being crushed 5 times over by the big shots. Listening to their discussion, Ning Yao finally noticed. They were about to give her a few achievement points, which turned out to be quite valuable. So Ning Yao awkwardly interjected, really? Are you really going to give me some achievement points? Silence fell in the chat group. The person who had just spoken even felt a bit embarrassed.
After hearing about the coincidentally 99,999 points can return to the original world thing from the group earlier, he seemed to believe the former more and suddenly became stingy with his achievement points, so he chose to remain silent. But Ning Yao didn't let it go. Wasn't someone just about to give me achievement points? She even started to act pitiful. I am indeed a newbie who doesn't know much about this game, always doing some rough work, and even cutting down bigger trees than me with a single key tree cutting mod. Indeed. I never thought that cutting trees and smashing rocks would be so tough in the current world. Girl, you've been through a lot. At player 019, didn't you say you were going to give the girl some achievement points? Player 019 was taken aback, not expecting to be mentioned like that. What's up? Weren't you going to give the girl some achievement points? Go ahead. Player 019 gritted his teeth. These people, holding onto their own calculations and not opening their wallets, actually made him open his pockets to maintain their good image. Why aren't you giving any? They tried to evade the issue. You promised just now, it's not us. It's nothing for a big shot to give a girl a little, but we are just small fries. They praised player 019, but he felt more uncomfortable being praised than being put down. Forget it, here you go. Player 019 has initiated a trade with you. Ning Yao happily accepted the trade. The other party put up a few achievement points, leaving her trade slot empty. And so, they clicked the confirm trade button, and she received a point of achievement for free. Thank you, big brother. Oh, player 019 replied coldly. But Ning Yao, having gained an advantage, wasn't done yet. Since they praised this player 019 as a big shot, why not target the most powerful big shot they mentioned now? Number 003 Big Shot has over 400 achievement points. Lu Chen, seeing himself being mentioned, raised an eyebrow. Someone really dared to have designs on him? The tree cutting mod requires 50 achievement points, and I'm still far from enough. At player 003, Big Shot, are you there? Lu Chen, propping his head, replied simply, here. Ning Yao saw the response and thought there was a chance. She directly pleaded, brother, can you give me some achievement points? Lu Chen promptly cut her off. Hey, don't shout randomly, who's your big brother? Ning Yao didn't expect to make a mistake. Those skilled gamers, aren't they usually girlfriend-less otaku in real life? If she sweetly called them big brother, they would naturally treat her, a rare girl in the game, like a treasure. Unexpectedly, there was someone who didn't fall for it? Sis, I'm only 18 this year, isn't it inappropriate for someone older than me to call me big brother? Ning Yao almost couldn't hold back and retorted. Sis? She's only 19 this year, yet she was called sis by a kid 1 year younger. In one sentence, she was made to feel old. Ning Yao thought about her hard-earned achievement points and gritted her teeth to endure. Then what should I call you? Big Shot? Lu Chen firmly refused. Don't try to get close, I won't fall for it. Ning Yao was resolutely and hastily rejected for the first time in her life. Lu Chen said, you look cheap, and achievements won't get you anything. The chat group fell silent. Besides Lu Chen and Ning Yao, no one else spoke. Everyone was watching the show. Player 019, who had just accepted, regretted it deeply. Why did he lose face and agree just now? It would have been better to reject the woman like Lu Chen did. After half a minute of silence, Ning Yao unexpectedly spoke up. How can you, a big shot, bully people? What do you mean by calling me cheap? You just want to say I'm worthless. Of course, everyone understood Lu Chen's previous words. Just as they felt embarrassed for Ning Yao, she unexpectedly defended herself. When some inexperienced guys saw the girl trying to defend herself, they started again. Indeed, big shot, that was not well said. We don't know each other and have little understanding. It's a bit biased to say that about a girl. Exactly, it's not easy for a girl to ask for help alone. If you don't want to help, just leave it. Seeing someone giving her an out, Ning Yao continued to attack Lu Chen. You don't need to beat around the bush to insult people. Even if you're good at games, in reality, you're definitely a loser. Lu Chen chuckled and replied, indeed. Are you a female college student? She didn't know, but Lu Chen's fans knew. In game live streams and videos, Lu Chen was a man of few words, but he was a master pianist. Faced with toxic players in the server, Lu Chen's speed in arguing with them was as fast as Lang Lang's, with an output speed of up to 10,000 words per hour. It was only then that Lu Chen's talkative nature would show, never holding back his words. And Lu Chen seized the opportunity to speak out. Did you pass the 4th level? What about the 6th? How about the computer level too? How many professional courses did you fail? No way. Are you spending all your time in college learning makeup and clothes to go out and beg from men like a beggar? Your profession seems to be not called a female college student, but Lu Chen didn't finish his sentence. But he didn't need to, everyone knew the answer. Ning Yao was thoroughly enraged.
Besides targeting a girl like me, what else can you do? A dead fat otaku seeking presence in the game. Ha ha. Lu Chen laughed. Sorry, Lu Chen wasn't a fat otaku. Constantly participating in various offline competitions, Lu Chen, known as the prize money harvester, was not one to shy away from the limelight. Big shot, let's not argue with girls. Calm down, stop arguing. A peacemaker tried to intervene. Ning Yao remained silent, and Lu Chen stayed quiet as well. Unexpectedly, player 001, who had been silent in the chat group, suddenly spoke up. It's people like you who tarnish the reputation of female gamers, turning them into a group that doesn't care about improving their skills but only seeks to exploit other male players. Wow, it's the first time I've seen player 001 say so much. Player 001's words earned a nod of agreement from Lu Chen. Then, Lu Chen began to ponder. Wait, the tone of his condemnation. Could it be that player 001 is also a female gamer? Lu Chen knew that only a female player like player 001 could speak those words. Ning Yao was clearly in the wrong. Instead of directly responding to player 001, she chose to deflect. Who the hell are you? Such condescending words are usually spoken by elders. Why should a stranger like you talk to me like this? Ning Yao felt indignant and cursed in her mind. At least I'm not someone who constantly boasts about being a woman and demands things from others. Come out. Let's talk face to face. Ning Yao couldn't handle the situation and started causing trouble. It wasn't just Lu Chen who noticed the meaning behind player 001's words. Others also realized they had overlooked Ning Yao's words. Player 001 means she's also a girl, right? Never would have thought. Player 001 is actually a girl. Shocking news for my whole family. The fact that the number one player on the Square Continent's alternate world server was a girl made them question why they were trying to please a random girl. It would be much better to follow behind the number one player and enjoy the benefits without suffering. At player 003, are you a guy or a girl? Lu Chen didn't expect the topic to come back to him. He chuckled, do you think Pig Spirit is a girl or a boy? Then, Lu Chen closed the chat group messages and fell silent in the heated discussion about Pig Spirit's gender. On the other side, Ning Yao was consumed by anger and threw the hard-earned bread on the ground. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Kind-hearted Azzy asked Ning Yao, surprised by her outburst. Ning Yao was panting, her chest heaving, causing nearby villagers to feel unsettled. Square root equals has the mosaic block person's aesthetic gone wrong? Ning Yao was already angry, and Azzy's words only fueled her anger further. Why was it so difficult for her to achieve even a little bit of success? How come Azzy effortlessly obtained so many things from people? Could it be that her charm was far inferior to Azzy's? Ning Yao refused to believe it. You, hand over the food that guy gave you. Azzy was caught in a dilemma. Well, she wanted to give it, but the owner of the food, Lu Chen, said not to. She thought it best to follow the original owner's wishes, but he said not to give it. The 5th District villagers knew they had provoked Lu Chen, so they accepted the outcome. They didn't press Azzy any further, but Ning Yao was still furious and didn't care about that. What? You have food and you won't share it with everyone? Do you want to watch everyone starve? Of course not, Azzy tried to explain. Azzy, you can't be so selfish. Ning Yao accused shamelessly. I'm not that kind of person. Ning Yao sneered, then you figure out a way for everyone to get through these days. Azzy's simple mind couldn't come up with a solution to the problem. She lowered her head, twisting her clothes into a knot. Ning Yao's eyes shifted, her previous anger fleeting, replaced by a smile. But this smile, no matter how you looked at it, seemed malicious. Azzy, since you've been following that guy to see how he finds food for you, you must have learned a thing or two, right? Azzy recalled in a silly manner. Lu Chen seemed to have led her to a place full of mushrooms, miraculously jumping down unscathed. But Azzy also knew where the food was. I think I know. The other villagers looked at the innocent Azzy, then at Ning Yao, who had already figured out a plan. Azzy, go out again and bring back some food for us to share. Ning Yao issued the order effortlessly. Despite the fact that it was the most dangerous time of the night, she made her request. Alright, I'll go. I'll go too. Wen Hao stood up at that moment and held Azzy back. It's too dangerous to go alone. Even Wen Hao knew what Ning Yao knew. Of course, she knew, she just wanted Azzy to go out and face danger. Oh, thank you, go and come back soon. Ning Yao casually said, if she thought it was dangerous and difficult for Azzy, she wouldn't have said such words. And her words implied that Azzy should leave immediately. Azzy clenched her fists and thought rare thoughts. Staying here would only lead to more bullying from Ning Yao, so she might as well go out, prove herself, complete her original task, and shut Ning Yao up. Okay, I'm off. She remembered the route Lu Chen took down the mountain to find mushrooms and witnessed how he killed the monsters. Lu Chen's extraordinary skills, she could roughly imitate and handle them for a while.
Azzy and Wenhao, who were practically kicked out, left the cave where they were hiding in the 5th district. They were met with a ghastly sight of bones, and Azzy screamed,
"Run!" Boom! A thunderclap split the night. Lu Chen looked up, surprised by the heavy rain that fell that night. He hoped it would stop before dawn, as he predicted he might have to go on a long journey. Lu Chen remained dry under the canopy of the treehouse.
While the villagers rested above, he busied himself by reigniting the fire.
Lu Chen brought ingredients and placed them in the stove. Completed dish, bread, congratulations on unlocking achievement, Chinese Young Master Chef, current progress 3 out of 10. Completed dish, steak, congratulations on unlocking achievement, Chinese Young Master Chef, current progress April 10th.
Completed dish, pork chop, congratulations on unlocking achievement, Chinese Young Master Chef, current progress September 10th.
Lu Chen finished making the dishes with the ingredients he had.
The progress remained at September 10th.
What's missing? Lu Chen scratched his head.
He opened the box and carefully examined what he had left.
What food haven't I made yet? Cookies? No, that requires cocoa beans, and Lu Chen hadn't come across any rainforest yet. Spicy rabbit head? Unfortunately, Lu Chen hadn't caught any rabbits so far. Lu Chen looked at the unused apples in the box. Why not try making a golden apple?
Lu Chen took out the gold he harvested from the prosperous 6th district, then placed an apple in the middle. The sparkling golden apple was made. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen didn't receive a notification that he had completely unlocked the food crafting mod.
Damn it! Lu Chen sighed.
He remembered he still had pumpkins in his old home in the 7th district, and he hadn't unlocked any food made from pumpkins yet. Instead of searching for unknown food materials in the wild, he decided to retrieve the existing ingredients. Furthermore, in District 7, Lu Chen constructed a redstone farm underground, and below that, there was an automatic monster spawner built by Lu Chen.
With such abundant resources, he couldn't possibly abandon them.
Therefore, it would be better to construct a pathway from there to here.
The more clumsy method would be to dig a path underground.
However, this server did not belong solely to Lu Chen. Besides other players, even the native block people of this world, like those from District 6, were also digging underground. If he were to be discovered with a direct route to his base, wouldn't that mean revealing his headquarters to them? After some thought, Lu Chen decided to use the Nether portal. 1 block in the Nether equaled 8 blocks in the overworld, a fact known to all Minecraft players.
This way, Lu Chen could also reduce unnecessary footwork. Coincidentally, Lu Chen had already prepared the materials to build the Nether portal. Lu Chen arrived beneath the treehouse, in his secluded little space.
The Nether portal emitted a purple-tainted visual effect and accompanied sound effects, which made Lu Chen not want to sleep next to it, as it would surely be noisy. So, Lu Chen dug out another space below and then used the obsidian he had on hand to outline the portal. The flint he used to burn zombies last time was still there. With a click, a purple pathway appeared. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, enter the Nether, earning 30 achievement points. Although sudden, Lu Chen hastily embarked on a journey to the Nether just for a pumpkin. Player 003 has joined the world. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Nether was a separate world after all.
Who's there? Who's come? Anyone there?
A voice full of commotion echoed in the Nether channel in the world chat group.
Lu Chen checked and saw 2 players online. Besides him, there was another player in the Nether? Finally, I see a living person. Since I came to this world, I haven't seen anyone alive.
Lu Chen hadn't even had a chance to observe this world, painted in red hues, carefully to see if the piglin's face had cute big eyes or if it was its nose.
His thoughts were interrupted by the noisy person.
Lu Chen noticed that his number was 007, indicating that he arrived in this world just after him, not too late.
Could it be that while Lu Chen was enjoying his days in the overworld, this person was wandering alone in the Nether? Are you okay? Lu Chen asked him kindly. I'm not okay, the other replied. How long have you been here?
He sobbed, I've been in this red castle since I arrived in this world.
Damn, this castle has nothing but corridors. Corridors? Castle? Lu Chen asked. Are you inside the Nether fortress? What Nether fortress? I have no idea. Well, with 7.6 billion people worldwide, the chances of randomly selecting an MC player were indeed very low. I thought this was Dungeons and Dragons, but I have no equipment.
No sword, no armor, and the only thing in the chest I found was food. Lu Chen felt he should be grateful at this moment, as the chests he found were filled with food. Food was scarce in the barren land of the Nether, and edible items were even scarcer. Finding food might be a good thing for him, at least he wouldn't starve to death and had survived until now.
Since I arrived, I've been near this chest, surrounded by skeletons and blaze? That's a blaze, bro, you've played too much lol.
I have nothing now, so I can only use blocks to enclose myself in this place, which is relatively safe.
Well, it's a method.
Although this brother had never played MC, it seemed he had experience with other games, showing decent adaptability, which had kept him going until Lu Chen found him.
Bro, take me with you.
Lu Chen replied, sure, but first tell me your location.
How am I supposed to know where I am? Lu Chen.
Unexpectedly, he would end up taking Xiaobai along that day.
How many achievement points do you have?
Unlock the F3 button in the achievement store and check the coordinates.
Let me check. I only have 30 achievement points. Lu Chen impatiently urged, then why haven't you bought F3 yet? But, even without meeting, Lu Chen could sense the other's distress.
I exchanged my 30 achievement points for a quick sort button before.
Lu Chen exploded, why would you exchange it for that thing? Do you have so much stuff to sort?
No, I just wanted to buy something from the achievement store to try it out, and I don't even know what this thing that looks like the F3 key on a keyboard is for. Player 007 explained with a sense of grievance.
Fine. Lu Chen rubbed his head, thinking of another way.
Take all your blocks and build a pillar under your feet as high as you can.
Got it.
Okay. As long as he built high enough, Lu Chen would notice his location and find him. So they both got busy.
Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry, knowing it would take some time for him to build.
He casually started digging up some glowstone around him, as it was a useful block. Putting some glowstone dust in his backpack, Lu Chen also mined some quartz. At that moment, Lu Chen caught sight of something sticking out. He looked up and saw the towering pillar. So the Hell Fortress is right here. It was a bit blurry, but being able to see it meant it wasn't far away.
Lu Chen took out some blocks and built a straight road over the lava.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, as taught by math teachers. Rather than taking a detour, Lu Chen preferred to go straight.
Hey!
On the pillar, he saw a Steve approaching from afar.
Is that you, 003?
He waved excitedly, attracting the attention of the natives in the Hell Fortress.
Blazes and wither skeletons mobilized.
They gathered under the pillar, trying to attack player 007 who was shouting loudly. Unable to reach him, the wither skeleton's attacks landed on the middle of the pillar.
Wah!
Player 007 crouched down in fear. He squinted to keep an eye on Lu Chen's direction, only to see Lu Chen suddenly stop and turn back. Then he turned around, and then he started heading back the way he came.
Bro, where are you going?
Just taking a walk.
Lu Chen replied.
Ah! Player 007's voice echoed in the hell. Despite his pitiful cries, Lu Chen disappeared into the entrance of the Hellgate without looking back.
Wah, how am I supposed to go down now?
Player 007 cried, lamenting, why is this guy so unreliable?
Lu Chen returned to the main world.
The sky was just starting to brighten, and the iron golems began their patrols dutifully. Many villagers also woke up to work in the small garden Lu Chen had built.
Everything seemed peaceful, but Lu Chen's current mood didn't match the harmony around him.
He set down the glowstone dust and quartz he had collected, packed enough food, and was thinking of enchanting his gear, but after counting the sugar canes, he realized he didn't have enough. Lu Chen expanded the sugar cane plantation and equipped himself with tools and a sword before setting off.
Lu Ken, where are you going so early? The diligent old lady, Taolan, also got up and couldn't help but ask when she saw Lu Ken getting ready to leave.
I'm going back home, Lu Ken replied. Oh, Taolan answered absent-mindedly, but soon she realized what Lu Chen's words meant.
What? Going home? Which home are you going back to?
I'm going back to our hometown, Lu Ken replied.
Taolan became anxious, set down the hoe in her hand, and walked over to ask, what are you going back for? Isn't our home still full of monsters?
It's okay, Lu Ken reassured. Saying this, Lu Ken had a few wolf cubs that were originally sitting obediently on the ground follow him, and he also took the iron golem's head and the snowman's pumpkin head, along with their body materials.
Lu Ken was ready to set off.
His 4 helpers had multiplied into 8, which finally put Taolan's mind at ease halfway. Be sure to stay safe, Taolan reminded him.
I know,
Lu Ken waved his hand and set off on his journey. With the 4 small creatures he brought along, he quickly crossed the plain in front of the 6th district past the snow-capped mountains, and entered the 7th district. Lu Ken could already see where the Fong family used to live. However, the 7th district was now a gathering place for monsters. Even the surroundings of the houses were filled with monsters, mutated zombies and creepers.
Lu Ken watched them mingling peacefully and a mischievous idea formed in his mind.
Darlings, stay here and don't get involved, Lu Ken instructed the dogs to sit far away. Suddenly, he appeared in front of the monsters. The monsters made a commotion and turned towards Lu Ken, approaching him. Lu Ken smirked, dodging the zombies and then coming face to face with the creeper.
As Liu Kang got closer, the creeper couldn't hold back and started to glow.
Unfortunately, this time it was just a bluff, and it didn't explode in the end.
Hey, you're not exploding even when I give you the chance.
Liu Kang impatiently swung his axe at it. Then, he quickly stepped back.
Boom! This time the creeper exploded for real.
It exploded, causing its nearby siblings to explode as well, triggering a chain reaction. The surrounding creepers exploded, and the mutated creeper's terrifying damage and explosion range wiped out the zombies around them.
The family was about to be reunited.
Liu Kang smiled as he effortlessly dealt with this pile of monsters, seeming to have mastered the situation. After that, Liu Kang systematically dealt with most of the monsters in the village. Of course, there were still some scattered monsters left, but since Liu Kang's current goal was not here, he didn't rush to deal with them. He would handle them when they returned to the 7th district.
Liu Kang collected the scattered loot, finding gunpowder and rotten flesh aplenty.
Mutated monsters didn't drop rare items like elite monsters did, so it was indeed a thankless task to defeat them.
Liu Kang took everything, including the magic crystals he had accumulated but not used for a long time. He right-clicked to use them. Level up! Level up!
Current level, 27. Congratulations, player has reached level 20 and received a reward item. With a sound effect, Liu Kang's backpack now contained an additional item.
Aho?
Liu Kang took out the item from his backpack, feeling puzzled.
Just this? Only this? Could the reward for reaching level 20 be just this tool? Who needs a hoe? Liu Kang was about to throw it away when he noticed the large text description on the hoe. Land enclosure wooden hoe, 1 gold coin / block land enclosure explanation. Use the wooden hoe to click on the block, left click on one diagonal point, right click on the other diagonal point. The area outlined by the diagonal line is the enclosed territory. Permissions within the territory. Other players besides the landowner cannot destroy blocks within the territory, cannot open chests within the territory, cannot harvest crops, cannot use any tools. Advanced permissions will require unlocking at a price of 2 gold coins / block. Advanced permissions can prevent other players from entering the territory. Liu Kang quickly understood the densely packed text. I can enclose a space entirely my own, and even prevent other players from entering?
The hoe that Liu Kang was about to discard was now held tightly in his hand.
Why wasn't I given this good thing earlier? System, you didn't have this attitude just now.
If he had this tool earlier, Liu Kang wouldn't have had to laboriously hide the diamonds he found in lava.
Liu Kang placed the hoe in the first precious slot of his backpack.
Next, he headed to his home, now with many more gaps caused by mutated zombies, making Liu Kang clench his fists. He made his way underground, feeling a bit nostalgic for his secret space number 1. After replenishing his food at the redstone farm, he picked pumpkins to take back for food.
The pumpkins in his backpack seemed to glance sideways at him.
Interpreting their gaze, Liu Kang speculated they thought he was getting more brothers, leading to jealousy and competition.
Liu Kang chuckled and shook his head.
No, they didn't deserve it, they were just food. Since he was there, Liu Kang enclosed the space above and below ground, and a system message popped up.
You have marked the area. Do you want to purchase this territory? Yes? No? Yes. You need to pay 15,000 gold coins.
Liu Kang was momentarily stunned.
The mighty Liu Kang was now struggling with money.
He only had 5,000 gold coins, just a fraction of what he needed.
Liu Kang took out the gold armor dropped by zombies earlier, followed by the gold ore mined in the 6th district underground.
After calculating, Liu Kang gathered over 8,000 gold coins. He scratched his head, pondered various ways to make money, but eventually gave up. The most important thing now was to deal with the issue in hell.
Liu Kang continued downwards to the monster spawner he set up underground.
There were already many mobs gathered there, and through the glass he set up, he saw long white legs below.
The wolf cub following Liu Kang almost couldn't resist pouncing on the bones.
Liu Kang patted each of them on the backside to make them sit. As he squinted, Liu Kang noticed a naked skeleton among the white ones, emitting a strange aura.
Liu Kang realized it was an elite monster.
Armed with his axe, Liu Kang went to attack. He took down the skeletons near him first, then aimed at a seemingly invisible but vaguely outlined skeleton with peculiar features.
As he struck, his axe disappeared. Ha! Liu Kang was puzzled.
There was plenty of durability left just now.
How could my big axe disappear after one strike?
Liu Kang casually switched to the pickaxe in his backpack, but as he swung it down, the pickaxe vanished too.
Slapping his forehead, Liu Kang remembered. The opponent was an elite monster with special attributes, currently possessing invisibility and stickiness. From Liu Kang's current assessment,
invisibility is just as the name suggests, while stickiness will make the player's weapon or tool slip from their hands. Seeing that Liu Kang has not suffered any other damage or negative effects at the moment,
Understanding the current situation, Lu Chen came up with a solution. When Lu Chen was dealing with the spawning cage skeletons earlier, he had already picked up quite a few arrows. Although the durability of those arrows varied, they were sufficient for the current situation. Lu Chen arranged the arrows on the workbench, replenishing the front arrows with the ones behind, finally producing a bow and arrow with decent durability. Then, Lu Chen took the bow and arrows and started pinning the big white legs. As a ranged attack, this elite monster couldn't just take Lu Chen's arrows from a distance. Because the white's thighs were too dense, Lu Chen also shot askew at other ordinary skeletons. But once they were all dealt with, he wouldn't miss, and Lu Chen ultimately handled all the monsters that had just respawned. Lu Chen put away the arrows and approached. Now, there were many items dropped below: experience orbs, bones, arrows, and some bows with only 0-star durability left. But one thing caught Lu Chen's attention. It was the dazzling enchanted arrows. Wow! Lu Chen picked up the arrows. To his surprise, it was a Power 4, Durability 2 enchanted arrow. Although it was just a bit short, the attributes of this arrow were already outstanding. As for the remaining experience orbs, or magic crystals, Lu Chen calculated that they would be enough to exchange for gold to circle out the underground space. Next was following his original plan. He needed to open a hellgate here, opening a passage from the nether to quickly shuttle between the 6th and 7th districts. Lu Chen slapped himself on the head. He actually, based on his original gaming experience, left his hard-earned diamond pickaxe in a chest in the 6th district. The nether was extremely dangerous, and any slight mistake falling into lava would result in everything being burned. So when coming to the nether, players generally wouldn't bring expensive equipment. And Lu Chen, following his old habits, left his things behind. Now, how was he going to mine obsidian to build the hellgate? Would someone really not build a hellgate barehanded? For Lu Chen, this was already a traditional skill. Lu Chen quickly found a lava pool near the spawning cage. He first placed 4 non-destructible cobblestones on the lava pool, then dug out the stones near the edge, leaving a gap to pour water. Thus, the 2 obsidian blocks at the bottom corners of the hellgate were formed. Then, Lu Chen built stones next to the obsidian, creating 2 streams of waterfalls. Lu Chen then casually used the nearby lava to pour down along the water, forming the sides of the hellgate. Next, Lu Chen stepped up and continued pouring down 2 buckets of lava to form the top of the hellgate. Finally, Lu Chen dug out 2 cobblestones from the ground, where the lava flowed and collided with water, forming the final 2 obsidian blocks. Lu Chen retrieved the water with a bucket and ignited it within the frame. The hellgate was complete. A fine display of traditional craftsmanship. Lu Chen, with his dog, crossed the hellgate and arrived in the nether. Fortunately, in the real block world, he could simply grab the back of the dog's neck and pull them through the hellgate. Unlike in the original game, where players had to perfectly navigate to bring wolves to the nether without separating the realms. The distance between the 6th and 7th districts was not as vast as in the game, so it was even shorter in the nether. Lu Chen immediately saw the pillar built by player 007, and the figure swaying on top was him. Player 003 has joined the world. Brother. Good brother, you're back. I thought I was abandoned. You really do love me after all. Lu Chen. Mouth area. Lu Chen walked over the lava bridge he had built last time. Brother, I'm starving. I brought 3 loaves of bread when I came up for the blocks. Can you handle the things below? Yes. The brief words of the boss-like figure filled player 007 with confidence. Then why don't you hurry? But as he approached Lu Chen, he changed direction and walked to the side. Hey, I'm here. Where are you going? Lu Chen didn't answer him. With all the monsters in the Hell Fortress gathered by him, Lu Chen crossed the corridor and searched for chests at the corner. Familiar with the route, Lu Chen found several chests at the corner, obtaining a saddle, horse armor, and 2 diamonds. He left the remaining items that cluttered his backpack inside. There was an empty chest, probably the one where player 007 found food. After packing everything, Lu Chen returned to the pillar. He leisurely took out a snowball from his backpack. Hey, what's that, buddy? A snowball? Bro, they are terrifying. One touch and I almost lost half my life. It's not something to play around with. Lu Chen threw the snowball. The snowball formed a perfect arc in the air and landed on the Flame Man. The flames of the Flame Man seemed to diminish a bit. Wow, I thought this world didn't follow science, but the truth of using water to put out fire remains unchanged. Lu Chen extinguished a Flame Man with a snowball, but now he was running out of snowballs in his backpack. Because a set of snowballs only contained 16, and his backpack had a limited quantity. Seizing the opportunity, he let the dog go first. Lu Chen then released his Iron Golem in a few moves. The righteous Iron Golems charged at the evil Flame Man and Wither Skeleton.
The previously weakest snowman among them now unleashed damage against the Flame Man, feeling triumphant.
Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't leave them to deal with all the monsters.
He drew his bow, and with a power 4 arrow in hand, he quickly cleared the monsters under the pillar, surrounded by a crowd.
Brother, you're like an angel sent from heaven to save me. Lu Chen's flattery gave him goosebumps. He replied, I'm Lu Chen.
Call me by my name or call me dad, not brother. He didn't want to be called brother by a cheap woman, but it was fine if it was a good sister or a little brat.
Call me dad or Big Brother Lu Chen.
Player 007 came up with a compromise.
Fine. Big Brother, I'm Cheng Yi. Just call me by my name.
Lu Chen didn't rush to put him down but opened the chest under the pillar where he had been sitting empty-handed. It seemed that the crossing system had given him a chance to survive. The food inside could last until Lu Chen arrived, or even until he defeated the Ender Dragon.
There were still 2 diamonds left. Do you still need these diamonds? Lu Chen asked.
Big brother, as long as you want them, take them.
But, can I come down now? Oh, Lu Chen remembered he was still up there, touching the hellstone with his bare hands.
In the time he had been chatting with Lu Chen, he hadn't even touched half of it. Seeing his plight, Lu Chen used spare blocks to make a foothold for him to come up. Then, Lu Chen tossed him a pickaxe.
Use this, it's faster. But you. Chang Yi's sentence was cut short as Lu Chen had already jumped down.
Hey!
Chang Yi shouted in fear, wondering why this god was so reckless. Lu Chen swiftly placed a ladder section at the lowest end of the pillar, landing securely.
This move was called the landing ladder.
Brother, why are you so reckless? You won't understand, don't think about it. Lu Chen waved his hand, urging him to quickly dig.
Besides the pickaxe Lu Chen gave him, all this kid had on him was food.
Did he plan to use bread as a cushion? Oh, after a while, he finally returned to the ground. Brother, where are we going now? No rush. Lu Chen said calmly, did you see those 2 purple doors? Yes. Are the things you dug up in the bag? Yes. Then dig up some of the nearby hell brick platforms. Chang Yi scratched his head in confusion, asking, brother, are these things valuable? Not really. Lu Chen reached out to guide him. Use the blocks in your hand to surround these 2 doors and create a passage. Okay, as long as it's your order, brother. Chang Yi obediently nodded, showing no sign of realizing he was being used as a laborer. Lu Chen patted his shoulder with a serious tone, brother, you've been isolated in the lower realm. You probably don't know much yet. Let me teach you the basics of block building. Lu Chen, who was talking non-stop, seemed genuinely concerned. Chang Yi was even a little touched. Okay, brother, I will do my best. Lu Chen handed him some pork chops and placed them in his hand. Eat up and then start working. This is. Chang Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the pork chops, as his box was filled with bread, and he had never seen such a meat dish before. After a few bites, Chang Yi licked his lips contentedly and even burped. Once he regained his strength, he started working. Being obedient doesn't mean being efficient, as Lu Chen watched him progress slowly, handling each block as if it were a delicate claw in a claw machine. You don't need to align them, they will align automatically. You can stand there and do nothing. Move aside, I'll do it myself. In the end, Lu Chen couldn't resist and took up the pickaxe. They each worked on their side, Lu Chen starting from the 7th district gate, while Chang Yi started from the 6th district. By the time Lu Chen had finished, Chang Yi had only completed 1/10 of the total length. Chang Yi scratched his head awkwardly, brother, you're too fast. Let's go, back to the main world. Lu Chen, accompanied by 1 person and 4 dogs, carrying the pumpkin heads of the iron golems, walked into the purple vortex. They then appeared in another world. Where is this? This was Lu Chen's underground room, neatly arranged and quite exquisite. A sweet home? This is my home. Lu Chen corrected him. He then took him back to the surface. Chang Yi saw the blue sky, white clouds, and the square sun, almost moved to tears. So this world was originally like this. There were grasslands, houses, trees, and villagers. Lu Chen, when did you come back? How did you come out of the house? Hello, Auntie. Chang Yi unexpectedly spoke before Lu Chen. He greeted warmly, then was pulled back by Lu Chen, afraid he would reveal they had been to hell. I found this young man almost starving on the road, so I brought him here to eat and rest. I see. Tao Lan was kind-hearted and quickly accepted the friendly young man. Just treat this place as your own home. It may be small, but it's still cozy. Thank you, Auntie. By the way, Mom, who should we go to exchange the magic crystals for coins? Should we find the village chief? Tao Lan smiled and replied, yes, go find the village chief. Wait. Tao Lan suddenly noticed the amount of magic crystals in Lu Chen's hands. Where did you get so many magic crystals from? Even the village chief, who was more knowledgeable than others,
was slightly shocked to see so many magic crystals.
Lu Chen, didn't you return to the 7th district? Where did you get these things from? Lu Chen, you didn't kill all the monsters in the 7th district, did you? Can we go back?
Lu Chen watched them digress and reluctantly explained, "Don't worry, I just found a new way to deal with some of the monsters, but there are still monsters roaming around the village, and besides, there are a few days left until the full moon ends."
Lu Chen needed to ensure the entire village area was safe before they could return with peace of mind.
Oh, I see. Getting back on track, the village chief placed his wrinkled hands on Lu Chen's and patted them. "Child, you have too many of these, I can't exchange them all."
Lu Chen remembered that it was Lin Xiaoming who had exchanged the coins with the village chief before. Could it be that he remembered wrong? The village chief explained, "Child, it's like this. As village chief, we receive prepaid coins from the upper district at regular intervals, and they take away the magic crystals we collect here. You know, our 7th district is nothing special, very few people can kill monsters and exchange magic crystals for coins, so the amount of coins prepaid to us each time is very small. The coins I had on hand were all exchanged by you last time." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. "I see."
His thoughts were not about the magic crystal coins, but about the purpose of the upper district taking away the magic crystals.
Since their native square people couldn't use experience orbs normally, what did they use them for?
Perhaps they had a different use for experience orbs. Just as he was thinking, the village chief came up with another idea for Lu Chen.
"Why don't you go find Su Ling from the 6th district? The prepaid coins and reserves in the 6th district are naturally more than our 7th district. That makes sense."
Following that, the village chief introduced the origin of Chang Yi and explained that he would stay within the 7th district. "Child, you don't need to ask me about these things in the future, you make the decisions." The village chief patted Lu Chen's hand again. Although not explicitly stated, the village chief's intentions were already quite clear. Zhuangmu stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. The village chief wanted Lu Chen to be his successor.
"Wow, brother, I didn't expect you to be doing so well here." "It's okay." Chang Yi teased, "You're not humble enough."
"I was just busy, I was so engrossed in chatting in the group over there that I found out about your deeds."
Famous player 003. You have a ranking. Listening to Cheng Yi banter in his ear, Lu Chen walked out of the treehouse. Just then, Lu Chen saw 2 little guys from the 6th district looking at him eagerly. "Well, here comes someone who can pass on a message for Lu Chen. Big brother, are you going to cook something delicious today?" The chubby one asked straightforwardly. "Lu Chen, besides grilled pork chops, do you know how to make anything else?" Cheng Yi also looked at them expectantly. Lu Chen really needed to make a new dish.
He took out the pumpkins from the 7th district, then made sugar from sugarcane, and took out some eggs. In a few moments, he made a pumpkin pie on the workbench.
"What's this new thing again? Is this also a kind of cake?" In the eyes of the children, this shape does indeed resemble a cake.
"No, this is a pumpkin pie." Led by Chang Yi's impolite manner, several children also reached out and shared the pumpkin pie.
"Big brother, you have good skills."
Chang Yi whispered to Lu Chen, "Brother, remember to teach me the synthesis list later."
"Indeed, big brother. This is delicious too. Big brother, what else can you do?"
At that moment, Lu Chen only knew the food that could be synthesized in the MC synthesis list. But now, things were different. "Congratulations on unlocking achievement task, Chinese young master, current progress October 10th, task completed.
Congratulations on unlocking mod, foodcraft. Loading successful." Lu Chen smiled proudly, then opened the mod's exclusive page.
Wow, this was clearly a kitchen simulator. There were pots, bowls, ovens, microwaves, and a comprehensive guide to oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and ingredients. Just like in a simulation game, he could start cooking by clicking.
However, darn it,
this damn otherworldly MC system was nowhere to be found. It must be a product of penguins. Except for the most basic pot, everything else needed Lu Chen to unlock. Fortunately, this system didn't require real money, but operated on a barter system.
Lu Chen placed the ingredients from MC into the exchange column to unlock them.
In this world, you couldn't use soft sister coins to spend. This crappy system was really losing out.
Lu Chen casually put the ingredients from his backpack in, unlocking oil, salt, and garlic.
Then he exchanged for some greens, put them in the pot, and clicked to cook. He remembered that besides the trading system, there was also an auction house in the world chat group. Players could put things up for auction. When Lu Chen opened the chat group, player 007's messages had already taken over the screen.
"My digits are cool, right? If this were in those online games, wouldn't my ID be worth a 4-digit number? Brothers, I think I've hit the jackpot.
Even though the gender is wrong, being a big shot is good. but still can't compare to a rich woman.
I have a weak stomach, I should eat soft food. The chat content revealed their chatty nature. Lu Chen ignored the chat with little substance and opened the auction house.
He put the stir-fried vegetables he had just made up for auction. Auction house has been refreshed. It was the early stages of the server opening, and players had very few rare items, so there were very few items listed.
Therefore, a message about the auction house refreshing alarmed many people.
This meant that new items had been put up for auction. Previously, someone had put up irrelevant sticks, and they were collectively attacked by everyone, so no one put up unwanted items anymore. Presumably, the items put up were definitely rare.
Stir-fried vegetables? What is this? I've been playing for so many years, I didn't know this food could be synthesized. Did the version update? I'm a newcomer, even the latest version on Blue Star doesn't have this food. Special item?
It's anonymous. Who exactly put it up? Come out and explain.
Any brave souls want to buy it to see what it is? I'll do it.
Player 001 stepped forward. If wealth could be accumulated with game time, she probably had the most wealth accumulated now. But it was also rare to see player 001 interested in something. The others also found it rare and didn't intervene. Watching her take down this stir-fried vegetables for 100 gold coins.
A minute later, a series of jumped onto the screen. Is this really stir-fried vegetables? What does it really mean? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that the taste of the food here is the same as in reality?
Player 001, who was usually indifferent, was unusually excited.
Anyone who knew her even a little would know she never lied.
Suddenly, the world chat exploded.
Damn! Is there really someone who can make real-life food? For the past half-month, do you know how I've been surviving?
Bread every day, or else rotten meat. I'm almost forgetting how to write the word delicacy. In the end, the food in the cube continent was just simulated taste. It was the food crafted by Lu Chen's culinary skills that was the real deal, not just for restoring health and stamina.
Is there more? Is there more?
The world chat was clamoring, but the instigator of all this was currently unreachable.
Lu Chen, look at the food they're talking about in the chat. Chang'e still didn't know that all of this was Lu Chen's doing.
Lu Chen pressed down Chang'e's hand that wanted to share the news. Let's go, find Su Ling.
Who is Su Ling?
The person who exchanges gold coins for us.
The bank manager?
The two kids led the way, and they quickly found Su Ling.
Lu Chen and Chang'e stood near the residential area, not going straight in.
A resident from the 6th district passed by, looking at the two unfamiliar faces curiously.
Lu Chen paid no attention.
Chang'e, on the other hand, openly stared at them.
Bro, don't these blocky girls look almost like men? He referred to the villagers as NPCs, speaking loudly without reservation. You look more like a man.
A passing girl heard him and immediately threw the eggs in her hand at his face.
The girl left angrily, leaving Chang'e with a sulky back view. Chang'e scratched his head in confusion. Is this AI really that intelligent? Lu Chen warned him with a sidelong glance. They are all natives of this world, real people. Don't mistake them for artificial intelligence.
Ha! Just then, Su Ling arrived. From afar, he warmly waved at Lu Chen.
Lu Chen, do you need something from me?
The man in front of them exuded an air of nobility, clearly a high-ranking individual.
According to Chang'e's assessment, he was at least on the level of a school principal.
However, the way the man treated Lu Chen's request made it feel like an honor. This approach made both parties comfortable.
Lu Chen no longer felt the need to be overly polite and said, "Well, I do have something to trouble you with."
With that, he took out the magic crystals he had.
So many.
Even though they had been secretly mining in the 6th district for some time, they had never accumulated as many magic crystals as Lu Chen had now.
Where did you get these from?
Lu Chen vaguely replied, I happened to witness monsters fighting each other, so I picked up a bargain.
Is that even possible? Su Ling pondered, stroking his chin. Lu Chen then revealed his true purpose. Can you exchange my magic crystals for gold coins? That can be arranged. Let me go count my gold coins. With that, Su Ling promptly left.
As soon as Su Ling left, Chang'e grabbed Lu Chen's arm to share some hot news. Quick, check the chat group. They're all looking for the person who auctioned the food just now. A simple stir-fried vegetable dish only earned 100 gold coins. Lu Chen had originally planned to wait until other players got tired of the bread, grilled meat, and mushroom stew of the cube continent before revealing his dishes to make them yearn for real-world food even more. However, after speaking with Su Ling for a while, Lu Chen's dishes suddenly gained value.
Who exactly made these dishes? Stop hiding. Brother, I'll bid 1,000 gold coins. Get another dish ready so that others can taste the flavors of our hometown. I bid 1,001.
In a short time, a simple stir-fried vegetable dish went from 100 to 1,000 gold coins.
Lu Chen smiled. Let's go. Lu Chen pulled Chang Yi along. Aren't you curious, big brother? Where are we going now?
Chang Yi chattered all the way, until Lu Chen brought him to the treehouse vegetable garden. Help me harvest the vegetables. Chang Yi scratched his head. Why harvest vegetables at this time? As he ruffled his hair into a messy nest, the slow-witted Chang Yi finally realized.
Ha! Are you going to cook?
So, you're the one auctioning the stir-fried vegetables. The main character was right in front of him.
Brother! Dear brother! I want to taste it too. Then go harvest the vegetables quickly.
While Chang Yi happily played his farming game, he handed over the wheat, carrots, and potatoes he collected to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen immediately exchanged them for ingredients.
This time, he set the quantity to 3 and made 3 portions. He kept one for himself, gave one to Chang Yi, receiving his grateful voice in return. He put the third portion back into the auction house. Auction house refreshed, here it comes. The mysterious chef finally heard their call and placed the prepared food on the auction house. Immediately, someone bid a promise of 1,000 gold coins.
Then, the one who bid 1,100 gold coins earlier also placed a bid.
Since the item was so rare, it wouldn't be sold hastily.
Someone raised the bid to 1,500 gold coins.
Brother, don't compete with me. After I eat it, I'll write a detailed review to share my experience with you all.
Someone followed with a bid of 1,501.
Brother, I miss home so much. Just the thought of my sickly mother and young brother at home, listening to the zombies' cries at night makes me tear up.
Let me taste my deceased father's specialty dish. Lu Chen, playing the sympathy card?
The price refreshed again, this time to 1,600. You're in a tough spot, keep the gold for necessities, live well to see your mother and brother again. I'm number 005 in line, quite early, and I have extra money, so let me have it, huh?
No way. Some sold favors, some sold experience, some sold pity.
What started as a food auction turned into a talent show within the group. Unfortunately, the auction had a time limit. Lu Chen's dish had a countdown to spoilage, just like real food. So, the auction had to end before the countdown. While they argued, adding 1 coin at a time, no one noticed the time limit. In the end, the food connoisseur who bid at the last second got a bargain. It went into his pocket for 1,721 gold coins.
Ha ha, thanks, everyone. Damn it. How did I not notice the time limit?
So frustrating, I want to punch him. It really tastes like stir-fried vegetables. The brother who got the stir-fried vegetables was overjoyed, sharing his dining experience. I used to look down on this dish when eating out, but now it's so delicious. Mom, I miss home so much.
Is it really that good?
Unexpectedly, player 001 stood up at this moment to endorse the mysterious dish from the auction house.
Yes, it's really delicious.
Everyone knew player 001 never lied. The conversation returned to the initial question.
Is there more? Chang Yi popped up to answer in place of Lu Chen. No, that's all. See you in the next round. Wow, is this your doing? So you're the mysterious chef?
Brother, don't leave. My roommate wants a bite before he dies.
But Lu Chen and Chang Yi over here were not paying attention.
Su Ling returned, carrying plenty of gold coins.
His backpack couldn't fit everything, so he brought along some helpers from District 6.
Among them was the troublemaker, Hoi, who had caused problems earlier. It seemed that Su Ling had recruited them on the spot, leaving no room for Hoi to be picky. As Lu Chen and his group approached, they overheard Su Ling reprimanding him. I'm missing a gold grain, so I'll make you work underground by yourself, exchanging it 100-fold.
I dare not, Mr. Su, I really dare not.
Oof. Su Ling fake smiled non-committally, but as soon as he saw Lu Chen and Chang Yi, his expression changed to a genuine smile.
Lu Chen, I have everything ready. Lu Chen handed over the magic crystals with one hand and prepared to receive the gold coins with the other.
Thank you for your hard work. The native square people had limited backpack space, so Su Ling brought this group along to help carry the gold coins. The newcomers were puzzled as to why Su Ling brought so much gold to District 7.
It was all for this. So many magic crystals?
They blinked their eyes, as if confirming that what they saw was not an illusion. Lu Chen tossed a few sets to Su Ling.
Su Ling then pushed them in front of Lu Chen, asking them to empty their pockets. One curious person tentatively asked Lu Chen, "Brother, did you kill all these monsters?" Lu Chen nodded, thinking that the monsters they dealt with in District 7 together were shocking enough.
If they knew that it was all handled by Lu Chen alone, it would be even more astonishing.
Impressive, impressive.
When it was Hoyi's turn, he trembled at the sight of Lu Chen's face. He now deeply regretted his actions. The people of District 7 were so brave. How many monsters had they killed to amass so many magic crystals?
How bold he had been to provoke them before. They were barbarians in District 7. Give it to me? Lu Chen urged him. With a shake, he threw all the gold grains on the ground. What, do you have a problem with my big brother? Chang Yi stepped in, trying to smooth things over for Lu Chen. No, Hui hurriedly replied, picking up the items and handing them over to Lu Chen obediently. Su Ling collected all the magic crystals from Lu Chen and showed a hopeful expression as he patted his pocket. Lu Chen was trying to decipher the meaning behind Su Ling's expression. Let's head back now. As they prepared to leave, the two kids who were happily playing with Gray immediately pouted. Is Su Ling leaving already? They had found Su Ling and followed him here, so they should leave with him now. Su Ling understood their thoughts and patted their heads. Just keep playing. The perceptive little girl glanced at the adults following behind her. She knew that if she interacted closely with the people from District 7, these adults would not be pleased. But strangely, no one was giving them disapproving looks today. Su Ling understood their concerns and winked at them. They won't meddle today. Their perception of the people from District 7 was changing, and suddenly, these warriors were seen as mountain hunters. Who cared about a group of heroes like them? That's great. They watched as Su Ling and his group left. Why are they leaving so quickly? Su Ling always seems very busy, the little girl explained. What is he busy with? Lu Chen also became curious. Last time underground, Lu Chen had overheard bits and pieces of their conversations, realizing that Su Ling's risky behavior had deeper reasons behind it. Brother Su Ling is either working or hiding in the small cabin. Small cabin? Yes, there is a small cabin in Brother Su Ling's yard. Lu Chen smiled playfully. Quite interesting. 30,000 gold coins from the magic crystal exchange, plus a few thousand more from the auction system. Lu Chen descended underground, marking his private room and the entrance to the underworld as his own. You have marked the area. Do you want to purchase this territory? Yes? No? Yes. You need to pay 4,500 gold coins. Payment. Lu Chen suddenly felt the thrill of spending money freely with wealth at his disposal. Just as he marked his territory, Chang Yi, who was following closely behind him, was expelled from the area that belonged solely to Lu Chen. Chang Yi was unceremoniously thrown out by the system to Lu Chen's doorstep, landing quite awkwardly. Hey, what's going on? Brother, why did you throw me out? Lu Chen chuckled and said, almost forgot. Then Lu Chen opened the permission list and granted Chang Yi unrestricted access. Try coming in again. Chang Yi cautiously stepped forward. Ha, I can come in now? Subsequently, Lu Chen entered the underworld and marked the corridor between the two gates of the underworld as his own. He had worked hard to build the gates of the underworld, how could he make it convenient for others? You have marked the area. Do you want to purchase this territory? You need to pay 5,000 gold coins. Next, Lu Chen followed the corridor back to his old home in the 7th district, marking out his underground farm and a monster spawning cage. You have marked the area. Do you want to purchase this territory? You need to pay 15,000 gold coins. Payment. You have marked the area. Do you want to purchase this territory? You need to pay 10,000 gold coins. Lu Chen's pockets were empty. Is it done? Chang Yi watched Lu Chen finish his busy work and headed straight for the underworld gate, thinking he would go back directly. But Lu Chen grabbed him. Don't go that way. Then, where should I go? Lu Chen took him to the surface, startling Chang Yi. Oh my! Monsters! Lu Chen stood at the door, handing him iron armor and a sword. 10 experience orbs for dinner, or you'll go hungry. Exploitation. You're exploiting me. Heartless boss. Since his pockets were empty, he had to continue earning. Lu Chen didn't move, but instead pushed Chang Yi out. Clad in iron armor, even if a monster exploded next to him, it wouldn't be fatal. Newbies need to overcome their fear of fighting monsters. At least as long as his armor held, he could keep going. Chang Yi swung the iron sword randomly, landing 2 hits on the mutated zombie. The fearless zombie, unaffected by pain, continued to advance towards Chang Yi. Ah! Chang Yi panicked and started screaming. Lu Chen, finding it grating, reminded him, Idiot, can't you run? Run? Right, run. That one sentence seemed to awaken Chang Yi. Although he had never played this game before, he had played plenty of other games. He understood concepts like positioning and kiting in games. His movement speed and reaction time were definitely faster than the monsters. If he couldn't figure out this simple situation, what games had he been playing? Chang Yi steeled himself and jumped back, creating a distance from the monsters in front of him. This distance was just enough for him to continue attacking the zombies. With 2 more strikes, he seemed to have grasped the rhythm of the attacks. Dealing with the 2 mutated zombies chasing him seemed quite manageable for him. Suddenly, his solemn expression of facing death disappeared, replaced by a sense of pride. Aha! I got it! Asterisk smack. Asterisk he only looked ahead, not behind, failing to notice the approaching zombies from behind. Chang Yi was scared out of his wits, almost jumping out of his skin. He learned, but not completely. You should listen to the sound of footsteps. Chang Yi nodded, understanding this.
Under his exertion, 3 zombies fell to the ground. Turning his head, he saw the sinister boss still hiding in a makeshift shelter made of blocks, only coming out slowly after seeing him finish the battle. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp, scanning the group of monsters. Among them, he easily found a creeper. Lu Chen approached its direction, attracting many zombies on the way. Those who were disobedient and insisted on heading towards Chang Yi were reprimanded by Lu Chen's sword, forcing them to look at him. Watching Lu Chen skillfully lure monsters, keeping a safe distance from many creatures without harming himself in the slightest, Chang Yi was dumbfounded. He hadn't learned at all. By this time, Lu Chen had already reached the creeper. Chang Yi was wondering about the green, oddly shaped creature and its purpose. Lu Chen drew his sword. The sword struck it, igniting it like a match lighting a firecracker. The creeper made a sound of burning gunpowder on its body. This time, it was about to explode with dignity. Chang Yi also saw its flickering brilliance, knowing it was flammable. Lu Chen wanted to retreat, but a zombie appeared behind him. The zombie raised its hand, leaving Lu Chen with nowhere to hide, unexpectedly pushing him back 2 steps. Lu Chen, who wanted to leave, ended up closer to the explosion center. Chang Yi realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. Lu Chen! He shouted anxiously. Lu Chen's eyes shifted, realizing he couldn't escape. In a split second, Lu Chen changed his approach. He turned his sword into blocks. 2 blocks stacked in front of him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the creeper exploded, causing the zombies attracted by Lu Chen to disappear into the pit. The 2 blocks in front of Lu Chen also became collectible items, hanging on him. And he himself just got a little dusty. You scared me. Chang Yi patted his chest, relieved. He thought Lu Chen was really going to fail here. Unexpectedly, 2 blocks resolved the crisis before him. Chang Yi gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Lu Chen changed the blocks back into a sword, nonchalantly saying, "Let's go." Chang Yi hurriedly replied, "Okay." He had once looked down on this game. What had he played before? International big companies, AAA masterpieces. The graphics were exquisite, characters either exquisitely lifelike or cute and beautiful, making him call them darling one after another. This game had mosaic-like graphics, high freedom, but lacked a certain thrill. Arriving in this world, he once complained. How did he end up in a game for kids? However, Lu Chen repeatedly refreshed his understanding. Wanting to excel in this game world was not so easy. He had underestimated this game. Chang Yi, following behind Lu Chen, showed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Originally thinking of piggybacking and completing the game to return to the real world, he now wanted to seriously study this world, its rules, and gameplay. Interesting, interesting. Lu Chen led him across the snowy mountains, with the outline of the 6th zone already in sight within their field of vision. However, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to go back. Following the boundary of the 6th zone, they entered the range of the 5th zone. Along the way, the two passed through challenges and battles, revealing Chang Yi's gaming talent was not low. With a few pointers from Lu Chen, he quickly mastered the basic way of killing monsters. Soon, Chang Yi reached his goal and won a dinner. Lu Chen's territory had already been defined, leaving only the Mu Mushroom wandering outside. Of course, he didn't want to be discovered and taken away by others, especially now that he knew there were other players in the 5th district. Lu Chen led Chang Yi along the same route as last time, arriving at the mushroom-infested swamp. Help me find a slime. Lu Chen needed a leash to take his little cutie away. Slimes could possibly spawn underground, but it was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was better to choose the swamp. Lu Chen looked at the dense forest, where the brightness would definitely not exceed 7. There are slimes in this world too, Chang Yi asked. What do they look like? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, square. Chang Yi scratched his head, wondering if there was anything in this game that wasn't square. Even his head was square. You go over there, Lu Chen pointed in the opposite direction. Split up? Chang Yi felt anxious. What if the slime was very powerful? What if the slime was actually the protagonist of the story, capable of taking on the Demon King alone? Call me when you see it. Okay. Slimes would respawn within 32 blocks of the player, but not within 24 blocks. So, within the annular area between 32 and 24 blocks, they would find the slime. Lu Chen's logic was to expand the search in this annular area. Chang Yi quickly understood why Lu Chen said it was square. Because the slime was indeed square, a very large square. Plop, plop. The slime spotted them and approached. It bounced closer, making a wet, sticky sound. Big brother, I found it. Chang Yi excitedly reported his discovery, and Lu Chen turned his head. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen did not show appreciation but suddenly frowned, his expression serious. He waved, urging, "Leave there." "Ha!" Chang Yi looked at the slow-moving slime and judged that it couldn't harm him either. Just as he stood there feeling confused, he heard a woman's laughter. However, the laughter was somewhat eerie and terrifying, making Chang Yi completely lose his courage. As he turned around, he saw a glass bottle thrown towards him. With a quick move, he dodged the glass bottle, avoiding a direct hit to his face, but the glass bottle still shattered in front of him. "Hey!" Chang Yi looked up and saw a woman in purple clothes and a tall hat standing in front of him. He was about to reprimand her, scolding her for her unethical behavior despite being a girl. Seeing the shattered bottle, the potion splattered on the ground emitted a strange and ominous smell. Suddenly, his legs weakened, realizing that his health points were actually decreasing. Chang Yi was dumbfounded. He was poisoned. "Why aren't you running? Waiting to die?" Lu Chen coldly watched him, already hiding behind a tree. It was only then that Chang Yi regretted. It was Lu Chen who saw the woman behind him and warned him. It was his lack of judgment that led to this, thinking he had plenty of ideas. Chang Yi walked towards Lu Chen with a mournful face, stumbling. By now, Lu Chen had already strung his bow, ready to shoot arrows. The witch had another potion bottle in her hand, this time red, as if there was a raging fire burning inside. Chang Yi recognized it from a certain item in the game he often played. Fire bottle? Alerted, he quickened his pace. Lu Chen's arrow left the bow, shooting straight at the witch. The witch winced in pain, taking 2 steps back. Injured, she threw something off her body. Mushroom stew? Lu Chen could easily make out the appearance of that thing and quickly identified the name of the item. He felt something strange. In the game, witches wouldn't drop mushroom pots when injured. The bow and arrow in Lu Chen's hand hesitated. At this moment, Chang Yi finally arrived by Lu Chen's side and hid behind him. Watching his decreasing health points, Chang Yi started to cry, "Big brother, what should we do? I think I've been poisoned." Panicking, would he really die like this? Lu Chen found an empty bucket used for lava in his backpack. "Let's go back the way we came to find the cows, get some milk to drink, it can detoxify." Chang Yi understood, it's probably similar to how milk helps with spicy food. He grabbed the bucket, ignoring his weak legs, and ran off. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stayed behind. He carefully observed the witch's appearance. She had a comical carrot nose on her face, and her large hat obscured her eyes. If there's a witch, would there be a witch's hut in the swamp? Lu Chen hid behind a tree, moving from one trunk to another to evade. He kept a distance from the witch to ensure his safety. If he wanted to kill, the bow and arrow in his hand were enough to do so. But he hesitated. On the way to the Mushroom Island, Lu Chen saw a wooden house. Through the window, he saw a black cat sitting by the window. It wagged its tail, its green eyes shimmering with unpredictable light. What surprised him was the fishing rod lying outside, with a carrot dangling from it. It was the carrot fishing rod Lu Chen had given to Azzy earlier, for her to use while riding the pig. Suddenly, Lu Chen understood. Villagers turned into witches after being struck by lightning, and the day he went to hell happened to be stormy. Lu Chen turned around and saw the witch approaching him with a sly smile. This fool! She must have been driven out by that stubborn yellow-haired girl to look for food, only to be struck by lightning and transformed into this appearance. He postponed the task of finding slime balls. Lu Chen approached the witch with a block in hand. Thud! 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 Lu Chen dropped 3 blocks next to the witch. The restless witch actually turned in another direction to leave. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. Azzy, this little troublemaker, wasn't this clever when she was human. Helplessly, he took a risk and pushed her. Which Azzy also threw a bottle at him. The bottle shattered, and the liquid splashed on Lu Chen. Without a doubt, Lu Chen was poisoned. But he had no time to spare. He quickly placed the last block on top. Then the second layer passed through her body, trapping her inside. The witch was still inside the makeshift cage Lu Chen had built, emitting a somewhat silly and not so eerie laughter in Lu Chen's ears. Just you wait. Taking out bread, Lu Chen restored his health points, engaging in a game of wits against the poison-induced health decrease. Lu Chen caught up with Chang Yi's pace, and when he arrived, Chang Yi was pouring milk from a bucket. "Give it to me." Lu Chen reached out to take back the bucket and milked the cow nearby, regardless of its gender. Any cow that could produce milk was a good cow. The poison was neutralized with milk. Chang Yi then asked, "Brother, what about the woman down there?" Lu Chen replied, "I've locked her up for now." Chang Yi was greatly surprised. "Brother, I didn't know you had this side to you?" Lu Chen tilted his head. "What are you thinking?" Lu Chen kicked his butt and laughed. "Hurry up and come back to the village with me to make medicine." "Make medicine? Why? Hasn't our poison been cured?"
Chang Yi asked worriedly, could we have any lingering effects? I think you're already beyond help, just dig a hole and lie in it. Brother, I think I can still be saved, really. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. That witch is a person transformed, we can change her back to her original form. Chang Yi asked again, really, is it a handsome guy or a girl? This time Lu Chen didn't answer, he just returned to the village. Now he needed a brewing stand. He took out the loot he brought from the lower realm last time, turning blaze powder into blaze rods. The blaze rods and cobblestones were assembled into a brewing stand. We also need spider eyes. At night, spiders were often seen in dark places, but now he couldn't find them. Let's wait until night. Lu Chen put down what he was working on and went to the sugarcane field. Earlier, he had harvested a wave and replanted. Following the same method, he now had a sugarcane field several times larger than the original one. Although they had a small area, they had formed a green natural barrier, preventing the curious people from the 6th district from peeking around. Now, with a large sugarcane field, Lu Chen pondered. Why not make an enchanting table now? Waiting until night was a waste of time, so he decided to build an enchanting table now. Lu Chen brought Cheng Yi to help harvest sugarcane. Don't break the last section, Lu Chen instructed. Seeing the two of them around the sugarcane field, Gray licked his lips, recalling the good memories of eating cake. He came over, tugging at Lu Chen's sleeve, asking, Lu Chen, do we have cake today? Lu Chen patted his head, laughing and scolding, you naughty kid, always thinking about food. Gray looked disappointed, pouting and asking, then why are you harvesting it, not to make sugar? Lu Chen stood with his hands on his hips, I'm making spiritual nourishment for you guys. He took the sugarcane to the workbench. The sugarcane was turned into paper, and the paper was turned into books. In a blink of an eye, a gray book appeared in Lu Chen's hand. A book? Cheng Yi also curiously asked, what kind of book is that? A comic book or an adult book? Lu Chen felt like using his pickaxe to open Cheng Yi's head and see what junk was inside. But he was also curious about what was written in the native books of this continent. Lu Chen opened the book and took a look. Cheng Yi also leaned over. Blank? With an ink sac feather pen, Lu Chen could write some words on it. This made Lu Chen think of something else. Lu Chen, what is this? Poor continent, unable to promote education, making children illiterate. Lu Chen patted Gray's head and said, your spiritual nourishment. Gray tilted his head, can I eat it too? I'll make it edible for you in a few days. Lu Chen took back the book and turned it into a bookshelf. However, his actions were stuck at this moment. Where should he place the enchanting table? The underground was already full, and if he stuffed it in, he might have to open up another space. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, realizing that the treehouse was not completely filled up yet. There were still large gaps in the villagers' living area that were not decorated. Lu Chen brought the newly made bookshelves and arranged them in a square shape according to the shape of the door. With the bookshelves in place, the most crucial enchanting table was still needed. After fiddling for a while, the sun had already set. Cheng Yi looked at Lu Chen eagerly, raising his wrist, trying to show Lu Chen the non-existent watch on his wrist. Bro, look at the time. It's night, time to go find spider eyes. Lu Chen was about to step out, but Cheng Yi anxiously stomped his foot. Food is the people's paramount need, food is the people's paramount need. Lu Chen finally understood his hint, raising an eyebrow, so, you want to beg for food? He didn't have to personally face the stove and fire, just opening the system page and clicking was not troublesome at all. The food available for exchange was not enough. Can you fish? Lu Chen asked Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi shook his head. Lu Chen handed him the fishing rod and briefly explained how to fish. Oh, Cheng Yi is also starting to fish? Uncle Chen laughed, finally having a chance to show off what he had learned from Lu Chen. Previously, he had lost to Lu Chen. After all, fishing was taught to him by Lu Chen. Now he couldn't possibly lose to a newcomer, could he? Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to teach Cheng Yi. Unexpectedly, before he could even approach, Cheng Yi's rod moved. Ha! Uncle Chen couldn't believe it. What? Cheng Yi not only caught something but also a purple one. The item sparkled brightly, and Uncle Chen leaned in eagerly to inquire. What did you catch? Cheng Yi proudly held it up and replied, I don't know. But he knew the common rule in games, the better it looks, the more expensive it is. For example, in most online games, purple items are rare. Hearing his proud answer of not knowing, Uncle Chen glared at him. You, kid. He squinted, murmuring, isn't this a book? What's so special about this thing? Can't eat or use it. The color is nice, but it can only be displayed at home. With that, he waved his hand to express his disappointment. How is that possible? Cheng Yi thought they square people didn't understand, so he pulled Lu Chen and asked, brother, quickly tell us what this is it a good thing? Lu Chen was sulking. He had fished so many times before and had only seen an enchantment book. And this kid caught an experience patch on his first try. An experience patch. Lu Chen's fist clenched. Chang'e even threw the item in his face. Evil thoughts crossed Lu Chen's mind, his smile turning sinister. Indeed, it's nothing special. Uncle Chen felt triumphant, laughing. See, it's really useless, right? With that, he patted Chang'e's shoulder, joking, kid, you still have a lot to learn. Ha! Chang'e didn't believe it, turning the item over and over in his hands. How is that possible? Lu Chen then replied casually, this is an experience patch enchantment book. With it, you can use experience to repair all weapons. Chang'e, after hearing this, racked his brains to understand his meaning. What does that mean? Lu Chen gave him a further concept. This item can only be obtained by fishing, treasure chests, and finding almost non-existent librarians. It can be said to be the fishing goal for players other than fishing to eat. Chang'e finally understood. So, it's like the only SSR card in the card pool. This analogy was clear, and Lu Chen replied, yes. Chang'e finally realized that Lu Chen was teasing him earlier. Wah, I'm being bullied, I just wanted to eat a meal. Repetitive words, disgusting. Lu Chen laughed, enough, you continue fishing. He went to harvest some crops and when he returned to Chang'e, he pulled out another enchantment book. Look, I fished up another one. Lu Chen was puzzled. What did this kid sacrifice to get such luck? Lu Chen glanced at him this time. Insect Killer 5? Upon hearing these 4 words, Chang'e's expression became subtle. Insects? He shuddered 3 times. Lu Chen nodded, listing, like spiders and such. Chang'e's face turned pale, shaking his head frantically. No, I can't stand seeing those things. Lu Chen chuckled. You, a big guy, afraid of these things. Chang'e explained to Lu Chen with a bitter melon face, brother, you are unaware of something. When I was 8 years old, I ate a bowl of noodles and didn't notice a spider falling into the bowl. I accidentally bit off its 4 legs, and when I realized something was wrong and spat it out, I saw half a spider. At that moment, Ugh, please stop. Lu Chen was genuinely disgusted by Chang'e's story. If he had experienced it himself, he would definitely have developed a phobia of spiders. I understand. Chang'e handed the enchanted book of Limb Slayer to Lu Chen. It's perfect timing because I was planning to go spider hunting tonight. Chang'e looked at him in horror. What? You're going spider hunting tonight? I thought you said you were going to find pigs earlier. Lu Chen exchanged the fish he got from Chang'e and his own crops for a considerable amount of points. This time, Lu Chen splurged on a meat dish. He exchanged for spare ribs and made 2 portions of sweet and sour spare ribs. Chang'e ate so much that he cried, reminiscing about his days in the mortal realm, clinging to Lu Chen's leg. The villagers thought Chang'e was drunk. Lu Chen threw the drunken Chang'e aside and set off with his sword. It was a pity to enchant the book onto the iron sword, as Lu Chen still had a stock of diamonds underground and planned to retrieve them together, considering that the enchantment table also required 2 diamonds. Lu Chen headed towards the direction where he had previously discovered the clay patterns. As night fell, monsters became active. Lu Chen killed them effortlessly while collecting materials. He encountered 2 spiders that only drop spider silk without their eyes, showing no mercy. Lu Chen reached the location of the clay patterns. Directly above the diamonds, he started digging downwards. Oh, someone fell for it. Underground, before Lu Chen could place torches, the area was already lit up, thanks to the lava. The lava trap he had set earlier had been triggered, and lava was flowing out. Nearby, a pile of drops had accumulated. Some unfortunate soul had been burned to death here. Lu Chen continued scavenging, inheriting the legacy left by his predecessors. The inheritance was not abundant, but there were some rare items. Perhaps he valued the diamonds and carried them to prevent theft, but it was risky outside as he could drop them if he died. Fortunately, he didn't perish in the lava, otherwise, the diamonds would not have ended up in Lu Chen's hands. 3 diamonds fell into Lu Chen's pocket, and he gathered everything he needed. Lu Chen used a pickaxe to retrieve the diamonds hidden in the lava layer. He didn't waste the lava, water flowed down, and he mined 3 obsidian blocks. Lu Chen caressed his diamond pickaxe, feeling relieved that they now had the experience to repair it. On his way back, Lu Chen didn't waste time and went straight home. With 2 diamonds, Lu Chen crafted a diamond sword. Using the nearby anvil, Lu Chen directly enchanted the experience Chang'e gained today onto the diamond pickaxe, restoring its durability to its original state. Most people had already rested by night, and next to them was the bookshelf Lu Chen had arranged earlier. In the middle of the bookshelf, Lu Chen placed the enchantment table. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, Enchanter, gaining 30 achievement points. Lu Chen placed the enchanted book of Limb Slayer and the diamond sword on the table. The diamond sword instantly gained an additional layer of brilliance.
Without delay, as he hadn't obtained spider eyes yet, Lu Chen took a wolf cub with him to sweep through the wilderness of the 6th area to increase efficiency.
The guards on duty in the 6th area raised their eyebrows. Seeing Lu Chen coming and going, they were no longer surprised. Belonging to the zombies, always so energetic every night. With that, he stretched and let out a big yawn. Squinting, he noticed that Lu Chen hadn't gone far this time. Lu Chen, accompanied by a wolf cub, was like a pesticide on the grass, leaving no monsters behind wherever they went. Lu Chen focused on killing spiders, while his followers attacked indiscriminately. Two young guards were dumbfounded. Is he human? I don't think so. Lu Chen's eyes turned red from killing, resembling a poor soul who had drawn 10,648 end cards. How come he hadn't seen the spider's eyes? Hiss! The sound of a spider approached again, and Lu Chen turned to see a spider with a mysterious aura coming towards him. Elite spider? Lu Chen adjusted his grip on the sword, unsure of its abilities, so he proceeded cautiously. Then, Lu Chen tentatively swung his sword. The Limb Slayer 5 could inflict 5 damage points on a spider. However, the damage from this strike somehow rebounded back onto Lu Chen. Clang! One strike rendered Lu Chen's iron armor completely useless. Lu Chen was at a loss, unsure whether to marvel at his astonishing damage or complain about the troublesome revenge trait. With his current health, he couldn't withstand another blow. Lu Chen stepped back repeatedly, took out food from his backpack to replenish his health, and then swung his sword again. The spider instantly dissipated, turning into a pile of experience orbs and spider eyes. Before Lu Chen could rejoice, the sound of his armor shattering echoed again. In the distance, 2 people on the 6th district wall covered their eyes. Lu Chen is indeed powerful, but how? Doesn't it feel a bit twisted? Don't look. What's the point of a man staring? Be careful of getting a needle in the eye. Achoo! The cold night wind blew, and Lu Chen sneezed. He felt a chill on his body. Surprisingly, even his lower body felt cold. He looked down. Damn! He cursed as he realized that this time, the durability that had reached its limit and disappeared was his pants. Instinctively, he covered his vital parts and modesty. Then, he quickly found wood in his backpack, set up a makeshift workbench, and crafted a new pair of iron pants. Meanwhile, the 2 people in the distance were still peeking through the gaps in their fingers. How can he fight monsters with his pants falling off? This kid, in his youthful vigor, hasn't shown any interest in the girl from our 7th district or ours from the 6th district, but he gets excited when he encounters zombies, spiders, and other monsters. The 2 exchanged glances. One furrowed his brows while the other's mouth split into a grin, almost reaching his ears. Do you think he might have a liking for monsters? I think it's very likely. Hasn't Mr. Su been trying to recruit Lu Chen to help us with work recently? It seems so. Then if we tell Mr. Su about this, won't it be a great achievement? Knowing what he likes, we can please him well. Hey, do you want Mr. Su to capture monsters to use as bait? Lu Chen returned with the spider eyes. He used sugar and mushrooms to ferment the spider eyes. Then, he placed the fermented spider eyes in the brewing stand, added 3 bottles of water, and turned them into weakness potion. To make the weakness potion effective, Lu Chen needed to turn it into a splash potion. So, instead of taking the already made weakness potion, he replaced the fermented spider eyes with gunpowder. Now, the weak potion has turned into a splash-type weakness potion, ready to be thrown. In front of the workbench, Lu Chen took out an apple and a gold ingot. The gold ingot was placed around the apple, turning the originally red apple into a golden one. With a flick of his hand, he securely placed the golden apple and the splash-type weakness potion in his backpack. Lu Chen pulled Chang Yi out of his sleep. Brother, it's just dawn, why the rush? To save someone. How can I not be in a hurry? Lu Chen, half asleep and half awake, took him out. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and the monsters swaggering in the wild last night were ignited into burning pillars. Chang Yi cowered behind Lu Chen, afraid of being ignited by them. Are monsters afraid of sunlight? Most of them are. Chang Yi asked, would the sister who turned into a witch also be afraid of the sun? Lu Chen replied, witches are afraid too. Chang Yi furrowed his brows, brushing away the tiredness from his face. Then you better hurry. What if that girl is exposed to sunlight? Now, he was much faster than Lu Chen. He remembered the way and quickly led Lu Chen to the vicinity of the swamp. Chang Yi, focused on the road, didn't hear it, but Lu Chen, with keen ears, did. Before they even approached the swamp, they heard a noisy crowd. Sister Ning Yao. That's Aji. Lu Chen heard a hoarse voice. I don't care what it is, it's a monster. No, I saw Aji turn into that. That's Aji. Chang Yi had a surprised expression. He mouthed to Lu Chen, what's going on? Lu Chen remained silent. He just took a few steps forward, hiding behind a tree to observe.
At a glance, that kid Wen Hao was holding onto Ning Yao's leg, seemingly trying to restrain her from moving forward. Ning Yao had a bow and arrow in her hand.
Get out of my way.
Impatiently, she kicked Wen Hao to the ground with one foot. Other villagers from the 5th district who were following also tried to persuade. Wen Hao, that's a monster, and it's near our village. If we don't get rid of it soon, it will endanger the lives of our villagers sooner or later.
She's not a monster. She's Aji.
Wen Hao stubbornly insisted on his words.
You, child, are so stubborn, indeed a fool.
The villagers were too lazy to continue explaining to him and cursed.
Forget about him. Let's go, Ning Yao ordered.
Immediately, she aimed her bow at Wen Hao's feet and shot an arrow. If you follow us and cause trouble, beware of my arrows. The people from the 5th district pushed him away and continued forward. Lu Chen, after listening to their conversation, had deep eyes. In this body, Lu Chen's memories were like this. Whenever he spoke, no one believed him, thinking he was a fool, so his opinions and thoughts were not important, and his emotions were often trampled upon. Fortunately, at times like this, a slender figure always stood up for him.
Lu Chen chuckled and then stepped forward. You are the big brother from that day. Wen Hao looked at Lu Chen in surprise as he suddenly appeared.
Ning Yao and the others circled around the edge of the valley, looking for a gentler slope to enter the swamp.
With such a clumsy method, they naturally couldn't keep up with the speed of Lu Chen and his group. Lu Chen found a place and placed a bucket of water there. Jump in.
Wen Hao didn't doubt Lu Chen's words at all and took a step down. Chang Yi, who was standing on the edge watching, was also pushed down by Lu Chen.
Lu Chen followed suit and then brought back the bucket filled with water.
What's there to be afraid of? Little boys like us aren't afraid of anything, Chang Yi scoffed.
Lu Chen looked at him amusedly and commented, cowardly and lecherous.
The three of them continued forward. The slime they had circled around in the swamp before suddenly appeared in front of them.
Lu Chen immediately drew his sword and urged Chang Yi, let's get to it, we're running out of time.
To Wen Hao's surprise, the two of them attacked together. Under their strikes, the slime split in two, then four, shrinking from big to small, and from small to nothing. Not very powerful, but indeed troublesome. Wen Hao watched the strange creature being effortlessly defeated by Lu Chen and the others, quickly disappearing before them.
Impressive. He momentarily forgot about Azi's danger and exclaimed in admiration. Don't just stand there, let's continue searching for people.
As soon as they arrived, the scene told them they were too late. The people from District 5 thought Azi, who was once considered weak and easy to handle, even as a witch, would still be easy to control. They approached her without any precautions. Ning Yao inquired in the server group about how to fight monsters. The LSP group eagerly provided her with advice. Knowing she wasn't skilled, the final conclusion was to have her use a bow and arrow. In the end, they managed to gather a bow and arrows for her. Ning Yao treated the ordinary bow and arrow as a divine weapon, thinking she could easily deal with Azi, who had transformed into a witch. Most importantly, Lu Chen had enclosed Azi to prevent her from escaping.
Originally in a winning position with swords in hand, they recklessly approached.
Unexpectedly, the witch threw potions at them. Everyone was poisoned, weakly leaning against tree trunks.
Am I going to die soon?
Faced with life and death, they didn't hide their emotions anymore.
Ning Yao, we trusted you and followed you here, and now you're going to kill us.
Ning Yao, with a dark expression, remained silent. She too was poisoned, her anger rising, and she shot arrows wildly at the trapped witch.
Lu Chen didn't want his protective actions to be the cause of Azi's death. He quickly stepped forward to cover the gap in Azi's defense.
Azi was caught off guard and hit by an arrow, while Lu Chen was also struck. The arrow hit his armor, causing no harm.
It's you again. Lu Chen removed the arrow calmly, restoring his health. Yes, it's me. You're here to ruin things for me again. Ruin things for you? Lu Chen found it amusing and snorted, I did indeed ruin your plans. On a rainy night, with monsters outside, you sent Azi alone to find food for you? Hearing Lu Chen's accusation, the other villagers felt guilty and lowered their heads.
Although they had carried out these actions under Ning Yao's command, they knew deep down it was wrong and offered no defense. However, Ning Yao remained defiant, showing no remorse.
What's wrong?
She asked knowingly. I sent her to find food before, she didn't bring any back, so I sent her again, what's the problem? With a hint of pride, she even smiled.
Shouldn't she be grateful to me for giving her a second chance? How shameless can you be? Chang Yi spoke up.
He had always been a protector of women and favored them. Hearing Ning Yao and Lu Chen's reprimands, he probably understood the situation. It was Ning Yao who had sent the witch out late at night, leading to her current state. And her current demeanor was a clear reflection of her shamelessness.
What's it to you?
Ning Yao crossed her arms and rolled her eyes.
Furthermore, if she ends up like this, isn't she the one with the problem? Ning Yao glanced disgustingly in that direction. How could a normal person turn into a monster for no reason? If a villager is struck by lightning, they will turn into a monster in the game. Without any other reason, Ning Yao even wanted to pin additional blame on Azzy. You're just adding fuel to the fire. For the first time, Chang Yi thought of killing the female player. Lu Chen remained calm and even smiled. He looked down at Ning Yao and the others with disdain, sending shivers down their spines. Ning Yao's heart skipped a beat, thinking they were about to be punished by Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen did not act. This is also retribution. You all fell victim to the witch's poison on Azzy. The group from District 5 glared fiercely at Ning Yao. Lu Chen's confident tone indicated that he knew about this poison. He must also know how to cure it. It's all because of this wasteful woman. Offending him from the start made it impossible for them to ask Lu Chen how to cure the poison now. Brother, you. Before they could speak, Lu Chen interrupted. Don't ask me, this is your retribution for what you did to Azzy. Someone tried to grab Lu Chen's pants leg, but he forcefully pushed them away. Reap what you sow. Since they couldn't get help from Lu Chen, they naturally turned their gaze towards Ning Yao. In District 5, Ning Yao's status was similar to Lu Chen's. In the villagers' eyes, she was always full of ideas. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's ideas were his own, while she mostly got hers from the server group. Ning Yao didn't have time to ask, so of course, she didn't know. With averted eyes, the villagers of District 5 already understood her meaning. It's over, all over. We won't die here like this, will we? On the other side, Lu Chen calmly approached the witch Azzy. Her once somewhat silly face now exuded aggression. Let me feed you the medicine. Okay. Wenhao was so excited that he tore down a piece of the wall surrounding Azzy. Wait. Lu Chen couldn't stop him in time. The witch Azzy threw a bottle of poison at his face. Wenhao was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, that fool got poisoned too. Ning Yao's voice of schadenfreude came from the side. We're poisoned. You won't feel good either. Lu Chen sneered. He used his body to shield his actions and handed a bottle of milk to Wenhao. Drink it. This isn't. Wenhao was puzzled. Of course, he recognized it was milk. Milk can cure poison? He didn't know about that. Under Lu Chen's stern gaze, he didn't reveal the true identity of the mysterious bottle. He turned around, lowered his head, and drank the milk from the bottle. His poison-pale face immediately returned to its normal color. Better? The villagers of District 5 became anxious, grabbing Ning Yao and asking, he's better. How did he get better? They twisted their heads in various shapes trying to find out but couldn't get the truth. Azzy was there, but they didn't dare approach her, fearing more poison. Miss, just apologize and ask him how he cured it. Ning Yao stood up stubbornly, turning her back on Lu Chen and the others. Even if I don't ask him, I can figure it out myself. With that, she was about to leave the troublesome place. Lu Chen never expected this poison to be fatal to her. If she wants to ask those people, let her ask. Although there are few girls in the server and many wolves, that group would surely be willing to answer her, but at a critical moment, they couldn't be too kind to this woman. Let her cut off a big piece of meat, that's fine. Lu Chen continued his work and splashed weak potion onto the witch Azzy. Then, he took out a shiny golden apple. Wow, what is this good stuff? Before Chang Yi could finish his amazement, Lu Chen fed it to Azzy. Her originally bloodshot eyes cleared up, the blood vessels disappeared, turning into bright black eyes like a young deer. Lu Chen? Then, Azzy tilted her head and called out another person's name. Wenhao. What are you doing here? She stumbled and fell onto Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly caught her. How did I get here? Wasn't I out picking mushrooms? Little Red Riding had turned into a witch, she was quite something. Don't worry, everything's fine now. The witch's robe given to her by the thunderstorm was still on her, the monster's gray on her face hadn't completely faded. It seemed that in the real Block continent, it wasn't a quick process to recover from a witch to a villager. They probably couldn't return to their home in District 5. Would you like to come with me? Wenhao also persuaded, Azzy, they treated you like that, let's not go back to District 5, let's go with Big Brother. Azzy thought for a moment, then nodded firmly when she saw Lu Chen's face. Okay. Lu Chen often brought back strange things, so the guards were used to it. They just didn't expect Lu Chen to bring back two unfamiliar faces today. And one of the girls looked terrifying with a zombie-like complexion. Quick, go tell Mr. Su, what kind of monster has Lu Chen brought back this time? Su Ling, upon hearing the news, stood up from his chair. What did you say? Lu Chen brought back a monster girl? Two people behind Su Ling exchanged glances. Indeed. Then, they both showed expressions of disbelief. Su Ling was lost in his shocked thoughts and didn't notice. But Hui noticed their strange expressions. What do you two know? Ahem.
They cleared their throats and began to tell their horrifying story.
We saw Luchan taking off his pants while fighting monsters outside. Everyone equals. We suspected that he doesn't really like people, but likes. Su Ling finally heard their conversation, looking like he needed to clean his ears. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Ling looked at them disdainfully. Equipment naturally gets damaged and disappears when worn out. What dirty thoughts are you all having? Oh right, we actually forgot about that. At this moment, they suddenly realized they had been overthinking. But that monster girl. Su Ling focused on the real key point.
Take me to see her quickly. Su Ling and his group also arrived at the temporary residence of the people in District 7. At this moment, the people in District 7 were also uneasy. Although Zhuang Mu was already convinced of Lu Chen, he was still a conservative.
What does a monster imply? A monster implies danger. Lu Chen, if you had brought back a normal young man, we wouldn't say anything.
Zhuang Mu was both afraid and angry, keeping his distance from Azzy but still pointing at her with his finger.
But, how could you bring back someone who looks like a monster? Lu Chen patiently explained to them, she is sick and is recovering now.
Zhuang Mu had always found it difficult to accept new knowledge from others.
Sick? She looks exactly like that legendary witch. Meow?
The black cat in the witch's cottage was also tamed by Lu Chen with the fish he brought along. During their heated argument, a little guy poked his head out from Changyi's pants.
Wow!
The unfamiliar creature startled Zhuang Mu even more. Despite being adorable in Lu Chen's cat-loving eyes, Zhuang Mu knew that anything unknown could be dangerous.
There's this thing too. Trembling with fear, Zhuang Mu leaned against Uncle Chenda. Uncle Chenda rolled his eyes in disdain towards Zhuang Mu. If this thing could harm us, why would Lu Chen bring it back?
Zhuang Mu was surprised that even the villagers dared to challenge him now.
How do you know it's safe now?
Ha! Uncle Chenda sneered, saying, if Lu Chen really wanted you in trouble, you wouldn't even know where you'd end up by now. Although his words were blunt, they held truth. Lu Chen chuckled at his words.
Indeed.
Then he glanced at Zhuang Mu and said, I don't need you to teach me how to do things.
Yes, Lu Chen doesn't need anyone to teach him how to handle things in the future. Tao Lan, the old village chief of their 7th district, descended from the treehouse.
It was a rare good weather day, and he came out to bask in the sun, overhearing their conversation.
Village chief? He raised his hand to stop their calls. Don't call me village chief anymore. Everyone was puzzled. Why?
The old village chief stroked his beard, smiling, since you all keep questioning Lu Chen's methods, if he needs a reputable title, why not give him my position as village chief? Although everyone knew the old village chief had this intention, hearing it so casually still shocked the villagers.
I agree.
Cheng Yi raised his hand.
Zhuang Mu rolled his eyes, thinking, what does this newcomer know? I agree too.
Unexpectedly, Uncle Chen also loudly declared his support. As he blinked, probably not expecting to witness such a miracle.
The boy he was supporting
was about to become the village chief of the entire Snow Mountain village.
In that case, the old village chief glanced at Zhuang Mu and asked, do you have any objections, kid? He stammered, trying to voice his opposition but couldn't.
The old village chief snorted, pressing on, if you're not convinced, can you handle it?
Can you lead the villagers against the tyrant's oppression? Can you lead the villagers through the monsters all over? Can you lead the villagers to a new place for survival?
The old village chief bombarded Zhuang Mu with 3 questions, leaving him speechless.
I.
The old village chief's words were also an acknowledgement of Lu Chen's achievements. Let everyone think carefully about how impressive Lu Chen's deeds were.
Who else could do what he did? I can't.
Zhuang Mu lowered his head. The old village chief looked satisfied with his results. Well then, from now on, Lu Chen is the village chief of our 7th district. With that, the old village chief handed something to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen looked down.
This is Village Core 7. Congratulations to the player for owning a village, completing the achievement, Dominator, 1/7, and gaining 999 achievement points.
Ahem.
No wonder the last achievement in the achievement store required 99,999 points to unlock. Even as the ultimate goal, achieving this target seemed too demanding.
So, the real bulk of achievement points lay here?
Becoming a village owner granted 999 points, and if the difficulty increased in the 3rd and 2nd districts, one could earn even more achievement points. In this way, reaching 99,999 achievement points didn't seem like such a difficult task after all.
Lu Chen finally understood the true way to play in this square continent.
Synthesis, to become the master of this world, is the only way to truly clear the game. He couldn't help but chuckle as he held the village core in his hand.
The original survival game became even more interesting. He politely smiled at the village chief and accepted the item. Then I'll take it. The old village chief patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "Actually, you should have taken it earlier, I was late in giving it to you." He smiled amiably and said, "From now on, everyone can just call me Grandpa Fong." Su Ling joined the conversation. "Congratulations." He reached out his hand to Lu Chen. The previously relaxed process suddenly became formal with the witness of the head of the 6th district. It added a touch of formality for Lu Chen. "Thank you." Lu Chen quickly adapted to his new identity and shook hands with him. Su Ling explained, "I originally came to ask you some questions, but I didn't expect to witness such a scene." "Questions?" Su Ling then turned his gaze to Azzy. "What's wrong with this girl?" Lu Chen replied, "She was struck by lightning and almost died." Su Ling's eyes lit up. "My sister was too." "Your sister?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. How did he not know that Su Ling had a sister? Su Ling took a step towards Azzy. "Did your skin turn green before, losing consciousness, looking just like a zombie?" Azzy was startled by Su Ling. But this child was still polite. She looked at the other person in confusion, and finally looked to Lu Chen for help. Lu Chen came to Azzy's side and stopped Su Ling. "Cheng Yi, take Azzy to rest." Taking care of his sister was something Cheng Yi was happy to do. Wan Hao, who was worried about his sister, followed along. "I'm sorry," Su Ling said, touching his forehead. He rarely lost his composure like this, but today it was because it involved his only relative. "I offended. Could you please apologize to that little girl for me later?" Lu Chen smiled. "I don't think she would mind. How about we find a place to talk in detail?" "Okay." Su Ling also dismissed his entourage and led Lu Chen out of the 7th district's territory and into the 6th district. With Su Ling leading the way this time, even if others were surprised, they dared not speak up. "Mr. Su, why did you bring people from the 7th district in?" "I don't know. Is something going to happen?" They speculated in secret, as if an undercurrent was surging. But Lu Chen acted as if nothing was wrong. He walked lightly, looking around, showing no signs of being the new village chief. In fact, when he saw the sugar beet field in the 6th district, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. "Su Ling, can you give me a few?" Su Ling was preoccupied with serious matters, not expecting Lu Chen to digress. "Ha!" Anxious, he waved his hand, letting Lu Chen do as he pleased. "Hurry up and take them with me." Lu Chen boldly entered the sugar beet field in the 6th district, picked a few sugar beets, and put them in his backpack. "You!" The person in charge of today's work pointed and seemed to want to reprimand him. Lu Chen looked at him, smiling. "Su Ling asked me to pick them." The other party had no reason to refuse or stop him, so he could only seethe in silence. He even addressed Su Ling by his full name, and Su Ling showed no sign of anger, indicating his status. Fuming, he stomped his foot, flattening the ground into mud and spilling the sugar beet roots. Lu Chen caught up with Su Ling after getting what he wanted. They arrived at Su Ling's residence, which also served as his office. Besides Su Ling, Hui, this kid, also followed in. Lu Chen glanced at him, as if asking why this kid was here. Hui was caught stealing gold last time and was punished by Su Ling to do labor. Now he looks a bit stronger than before, with a livelier look in his eyes. No longer sneaky and malicious like before, always seeming to be scheming. Hui nodded, acknowledging Lu Chen. Su Ling explained, he is also involved in this matter. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling began to speak. 3 years ago, my sister and Hui went out and encountered a thunderstorm, not returning all night, and when they came back, my sister was missing. At this point, Hui felt ashamed and lowered his head. And when I went back with people to search, all we found was. He choked twice before continuing. A zombie that looked exactly like my sister. Su Ling grabbed his clothes, finding it hard to understand his complex thoughts at the moment, but it was distressing to watch. Although I know it's impossible, I know that was my sister. So I tried everything to bring her back. Lu Chen's eyes shifted. Perhaps their method was to dig trenches to lure the zombies back. If they could fish for zombies, maybe they wouldn't be confined within high walls now. They told me my sister met with a natural disaster. At this point, Ho Yi's gaze evaded. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. In the room, only the three of them were present, and Lu Chen's voice, though not loud, was accurately heard by Su Ling. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Su Ling's sharp gaze prompted a quick inquiry. Lu Chen glanced at Ho Yi and finally said, "Being struck by lightning doesn't turn someone into a zombie, but into a wizard." Su Ling looked puzzled. "Did you notice the robe and pointed hat the little girl was wearing? That's how a villager struck by lightning should look." Su Ling cast a suspicious glance at Ho Yi. "So, my sister is. If you say she looks exactly like a zombie, then she's simply infected by the zombie." Su Ling slammed his hand on the table. "Tell me, what's really going on here?" I. Ho Yi trembled, then knelt on the ground. Su Ling struggled to contain his anger. If Lu Chen hadn't reminded me today, how long were you planning to deceive me?
Hui hesitated for a moment, then punched himself.
Mr. Su, I was not a good person before. You can hit me or punish me.
You can take my life in exchange for Maple's life.
Su Ling coldly snorted. Your life can't possibly bring back Maple's life. I just want the truth.
Hui explained with his head bowed. That day, we were trapped in the rain, built a shelter to spend the night, and when it was almost dawn, we ran out of food, so we decided to return to the village.
It was still dark, and there were many zombies on the road. We were accidentally surrounded by zombies. Hui gritted his teeth.
Maple was the only girl and was walking too slowly. She was soon caught up by the zombies.
Su Ling stood up in anger,
and then you left her and ran away by yourself.
Hui pounded his fists on himself. I know. I'm a coward. I'm worthless. I'm sorry, Maple.
So that's how it was.
Lu Chen, who had just eaten a melon, was still pondering.
So this monkey left the girl behind and ran away, then came back and lied about encountering a natural disaster. Unexpectedly, he accidentally stumbled upon a real reason.
Su Ling slumped in his chair.
He couldn't bring himself to be furious because he knew that even taking Hui's life wouldn't bring back Maple. Then what have I been doing for these 3 years?
Lu Chen, the spectator, watched the two of them in their desperate state. Suddenly, he spoke up. What's going on here? Su Ling looked at Lu Chen. Yes, and you too. Su Ling grabbed Lu Chen's hand and asked eagerly, do you have a solution?
Of course.
Lu Chen grinned, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth.
Although it's a different situation from Aziz, the way to handle it is actually the same.
A trivial matter. The problem that had troubled Su Ling for 3 years now fell on Lu Chen's shoulders and turned into a trivial matter? Lu Chen shrugged. Su Ling looked awkward and began to vent. Do you know how long I've been troubled by this matter?
I went to great lengths to find someone from District 4, and they told me that in District 1, there is a potion that can cure everything, but it requires a lot of gold.
A lot of gold. So, Lu Chen suddenly realized, so, that's why you risked mining your underground in District 6?
Yes.
Su Ling admitted openly.
In the world of the Block Continent, the ingredients for weakness potion and golden apples were considered rare. In terms of value, they were indeed expensive.
Lu Chen pondered, and what was more puzzling was District 1 obviously knew the entire synthesis list, but they clearly were not willing to share it with the lower-level block people.
They were clearly monopolizing knowledge.
As a player, as an individual, it was fine. But as a world, even as the ruler of all the people in this world, doing such a thing was indeed shameful. Seeing Lu Chen silent, Su Ling thought he was considering. How much? Lu Chen was puzzled by the abrupt question, how much of what? Su Ling asked frankly, how much reward do you need? Lu Chen was taken aback,
probably not expecting Su Ling to think he needed a reward. I may need favors, but forget about the reward.
Su Ling was surprised. Really? Lu Chen admitted, I might need you to allow me to move freely within District 6.
After all, the underground minerals in District 6 were still very tempting.
Okay.
Su Ling agreed without hesitation. For him, mining underground was an opportunity to save his sister by digging for gold ore. But now that his sister was saved, the underground ore in District 6 was meaningless to him. For them, those unknown ores had no known use, and their practical purpose was gone.
Great. Lu Chen generously agreed. We shouldn't delay, let's go now.
Lu Chen raised his hand to stop him.
To save your sister, we need spider eyes, and I don't have any at the moment. Searching for spider eyes in the underground mines was like finding a needle in a haystack.
Lu Chen had even experienced digging a mine without seeing a single spider. So it would be more convenient to search on the spacious plains at night. So, we need to wait until night. Even Lu Chen, who knew the situation best, said so Su Ling had to compromise.
He watched Lu Chen go back.
Su Ling sighed, knowing he could only patiently continue to wait.
Mr. Su, Hui timidly spoke up.
Su Ling waved his hand, I know you've undergone significant changes, but just because things can be resolved doesn't mean I can forgive your actions, and I'm not the one involved.
Hui understood and nodded heavily.
I understand, I will seek her forgiveness after Maple wakes up.
Knock, knock, knock.
They were about to continue their conversation when the knocking on the door interrupted them. Su Ling absent-mindedly watched as 2 people entered.
It was unexpectedly Fong Chang. Mr. Su, do you have any tasks for us? Fong Chang looked at Lu Chen, who was already able to enter District 6, while he was still struggling to establish himself there. How could he not be anxious?
Therefore, Fong Chang was eager to do something to prove his usefulness in District 6. So, he took a risk and went to inquire directly with Su Ling. I saw them busy all day, so I followed to take a look and saw the villagers from our District 6 mining.
Fong Chang tried to cover up. I wasn't spying, just curious and followed along.
Hui looked at him displeased. You were tracking our villagers.
I wasn't tracking. Fong Chang tried to clarify. I just wanted to be of some use. Su Ling was not interested in their argument at all.
Stop arguing, he waved his hand, saying, if he saw it, let him see. After all, soon there would be nothing underground that he wanted, and the purpose would be lost.
What do you want? Su Ling asked. Fong Chang hurriedly said, I just want to help, do something. Su Ling glanced at him. Fong Chang had a bad nature, but lacked the courage to act on his thieving instincts. He was expelled from District 7 halfway for being a troublemaker, naturally due to his bad roots. He bullied the weak in District 7 but dared not speak loudly in District 6. It was for this reason that Su Ling decided to keep him around for now. After all, his deceased wife was from District 6, and his son could be considered half a person from District 6. Fong Chang was indeed a hot potato now. Su Ling couldn't send him back to District 7, and District 7 wouldn't take him back.
He was like a thorn, hard to notice, but if pressed, it would hurt. Sooner or later, his awkward status would have to be dealt with. But for now, Su Ling and Lu Chen were still at odds and needed him. Once this matter was resolved, dealing with the Fong father and son wouldn't be delayed. For now, they would keep him at bay and avoid causing trouble.
Don't offend Lu Chen. If Lu Chen was unhappy, then his sister's situation.
Maybe sending him underground would actually be a good thing. It seemed like there was still a long time until nightfall. Su Ling waved his hand to send him underground, avoiding meeting Lu Chen.
Hui, take him around. Really? Hui asked again, unsure. Su Ling instructed, give him something to do. Although Hui was resentful, if he hadn't believed Fong Chang's one-sided words before, he wouldn't have offended Lu Chen.
Now seeing that Lu Chen indeed had real skills and connections, Hui regretted it.
Lu Chen actually agreed to help save Fong Mei, showing that he had a good heart. It was all because of this troublemaker. Hui glared fiercely at Fong Chang. Finally, he swallowed his complaints. We are mining in secret, so you must not speak about it outside.
Communication between different areas was rare, and situations like District 6 and 7 meeting were accidental.
Some people might never see other areas in their lifetime. Fong Chang repeatedly promised, I understand. Then take a look. Hui also scanned the area. After Fong Mei was cured, would this place still be useful? If you want to do something, just follow them.
The gold ore is in separate boxes over there, and the rest is categorized and stored on the other side.
Fong Chang walked over and opened one. The dazzling gold almost blinded him. So much gold ore. Fong Chang's hand trembled as he touched the box lid.
Hui, as a cautionary tale, glanced at him.
I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts about the gold inside. Fong Chang's hand trembled, and he closed the box lid. How could I?
Hui crossed his arms and looked at him. You don't need to pretend in front of me. I know what kind of person you are.
Before, as partners in crime, they understood each other the best. Fong Chang awkwardly smiled.
Hui pointed to their mining team and instructed, if you have nothing to do, work with them. The daily harvest will be distributed as food and other items to them. Even if they couldn't get gold, there were other things to gain.
Fong Chang thought he had a good job and started working as soon as he found a pickaxe in the toolbox.
Since Hui had nothing to do, he also picked up a pickaxe and joined the team.
Fong Chang rarely worked so hard.
When he was in the 7th district, he was the #1 slacker. If he could avoid doing something, he would, and when it was his turn to work, he always made excuses. Now it was the will to survive driving him. He was afraid of becoming a useless person in the 6th district, a pawn in the 7th district, and being discarded in the deal between Lu Chen and Su Ling. Seeing Fong Chang digging the wall with determination, Hui kindly reminded, be careful and listen for sounds.
Got it. Hearing Fong Chang's perfunctory reply, Hui knew he hadn't listened. Hui sighed helplessly. He hoped that after Fong Chang washed with magma, he would learn his lesson.
Behind them, a water pool was arranged. Since villagers had dug into magma before, to avoid a repeat of the past tragedy, they chose to use water to put out the fire. It turned out they were right.
Since Fong Chang wouldn't listen to advice, let him learn a lesson.
That's what Hui thought, but they hadn't considered the worst-case scenario. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hui was the first to notice the sound.
What's that noise?
His voice alarmed the other villagers.
Ha! Didn't hear anything? Monkey, don't scare us. Fong Chang didn't stop.
The noise of him digging blocks and the villagers' discussions drowned out the previous sound.
Maybe I misheard. Fong Chang removed the last block in front of him but didn't see what was next. Empty?
He only saw a deep cave, pitch black and unclear.
Curiosity drove him closer to the cave entrance. Ha! Be careful. Ho Yi's warning was cut off. Ah! Fong Chang let out a scream. In front of him was a green spider with countless pairs of red eyes emitting an eerie light, staring at him. Before he could react, the spider lunged towards him. Spider! Hoi grabbed his axe and swung it at the spider. He was brave enough. During their mining in the 6th district, they had encountered monsters before. But with so many of them, wielding axes that were unknown to them but were actually the axes of the god of the poor, one swing from each person killed the monster. So after a moment of panic, they planned to deal with this monster the same way. But then another spider head with multiple eyes emerged. More than one. Before they could react, something even more terrifying happened. The initial spider crawled out of the cave, followed by another. Ho Yi's face instantly drained of color. It's a monster's nest. Ho Yi shouted, alerting everyone. Run! Evacuate! Having practiced evacuation drills, they knew how to escape. The villagers abandoned everything and ran towards the cave entrance. Fong Chang, still screaming, trembled and backed away on shaky legs. Help! Help! Hoi had run halfway, but seeing Fong Chang trembling, he turned back, grabbed him, and ran towards the cave entrance. Seal it off! Block it! Other villagers, seeing the panicked crowd, knew something serious had happened. What happened? The breathless villager conveyed, quick, go find Mr. Su. We've uncovered a monster's lair. They didn't know what a spawner was, only that it was a gathering place for monsters, so they called it a monster's lair. When Su Ling arrived, the scene was chaotic. Villagers were scattered, their faces twisted in fear. What's going on? He asked urgently. Amidst the chaos, some villagers were unfortunate enough to be bitten by spiders. Hoi was sweating profusely, watching them writhing in pain on the ground, feeling helpless. I don't know. Nothing was more challenging than the unknown. Fong Chang dug up a cave, and several spiders crawled out. Those bitten by the spiders turned into this. Su Ling noticed the villagers continuously losing blood. They've been poisoned. Hoi exclaimed, poisonous spiders. They had encountered some terrifying creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was leisurely farming. He planted the newly acquired sugar beets on the farm, also making sure to store some in his secret base through the nether portal. Sugar beets are now part of the redstone farm combo. After finishing everything, he was grabbed by Chang Yi as soon as he returned through the nether portal. Come quickly, I'll show you something interesting. What interesting thing? Chang Yi opened the global chat in front of Lu Chen. Damn bitch, he's just a scammer. Full of lies. If this were the real world, I'd tear you apart. As Lu Chen opened it, the screen was filled with the venting and cursing of a victim. While cursing, he relentlessly tagged player 024, Ning Yao. Chang Yi, with a gossipy look, approached Lu Chen and told him the story. It turned out that Ning Yao was gathering information in the chat on how to deal with the witch that Aziz had become. This big brother kindly told her and was willing to trade some bows and arrows with her. However, Ning Yao agreed verbally but had nothing to exchange in reality. So, she cancelled the trade and fled. By the time the kind big brother realized he had been duped, it was too late. Ning Yao disappeared shortly after. But not long after, Ning Yao reappeared. This time, she urgently asked the people in the chat how to detoxify. The big brother said, give me the gold you owe me, and I'll tell you. Ning Yao used all her tricks, acting cute and coquettish. I didn't mean to deceive you, the situation is urgent. Big brother, please. Otherwise, tell me how to detoxify, and I'll be your girlfriend. The chat exploded instantly. Damn, is this really happening? Bro, are you serious? If not, I'm in. If you don't agree, are you even a man? After spending so long in this pixelated world, most of them had forgotten what having a girlfriend meant, except for their lonely and steadfast right hand. Honest player 010, feeling uneasy about their conversation. He didn't want to agree initially, but under the pressure of the crowd, not agreeing made him feel less of a man. So, player 010 agreed. He thought having a companion wouldn't be a bad thing. He just hoped that once they were together, the woman wouldn't cause trouble again. He believed he could reform Ning Yao, but he was too confident. He couldn't even catch her, let alone reform her. Milk can detoxify. Helpless player 010 compromised under the inevitable trend. After learning this, Ning Yao still looked puzzled. She knew milk could detoxify, but then what? She didn't even know how to get milk from a cow. What should she do? First, confirm if the cow is male or female? She successively killed several cows, only to get beef and leather. The villagers reminded her, didn't we agree not to randomly kill these cows? Ning Yao angrily shouted, I'm about to die, and you're telling me this? It was the first time the villagers saw Ning Yao take off her mask.
Her previous appearance as a perfect young lady was in stark contrast to her current look. Could this be Miss Ning's true face? Ning Yao tried several times without success, so after a moment of silence, she returned to the chat channel. Excuse me, how is milk obtained? Player 010 was still too kind-hearted. Then I'll just give you a few bottles. Oh, so generous? Ning Yao had planned to detoxify herself and glanced at the villagers who were poisoned with her. Her eyes showed disdain, clearly indicating she had no intention of caring for them. Since he was so kind, she decided to be generous to these lowly people. Okay, give me a few more bottles. Ning Yao happily received the milk from the empty-handed player and drank it first, seeing her originally eerie green health bar turn red. All right. She celebrated her successful detoxification. Yao Yao. The villagers weakly called her name. Upon closer inspection, the villagers who had suffered with her were now pale, their light fading from their eyes. Ning Yao then threw the milk to them. Here, for you. The villagers drank the milk one by one to save themselves. This brother's mentality collapsed. So despicable. Isn't this considered fraud? Damn, we should stay away from this woman in the future. Little did they know, the ones making these cold remarks were the same ones who had pushed this brother into the fire pit earlier. Understanding the situation, Lu Chen sneered. To him, they were just a bunch of unruly people. Cheng Yi regretfully said, to think that wicked woman detoxified them, she's so bad, she should have been poisoned to death. Lu Chen had never intended for this action to lead to her death. So, he remained calm. As long as she doesn't cause trouble for Azzy in the future. They enjoyed the show to their heart's content. Outside, there was a commotion. Since others couldn't enter Lu Chen's room, they could only call out his name from outside. Something big happened. Lu Chen. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. In their eyes, everything seemed like a big deal. Unexpectedly, it was Su Ling who came to deliver the news. Could it be that he was getting impatient? Su Ling grabbed Lu Chen. Fong Chang dug up a monster underground, and that monster is poisonous. Several villagers have been poisoned. Poisoned? Lu Chen and Cheng Yi exchanged a glance. It was quite a coincidence. They had encountered the same situation when they arrived. When Azzy lost her mind and attacked everyone, she also poisoned Cheng Yi and Wenhao. On their way back, Lu Chen had taken a lot of milk, both to detoxify the two and to stock up. It seemed that there were still many cases of poisoning at this time. Was Lu Chen right to prepare in advance? He took out the milk from his backpack. Take it? Su Ling took it, guessing, this is milk? Yes, milk detoxifies, don't you know? So it's that simple. Su Ling nodded and hurried towards the entrance of the mine with the items. Those weakly lying on the ground, rolling in agony, were fed milk by Su Ling one by one. Unfortunately, when he reached Fong Chang, there was none left. Su Ling looked at his empty hands and backpack, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad! Fong Ao rushed over upon learning that his father Fong Chang had been poisoned. Looking around, everyone's complexion had improved, except for Fong Chang, who was still rolling on the ground. Su Ling certainly had no ulterior motives, he really did feed them in order, and that was it. Afraid that Fong Chang might misunderstand, he explained, there's nothing left here, I'll go ask Lu Chen again. Fong Chang asked, did Lu Chen give you the items? Speculating to himself, he finally said dejectedly, you don't need to ask, even if you go to Lu Chen, he won't give it to you. Su Ling felt that Lu Chen was not that kind of person and retorted, I don't think so. However, Fong Ao became emotional and exclaimed, Lu Chen deliberately gave you one bottle less. He doesn't want to save my dad. Deliberately? Su Ling sighed. Lu Chen didn't even know how many people were poisoned, he just casually took it out of his backpack. The probability of coincidence was very high. Oh. Fong Chang let out another cry on the ground. Fong Ao rushed to him and helped him up. The poison made every inch of his body ache, and he felt dizzy and disoriented. Son, save me. Fong Chang reached out to grab Fong Ao's arm. Seeing his father in such a miserable state, tears suddenly burst from Fong Ao's eyes. We were so happy and carefree in District 7, why did we come out to suffer like this? Even in deep pain, Fong Chang still complained through gritted teeth, isn't it because of... Oh. Seeing Fong Chang cry out in pain again, Su Ling reminded him, saving your dad is the priority. Fong Ao knew exactly who he was referring to, but for now, he could only focus on saving a life. Dad, I'll go ask him for the antidote. Ask him? Fong Chang realized that they were actually going to ask that scoundrel Lu Chen for help, and he felt even more uncomfortable. Oh, what a disaster. When Fong Ao found Lu Chen, he was still tending to his vegetable garden. He had planted sugar beets and made several bowls of sugar beet soup to share with the villagers. While they were enjoying themselves here, it was like hell on the other side, with people writhing in pain on the ground. Not only Fong Ao, but even Su Ling was deeply shaken. Why was that? It seemed like no danger or trouble could touch the people of District 7.
Lu Chen stood among them, looking like the center of everyone's attention. What's happening again? Lu Chen asked. Enraged, Fong Ao took a big step forward. Lu Chen, if you have any grudges, come at me.
Seeing Fong Ao approaching aggressively, Lu Chen felt he was just looking for trouble.
Am I targeting you?
Lu Chen sat down, crossing his legs casually.
What do you have that I would target you for? Are you worthy? Fong Ao didn't expect to be shut down by Lu Chen with just one sentence. If the other party clearly showed disdain for him, what else could he argue about?
Blushing, Fong Ao struggled to find his words. Su Ling intended to push him aside and said, his dad is poisoned, and we're out of milk. Only then did Fong Ao continue, unable to shake off his habit of relying on others.
Lu Chen, are you deliberately not giving my dad the antidote?
Rolling his eyes, Lu Chen replied, look at me, do I look free to you?
When he arrived, Lu Chen was still busy with his vegetable garden. Fong Ao pressed on, then why aren't you giving my dad the antidote? Lu Chen looked at him with disdain. Fong Ao, are you incapable of understanding human speech? Do you need your teacher to come and teach you again?
I don't have the time to target your dad specifically, nor do I care about you and your father. The milk was requested by Su Ling, and I gave it all. Patting his pockets, Lu Chen showed his innocence. I don't even have a single bottle now, that's all there was.
Hearing the whole story, straightforward Chang stepped forward and accused Fong Ao. You brat, Lu Chen helped you, and you still managed to mess things up, right?
I helped you 99 steps, but in the end, they still couldn't move forward.
They insist on blaming us for plotting against you. Where is your reason?
Su Ling felt embarrassed and directly pulled Fong Ao, this disgraceful person, to the back.
Lu Chen, are you really out of options? Lu Chen nodded.
Alright, then we'll figure something out ourselves.
Cheng Yi was straightforward. He couldn't stand seeing Su Ling taking the blame for that rude kid behind them. Why are you helping him? He's so stubborn. Cheng Yi thought of a solution. We know where the cattle are.
Instead of relying on Lu Chen every time something happens, why don't you have the guts to question Lu Chen and go find some cows to milk to save your dad?
Fong Ao was scared.
It was the wilderness, and from their tone, they would have gone there already if it was close. The current situation indicated that the place was not safe at all.
Cheng Yi pressed again. Are you going or not?
Fong Ao had to compromise, otherwise, he would be an unfilial son who let his father die.
The ones who knew the location of the cattle in the 5th district were Cheng Yi, Wenhao, and Z.
It wasn't suitable to send the just recovered Z to guide them, so Lu Chen sent Wenhao instead. To ensure Wenhao's safety, Lu Chen equipped him with a complete set of armor and gave him an iron sword. He also handed him a bottle of splash-type potion. If you encounter monsters, throw this at them and run back. Your speed is remarkable.
Wenhao was lavishly equipped, while Fong Ao only had basic gear.
As an orphan from the 7th district and a guest from the 6th district, he had no one to rely on except for his stone axe. He had only recently realized how carefree his days were in the 7th district. He couldn't help but feel aggrieved, but he knew he brought it upon himself.
After carefully listening to Lu Chen's instructions, Wenhao nodded and said, got it.
Despite being younger than Fong Ao, Wenhao showed no fear in his eyes.
Everyone could see the difference between the two. Lu Chen gave Fong Ao one last glance. Both of you come back before nightfall.
If you don't bring back milk, you'll have to kowtow to me 3 times, but I'll still help.
Kowtow to Lu Chen? Fong Ao glared back, seeing the playful look in Lu Chen's eyes. He couldn't afford not to bring it back.
Hurrying, Fong Ao set off on his journey, with Wenhao following behind and guiding the way. On the other side, Su Ling, thinking of a solution and about to leave, was stopped by Lu Chen.
Wait a minute. Su Ling turned back in surprise. Do you have something else to say?
His tone was polite.
Lu Chen asked, the underground spiders, are you planning to leave them like that? Su Ling hesitated. Those are poisonous spiders, quite dangerous.
They can only be temporarily sealed. But before he could finish, he saw Lu Chen picking up his sword and grabbing his assistant Cheng Yi.
What are you doing? Lu Chen replied, leaving danger there is always a risk. Why not eliminate it completely?
Su Ling widened his eyes, never expecting such a bold statement from Lu Chen.
You mean, clear out the underground spiders? Lu Chen nodded. Su Ling disagreed. Those spiders are poisonous, very dangerous.
If they're poisonous, we'll detoxify them, it's not a big deal. Su Ling had more to say, but Lu Chen interrupted. Your sister needs the spider's glands for her medicine, they can provide that for me. Now Su Ling had no reason to refuse.
Cheng Yi, being dragged by Lu Chen, wanted to resist. He heard it. Spiders. Spiders. Poisonous ones, monster spawning cages, doesn't that mean there are a lot of monsters there? Wait, why are you dragging me along? Lu Chen didn't listen to his protests. "You're coming to learn from me." Chang Yi had no words to express his suffering. Lu Chen led the way to the entrance of the mine, and Su Ling looked at him helplessly, realizing that the young man had indeed been there before. Lu Chen dispersed the crowd who wanted to watch the show and dragged Chang Yi into the mine. As soon as they entered, the spiders caught the scent of humans. Chang Yi shouted, "Spiders! Damn spiders!" Chang Yi was afraid of spiders and had developed PTSD. His nails scratched against the round stones, trying to escape. "Help! Help!" Lu Chen held an iron sword in his hand and handed the arthropod killer sword to Chang Yi. "If you're afraid, just kill them all." "No, I can't." Chang Yi curled up in a corner trembling. Lu Chen casually used his sword to kill the cave spiders around them. Calmly, he continued talking to Chang Yi. "If you don't overcome this fear, you'll forever be as scared of spiders as a little girl." Chang Yi replied without spirit, "Why, I'd rather wear a skirt." Lu Chen sighed, "Kid, this is a survival game. If your enemies find your weakness and put a spider in front of you, will you let them control you? Would you rather die because of your cowardice?" This time, Chang Yi didn't have a slick response. "Stand up." Chang Yi stood up, wielding the arthropod killer in his hand. With a swift strike, he killed the approaching cave spider. Lu Chen watched Chang Yi finally show some spirit. "See, what's so scary about this thing? You just killed it with one strike." Chang Yi weighed the sword in his hand. Suddenly, he felt that spiders weren't that frightening after all, just weak creatures that could be easily killed with one blow. With the arthropod killer, killing spiders was effortless. The two of them easily cleared out the scattered cave spiders outside. Lu Chen effortlessly obtained the spider eyes he wanted. Then, he looked around, searching for the monster spawning cage they mentioned. He found that the newest spiders were coming out of a hole. With a few strikes, Lu Chen dealt with the newly spawned cave spiders, opened up the hole for easy passage, and entered the cave where the monster spawning cage was located. Holding a torch, Lu Chen lit up the area, eliminating the spiders near the monster spawning cage, preventing new monsters from spawning. Chang Yi asked, "Is it okay now?" "Yes, no need to worry," Lu Chen declared. He decisively claimed the cave spider monster spawning cage and its surroundings as his territory. This was to prevent others from interfering with the rare monster spawning cage, like clueless villagers who might accidentally get poisoned, causing trouble for Lu Chen. Although the cave spider monster spawning cage was not ideal due to the small size of the spiders, which couldn't be contained by regular half-blocks and required fences, and their ability to climb walls, making it unsuitable for fully automated monster spawning. Still, having it was better than nothing, and Lu Chen accepted it with a smile. Secondly, it was to deter other players from coveting Lu Chen's possessions. For now, there wasn't enough time to build a monster spawning tower. Lu Chen returned to the surface with Chang Yi. From entering to exiting, it took just over 10 minutes. Su Ling saw them coming out and immediately approached. "What happened? Is the situation tricky? Do you need any weapons?" He thought they hadn't completed their mission and came up to prepare. He warmly wanted to offer them something. Unexpectedly, Chang Yi grinned smugly. "It's all good, Brother Su." Lu Chen calmly explained, "It's safe now, just don't go near that place again." Even though they couldn't get close anyway. If they tried, they would likely be bounced back by the territorial air wall. "Ha?" Su Ling looked at Lu Chen in shock, then confirmed with the villagers around him. Had he misheard? In just this short moment, they managed to do it? From the equally shocked expressions of the villagers, it was certain. He hadn't misheard. Lu Chen had indeed accomplished something that amazed them once again. Su Ling held his head. This was too unbelievable. The villagers cautiously descended from the mine, tidying up the mess they had caused in their panicked escape. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Chang Yi sorted out the drops they had picked up. Spider eyes were among them. Making a weak potion for Su Ling's sister was no longer a troublesome task. Su Ling was delighted to see her recover even earlier than he had expected. Uncharacteristically, he followed behind Lu Chen eagerly to the territory of the 7th area, watching from afar as Lu Chen brewed potions. It was still the old recipe of sugar, spider eyes, and mushrooms. Adding the essential blaze powder, they made the weak potion, enhancing its effects with redstone. Finally, they crafted splash potions using gunpowder. Azzy also watched curiously, as she was saved by Lu Chen and the others. On the other side of the workbench, Lu Chen surrounded an apple with gold to make a golden apple. With the successful creation, they were ready to set off. However, Lu Chen glanced through the window at the sky and smiled. "What's wrong?" Chang Yi followed his gaze, but he didn't see anything. "What are you looking at?" Lu Chen replied, "I'll probably see someone kowtowing to me in a while, so I need to prepare another one." With that, Lu Chen picked up an apple and gold to make another one. By the time they left, it was dark outside.
A person returned dejectedly through the gate of the 6th area. However, only one person returned dejectedly. The one beside him walked proudly, full of confidence.
Wenhao, you're back? Azzy greeted him. Are you okay? Did you get hurt?
Wenhao regarded Azzy as an older sister, and naturally, Azzy treated him like a younger brother.
Unexpectedly, this young man was surprisingly capable. I'm fine.
We encountered a green monster, and this guy here was supposed to run away.
He pointed to the dejected Fong Ao.
Then he continued, but I saw that the monster was square and clumsy, and it didn't move fast at all, so I thought I could take it down. Wenhao scratched his head awkwardly. It's also because big brother Lu Chen equipped me well, so I became bolder and went for it, and unexpectedly, I managed to deal with it.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, you unexpectedly turned out to be a warrior.
Wenhao spread his hands and handed the drops from the square, green, clumsy monster to Lu Chen.
It dropped this, I don't know what it's for.
It turned out to be slime.
Lu Chen smiled, this thing is quite useful. To encourage the young man, Lu Chen patted his shoulder, well done. Wenhao's topic ended. They then turned their attention to Fong Ao. And you? Did you get the milk for antidote? Fong Ao's voice was barely audible. And no.
Wenhao, being straightforward and honest, mainly due to his simplicity, directly explained the situation. Oh, this brother didn't dare to go because there were wolves on the cow's side.
Ah.
As an elder of the Fong family and also a distant relative of Fong Ao, Grandpa Fong sighed heavily.
So disappointing. Su Ling shook his head in disappointment as well. Wenhao scratched his head and finally took out 2 bottles of milk. Since he didn't dare, I went instead. Here, this is the milk I collected.
Lu Chen then ruffled Wenhao's hair vigorously.
You're not bad at all. Much better than certain people. Lu Ching originally referred to Chingy.
As he spoke, he even glared at Chingy. Wenhao dared to go up and fight the unknown creature slime without needing instructions, while Chingy had to overcome psychological factors before daring to go up and brush off the spiders. Chingy was still trying to defend himself. Don't judge me, I've tried my best.
Don't forget who killed more just now. Return the insect killer's sword I lent you.
Chingy mumbled, finally handing over the insect killer's sword obediently. Every word they said in Fong Ao's ears was full of insinuations and veiled accusations.
Aren't they actually insulting themselves? After the argument, Lu Ching got to the point. Fong Ao, do you remember what you said? Fong Ao remembered.
If he couldn't bring back the milk, he would have to kneel down and beg Lu Ching to save his poisoned father. But now he hadn't brought back the milk because he hesitated when he saw the unknown monster. Later, he realized that the monster was not strong at all, something even a boy younger than him could easily handle.
So, Fong Ao was now both ashamed and regretful. If only he had been bolder just now, wouldn't things have turned out differently?
And now he could only blame himself. Lu Ching raised an eyebrow, his tone playful as he stared at him with interest. Lu Ching wasn't in a hurry. To him, the poisoned person was almost a stranger.
Upon careful consideration, more like an enemy. So, Lu Ching wasn't afraid of wasting time because Fong Ao would be responsible for whatever consequences ensued.
Su Ling pressed his shoulder, trying to make him surrender.
Speak up, are you going to save your father or not? Fong Ao looked into the distance, then at Lu Ching, clenched his fists, and trembled.
The old village chief held his cane and struck the ground heavily.
Kneel down. Even if you kneel today, you won't be wronged. Don't forget what you've done yourself, how you treated Lu Ching before. Do you think kneeling down now can make up for it? Fong Ao bit his lip in shame, a grown man on the verge of tears.
One by one, they were all forcing him to kneel. The old village chief, Grandpa Fong, couldn't bear it and directly struck Fong Ao's knee with his cane.
Fong Ao winced in pain, and his legs buckled, kneeling down.
Since he had already knelt down, Fong Ao bravely said, I'm sorry.
Please, save my father.
Lu Ching looked coldly at him, stepping on a patch of land in front of him.
He didn't say yes or no.
He just walked towards the depths of the 6th district.
The first place Lu Ching went to was the small dark room where zombie Fong Mei was locked up.
Willing to save his sister first, Su Ling was naturally pleased.
Lu Ching, where's my father? Fong Ao tried to pull him, but was stopped by Chingy.
He handed him a bottle of milk brought by Wenhao. Chingy reluctantly said, stop making a fuss, take this and get lost. Fong Ao grabbed the bottle of milk like a life-saving straw and ran off. He stumbled, fell face first on the ground, then quickly got up. He used to be so arrogant towards Lu Ching and Lin Xiaoming in the village, but now he looked so pathetic. Meanwhile, under Su Ling's guidance, Lu Ching entered the small dark room. As soon as they entered, the green-skinned zombie sister rushed towards them. Roar! She extended her teeth and claws towards them, but Lu Ching threw a bottle of weak potion at her.
Weakened, zombie Fong Mei could no longer attack them.
Then, Lu Chen took out a golden apple and stuffed it into her mouth. As the golden apple went down, the green color on Feng Mei's face slowly faded away. Her eyes also returned to the emerald green color that humans should have. After 3 years, Feng Mei finally spoke clearly. Su Ling was initially incredulous, then tears of excitement streamed down his face. Sister! Brother? Feng Mei first recognized Su Ling's face, then slowly remembered the rest. Where are we? Oh, right, zombies. We saw many zombies chasing us. Feng Mei's memory seemed to stop before she turned into a zombie. 3 years of memories vanished into thin air. Outside, Hui heard and immediately burst in through the door. Initially, Su Ling was not pleased to see this troublemaker. However, without a word, Hui knelt down in front of Feng Mei. He prostrated himself on the ground, lowering his head. Hui lay on the ground like a shrimp, in a humble posture. He said loudly, Feng Mei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you and run away alone. Feng Mei was startled by his sudden loud voice. What are you doing? Hui glanced at Feng Mei, then lowered his head again. I, a grown man, left you alone and ran when I saw zombies. As he spoke, he fiercely punched himself. I'm sorry. Feng Mei quickly grabbed his arm as he hit himself so hard. Stop it. I don't blame you. The girl smiled. Zombies are so scary. I'm scared too when I see them. It's right for you to run away. What's the point of us dying there together? Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this silly girl would never blame others. Su Ling pulled Feng Mei over and introduced Lu Chen. Feng Mei, this is the expert who saved you. He's called Lu Chen. Feng Mei obediently bowed and thanked. Thank you. Did you really drive away those zombies? It seemed the silly girl hadn't quite figured out the situation yet. He drove away the zombie inside her body, which was a fact, right? Yes. So the innocent girl looked at him admiringly. You're really amazing. Let Su Ling handle the explanation of the 3-year blank space. Lu Chen planned to leave and glanced at Hui still lying on the ground. Repentance and apology require sincerity. A comparison made it clear that Fong Ao had no intention of apologizing. Lu Chen, like father, like son. Lu Chen had just left when he saw Fong Ao's gloomy face still there. Why isn't my dad getting better at all? Are you saying that milk detoxification is a scam? How could milk detoxify? Did you send me out just to fool me? Fong Ao's words became more and more outrageous. A villager from District 6, who couldn't bear it, stood up. Fong Ao, we were all saved by Lu Chen's milk detoxification. How could it be a scam? You ungrateful brat. You didn't bring yourself back. Lu Chen even had someone bring you back. Why are you still here badmouthing him? Fong Ao was surrounded by the crowd, powerless to argue. He stomped his foot in resentment. Then why hasn't my dad recovered at all? With that, he helped Fong Chang over. There were no more signs of poisoning on Fong Chang's face. Now his complexion was normal, but his gaze was vacant, and his limbs seemed to have lost control, only able to lean on Fong Ao. Fong Chang made an incomprehensible sound, like a zombie, but not quite. Dad, wake up. Fong Ao was still trying to wake him up. Look, my dad still isn't better. Lu Chen snorted and gave the answer, the poison has been detoxified. Fong Chang suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed aimlessly in the air. Fong Ao took it and asked, Dad, are you okay now? What do you want to do? There are stars, They looked at Fong Chang's appearance and exchanged glances. He looks like he's gone mad. With this reminder, Fong Ao finally realized. This foolish, crazy appearance, talking nonsense, wasn't it just like how he often mocked Lu Chen for not reverting to his previous self? He grabbed Fong Chang's shoulder, disregarding the difference in seniority between father and son. He shook him vigorously, trying to shake the fool out of Fong Chang's mind. Dad, please sober up. Unfortunately, it was in vain. The father and son had mocked Tao Lan and bullied Lu Chen because they had turned Lu Chen into a little fool. It seemed that the injury Lu Chen suffered while saving someone had become a shameful mark for him. But they finally got their comeuppance. Just like the old saying, don't mock people with speech impediments, or you'll end up with a lisp yourself. If Lin Xiaoming knew, she would definitely spit in their faces. Serves them right. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Chen had suffered so much, and now it rebounded on them. This was karma at work. Despite Fong Ao's crying and fussing, no one paid them any attention. No one could cure foolishness. Unless another time traveler landed in Fong Chang's body. But even though Lu Chen had a poor mind, at least he had Steve, the handsome one. Who would choose Fong Chang's middle-aged, greasy uncle-like body? The next day, Feng Mei came to express her gratitude. However, Lu Chen was elusive, and no one knew where he would appear. Shang Yi couldn't sit still when he saw the girl's request. He immediately promised to help. I'll find him for you right away. He came up with a clever plan.
The block people didn't have communication tools, but he did. So Chang Yi opened the chat group and crazily mentioned 003. What's up? Spectators immediately joined in. What's going on? Is there a grudge? Duel? Fight?
Chang Yi scolded them. Go away, there's no drama for you to watch. I'm just looking for someone. Due to Chang Yi's excessive activity and nonsense, he had become a popular figure in the chat group.
Looking for the big boss? Are you close? Chang Yi didn't answer their questions but continued to mention Lu Chen. Are you there? Where are you? Can we talk about this?
They all concealed their whereabouts and resources and wouldn't normally reveal them to others.
The big boss won't tell you, give up. Just as he finished speaking, there was a response from 003, Lu Chen. Underground. Chang Yi sent a mischievous expression and said, okay, I'll be right there. What's going on? How did he understand with just one word, underground? There's a love triangle. Someone figured it out. So the chatterbox is actually with the big boss, 003. Just because he talks a lot, he gets to play with the big boss? I'm so jealous. If I had known, I could have been the king of the group every day. Want to spray some water?
Chang Yi closed the group chat and smiled at Fong Mei.
He's underground, I'll take you to find him. Fong Mei's eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled gently. Okay.
Chang Yi led Fong Mei directly to Lu Chen's underground hut. They could hear the crackling of the fire inside and the bubbling of the brewing pot. Chang Yi was sure that Lu Chen was busy inside. As Chang Yi was about to pat Lu Chen's shoulder, they heard a loud thud from behind.
Lu Chen looked at him in confusion, wondering what was going on.
Chang Yi slapped his thigh in regret. Damn, I've messed up with the girl.
Fong Mei intended to follow Chang Yi in but ended up bumping into the invisible wall of Lu Chen's territory.
Chang Yi had permission to enter freely, but Fong Mei suffered. She sat on the ground, her nose and eyes red like a rabbit. Her expression was blank, not understanding what had happened, looking cute and innocent.
What happened to me?
Lu Chen was amused by her appearance and reached out to help her up. I'm sorry, that kid was being silly and forgot to tell you there's a glass wall here. Fong Mei chuckled at her own foolishness.
I can't believe I didn't notice, hee hee.
Fong Mei reminded Lu Chen of a little sister he had taken care of in the orphanage. She was young, frail, often outcompeted for food by other children, and had to make do with leftovers. But she always wore a gentle smile, as if nothing could make her angry.
Lu Chen couldn't bear to see it and always gave her a little extra, only to be called a little tyrant by others. Seeing Fong Mei always reminded Lu Chen of that clingy little sister.
Without realizing it, he became a bit too familiar, and after pulling her up, he forgot to let go of her hand.
Lu Chen asked with concern, did you cut yourself and bleed?
Fong Mei, afraid of causing trouble, shook her head. No, I'm fine, really.
Ah! At that moment, Azzy came down the stairs from above.
She saw Lu Chen holding Fong Mei's hand. She felt indignant.
He would tease her.
Lu Chen, who made her ride a pig and locked her in a dark room, was now smiling gently at another girl.
She felt unfair. Did Lu Chen not see her as a girl? Azzy glanced down. Could it be that because she couldn't tell front from back, Lu Chen had always mistaken her for a boy? And Fong Mei?
Azzy looked at her plump sister and felt ashamed.
Indeed, it wasn't very obvious. Damn it!
You men are all shallow creatures who only care about cup size. Chang Yi covered his mouth to stifle his laughter.
What a scene!
He noticed Azzy's gaze shifting between him, Fong Mei, and herself. He thought Azzy was weighing her and Fong Mei's importance in Lu Chen's eyes.
Jealous?
He probably never imagined that Azzy, this silly girl, was comparing sizes.
A sudden realization hit Chang Yi.
Stop with the gossiping eyes, like an old hen.
Chang Yi touched his face. Was it that obvious?
Lu Chen opened a panel, made a few adjustments, and then granted permissions to Fong Mei, Azzy, and Wen Hao. Based on their interactions and time spent together, Lu Chen found these people reliable.
Some people just gave off an innocent vibe, making it seem like they couldn't do anything wrong. Come in, everyone. Fong Mei was the most polite, bowing at the door before entering.
Sorry to disturb you, Brother Lu Chen. This is what my brother asked me to give you first. It was probably a thank you gift for Lu Chen saving Fong Mei.
Lu Chen casually reached out. What is it?
In his hand were several pieces of turquoise. Fong Mei tapped her head, trying to remember. My brother said, although he doesn't know what they're for, they look nice and are suitable as a thank you gift. He asked me to bring them to you first, and he has another gift prepared, so you'll have to wait a bit longer.
Lu Chen chuckled, such a generous thank you gift? Fong Mei nodded obediently.
Su Ling meant that the other gift would take a day or two, so he had Fong Mei bring this one first to show that he and his sister hadn't forgotten Lu Chen's kindness. When Fong Mei handed over the turquoise, Su Ling said, although they will be his sooner or later.
Oh well, let's do it this way for now. Fong Mei finished her task and stepped back. Next were Azzy and Wen Hao's turn.
Lu Chen now felt a bit like a village chief, with villagers lining up to bring him various matters to handle.
As he pulled Wen Hao forward, Lu Chen, thank you for the iron armor. I don't need it anymore, so I'm returning it to you.
The young boy handed a set of iron armor to Lu Chen, making him chuckle.
Kid, if I put it on you, it's a gift for you. Why are you giving it back to me? Wen Hao scratched his head blankly. Like this? As he pondered for a moment and then handed it to Lu Chen. This is too precious, you have taken us in, we don't know how to thank you enough. Lu Chen saw Azzy being so serious and burst into laughter. You silly girl, why are you being so polite to me? Azzy caught the key words in his words and became anxious. I'm not silly.
With a slight deviation from the topic, the atmosphere was broken, and this silly girl really forgot her original purpose. The one who calls others silly is the biggest fool.
Oomph, carrot.
Looking at her, she seemed like a child who wouldn't swear but insisted on arguing with you. In a daze, Azzy remembered her original purpose. No, I didn't come here to argue with you.
Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, if you return it to me, that's fine too, let me practice with it. Several people looked at him blankly, not knowing what magical little Lu Chen was going to do again. Lu Chen weighed the aquamarine in his hand. It's just as well, saves me a trip.
It turned out that he had been busy just now preparing for enchantment.
Lu Chen was puzzled, his luck wasn't bad originally, so why hadn't anything good happened recently?
The enchantment effects he produced were all useless, one worse than the other. Just now, he even produced a thorn enchantment that harmed both the user and the opponent, and the others were just first or second level effects. Recalling his previous gaming experiences, it seemed that he often had to do multiple draws before getting anything good.
Lu Chen comforted himself, my strength is limited, luck doesn't count for much. So he handed the aquamarine to Chang Yi. Here, you do it.
This unlucky kid probably sacrificed his luck in love, as his luck in the game was unusually good.
Let me do it? Chang Yi scratched his head and asked, what should I do?
They moved to the enchantment table, and Lu Chen quickly taught Chang Yi, put the weapon you want to enchant in, then insert the aquamarine or consume your experience level, and that's it.
Chang Yi followed suit.
Then, the pages turned on their own. Chang Yi looked at the squiggly tadpoles beside him, dumbfounded.
Big brother, what is this written? Lu Chen explained to him, that's the galactic standard alphabet.
Each character corresponds to an English letter, so you can decipher its meaning by replacing them accordingly.
However, the text that appears during enchantment doesn't actually have any meaning. Lu Chen noticed a clue. Is this sweeping edge?
Originally, in the MC game, the galactic standard alphabet replaced with English was just meaningless gibberish, but now Lu Chen mentally replaced it and it actually had a specific meaning.
Chang Yi was shocked. Damn. Brother, you understand this?
No need to say more, it was just some unnecessary thing he did during his edgy teenage years.
Lu Chen would never tell anyone that he had learned and even practiced writing this kind of coded language.
He had even secretly written a letter to the class beauty, which was mistaken for a creepy curse and burned clean. It was said that the class beauty was so scared that she thought she was cursed and even invited a master to her house.
Lu Chen was dumbfounded, but he also understood. Women would only delay his sword-wielding speed. Too many annoying women. Since then, Lu Chen had cut off all romantic ties and immersed himself in MC. Chang Yi looked at him curiously. Any stories?
None. Lu Chen replied decisively, then snatched the sweeping edge sword that Chang Yi had enchanted and handed it to Wen Hao.
Now I can give it to you.
To give the child a full iron set was too shabby. Lu Chen had to give him an enchanted set to make it look decent.
Wen Hao trembled, not daring to take the sword with his shaking hands.
Originally, he had seen ordinary iron armor, but now it was glowing.
In his current state, he couldn't afford it anymore. He looked at Azzy, then at Lu Chen, his head spinning like a drum.
Hurry, try it on. Lu Chen's tone became more serious.
Wen Hao accepted it, but he didn't expect there was more to come.
Chang Yi successively enchanted Protection 4 armor, Projectile Protection 2 leggings, Blast Protection pants, Feather falling boots, and a highly durable helmet. With this set of enchanted equipment, Wen Hao looked imposing.
Wow! Wen Hao, you look like a top miner coming back from the mines.
Wen Hao scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that Chang Yi's enchanting skills were good, as the effects of several enchantments were excellent. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen directly took out a diamond pickaxe and handed it over.
Try this?
Chang Yi's heart sank when he saw the diamond pickaxe.
Diamond?
Lu Chen had a kind smile on his face as he said, if you enchant it with junk, I'll throw you to feed the spiders.
Chang Yi swallowed nervously. He carefully placed the lapis lazuli inside. Lu, big brother, come and see, what does this mean? Lu Chen glanced over. Fortune 3, efficiency 4. Lu Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Cheng Yi's heart sank halfway at that moment. Is this not good? Just because he hit the jackpot, Lu Chen felt annoyed, cursing his luck. Oh, it's boosting, let's take a break for now. Good, very good, Lu Chen patted Cheng Yi's shoulder. At that moment, Lu Chen's face cleared up, and Cheng Yi felt relieved. Lu Chen didn't lack iron ingots. He crafted several sets of iron equipment and arrows for Cheng Yi to enchant. In the end, Cheng Yi collapsed next to the enchanting table, looking drained. No, I can't go on. Lu Chen carefully selected the final enchanted equipment, putting together the most satisfactory set to wear. Then, he lifted Cheng Yi up. Don't collapse yet, we still have things to do. Cheng Yi wanted to escape but couldn't. Ha! More? Help, I'll report you for exploiting employees. Fong Mei watched happily as the lapis lazuli they sent played such a significant role, feeling satisfied. She went back and told Su Ling the reason behind it all. Brother, did you know that lapis lazuli can make clothes glow and become more powerful? Su Ling processed Fong Mei's words and realized, enchantment, that's enchantment. The old people sitting beside him started to chatter. Enchanter. Lu Chen is actually an enchanter? Su Ling's mouth widened in pride as he laughed. Now, does anyone still oppose letting Lu Chen take over our 6th district? He was the young leader of the 7th district. He was also the skilled doctor who cured Fong Mei, who had lost her mind and turned into a zombie. He was the fighter who could sweep away terrifying monsters. Children praised the food he made, and adults lingered over it. He could effortlessly erect magnificent buildings. He could freely move around at night and underground. This was the Lu Chen in Su Ling's eyes. Originally, the old folks in the 6th district thought Su Ling was exaggerating. How is that possible? He's from the 7th district, this. Su Ling, do you want to find an outsider to take on the burden of our 6th district? We understand your appreciation for him, but you can't lie to convince us. Su Ling was both angry and anxious. Did these old folks really think he was lying? They were truly ignorant and narrow-minded. Brother! Lu Chen! Fong Mei burst in excitedly, babbling about what she had just witnessed. How he had taught Cheng Yi to create so many glowing equipment. Wen Hao tested the strength of the weapon given by Lu Chen in front of her. Fong Mei was shocked. She had slept for 3 years, and even the little boy had become so strong. Lu Chen's magic was the first she had seen in over a decade. Only then did she realize that there were other people sitting in the room. They were elders from the 6th district. Su Fong Mei blushed and said, sorry. But upon hearing Su Fong Mei's words, they suddenly understood. They looked at each other in silence for a minute, then exclaimed in surprise one after another. He must not be an ordinary person. Could he have been living in the 7th district all this time? Could it be that this enchanter met with misfortune in the 7th district? Is he staying in the 7th district for? Even at their age, they couldn't change their gossipy nature. The old folks chattered away, even fabricating a biography of a legendary enchanter from the 1st district who had fallen into misfortune in the 7th district. Su Ling was speechless. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Actually, the legendary figure they imagined was only 18 years old this year. And according to their imagination, this person was not 50, but already 30 years old. In the end, in order to ensure Lu Chen's successful succession, he kept this thought to himself. The discussion ended. The elders knew that handing over the village to an enchanter was definitely not a bad thing. Su Ling, here. The colorful cube shimmered, exactly what Su Ling needed, proof of a village leader. Su Ling, my boy, you've worked hard all these years. You must be thinking, finally got rid of this burden. Ha ha ha, indeed. With a hearty laugh, Su Ling pulled Su Fong Mei along. Let's go out and prepare. We should get ready to welcome Lu Chen and celebrate for him. Su Fong Mei said, brother, when I left just now, Lu Chen and the others had already left. Su Ling sighed. This Lu Chen really can't sit still. Lu Chen found the mucus ball Wen Hao had brought back last time. He made 2 rope ties with spider silk. Each took one, and they set off with their belongings. They headed straight for the swamp. Lu Chen had been here countless times before. This time, he left enough space in his backpack to ensure that he would sweep this place clean of resources. Not a drop left behind. As they entered the forest, the first creatures they encountered were wolves that Lu Chen had not tamed before. Lu Chen tossed a few bones to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi bristled. Are you insulting me? Haven't you been a dog before? I'm giving you bones to go tame those wolves. Oh. Cheng Yi then teased the wolves with the bones. Cheng Yi was in charge of taming, while Lu Chen was in charge of killing. Lu Chen drew his sword and faced these beasts. The brave beasts turned their heads. Brave beasts, unafraid of challenges. The next moment, they fell under Lu Chen's flaming iron sword. The dropped meat didn't need to be roasted, it was already a mature steak. So pitiful, so pitiful. It made one's mouth water.
Unexpectedly, after Lu Chen finished sweeping, Chang Yi also finished on his end.
So fast? Chang Yi boasted proudly, how about that?
I fed them 2 bones, and they followed me obediently.
Lu Chen nodded seriously and teased, your people skills may not be great, but your dog skills are not bad. Chang Yi pondered for a moment. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound like a compliment.
Before he could retaliate, Lu Chen had already transformed into a little girl picking mushrooms and began sweeping the area below for mushrooms. Next, they crossed the swamp and arrived at the seaside.
Chang Yi was stunned to see a huge mushroom. Oh my, such a huge mushroom. Lu Chen approached and dug out the little red one hidden in the soil. He tied a rope around it, dug steps for the little red one, and helped it up. Chang Yi watched anxiously as Lu Chen did so. Lu Ge, are you here for it? Otherwise? Lu Chen had a look of you already know the answer. This is a mushroom.
Some people have played games for years but have only seen mushrooms in creative mode or in other people's videos.
Now that he could actually touch one, shouldn't he be happy? Damn, humans are so stupid, they don't understand the value of mushrooms. But, Chang Yi pointed at the mushrooms growing on the mushroom, full of concern. Why is it covered in mold and mushrooms? Lu Chen. It looks like this, and it's edible. Chang Yi finally understood the value of the mushroom. Wow, so this is a mobile food source. Lu Chen snorted, its role is not just for eating. Chang Yi now looked at the moldy cow with newfound respect. I have a rope here, shall we bring another one back?
Without waiting for Lu Chen's answer, Chang Yi tied up a nearby brown mushroom.
Let's take it with us too.
They finished sweeping the border between the 5th and 6th districts. The 2 of them, each leading a mushroom, returned to the 6th district.
Look, they're back.
Someone pointed at the 2 individuals, 2 cows, and several dogs in astonishment. 2 people went out, but came back with a whole army, truly miraculous. Su Ling and his people had been waiting in front of the gate of the 6th district for a while.
Fong Mei looked at the cows that were all red. There are red cows too?
Look, that cow even has mushrooms growing on it. Seeing this magical thing for the first time, they almost forgot about the main business. But the protagonist they were all eagerly waiting for, walked towards them slowly.
He walked while picking wildflowers along the way. Su Ling couldn't wait and went up to Lu Chen, pulling him over. What's the matter? It was only then that Lu Chen noticed a crowd of people standing there. People from the 6th and 7th districts were present. Everyone was looking at Lu Chen expectantly. Lu Chen was puzzled by their expressions. Su Ling solemnly straightened Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, would you be willing to take over the 6th district from me?
Ha! To be honest, as cunning and sly as Lu Chen was, he had originally planned to steal. But unexpectedly, a good opportunity had come knocking on his door.
Lu Chen looked at the other person suspiciously. Are you sure? I am from the 7th district. Su Ling smiled and shook his head. In the 6th district, we don't care about backgrounds. Otherwise, being an orphan like me, how could I have reached this position? Hui stepped forward this time and said, Lu Chen, we have seen your abilities. To be honest, if you were to take over the 6th district, it would be the best choice.
Su Ling continued, indeed, to be honest, I envy your skills and knowledge.
With you, we will definitely be more than what we are now.
Whether it was arranged by Su Ling, the 2 children, Tuanchuan and Dandan, suddenly ran up and hugged Lu Chen's legs.
Brother Lu Chen, please stay in the 6th district and don't leave. I want to keep eating the delicious food brother Lu Chen makes. Lu Chen helplessly ruffled the heads of the 2 children. For Lu Chen, this all came a bit suddenly.
He had only saved Su Ling's sister, casually dealt with the spider spawner in their mine, built a treehouse, and cleared the spider skeletons outside the walls, all for his own sake.
It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Was it really worth Su Ling entrusting the entire district to him? However, for Lu Chen, it all seemed insignificant. But for others, these were monumental achievements.
If any one of them had accomplished these deeds, they would have been revered as a god. However, miracles happen frequently around Lu Chen, making them somewhat less surprising. Moreover, the abilities displayed by Lu Chen had surpassed everyone's knowledge, exceeding their imagination and cognition. Su Ling felt inferior. Secondly, now that Su Ling's sister had been rescued, he was already thinking about retiring.
Sure. Of course, sure. Are you agreeing to it? They probed each other. Lu Chen smirked. Does that mean it's a deal?
His main goal was actually to obtain the village core for 999 achievement points.
Su Ling pretended to be stern. That won't do.
Wanting something valuable indeed required paying a certain price. Lu Chen wryly accepted the village core from Su Ling. Obtained item, Village Core 6x1. Congratulations to the player for owning the second village, completing achievement, Dominator, 2/7, gaining 1999 achievement points.
Wow!
It turned out that the achievement points rewarded for the village cores of the 6th and 7th areas were different. Since the achievement points increased sequentially, it was only natural to obtain a large amount of achievement points at the first area. Achieving the goal of unlocking the backstage was not difficult at all. Once again, it was confirmed that Lu Chen's method of clearing the level was correct. Lu Chen placed the village core into his backpack. The villagers applauded, congratulating Lu Chen on becoming the mayor of the 6th and 7th villages. The old mayor couldn't stop laughing. He had long realized that Lu Chen was no ordinary person. It was just a short time, and Lu Chen had exceeded his imagination. 2 areas were now under one person. This was unprecedented. He was certain that with Lu Chen's intelligence, the land under their feet would undergo earth-shattering changes. Impressive, brother, taking over 2 areas in succession. Chang Yi gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. When you rise high in the future, don't forget your brother who fed you and led the cows. They completed a simple handover ceremony. After all, the 6th area was not much different from theirs, just a small village, no need for elaborate ceremonies. People are like iron, food is like steel. In the end, the celebration was still about eating. Those who work hard at eating have a strong spirit. Su Ling had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Although he was overshadowed by Lu Chen, it showed his sincerity. The villagers from the 7th area also brought out their specialty fresh fish to share. Lu Chen couldn't bring himself to reject their goodwill. He went out and had Cheng Yi bring the rare red mooing mushroom over. As the villagers were enjoying pork chops and grilled fish, they saw Lu Chen having Cheng Yi bring over the rare red mooing mushroom. Curiously, they asked, "Village chief, are you planning to celebrate with a whole roasted cow?" Lu Chen quickly protected the mooing mushroom. "You can't eat it. This is my precious." The iron golems, snowmen, and wolf cubs all turned to look after hearing Lu Chen's words. They had promised to be each other's forever babies, whimpering. Only the black cat caught with Azzy remained calm, licking its own bell. Cats are like that, whether you love them or not, they don't care. "Oh, this cow has mushrooms growing on it, quite rare." "It may look rare, but isn't it just a cow? Besides eating, what else can this thing do?" Lu Chen mysteriously smiled and set down 2 boxes. He carefully selected the flowers he had picked earlier. Based on his memory, he placed the flowers that could cause negative effects like lilies and tulips in one box, while the ones with special positive effects like chrysanthemums and daisies in the other. The mooing mushroom can eat these flowers, then you use a bowl to collect it, and you'll get a mysterious stew. These stews. Before Lu Chen could finish explaining, some curious onlookers interrupted. Dun Dun raised his hand and asked, "Brother Lu Chen, when the mushroom eats a flower, where does the stew it produces come from?" The straightforward child, Gray, said, "It wouldn't be its excrement, right?" Chang Yi looked at Lu Chen with disdain. "Lu, I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby?" Lu Chen was about to explain, "No." Chang Yi looked at him sympathetically. "I understand, it's probably like someone enjoying cat poop coffee, it's understandable." No, Lu Chen does not have a hobby of eating shit. Their conversation made Lu Chen curious. Originally in the game, they only used bowls on the cows. Who knows where the things the mushroom eats come out from? In the real Block continent, does the mushroom's food come out from its mouth, body, or butt? Lu Chen decided to experiment. He fed the mushroom with a cornflower. After chewing, the mushroom shook its biggest mushroom on its back. Soup actually flowed out from under the mushroom's cap. Wow, it comes out from here. Now Lu Chen was relieved. See, it's not something strange, this is the mushroom's ability. Earlier, Lu Chen fed it a cornflower, and the effect of the mysterious stew jumped up. To demonstrate, Lu Chen jumped up, allowing Cheng Yi to touch his knee. Damn! Jumping up can make players jump 1.25 blocks higher. Watching Lu Chen jump high, everyone was dumbfounded. "Village chief, what are you doing?" Lu Chen proudly patted his leg. "This is the effect of the mysterious stew." Everyone exclaimed, "So amazing! Isn't this just like the effect of a legendary potion?" So this long mushroomed cow can give such a powerful effect. So this cow isn't food. A cow that can produce potions, eating that is simply wasteful. Lu Chen blinked and told everyone, it can produce more than just this one effect. Lu Chen pointed to the first box, explaining, feeding it different flowers can produce different effects. You can try it too. Lu Chen opened the box and invited them to try, adding some fun to the celebration. Dun Dun, more interested in tasting the stew than experiencing its magical effects, fearlessly stepped forward. He randomly grabbed an orchid from the box. Feeding it to the mushroom, he gulped down the mysterious stew. But after one bite, he burped. Dun Dun looked at Lu Chen uncomfortably, asking, "Brother Lu Chen, what's wrong with me? Why can't I eat anymore after just one bite?" Dun Dun started to doubt himself. Could it be that his proud appetite had weakened?
Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed heartily at Dun Dun's round belly from overeating.
You just fed it an orchid, which gives the effect of feeling full.
Dun Dun felt regretful, unable to fit any more of the remaining delicious food on the table into his stomach. I'll try too.
Gray, the child, ran over. Arriving at the box, he grabbed a tuft of grass. After drinking the stew, he looked expectantly for something magical to happen.
But nothing did. Brother Lu Chen, what effect does mine have?
Lu Chen smiled, dug out a space in front of him, and poured a bucket of lava into it.
Jump in and try. Everyone gasped.
That was lava, a naturally occurring deadly substance, and their village chief actually let a child jump into it.
Village chief, isn't this a bad idea?
Gray, however, showed his reckless nature. Without a second thought, he jumped straight into the lava.
Nothing happened. He was halfway submerged in the lava, yet he didn't feel its heat.
He didn't burn, nor did he die.
Wow! I'm not afraid of lava anymore.
This.
The villagers were so astonished that they could swallow an egg. The stew's effect actually allows people to be unharmed in lava. Oh my!
Gray excitedly waved his hands in the lava pit, striking a cool pose.
Yuan, do you think I look handsome?
But before he could look cool in front of the little girl for a second, Lu Ken pulled him out of the lava.
The anti-fire effect of the mysterious stew only lasted for 4 seconds. Gray's time as a real man also lasted only 4 seconds. But he firmly believed that his appearance had won Yuan's admiration.
Gray, you're so brave. Seeing how miraculous the stew was, everyone eagerly approached, holding various flowers to try.
The first box was surrounded by people. Chang'e rubbed his hands, looking eager to try.
However, there was no rune left by the first box, so he saw the box behind Lu Ken.
Without hesitation, he took out a flower from it. He. Chang'e smirked triumphantly.
They all fought over the box, but how come he, the clever one, found another box here?
Fed the mugu, got the mysterious stew, and drank it.
Hey!
Lu Ken suddenly shouted,
because he turned around to see the lid of the box was open.
Who took a flower from this box?
Chang'e nervously wiped a bit of soup from his mouth.
What's wrong?
Lu Ken said sternly, the flowers in here, the ones obtained by feeding, all have negative effects.
The villagers asked in confusion, what negative effects?
Lu Ken sneered, his eyes already catching Chang'e sweating nervously.
Bad luck, we'll have another meal soon. Chang'e's heart stopped.
Suddenly, he felt extremely unwell. Various unbearable sensations of soreness and swelling covered his body. Others also fell down.
Woo.
Chang'e felt like crying without tears. No wonder Lu Ken guarded that box behind him, no wonder no one took from that box. He thought he had gotten a bargain.
Swallowing hard, he curiously asked, Lu Ken, brother, is there any more food? Lu Ken calmly approached Chang'e.
Looking at Chang'e's green face, he smirked with glee. Clapping his hands, Lu Ken said to the villagers, let's feast. Chang'e weakly reached out his hand to Lu Ken.
Brother Lu Ken, no jokes, save me.
Seeing his current state, Lu Ken guessed he had fed the lily to the mugu. The effect of feeding lily produced a mysterious stew, causing poisoning. He took out milk from his backpack and made Chang'e drink it, restoring him to normal.
Chang'e also learned from his mistake not to feed flowers randomly in exchange for the mysterious stew. Xia Pangzi looked at Chang'e, sighing regretfully. Too bad, no feast for you, the food at the kids' table was delicious.
Chang'e didn't hold back and gave the little guy a smack on the back of his head.
Chang'e looked fierce, if I punch you, will you eat it? The celebration banquet ended amidst the laughter and chaos between Chang'e and the children. Lu Ken, can you explain the effects of these flowers and dishes to me again so I can remember? Lu Ken turned around and was surprised to see Zhuang Mu.
He was the most knowledgeable person in the village, but was overshadowed by Lu Ken, a kid with a silly reputation, which made him somewhat resentful.
Moreover, he was blinded by Lin Xiaoming's rising fame, being called a prestigious teacher, which clouded his judgment.
This led him to make things difficult for Lu Ken. Firstly, he never truly endangered Lu Chen's life. In addition, although he was a bit rigid, his thirst for knowledge was not bad.
Lu Chen told him,
let him write it down to inform others, to prevent them from eating it by mistake, which was also a good thing.
Good. After it was over, Lu Chen took a fence and fenced off an area for 2 mobless. Lu Chen brought wheat to feed them separately.
The mobless had just made a pot of mysterious stew for the villagers. They ate grass, and what they squeezed out was cow dung medicine.
The mobless were truly model workers. Congratulations on completing the achievement, reproduction and growth, and gaining achievement points, 30.
The sound of gaining achievement points reminded Lu Chen to check his current achievement points. Current achievement points, 3128, wow, the achievement points rewarded by the 2 village cores made him quite satisfied.
Lu Chen had a thought and opened the achievement store. Could he unlock some new things again? Chain mining?
Great stuff, it could save a lot of tool durability, saving a lot of time and energy. Just imagine, when mining obsidian, if one is dug, the surrounding ones will also drop.
How cool! Buy. Confirm purchase of chain mining.
Achievement points, -100. Lu Chen was now a tycoon with 3,000 achievement points in his pocket, so 100 achievement points were nothing. After generously buying it, Lu Chen continued to look at the dazzling goods in the achievement store.
Health display?
This was also a good thing. It could identify combat power and confirm the enemy's status.
Lu Chen waved his hand boldly. Buy.
Achievement points, -100. Continuing to browse, Lu Chen saw the first module he had not been able to unlock since coming to this block world.
Realistic lighting, unlock requirement, 500. Looking up, Lu Chen looked at the rough mosaic world.
It was time to heal his eyes.
Buy.
Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking the Realistic Lighting series module. Module 1, High Definition Restoration, is now effective.
Looking up again. Ah, this light. This sunset, these clouds. Ah, this water. These ripples and reflections on the water.
The world in his eyes changed from a rough mosaic to a clear world. The clouds and sun in the sky were no longer square.
The water was no longer a solid blue, with just a few pixelated horizontal lines representing light refraction.
The calm water surface clearly reflected the surrounding objects, creating ripples when the wind blew.
Lu Chen sniffed, as if he could smell the scent of the graphics card. Wait, did he just overlook some system text? Series module? Lu Chen clicked to see the detailed information of Realistic Lighting. Realistic Lighting, series module.
Module 1, High Definition Restoration. Module 2, Native Creatures locked. Module 3, Real World locked. Glancing at this, Lu Chen immediately became displeased.
Tell him, was this block continent a world of geese or pigs? Things that could have been unlocked with a one-time payment had to be split into 3 unlocks. It was just like those laborious battle pass permits.
They claimed to increase the fun of the game for you, but in reality, they just made you spend more time and money.
Lu Chen stomped his foot.
Since he had unlocked 1, he naturally had to unlock 2 and 3 to satisfy his perfectionism.
Upgrade, Realistic Lighting, unlocking Module 2, Native Creatures, requires 1,000 achievement points. Level 1 required 500, Level 2 required 1,000.
At this point, he couldn't stop. The power of Lu Chen's spending surged in his right hand, and he pressed the unlock button. Congratulations to the player for successfully unlocking the Realistic Lighting series module. Module 2, Native Creatures, is now effective. When Lu Chen's vision seemed to be shut off and reopened, he saw that the plants and animals were completely different. The grass at his feet was no longer rough, jagged edges, but smooth blades. In front of him, the surface of the mushroom had a leather-like texture, with fine spores on its back and delicate gills.
However, its shape still seemed a bit square. Lu Chen finally felt like he was living in a different world, not just in a game.
There was only one module left, the real world. Judging by the prices of the previous 2 modules, the third one should cost 2,000 achievement points.
Currently, Lu Chen had 1428 achievement points left, even though he couldn't afford it.
But, as he glanced at it, he was startled. It wasn't 2,000 points, but 5,000 achievement points. This wasn't a double increase, it was a quadruple increase.
Lu Chen pointed angrily at the achievement store on the system page. Unscrupulous merchant. This is too much.
The achievement store page seemed to flicker for a moment, the screen glitched. Looking again, the real world module unlocked at 5,001 achievement points.
Lu Chen? Are you targeting me? No, damn it, someone's eavesdropping. Can't afford it, huh?
You even raised the price after I said that.
Lu Chen angrily closed the achievement store.
I'll earn a few thousand more achievement points and then spend them as I please.
Lu Chen, are you done?
Su Ling finally dared to speak to him. He had been watching Lu Chen for a while, seeing him muttering to himself, all worked up. He thought something was wrong, even doubting his own decisions. But when he turned around, Lu Chen was still the same Lu Chen.
What's up? With a calm expression, no sign of the earlier agitation.
Su Ling then let go of his worries, maybe he had misjudged. Clearing his throat, he said, I'll take you somewhere.
Lu Chen smiled and asked, is it something interesting? Su Ling winked mysteriously, it's yellow. Lu Chen?
Su Ling led him towards the mine, a path Lu Chen was familiar with. He knew where they were going after a few steps.
Lu Chen followed him into the mine.
On the mine floor, just like the last time he was here, there were boxes everywhere.
Lu Chen didn't count them, but at a glance, there were even more now.
Su Ling explained, I had our mined minerals sorted out here. Before, we mined for gold to exchange for the antidote in the hands of the person in the 4th area, but now with you and Maple cured, we don't need these minerals anymore.
With that, Su Ling opened a box.
It was to a degree that even Lu Chen would be shocked. The entire box was filled with gold ingots.
Lu Chen understood, it was yellow. All shiny gold.
What surprised Lu Chen even more was that Su Ling successively opened more boxes. 3 to 5 boxes in a row, all filled with gold. Finally, Su Ling instructed, "You're in charge of disposing of these."
Lu Chen was stunned.
He hadn't expected that besides the achievement points, becoming the village chief of the 6th area would also bring him such a large fortune. Seeing Lu Chen in a daze, Su Ling continued, "Because these things are only useful for exchanging for Maple's antidote, and now that you've found a use for the blue stones Maple gave you, I believe you can also find uses for these red, green stones."
With that, Su Ling continued to open boxes.
The following boxes contained a variety of redstone, lapis lazuli, emerald, iron ore, and coal. Abundant minerals, almost the materials Lu Chen used to accumulate in a couple of weeks when starting a new game. Indeed, the power of many people, this was all the materials accumulated by the villagers of the 6th area.
Unexpectedly, Lu Chen got a freebie. Lu Chen tried hard not to let his mouth curl up uncontrollably, cleared his throat with a composed air. "Then I'll take them." Su Ling handed over the items contentedly and left after accomplishing his mission.
Lu Chen called Cheng Yi over, organized their belongings and placed them in their underground room. He once again made Cheng Yi work hard, enchanting a set of equipment for him. This time, it was not for someone else but for himself. Cheng Yi stood there in a daze as Lu Chen helped him put on the equipment.
"Ha, is this for me?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "After all, we are going on an adventure." "An adventure?"
Lu Chen pointed to the portal to the netherworld they had set up downstairs and said, "Back to your old home." The netherworld, Cheng Yi's warm old home. The lower world was filled with magma, indeed very warm. Just a bit too warm, one could accidentally get burned. In the middle of the passage to the lower world that Lu Chen had built, they opened a door. Stepping out, Cheng Yi's old home, the nether fortress, was not far away. However, Lu Chen had already cleared it out, rendering it worthless. Lu Chen then led the way, changing direction to continue forward. Suddenly, they came face to face with a zombie pigman. Its face looked moldy, a yin-yang face of pink and green, staring straight at the two of them.
Cheng Yi panicked and grabbed Lu Chen, hiding behind him. There's a monster." Lu Chen looked at him disdainfully. "Is this how you repay the enchanted equipment you're wearing?" Cheng Yi looked down and realized. Oh right. With this equipment, he could stand there and face the zombie pigman without dying, so what was he afraid of? Seeing the zombie pigman raising its axe, Cheng Yi also raised his own axe without hesitation. Lu Chen kicked him in the butt. "He didn't even attack you, why are you attacking him?" Cheng Yi looked aggrieved. "But isn't he a monster?" Lu Chen explained, "Neutral monsters won't attack you, but if you attack them, all the pigmen will come after you." Cheng Yi quickly put away his axe upon hearing this. Cowardly to fight when you can't win, despicable. Following behind Lu Chen, Cheng Yi inexplicably gained confidence. Lu Chen seemed to know everything, omniscient and omnipotent. "Lu Chen, look at the red slime. That's a magma cube. No wonder it looks like charcoal for barbecue. Wow, why does it jump like a spring? What's its use?" Listening to Cheng Yi's incessant chatter, Lu Chen waved his hand. "If you want to know, go try it yourself." Cheng Yi actually went for it, wielding his sword and wildly slashing at the magma cube. Feeling confident with his good equipment, he acted recklessly. The magma cube fell to his sword, dropping a magma cream. Cheng Yi handed it to Lu Chen like a treasure. "What's this for?" Lu Chen replied, "It can be used to make fire resistance potions." Cheng Yi patted his chest. "Brother, did I do well this time?" Lu Chen was speechless. This kid Cheng Yi seemed to be good at praising himself. Continuing forward, Cheng Yi seemed to have discovered something. He hastened his pace, running over. "Lu bro, isn't this a gold ore?" "Ah, gold ore." Lu Chen remembered he had just obtained so much gold ore that he no longer cared for this little bit. However, Cheng Yi had already raised his pickaxe. Before Lu Chen could observe the surroundings, Cheng Yi struck down, attracting others to the scene. Another creature emerged from the canyon below them. Oh no, the piglins had caught them stealing gold. Hurry, run. Cheng Yi was the troublemaker, but also the first to run. He dropped the gold ore and ran towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen tossed him a golden helmet, saying, "Quick, put this on." For a moment, the piglin was confused. Who am I? Where am I? The piglin didn't know. Then, he chose to ignore Cheng Yi, who had just tried to steal their gold, and continued patrolling. Cheng Yi grumbled in frustration, "I was digging up surface gold, not theirs, these greedy pigs." Lu Chen looked at Cheng Yi and suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Chen's smile was not a friendly one. "Cheng Yi, be polite to others." Cheng Yi was puzzled. Isn't that just a pig-headed monster? Lu Chen concealed his malicious smile and pointed at Zhu Ling, jokingly, look, isn't that a girl instead of a pig head? Ha? Chang Yi rubbed his eyes in doubt and asked, are you serious? Lu Chen pointed to Zhu Ling's ears. See, aren't those her twin ponytails? Then he pointed to Zhu Ling's nose. Aren't those her cute big eyes? Finally, pointing at Zhu Ling's tusks, he said, isn't that her chubby face? Look, she's even wearing a hat. Chang Yi blinked his eyes. It seems. Is it really like that? Chang Yi's mouth slowly curved into a foolish smile. The girl is quite cute. Lu Chen watched with satisfaction as his deception succeeded. He chuckled to himself. Another newcomer fell for it. Chang Yi now saw Zhu Ling as a cute girl and couldn't shake off the image. It is recommended to search for Zhu Ling's image and take another look. Excitedly, Chang Yi asked, can this Zhu Ling girl transform into a human like Azzy? Lu Chen regretfully informed him, no. Chang Yi asked again, can we communicate with her? Once again, Lu Chen regretfully told him, probably not, she's just a regular monster. Chang Yi sighed, so she's just artificially disabled. But, Lu Chen changed the subject and said, you can try bribing her with gold. With that, Lu Chen handed over some gold ingots to Chang Yi. Go ahead and try. Chang Yi was still skeptical, but Lu Chen wouldn't send him to his death. He chose to believe. Approaching Zhu Ling, Chang Yi, wearing a golden hat, was greeted warmly by the materialistic female pig spirit. The more Chang Yi looked at Zhu Ling's face, the cuter she seemed. Feeling reassured, Chang Yi offered the gold ingot as a gift. Zhu Ling picked up the ingot and examined it carefully, as if checking its authenticity. Finally satisfied, she kept the gold ingot and threw something back. Lu Ge, look, she's giving me something too. Before he could see what it was, Chang Yi was holding a vial of potion with a devout expression. Lu Ge, she gave me something, does that mean she cares about me? You said she's just a monster with no intelligence, but miracles are still possible. Lu Chen listened to his oily tone with disdain. Enough, see what she dropped. Chang Yi looked down and exclaimed, wow. Lu Ge, isn't this the fire-resistant potion you mentioned? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Damn it! How could this guy have such bad luck to trade for a fire-resistant potion right away? Do you know Marcus or Ding Lei? Lu Chen, not believing in luck, stepped forward to try his luck. He threw a gold ingot to Zhu Ling. Congratulations, player, for unlocking the achievement, Radiant, gaining 50 achievement points. After Zhu Ling appraised it, she also threw something back. Chang Yi grumbled, why is she giving you something too? Lu Chen picked up the item and looked at it with disdain. An iron ingot. Who needs an iron ingot these days? Lu Chen handed over the remaining gold ingots to Chang Yi for trading. Patting Chang Yi's shoulder, he instructed, these are all for you, go and bond with your Zhu Ling sister.